Shen Zhinian and her sister-in-law Shen Nanqiao were reborn together. In his previous life, Shen Zhinian was betrothed to a poor scholar by his father. The eldest sister Shen Nanqiao entered the palace through a talent show, and was named a nobleman before she went to bed. Everyone in the world envies that they are as different as clouds and mud. Who would have thought that it would be Shen Zhinian's Yunni, who later became Qingyun? That poor scholar won 3 yuan in a row and was granted the title of prime minister, making her the youngest first-grade imperial concubine in the court. On the other hand, my eldest sister, because she was not favored by the emperor, wasted half her life in the palace, and finally died tragically in a conspiracy. In this life, Shen Zhinian opened his eyes again and was reborn before the engagement. The eldest sister was eager to marry the poor scholar and pushed her into the palace draft. Shen Zhinian readily agreed and was even secretly happy. Just because, although the scholar was somewhat talented, he was arrogant and had a mean mother-in-law and a difficult sister-in-law at home. The scholar's success in his previous life was entirely due to Shen Zhinian's efforts and planning and supporting him. In this life, let my sister-in-law experience these sceneries. Shen Zhinian does not intend to take this road again. What's more, today's emperor is young and handsome, his throne is vacant, and all the women in the palace have a chance to compete. Shen Zhinian has understood since she was a child that men are unreliable, and all she wants is glory and wealth, not a trace of true love. Instead of working hard to become a first-class wife, it is better to seek the honor of being a mother in the world. Since God has given Shen Zhinian a chance to live her life again, she must firmly hold on to this overwhelming wealth. However, just as Shen Zhinian was walking in the harem, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a lady wearing a book and an attacker with a system in the palace. Shen Zhinian secretly sneered, "No problem. Anyone who blocks the way will be served with sword." But who can tell her why the emperor's eyes gradually became complicated and affectionate when he looked at her? The harem fight that she didn't care about at first started to get out of control because of his glance and smile. At this time, in the Shen mansion, the eldest sister Shen Nanqiao woke up after falling into the water. She knelt unsteadily in front of her aunt and begged, "Mom, let my sister Shen Zhinian do this. I only want to marry that poor scholar Lu Jianlin and live in poverty." Shen Zhinian raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart. It turned out that his sister-in-law was also reborn. Zhou's eyes flickered, secretly observing Shen Zhinian's reaction. Seeing this, Shen Zhinian knew that her aunt suspected her of having evil intentions, so she lowered her eyebrows and lowered her eyes, pretending to be frightened, for fear that others would think that she was coveting the palace. Shen Nanqiao continued to cry and beg, but Shen Zhinian just sat carefully on the chair, huddled up, looking timid and afraid of getting into trouble. Seeing that Shen Zhinian behaved calmly, Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Father Shen has always been indifferent to this concubine, he will not send his own daughter into the pit of fire. Therefore, the husband Mr. Shen chose for Shen Zhinian, Lu Jianlin, was an extremely talented man. Although Lu Jianlin's family is poor, if he can survive those hard days, a stable and prosperous future is just around the corner. But no matter how good a husband is, how can he compare to being the person beside the emperor? Father Shen was helpless because his legitimate daughter Shen Nanqiao ignored the great opportunity and insisted on marrying Lu Jianlin. Her stubbornness gave him a headache, so he had to wave them away. Shen Zhinian sneered in her heart. Looking at the gleam of determination in Shen Nanqiao's eyes, she quietly returned to her yard and waited for the situation to develop. Sure enough, when the draft day was approaching, Shen Nanqiao actually used a righteous and awe-inspiring attitude to successfully persuade her parents to agree to her marriage to Lu Jianlin. As Shen Nanqiao's marriage was settled, Shen Zhinian naturally became a candidate for the Shen family's palace draft. This was just what she wanted. "Zhinian, although you are a concubine, your mother and sister-in-law have never treated you badly. It is a great honor for you to have this opportunity to enter the palace and become a concubine," Father Shen told her with rare kindness. Zhou's face was full of kindness. "Although Zhinian is not my biological child, I regard you as my own in my heart. If you are favored by your majesty, don't forget the kindness of the Shen family." Shen Zhinian looked at this loving father and mother with cold eyes, feeling cold in his heart. Over the years, my aunt has been kind on the surface, but cold and cruel behind her back. How have I ever really cared about her? But it was only because of the prophet that they were a little more kind to her. However, who doesn't know how to act? Shen Zhinian lowered his eyebrows and pretended to be obedient. My daughter will remember her parents' teachings. It's just that, all the people who enter the palace are legitimate daughters. As a concubine, I'm afraid it will be difficult for my daughter to get into His Majesty's eyes. If she misses the opportunity of the Shen family, it will be a big sin. Shen Zhinian pretended to be frightened. But every sentence is closely related to the difference between direct descendants and concubines. Father Shen was startled and immediately accepted her suggestion. That's right. From now on, you will be remembered in the name of your legitimate mother, and will be regarded as your legitimate daughter. Shen Nanqiao on the side suddenly looked unhappy and sneered. The daughter of the Shen family should respect herself. How can my sister plan for the position of the legitimate daughter? Father Shen frowned and stopped without any doubt. The future of the family is more important than anything else. Xinyan's move is truly for the sake of the Shen family. Although Zhou was dissatisfied, she did not dare to disobey, so she had to smile and agree. Shen Nanqiao gritted her teeth, but could not refute, so she could only secretly give in. Shen Zhinian sneered inwardly, but on the surface he remained humble and respectful. Yes, my daughter will obey her parents' orders. When Father Shen saw this, he was secretly proud. This concubine was naturally charming and would definitely win the emperor's favor. After all, they are all daughters of the Shen family, so it doesn't matter who runs for the election. Naturally, he doesn't mind showing kindness and trying to win over her. Xinyan, no matter what, you are still the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, and your identity will not change in any way. Father Shen's words were gentle and full of false doting. Shen Zhinian rolled her eyes inwardly. Her father was full of empty words, just like when he coaxed her aunt into the house. Shen Zhinian spoke with due respect and admiration, and then inadvertently revealed his raw-edged sleeves. When Father Shen and Mrs. Zhou saw this, they waved their hands and rewarded her with a batch of precious ornaments, including many of Shen Nanqiao's dowry items. Shen Zhinian looked at the real money and silver, and finally a real smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She doesn't take empty promises and only pays attention to the real benefits. Shen Nanqiao looked ugly. She looked for Shen Zhinian in private and said coldly, Does my sister think that if she can enter the palace, she can fly on the branches? A moment of glory is nothing, the inner courtyard of the palace is dangerous every step of the way. Shen Zhinian smiled and said nothing, listening to Shen Nanqiao continue to say, Don't forget, this is the opportunity one gave you, you have to take care of yourself. Shen Nanqiao spoke with arrogance, feeling that he was still superior. Shen Zhinian looked at her retreating back, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. After reviving their lives, let their fate be reversed, and see who becomes a phoenix this time and who falls into dust. The Shen mansion has been busy since Shen Zhinian decided to run for election. Not only must she prepare for her entry into the palace, but she must also arrange for Shen Nanqiao's marriage. However, this life is very different from the previous one. Once upon a time, all the good things were given to Shen Nanqiao, who was about to enter the palace, while Shen Zhinian could only enter the Lu family with a shabby dowry. Now that the situation has reversed, even if the Zhou family secretly subsidizes their legitimate daughter, Shen Zhinian's clothes are still of a higher standard than Shen Nanqiao's. Although Shen Nanqiao was a little unwilling to face such a gap, when she thought about the honor of becoming the first-grade wife in the future, a proud smile appeared on her face again. After many rounds of screening, Shen Zhinian passed all the tests and finally advanced to the final round of palace selection. As Shen Zhinian's status in the family rose, everyone in the Shen family treated her with even more respect. On the eve of entering the palace, Shen Nanqiao came to Shen Zhinian's courtyard dressed up, with a kind smile on her face. Sister, I heard that the Holy Emperor likes light green the most. I spent a lot of money to find out. If I wear light green tomorrow, green clothes will definitely attract the attention of the Holy One. Shen Zhinian lowered his eyes to hide the sneer in his eyes. In the previous life, Shen Nanqiao stood out among the beautiful ladies because of her light green dress. She was spotted by the emperor and was made an unusual nobleman. However, later, Shen Nanqiao found out that the Imperial concubine was also dressed in light green when she first met the Holy Emperor. She was jealous of her and plotted against her step by step, and finally ended up miserable. Now Shen Zhinian felt ironic that her aunt was so considerate in reminding her. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, sister. It just so happened that the house made a new light green skirt. I will definitely wear it tomorrow. Shen Zhinian said softly, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. The next day, Shen Nanqiao felt relieved when she saw Shen Zhinian going out in a light green dress. However, as soon as the carriage left the house, Shen Zhinian ordered the maid to change into a light blue smoky skirt. The maid Hamlian was puzzled. "Second miss, didn't the eldest lady say that light green is the most favored by His Majesty?" There was a smile on Shen Zhinian's lips. "The daughter of the Shen family has already been designated, why bother to follow the trend?" Wearing a light blue smoke skirt, with only magnolia hairpins in her hair, she blended her charm and purity, giving birth to a unique charm. Arriving at the palace, the beautiful ladies gathered one after another. Although all of them had good looks, Shen Zhinian stood quietly among the crowd, charming but not coquettish, which actually made others feel ashamed. All the beautiful women secretly gritted their teeth and cursed Shen Zhinian as a vixen, in their hearts. At this moment, Shen Zhinian was searching among the crowd, and his eyes fell on a familiar figure. He felt happy and stepped forward quickly. "Sister Zhao!" Zhao Yunyi was Shen Zhinian's playmate when she was young. She had a forthright personality, and never looked down upon Shen Zhinian because she was a concubine. In his previous life, Zhao Yunyi also participated in the talent show, but was deposed because of a remark that offended the royal family. He was reduced to an unknown old girl. In the end, he committed suicide by throwing himself into a lake out of shame and anger. Shen Zhinian was heartbroken when he learned the bad news. When Zhao Yunyi saw her, he also came forward in surprise. "Sister Zhinian, it's really you! I thought the person who was chosen for the draft would be your sister-in-law. How could it be you?" Shen Zhinian laughed softly and said, "These things are a long story, I will tell you slowly in the future." Zhao Yunyi didn't pay attention, but excitedly pulled Shen Zhinian to talk about old times. Seeing his friend's informal appearance, Shen Zhinian felt a trace of doubt in his heart. Zhao Yunyi has always had a cheerful personality, but as the daughter of a fourth-rank official, she has been very good at etiquette and rules since she was a child. Shen Zhinian has never understood why she was accused of being disrespectful to the royal family in her previous life. In this rebirth, Shen Zhinian must pay special attention and never let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard a soft female voice coming from behind. "Sister Zhao, I haven't seen you for a while, so you are here." Shen Zhinian turned around and saw a frail beauty walking gracefully, holding a teacup in her hand and walking lightly. She was wearing a moon-white soft silver long skirt, with a slender waist, and a wisp of elegance floating in the air. She had a pink-purple phalaenopsis on her head, which was fresh and refined, like a hibiscus emerging from the water. Zhao Yunyi introduced with a smile. "Sister Zhinian, this is my good sister, the daughter of the prefect of Yanzhou, Lu Ruyan." Shen Zhinian was slightly startled, secretly surprised. This Miss Lu was the virtuous concubine who was favored by the emperor in her previous life. With her weak and kind appearance, she was safe and sound in the harem, and even became the first of the 4 concubines. Shen Zhinian did not expect that she would have such a deep friendship with Zhao Yunyi. "Miss Shen's name has been admired for a long time. When I saw her today, I really felt like she had heard of her." Lu Ruyan bowed slightly, smiling gently and without any airs. Shen Zhinian responded politely, but felt a little wary in his heart. She had seen the coldness and cruelty of the harem in her previous life. The gentle and virtuous beauty in front of her could gain a foothold in the palace, but she was definitely not as harmless as she appeared. At this time, Lu Ruyan handed the teacup to Zhao Yunyi and said warmly, "Sister Zhao, after chatting for so long, drink some water to moisten your throat." Zhao Yunyi took it with a smile and was about to drink it when he was gently stopped by Shen Zhinian. "Sister Zhao, it's our turn soon. It's better to drink less so as not to affect your performance." Shen Zhinian's smile was as gentle as water, but there was a hint of reminder. Zhao Yunyi reacted, nodded, and then put down the teacup. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan still had a gentle and harmless smile on her face. She lowered her eyes slightly and said, "It's Yenner who didn't think carefully, but Miss Shen thought carefully." Her indifferent attitude made it difficult for people to fault. No matter what mistakes he makes, he seems to really care about his friends. Shen Zhinian smiled slightly and didn't say much, but secretly cheered up in his heart. In her previous life, Zhao Yunyi was accused of being disrespectful to the royal family, and was punished. Now it seems that there may be a mystery on this teacup. Fortunately, she stopped it in time, and did not make the same mistake again. At this moment, the eunuch who sang the ceremony shouted loudly, "Zhao Yun is back!" Zhao Yungui heard the sound and hurriedly said goodbye and stepped forward, while Shen Zhinian whispered a few words and watched her leave. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan chatted with Shen Zhinian for a few words, her expression calm and natural, and she didn't seem to have any regrets about the failure of her plan. Shen Zhinian remained silent, but in his heart he was a little more wary of Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, until the end of this draft, there were no more accusations of disrespect to the royal family. Shen Zhinian sneered in his heart and confirmed his suspicion. She secretly made up her mind that she would never tolerate anyone harming the people she cares about in this life. Finally, it was Shen Zhinian's turn to face the saint. Lu Ruyan looked at her slender back, a smile on her gentle face, but there was a coldness in her eyes. Did she do it unintentionally, or did she discover her intentions? Shen Zhinian walked forward with the other 9 beautiful ladies, walked up to the emperor, and bowed respectfully under the guidance of the eunuch. Emperor Nangong Xuanyu is only 23 years old, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, with picturesque features and extraordinary bearing. Even though he was newly crowned a great treasure, his sharp eyes still carried the pressure of an emperor, making people afraid to look directly at him. When it was Shen Zhinian's turn, she calmly bowed her head and saluted. "Your Majesty, Shen Zhinian, is the daughter of a foreign official in the Ministry of Punishment. She was born in the 7th year of Jiajian. I would like to see your Majesty. I wish His Majesty long live, long live!" The light blue dress is fresh and refined, very different from other well-dressed showgirls, and is as refreshing as the cool summer breeze. A flash of surprise flashed in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes. He was used to seeing beauties with heavy makeup. This was the first time he saw such a pure and charming woman. He couldn't help but take a second look. Shen Zhinian's posture is natural and appropriate, seeming shy and timid, with a hint of unconscious charm, like a newborn deer in the forest, both weak and agile. Shen Zhinian was deeply confident in her appearance. When she felt the emperor's gaze, she raised her head slightly and glanced at him with a shy smile, showing just the right expression to make her beauty even more intriguing. A flash of admiration flashed in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes. Although his face did not change much, he was already paying more attention to her in his heart. Seeing Nangong Xuanyu's expression towards Shen Zhinian change slightly, Queen Mother Lu's eyes also darkened a bit. The draft should have been the queen's responsibility, but because the queen was seriously ill, the matter fell into the hands of Queen Mother Lu. Although the imperial concubine, Empress Dowager Lu's biological niece, was much loved, she lacked strong support. A woman of low birth and naturally charming person like Shen Zhinian was a good chess piece for the imperial concubine. But before that, Queen Mother Lu needed to test the emperor's attitude. She looked sideways and said, "When the emperor first ascends the throne, it is the time when state affairs are the most important thing. It is not advisable to only look at the appearance in the draft, but also to pay attention to the virtues of the beautiful women." There was dissatisfaction in the words, and she was implicitly accusing Shen Zhinian of being too beautiful, which might disturb the public. Affairs of state. Nangong Xuanyu disagreed and responded calmly. "The draft is not a post-election. The queen needs to be dignified and virtuous. I should be diligent for the common people in the world. How can I be swayed by mere beauty?" Nangong Xuanyu's words made Empress Dowager Lu feel relieved, indicating that he did not care about the moral character of women, as long as they did not interfere in the government affairs. Empress Dowager Lu nodded, with a cold flash in her eyes, secretly thinking that after Shen Zhinian entered the palace, she would be of use to the noble concubine. Soon the eunuch announced, "Shen Zhinian is selected and will be retained." Shen Zhinian lowered his eyes, covered up the trace of pride in his eyes, and said respectfully, "Long live your Majesty!" Then, Shen Zhinian raised his head and looked at the emperor, blushed and quickly looked away. Nangong Xuanyu was slightly startled when he saw her bold gesture, with a little interest in his eyes. Everything that happened today was within Shen Zhinian's expectations. She didn't wear a light green skirt, so she didn't stand out in the show and was awarded on the spot. Shen Zhinian is well aware of the principle that the trees that are beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. As the daughter of a 6th-rank official, if she attracts attention as soon as she enters the palace, it may end badly. Properly keeping a low profile is the best strategy to keep a low profile and bide your time. But if it was too low-key, it would be difficult to attract the emperor's attention. She mastered this degree skillfully. Shen Zhinian knew that Nangong Xuanyu liked women who were measured but not strict with the rules, so he boldly raised his eyes to look at each other, which seemed interesting but not offensive. This move aroused his curiosity, and even gave him a rare appreciation. After leaving the palace gate, Shen Zhinian saw that Zhao Yungui was not selected, with a somewhat relaxed smile, and couldn't help but ask. Sister Zhao was not selected, why are you so happy? Don't you want to enter the palace? Zhao Yunggui smiled and said frankly, Sister Zhinian, I know that I have a loose temper and can't stand restraint. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive for 3 months after entering the palace. I prefer a free life outside. And afterwards, Zhao Yunggui paused for a moment, with a blush appearing on his face. I have already found someone in my heart, it is the young general of the Zhou family. Please God bless me not to be selected, and now my wish has indeed come true. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but smile. It turned out that it was love. She remembered that in her previous life, Zhou Yushi had repeatedly made military exploits on the battlefield and was granted the title of Marquis and never married. Everyone in the capital speculated that he had a sweetheart, and now it seemed that that person was Zhao Yunggui. Knowing that her friend could pursue her own happiness, Shen Zhinian felt sincerely happy for her. Suddenly, Shen Zhinian thought of Lu Ruyan. Her expression became a little colder, and she reminded. Sister Zhao, it's best to have less contact with Lu Ruyan in the future. The Zhao family should also be wary of the Lu family. Shen Zhinian originally wanted Zhao Yunggui to pay attention to Lu Ruyan, but with Zhao Yungui's temperament, no contact might be the best protection. Although Zhao Yunggui was surprised, he always trusted Shen Zhinian. Sister Zhinian, Miss Lu has taken good care of me these years. Did you find anything wrong? Shen Zhinian took out a handkerchief and handed it to Zhao Yunggui. He lied that he was proficient in medical science, and said that there was something strange about the cup of tea. You can find a reliable doctor to test it. If there is nothing, I am worrying too much. If there is anything, I am worrying too much. Question. Zhao Yungui's expression changed slightly. He held the handkerchief tightly and left, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that Lu Ruyan might not be malicious. At the same time, the palace has sent eunuchs to the home of the successful young lady to announce the good news, and the Shen family is extremely busy. The courtyard of the Mistress Zhou's family was deserted. Zhou's face was gloomy, and she gritted her teeth and said, A lowly concubine actually flew up a branch. Nanqiao, if you hadn't let her go, it would be you who is being supported by the Shen family now. Shen Nanqiao was sitting on a soft chair with a calm expression, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Mom, it's just a vain scenery. Just wait and see, when Shen Zhinian comes back, I'm afraid she will smile so hard. Enter. After leaving the palace, the real good times are yet to come. Zhou asked in surprise. Nanqiao, what do you mean by this? Shen Nanqiao sneered, recalling that in her previous life, she had just been named a noble, and the Imperial concubine summoned her into the palace. When the Imperial concubine saw Shen Nanqiao's dress, she was instantly furious, with a gloomy look on her face. A girl from a poor family dares to imitate the dress that I wore when we first met your majesty. She immediately ordered the nanny. Slap your mouth! Shen Nanqiao was caught off guard, and her delicate face was instantly beaten into a pig's head. She fell from heaven to hell, and her dignity was shattered to pieces. After the emperor found out, he had no intention of blaming the imperial concubine. Shen Nanqiao became the laughingstock of the entire court. When returning to Shen's house, Shen Nanqiao covered her face with a veil, trying hard to save her last trace of face. However, the reborn Shen Nanqiao secretly swore in her heart that Shen Zhinian would bear all the humiliation in this life for her. Just when Shen Nanqiao and Mrs. Zhou were discussing happily, the maid ran in and announced, Madam, eldest lady, Master Shen's carriage is coming soon, and the master has ordered the whole family to go out to greet it. Shen Nanqiao raised her brows and pulled Zhou out quickly. Mom, the show is about to begin. Zhou also had some expectations in her heart. A concubine who had been obedient since she was a child had now become an emperor's woman. She had long felt unhappy. If she could see Shen Zhinian being tortured in the palace, it would relieve her anger. When Shen Zhinian arrived at the door of Shen's house by carriage, what he saw was that the door of Shen's house was open, and Shen's father led everyone to line up to greet her. This formation was almost more grand than welcoming the Imperial envoy with the Emperor's grace. Everyone looked flattering and flattered one after another. Congratulations to the little master! The little master is of heavenly beauty and national beauty. After entering the palace, he will definitely be favored by the saints. He is really a blessing to the Shen family. Shen Zhinian stopped slightly, feeling filled with emotion. In the past, her father was aloof, her aunt was aloof, and her aunt controlled her destiny. Now, because Shen Zhinian has become the Emperor's woman, these people who once treated her coldly are now groveling. It turns out that identity and power are such desirable things. Shen Nanqiao stared at Shen Zhinian blankly, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could the Imperial concubine's anger not fall on Shen Zhinian? Why wasn't she slapped or humiliated? Mrs. Zhou also looked surprised, but she quickly regained her smile and greeted warmly. My young master, you have worked hard all the way. Come in and have a rest. Dinner is ready. At the family banquet, Shen Zhinian could only sit at the last seat in the past, watching his sister-in-law being held high in the clouds, but now the main seat belongs to her. She smiled calmly. No need to be polite, just sit down. Shen Nanqiao stared blankly at Shen Zhinian's outfit and said in astonishment. Sister, didn't you go out wearing a light green skirt? Why did you change it? Father Shen was displeased and scolded. Your sister has become the mistress, so you should call her little mistress according to the rules. Shen Nanqiao looked at Shen Zhinian unwillingly, and Shen Zhinian only smiled slightly. I accidentally wet the tea on the carriage, so I changed my clothes. Why should I worry about it? Shen Nanqiao was stunned, with a look of reluctance on his face, but still refused to give up. I reminded you yesterday that that is His Majesty's favorite color. If you wear it for driving, you may have already been named a nobleman, so why wait for the decree? The words were full of provocation and disdainful. A coldness flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. Let's leave this blessing to my sister to enjoy. She knew very well that Shen Nanqiao was jealous of the harem and received cold treatment because of this noble person title in her previous life. She would not be stupid enough to actively compete for this title. Before he finished speaking, a trace of fear flashed across Shen Nanqiao's eyes, recalling all the sufferings she had suffered after entering the palace in her previous life, and she was full of anger but had nowhere to vent. So, Shen Nanqiao gritted her teeth and said, The daughter of the Shen family should be of noble character. How can she be greedy for glory? I would rather marry into a scholarly family than fight for any false reputation. When Shen Zhinian heard the words, he turned his eyes slightly and asked with a half-smile. What does my sister mean by this? Is it better to marry a poor man to serve His Majesty? Or does it mean that there is no one in the harem of a dignified person? Can I win my sister's sincerity? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall changed their expressions, and even their chopsticks fell to the floor. If this word comes out, the Shen family will not be able to live with it. Father Shen was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped Shen Nanqiao hard on the face. How dare you say it out loud if you don't know whether to live or die? Shen Nanqiao has been doted on by his father since he was a child. How has he ever been treated like this? For a moment, he covered his swollen face and stared at Shen Zhinian with blurred eyes. Shen Nanqiao covered her face and ran away with tears in her eyes, feeling humiliated and unwilling in her heart. Why? Obviously her character is as noble as a chrysanthemum, but Shen Zhinian is just a scheming and vain concubine. Why did Shen Zhinian enjoy all the glory, but she ended up like this? What exactly went wrong? Zhou was also full of doubts. Why did Shen Zhinian, who used to be obedient, show a different face as soon as he entered the draft? While Zhou was speculating, she saw Shen Zhinian's eyes changing, looking towards the direction Shen Nanqiao was leaving with a hint of worry. Afterwards, Shen Zhinian said with concern, In the half-month after the draft girls return home, the palace will send etiquette ladies to teach the palace rules. If the aunt is as noble as ever, talking about her disdain for the royal family's wealth all day long, if this comes to His Majesty's ears, not only will I be affected, but if my sister-in-law is punished for this, I'm afraid the Shen family will also be implicated. When everyone heard this, they broke out in cold sweat. Father Shen's eyes turned cold and he said decisively, The marriage between the two families is almost ready. Send someone to inform the Lu family that she will be married tomorrow to avoid causing trouble. Zhou was shocked and hurriedly stopped her. Master, no! Nanqiao is the legitimate daughter, and the wedding is still in a month. How can she get married in such a hurry? Father Shen said angrily. If she stays at home, I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. If you don't agree, marry her to the Lu family. When Zhou heard this, she immediately became silent, lowered her head and silently wiped away tears, feeling extremely hateful in her heart. Shen Zhinian's glory should have belonged to her daughter, but Shen Nanqiao insisted on going her own way and insisted on marrying a scholar. Now that the trouble has reached this point, she can only suffer from it. Shen Zhinian smiled lightly, understanding in his heart. Father Shen loved Shen Nanqiao, but he paid more attention to the future of the Shen family. If Shen Nanqiao continues to stay at home, she will definitely get in the way, and her half-month study of palace rules must not be interrupted. The next day, Shen Nanqiao got married. Although the Shen family arranged it overnight, it was still in a hurry and the etiquette was very crude. As the young master, it was inconvenient for Shen Zhinian to show up and quietly listen to the movements in the main courtyard. At this moment, Shen Nanqiao no longer had the glory of entering the palace in her previous life. She was hastily sent to the Lu family with only a small dowry. The Lu family was poor, and the wedding team was extremely simple. It didn't even prepare a sedan chair, and only a donkey cart was used instead. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian was married into the Lu family, but she was married in a red sedan chair. Now, Shen Nanqiao couldn't even enjoy this kind of treatment. Instead, she was married in her family's carriage, which is unheard of. Fu sighed. The eldest lady has always been arrogant, but she ended up marrying in such a shabby state. It's really a trick of fate. Nanny Lin sneered. This is a marriage she stole by herself, and she has to bear the good or bad life by herself. Shen Zhinian smiled slightly, knowing that this was just the beginning. The good life of marrying into the Lu family was waiting for Shen Nanqiao. In the carriage, Shen Nanqiao was wearing a bright red wedding dress, tears falling down her cheeks. She had imagined a grand occasion when she got married, but she never imagined that her wedding would be so shabby, not even as grand as ordinary people's wedding. Shen Nanqiao's heart surged with hatred, and she secretly swore, Shen Zhinian, let's wait and see. At this time, Lu Jianglin also had mixed feelings in his heart. The legitimate daughter who originally married a 6th-grade official was already in a high position, but the Shen family hastily set the wedding date, leaving him unprepared. Although he was resentful, he did not dare to express it. Therefore, Lu Jianglin comforted him in a gentle voice. Nanqiao, I have wronged you today. After I go to high school, I will give you a glorious wedding so that all the women in the city will envy you. Hearing Lu Jianglin's gentle comfort, Shen Nanqiao felt a little relieved from the sadness in her heart, and even felt a little sweet. She said firmly, Lu Lang, I believe in you. You will definitely be named on the gold medal list, and be granted the title of Marquis and Prime Minister. When Lu Jianglin heard this, he was very excited and said with great pride, Okay. For Nanqiao, I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. The next morning, Shen Zhinian had just finished his breakfast when he heard the maid announce, My lord, there is a Miss Xiao who wants to see you and claims to be your friend. Shen Zhinian smiled and said, Please come quickly. Not long after, a fiery figure broke into the room. It was her friend Zhao Yunggui. Zhao Yunggui saluted and said, My daughter Zhao Yunggui has met my young master. I wish you good luck. Shen Zhinian smiled and waved his hand. Sister Zhao, there are no outsiders here. Why should we be polite? Zhao Yunggui smiled hee-hee, and sat down carelessly. His expression suddenly turned cold. Sister Zhinian, I have something to tell you. Shen Zhinian understood clearly and waved the other servants to leave, leaving only Han He, Fu Rui and Nanny Lin waiting. Have you checked it out? Shen Zhinian raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhao Yunggui nodded heavily and said coldly, After I went back that day, I asked the government doctor to test the tea on the handkerchief, and found that there was laxatives in it. I was afraid that the government doctor was not accurate, so I specially invited several doctors to check, and the results were consistent. Hearing this, Shen Zhinian's eyes turned slightly cold, and the poison of Lu Ruiyan's methods made her shudder. Zhao Yunggui couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about the past, and held Shen Zhinian's hand gratefully. Sister Zhinian, fortunately you discovered the abnormality, otherwise I really can't imagine what would have happened. Shen Zhinian patted the back of Zhao Yunggui's hand and comforted him gently. It's okay, don't be afraid, everything is over. A trace of anger and grievance flashed in Zhao Yunge's eyes. I have always regarded Lu Rian as my sister. I don't know why she wanted to harm me. Shen Zhinian calmly analyzed. She is trying to ensure her qualifications for the draft. After all, only one person is selected from a region. You and she are both from Jiangnan, so she will naturally try to make you lose. Zhao Yunge snorted coldly. There are so many tricks, but she chose to use this most ruthless method. How vicious! And I am not your majesty's favorite at all. Even if she doesn't do it, I may not be the one to choose you. Shen Zhinian smiled lightly and said, Maybe she regrets it now because she was busy in vain. Zhao Yunge curled his lips in disgust. I really want to rush to Lu's house and smash her face. But my mother advised me that Lu Rian must have destroyed the evidence, and touching her will only get into trouble. Shen Zhinian nodded in agreement. Auntie's words are reasonable. You can recognize her true face. It is a blessing among misfortunes. Zhao Yunge said worriedly. Sister Zhinian, I heard that Lu Rian was also selected. You ruined her plan. She will definitely hold a grudge after entering the palace. She has a deep mind, so be careful. Shen Zhinian's lips curled up slightly, with a deep smile. In her previous life, Lu Rian was ranked first among the 4 concubines. In this life, she knew her opponent's weaknesses and had an advantage. After talking about business, Zhao Yungue and Shen Zhinian talked about many intimate topics, and the tacit understanding between the sisters never disappeared. Before leaving, Zhao Yungue said solemnly, Sister Zhinian, my mother said you saved me, and the Zhao family will always remember this kindness. If you need anything in the palace, just ask, and the Zhao family will do our best to help. Looking at Zhao Yungue's back, Shen Zhinian sighed in her heart. She had been trapped by the complex relationships in the house since she was a child. How could she ever enjoy a pampered life like Zhao Yungue's? However, at this moment, she just smiled and accepted the friendship calmly. Not long after, Hanlian ran over excitedly. My lord, someone is coming from the palace. The master has summoned us to receive the order. Shen Zhinian's heart moved slightly, and with Fu Rui's help, she changed her clothes and had a facelift, and headed to the front hall with a dignified manner. When receiving the order, the eunuch who announced the order read loudly. The emperor is destined to be the emperor. He summons Shen Mao, an official in the Ministry of Justice, is studying the second daughter Shen Zhinian. She is gentle and elegant, beautiful and intelligent. She is granted the title of 7th rank. I agree and will be given the title of Ro. Learn the palace rules well. Later, he entered the palace on the 9th day of September. Although it was only the 7th grade official who agreed, the eunuch who announced the decree still praised him respectfully. Your Majesty rarely grants titles, so if you agree, you will have a great future. Everyone in the Shen family was shocked. They didn't expect Shen Zhinian to be so favored by the emperor. Shen Zhinian's heart moved slightly. She was just a concubine from a 6th rank official family. Now that she had a title, she would not be looked down upon by others, and she was inconspicuous, which was the best start. Father Shen could not conceal his inner joy, and although Mrs. Zhou maintained her smile, the sourness and unwillingness in her heart could not be eliminated. This honor that originally belonged to Shen Nanqiao has become Shen Zhinian's glory. The eunuch who announced the decree said goodbye and left, leaving behind a nun who was teaching as per the rules. This nun, whose surname is Xiao, is in her early 40s, neatly dressed and impressive. After saluting Shen Zhinian, she said in a stern tone, Old slave, Aunt Xiao, will teach Ro to obey the palace rules. If you don't learn well, old slave, you won't be polite. Shen Zhinian's expression remained unchanged and she responded calmly. Mom, please don't worry, I will study hard. Aunt Xiao nodded solemnly, and then moved into Shen Zhinian's yard. The next day was when Shen Nanqiao returned home from 3 dynasties. In order to welcome her legitimate daughter, the Zhou family got busy early. The Shen residence was bustling, but Shen Zhinian's courtyard was quiet, and no one dared to disturb it. Shen Zhinian was focused on learning the palace rules with Aunt Xiao, and gradually realized that although she was rigid, she was not a difficult person to get along with. Level of concubines in the harem: Queen, super grade, 1 person. Imperial concubine, 1st grade, 1 person. Noble concubine, 2nd grade, 2 people. The 4 concubines: virtuous, good, virtuous, virtuous, the 3rd grade, 4 people. Concubine, from the 3rd rank, 5 people. Concubine, 4th rank, 6 people. A noble person is of the 5th grade, and there is no fixed number. Always there, the 6th grade, no fixed number. Agree, it will be the 7th grade, no fixed number. Official women have no rank and no fixed number. And Xiao has always shown no distinction between high and low, and will show no mercy to anyone whose rules are not up to standard. But if she learns the rules well, even if she is of low status, she will greet him with a smile and treat him with a new eye. This rare upright character in the palace made Shen Zhinian respect her a little more. In the last life, Shen Zhinian rose through the ranks because of Lu Jianlin, and his imperial titles were never cut off, and he eventually became a first-grade imperial wife. Every time he attended a palace banquet, Shen Zhinian's etiquette was perfect, and his rules were not picky. Aunt Dao's stern eyes scanned her posture, and a satisfied smile gradually emerged. Mommy's teachings are good, so Zhinian can learn some rules. Shen Zhinian was slightly blessed and his tone was gentle. Seeing such a transparent talent like her, Aunt Zhao's serious face became a little softer, and she couldn't help but talk a few more about the secrets of the palace. At the same time, in the main courtyard, Ms. Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the newlyweds of her daughter Shen Nanqiao and Lu Jianlin, with sweet eyes and eyebrows. However, the Lu family is poor. How can it compare to Shen Zhinian, who entered the palace and gained the favor? Thinking of this, Zhou felt even more unwilling, but had to accept the reality. The female members of the Shen family did not dare to disturb Shen Zhinian and surrounded Shen Nanqiao with compliments on their lips. The eldest lady is so lucky. My uncle loves you to the core. Who in our family can have such a good life as the eldest lady? Shen Nanqiao had a calm smile on her face, but she was secretly proud in her heart. Once, in the harem, she regarded herself as aloof, arrogant, and disdainful of competing with others for favor, which led to a cliff-like decline in her life, and she eventually fell into the cold palace. Now, Shen Nanqiao felt that she had truly married the right person. Lu Jianlin treated her like jewels. Although her mother-in-law made things difficult for her in giving her dowry, her faults were not concealed. After all, she was the only mistress of the Lu family. Hearing that Shen Zhinian only signed, agree, Shen Nanqiao couldn't help laughing. In her previous life, she was a noble person when she entered the palace, and her life was so difficult. In this life, Shen Zhinian had a low starting point and was destined to suffer a lot. Shen Nanqiao was disdainful in her heart, but she pretended to be noble. The Shen family's daughter should be as elegant as a chrysanthemum. Even if she just agrees, she should live calmly. Zhou frowned slightly and said hesitantly, Your father said not to disturb Rose's promise. But Shen Nanqiao insisted on going to see Shen Zhinian's joke. Zhou also felt that Shen Zhinian would not go well in the palace, so she couldn't help but expect her to make a fool of herself, so she took everyone with her. However, when Shen Nanqiao walked into Shen Zhinian's courtyard full of schadenfreude, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the pavilion, Shen Zhinian and Aunt Xiao were sitting opposite each other and sipping tea. The pastries on the table were exquisite, but Aunt Xiao had a smile on her face, even a bit of respect. All this completely subverted Shen Nanqiao's cognition. How is that possible? Shen Nanqiao was secretly shocked. In the last life, Aunt Xiao never showed mercy to her, and she would always be beaten or punished. Why were you so generous to Shen Zhinian this time? While Shen Nanqiao was stunned, Zhou had already led everyone to salute and said, Jianro agrees. Aunt Xiao put down the teacup, glanced at Shen Nanqiao, and said coldly, Who are you? Why don't you be polite when you see Ro agree? At this moment, the strict Aunt Xiao in the memory appeared again, and Shen Nanqiao felt fear in her heart, and her legs became weak. Thanks to the maid's support, he didn't fall to the ground. Even though her heart was filled with dissatisfaction, Shen Nanqiao did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Aunt Xiao. She could only salute and said, See, I've seen Ro agree. The humiliation made her grit her teeth and resentment surged in her heart. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhou felt even more mixed emotions in her heart, wishing she could turn all this around if she hadn't given up the opportunity in the first place. Why would her legitimate daughter need to bow to her concubine? Aunt Xiao looked at Shen Nanqiao's cowering look with cold eyes, her expression becoming more and more displeased. However, it was her duty, and she had no intention of interfering in other matters. Shen Zhinian knew full well that her eldest sister was here to make a joke on her, but it backfired. She stood up calmly and smiled softly. Today is the day when my eldest sister will return home after 3 dynasties. Is my eldest sister coming here now to discuss anything important? These words were like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Shen Nanqiao's heart, leaving her speechless for a moment, and she had to find an excuse to leave in embarrassment. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Zhou retreated dejectedly with everyone. After that, although Aunt Xiao could find no fault in Shen Zhinian's manners, she still stayed in the Shen mansion until the 8th day of September on the grounds of palace rules, and did not leave until the day before Shen Zhinian was to enter the palace. On the occasion of parting, Shen Zhinian thoughtfully presented a big red envelope, and Aunt Xiao couldn't help but feel a good impression in her heart. Han Li next to me asked curiously, "My dear master, why are you so polite to a nanny?" Shen Zhinian lowered his head and caressed the light pink dye on his face, and said meaningfully, "The relationship in the palace is complicated. Aunt Xiao once served the Empress Dowager, and even His Majesty respected her, so it would be harmless to be friends with her." In her previous life, Shen Nanqiao suffered a lot at the hands of Aunt Xiao. Now she had to avoid this minefield in order to move forward step by step. In a blink of an eye, the 9th day of September has arrived. According to the palace rules, Shen Zhinian can bring 2 maids into the palace. Zhou wanted to take the opportunity to seize the opportunity, but Shen Zhinian refused on the grounds that he was accustomed to being served by lotuses and flowers. Although she was unhappy, Zhou didn't dare to make any mistakes. The only thing Shen Zhinian couldn't bear to part with was Granny Lin, the old man who had taken care of her since childhood. Shen Zhinian said to Aunt Lin, "Nanny, if you are willing to enjoy your old age outside, as long as I don't fall out of favor, no one in the Shen mansion will dare to despise you. If you want to stay with me, be more patient, and I will take you in someday." Palace. Tears shone in Nanny Lin's eyes as she choked and said, "Although this old slave is old, he is good at taking care of pregnant women and delivering babies. Don't worry, little master, I will wait for the day when I can serve you." After bidding farewell to his relatives, Shen Zhinian took the carriage sent by the palace and looked at the majestic and magnificent palace, his ambition gradually rising in his heart. In her previous life, when she was married to a poor scholar, she became the royal wife. Now she is married to an emperor, so why worry about not being able to rise rapidly in the harem? According to the rules, only concubines and above can be called empress, and Shen Zhinian currently lives in Qingyun Pavilion on the right side of Zhongzui Palace. Although Shen Zhinian was just a promise, he had an outstanding demeanor, and had an aura that could not be ignored while walking. The eunuch who led the way did not dare to neglect and did not forget to be attentive. "Little master, the location of Qingyun Pavilion is very good. The Imperial study is close, maybe I can meet His Majesty by chance sometime." Shen Zhinian smiled slightly, signaled Fu Rui to reward her with silver, and then asked, "Eunuch, who is the lady in charge of Zhongzui Palace?" The eunuch who led the way accepted the reward and became even more attentive. "As far as I know, little Master Hiru, there is no master in the Zhongzui Palace. Sun Changzai lives in the left palace. He is an old member of His Majesty's latent residence. After he ascended the throne, he was granted the title of Changzai." Then the leading eunuch lowered his voice and added, "That Sun Changzai is outgoing and likes to socialize with others. I believe that the young master will not feel deserted." Shen Zhinian nodded slightly, already making a decision in his heart. Sun Chang was not of high rank in his family, and was not favored. He often walked around in an attempt to attract His Majesty's attention. He was destined to be a restless person. But since she can survive to this day, she must have some means, and she needs to stay vigilant. The group arrived at Qingyun Pavilion, and the eunuch who led the way bowed and left. Although the layout of this side hall is not as luxurious as the main palace, it is exquisite and elegant, far exceeding the simplicity of the Shen mansion. Han Lian couldn't help but admire. "My lord, no wonder people say that there are treasures everywhere in the palace. One side hall is so exquisite, and the other places are so gorgeous." Shen Zhinian looked around with a satisfied smile in his eyes. In her previous life, she married into the Liu family and lived in poverty. She lived in a dilapidated courtyard. The summers were hot and winters were cold, and she worried about her livelihood every day. Nowadays, Shen Zhinian lives in a spacious and bright palace, surrounded by people who serve her. The real life of a noble lady has just begun. Immediately, 3 palace servants from Qingyun Pavilion came forward to say hello. Slave Xiaomingzi. Slave Chunhua. Slave Zhiyue. Shen Zhinian knew in his heart that not all of these people might be loyal, and there might be spies planted by outsiders, but everything had to be considered in the long run. Shen Zhinian sat in the main seat, raised his chin slightly, and glanced at everyone indifferently, with a majestic look on his face. Mrs. Gaoming, who had been famous for half her life in the previous life, is now the young Shen Zhinian, who has once again entered the palace with a lot of experience. She is well versed in the ways of serving her subordinates, and knows how to delicately balance grace and power. As for giving Tianzhao a slap in the face, Shen Zhinian gently declared his attitude of sharing the blessings. While changing the subject slightly, he struck a few words coldly. People who have served in the palace for a long time have naturally seen various methods, but Shen Zhinian always makes them feel in awe. The 3 of them didn't expect that the young Ro agreed to be so sophisticated. He immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. Even if it was just pretending, it looked decent. Shen Zhinian didn't care whether they were sincere or fake, he just smiled slightly and still gave the reward. In the past, Shen Zhinian's monthly income in the Shen mansion was only 2 taels of silver, so naturally he couldn't spend so much money. Now that the future of the Shen family rests on Shen Zhinian alone, Shen's father naturally spends all his family wealth to pave the way for her, bringing almost 80% of the cash and goodies into the palace for her. Shen Zhinian knew clearly that the money was the weapon in her hand. In his previous life, Shen Nanqiao was reluctant to spend money, so the palace was left without anyone to care for her, and she died in desolation. Shen Zhinian would not make the same mistake again. After the 3 of them received the reward, the smiles on their faces became more sincere, they said a lot of auspicious words to please them, and they became more attentive to their work. My master is tired from traveling today, and he has to go to Cunning Palace tomorrow to pay his respects to the queen. Why don't you prepare hot water for me? I'll have a meal first, and then rest early. Shen Zhinian nodded lightly, then sent them all out, and told Han He and Fu Rui, it's hard to judge now whether the slaves in the palace are loyal or not. Don't let Xiaomingzi, Chunhua, and Zhiyue enter the inner hall to serve. You should pay more attention. The 2 nodded cautiously. Don't worry, little master, the slaves understand. Soon, rewards from high-ranking concubines were continuously delivered to her residence. After Shen Zhinian thanked each one and rewarded the eunuch who gave the gift, he told Han Lian, put all the rewards in the warehouse and put them away. Don't move there for the time being. These rewards on the surface may seem harmless, but whether they are fishy or not needs to be reviewed before Shen Zhinian can use them with confidence. Although Han Lian was fond of her and felt that if she dressed up her little master with these jewels, she would be extremely stunning, she knew very well that her little master had his own rules for doing things, and she just had to obey orders and do them. The night was getting darker, and Shen Zhinian, who had been running around all day, was about to take a rest when Fu Rui suddenly came in and announced, my young master, Sun Changzai from the left hall is here. Sun Changzai had a higher status than her. It was supposed that she would go to see him after paying his respects tomorrow morning, but she did not expect that he would take the initiative to visit. Now that the person has arrived, Shen Zhinian naturally will not refuse, but is also a little curious about the purpose of this new neighbor's visit. Invite her in. Not long after, a beauty in palace clothes walked in slowly, with a warm smile on her face. I am very happy to know that there is a newcomer in Zhongsui Palace. No, I came here specially to see my sister. Don't be surprised if she disturbs you. As soon as they met, Shen Zhinian understood Sun Changzai's situation. He was mediocre in appearance, and he might be a comely beauty outside, but in a harem full of beauties, it was really hard to stand out. If he had not served the emperor in his dormitory, he might not even be qualified to enter the palace. How can there be true sisters in the harem? Shen Zhinian just found it funny when they called each other sister so affectionately when they first met. Concubine Ro agreed, she has met Sun Changzai. Shen Zhinian saluted according to the etiquette, his smile unchanged. Concubine is supposed to go to Lan Weixian tomorrow morning to pay her respects. I feel sorry for Changzai to come here in person. Sun Changzai hurriedly stepped forward to support her, pressed her back into the chair affectionately, and said softly, Sister, you are serious. We live in the same palace. It is fate. Why do we need to see each other outside? Tea was served. Shen Zhinian sat at the table, with a somewhat innocent smile on his face, and deliberately asked. I first entered the palace, I didn't know anyone, and I was very scared. My sister is here in person tonight, but what's the matter? Sun Changzai's eyes flashed with a complicated feeling. There were too many women in the harem, and her mediocre appearance had long been forgotten by the emperor. With no status or background, her only way out was to get close to the newly favored concubine. However, which concubine would be willing to be a stepping stone for her? Tonight, Sun Changzai originally just wanted to test her, but she didn't expect that the new concubine Ro who entered the palace was actually so beautiful. No wonder she attracted so much attention. Moreover, her words and deeds seemed to be simple-minded and easy to control. Isn't this a stepping stone tailor-made for her? Thinking of this, Sun Changzai concealed her jealousy and smiled even more warmly. Sister, what are you talking about? I just like the newcomers and wanted to come over to say hello. Zhuer, quickly bring me the gift I prepared for you. Zhuer brought in a box from outside the hall, inside of which lay a pair of jade bracelets. Although they were not top quality, they were already a lot of money considering Sun Changzai's status. A smile flashed across Shen Zhinian's eyes, and he understood in his heart why Sun Changzai asked the palace maid to wait outside. If he felt that he was of no use after meeting, he would not give this bracelet as a gift. But now, Sun Changzai saw that Shen Zhinian had outstanding appearance and a bright future, so this gift became an investment. Sun Changzai smiled and said softly, I think this bracelet matches my sister's skin color very well. Although Shen Zhinian is now remembered as a legitimate child, she is a legitimate daughter in the eyes of the world. But in Sun Changzai's opinion, a legitimate daughter of a 6th-grade official family must have never seen such a good thing. Therefore, Sun Chang was waiting to see Shen Zhinian being flattered and grateful, so that he could take Shen Zhinian for his own use. It's a pity that Sun Changzai didn't know that Shen Zhinian was a first-class lady in her previous life. The jade bracelets she wore were all priceless glass. The one in front of her really couldn't catch her eye. Even so, Shen Zhinian still smiled slightly, accepted Sun Changzai's gift calmly, and said gently, Then I'd better obey your orders respectfully. Thank you, Sister Changzai. Sun Changzai couldn't help but be stunned. She had secretly looked at Shen Zhinian a long time ago, and saw that the quality of the bracelet on her hand was not as good as the one she gave her. She thought that the other person would be overjoyed to see such a good thing. However, Shen Zhinian's reaction was so calm, and there was not even a hint of surprise in his eyes, which made Sun Chang feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. But she could only comfort herself. At least Shen Zhinian accepted her overtures. After exchanging a few words, Sun Changzai said goodbye and left. Shen Zhinian watched Sun Changzai go away and gently ordered the maid beside him. Take this bracelet into the warehouse and put it away with the previous ones. Shen Zhinian could pretend to be flattered to give Sun Changzai face, but she didn't want to. Shen Zhinian didn't come into the palace just to be a puppet. Han Lian and Fu around them were not fools either, so they could naturally see Sun Changzai's intentions. Han Lian couldn't help but whispered, My lord, Sun Changzai obviously wanted to win you over because he saw your outstanding appearance, and was afraid that you would show up in front of His Majesty when he came to Zhongzhe Palace. Why did you accept her gift? There was a hint of cunning in Shen Zhinian's smile, like a little fox hiding its sharp claws. She wants to use me as a pawn? Haha, we're in a game, and we can't tell who is whose pawn. Fu Re asked doubtfully. But Sun Changzai has neither background nor favor. What can the young master get from her? Shen Zhinian stood up slowly and walked towards the bathroom with a leisurely tone. There are generals and pawns on the chessboard. Although the pawns are small, if used well, they can also eat the opponent's generals. Remember, don't underestimate any of them. An inconspicuous person can become a powerful weapon if used properly. Han Li respectfully replied, My slaves have learned a lesson. In this intrigue and intrigue in the harem, they had a lot to learn. The next morning, I went to the palace to see him. On an occasion like today, Shen Zhinian should dress more carefully. Han Lian stood in front of the clothes rack and asked respectfully, My lord, which palace attire do you want to wear today? Shen Zhinian understood that he was just a new recruit. Although he had a title, he was not considered a threat in the palace. If you are too showy and glamorous when greeting someone for the first time, you will definitely attract attention and even jealous looks. So, Shen Zhinian calmly pointed to a set of elegantly colored blue skirts. Just wear this one. Soon, Shen Zhinian was dressed neatly and stood in front of the bronze mirror to look at it. The skirt is embroidered with elegant lotus leaves and blue wave patterns, which is fresh and refined, and has a faint sense of coolness. Afterwards, Shen Zhinian applied a little pink and cream, cleverly suppressing the charm in her bones. She didn't look charming or showy, nor did she look petty. It was a low-key and decent style. With Han Lian, Xia Mingzi and Qiu Yue accompanying her, she walked towards Cunning Palace. On the way, Xiao Mingzi carefully introduced the situation in the palace to her. "My lord, this is your majesty's first draft since he ascended the throne. There are not many concubines in the harem, most of them are old people who came from the dormitory. Nowadays, there are only 5 high-ranking people in the harem: queen, noble concubine, good concubine, snow concubine and jade concubine. These have already left a deep impression on Shen Zhinian's memory of his previous life." However, Shen Zhinian did not interrupt Xiao Mingzi's words. After all, he might be able to capture the details that he ignored from his mouth. When the Zhou dynasty was founded, the emperor named 2 heroes who had made great military exploits as Zheng Guigong and Ding Guigong. For hundreds of years, the influence of these 2 mansions has been deeply embedded in the court, checking and balancing each other. Empress Dowager Lu came from Duke Dinggua's palace, and concubine Lu was the niece of her natal family. Queen Jiang came from the Zhengguigong palace, and all queens in the past dynasties were selected from the 2 palaces. It's a pity that the queen's stillbirth was the trigger, and her health was deteriorating. The imperial doctor concluded that she didn't have much time left. The balance between the 2 palaces was broken, and both the Dinggua Palace and the Jinggua Palace were eyeing the lower position. With the support of the Queen Mother, and the birth of the only royal heir, the eldest princess, concubine Lu's position was stable. Not wanting to lag behind, the Duke of Jinggua took advantage of the draft, and sent the Queen's younger sister to the palace. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian once lamented the sadness of Queen Jiang. Before the person died, his position had already been taken into consideration, and the family even did not hesitate to send his own sister to the palace to compete for his favor. But later Shen Zhinian realized that Queen Jiang was not innocent. Empress Jiang controlled the harem and tried to prevent the princes from leaving. She even secretly disposed of 2 princes who died in infancy, just to ensure that the future successors would have the blood of the Jinggua Palace. The emperor was furious. Empress Jiang died of illness before she could be deposed. After her death, she was demoted to a commoner, and was not allowed to enter the imperial mausoleum. The government office was also severely damaged. In order to check and balance the Dinggua government, the emperor supported new forces and confronted them. At this point, Shen Zhinian's memory suddenly stopped, and she was reborn. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had reached the entrance of Cunning Palace. Entering the hall, Shen Zhinian saw a familiar figure at a glance. Lu Ruyan was dressed in a plain white house outfit, and her slender figure looked extremely weak in the light and shadow, as pitiful as a water lily in the cold wind. Chapter 13: The Jade Concubine Attacks Shen Zhinian. With this look, not to mention men, even women can't help but feel affection for her when they see her. Lu Ruyan's father was the prefect of Yangzhou, so her status in the palace was naturally higher than that of Shen Zhinian, and she was granted the title of Chang Zai. But when facing Shen Zhinian, she still had no airs. There was even a hint of joy in meeting an acquaintance in her eyes, and she nodded to her gently. TSK. If he hadn't known about this woman's vicious nature, Shen Zhinian would have been deceived by her. But she took the opportunity and discovered Lu Ruyan's true face. However, Lu Ruyan was not sure whether Shen Zhinian knew what he did on the day of the draft. The feeling of panic must be unpleasant, right? Shen Zhinian had just entered the palace and had no foundation yet. He did not intend to break up with Lu Ruyan at this time, so he nodded to her. Lu Ruyan seemed relieved. Except for Queen Jiang and concubine Lu, other high-ranking concubines have arrived. All of them are rare beauties. Concubine Liang looks calm and dignified, worthy of being one of the 4 concubines. Xuepin has a cold temperament, giving people a feeling of being unattainable and distant. Yupin had a pretty face, with a hint of charm between her eyebrows and eyes. But when her eyes fell on Shen Zhinian, they seemed a little unfriendly. At this time, a beautiful lady dressed in dazzling palace costume walked in from outside. She seemed very familiar with the layout of Cunning Palace, so it must not be her first time here. After entering, she glanced at the other newcomers with a somewhat arrogant look on her face. The palace maids in Cunning Palace were very polite to her. They invited her to stand at the front and said respectfully, "Please wait for a moment, concubine Jiang. The queen will be here soon." A flash of understanding flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. It turns out that she is Jiang Wanning, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, and the biological sister of Empress Jiang. She has the highest status among the newcomers, and was made a noblewoman as soon as she entered the palace. According to the rules of promotion to one level after the first visit to bed, it won't be long before he becomes the lord of the first palace. The eyes of others may be envious or jealous, but it is useless. Who told them not to have such a proud family background? Not to mention the newcomers, even the high-ranking concubines looked at Jiang Wanning with a somewhat dark look. After all, who doesn't know that the Jinghua Palace sent her to the harem to take over Queen Jiang's position? "The queen has arrived! The royal concubine has arrived!" As the eunuch's shrill voice sounded, Queen Jiang and concubine Lu walked in, one from the inner room and the other from the outside. Today, concubine Lu was wearing a golden embroidered pomegranate skirt with a pattern of fairies and flowers embroidered on the hem. She was wearing a reddish gauze dress with a gold thread butterfly pattern embroidered on the collar. Her hair was tied up in a flying bun, with a peony hairpin with kingfisher feathers and tassels on each side, swaying gracefully as she walked. On her slender neck she wore a golden crystal necklace, which was exquisitely crafted and extremely expensive. That face was even more breathtakingly beautiful, with eyes like dazzling obsidian, teeth like white jade shells, and snow-white skin so delicate that it seemed as if it could be blown away. She was truly a peerless beauty. Putting aside her noble family background, concubine Lu was extremely beautiful. Even with so many new beauties entering the palace, no one could outdo her. No wonder she was the most favored concubine in the harem. Queen Jiang was wearing a bright red auspicious brocade phoenix robe that trailed on the ground. The hem of her skirt was embroidered with large auspicious clouds, showing her noble and majestic appearance. Her dark hair was meticulously combed into a high bun, and she wore a phoenix crown inlaid with feather silk. On both sides are the 5 phoenixes of Chaoyan with precious feathers swaying, and the slender tassels hang down and move with the wind. Her original sharp red phoenix eyes were painted slightly upward at the end, making them more noble and solemn, revealing the respect and majesty of the queen. It's just that, although it can be seen that Queen Jiang must have been as beautiful as concubine Lu when she was not sick, but now even with thick makeup on her face, she still can't hide her sick look. The thin body could barely hold up the phoenix robe, like a child stealing an adult's clothes. It was in sharp contrast to concubine Lu's dazzling appearance. Shen Zhinian secretly wondered in her heart whether Queen Jiang had done too many evil things, so retribution had come to her. The movements of his hands did not stop, and he saluted with everyone. "Your humble concubine/your humble concubine pays homage to Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years. Greetings to Her Majesty the Imperial concubine. May Your Majesty be blessed with good health." Queen Jiang was a useless, sickly woman, and none of the concubines in the palace could compare to her. Concubine Lu was used to being the most favored concubine in the palace and monopolizing the emperor's favor. Today is the day when the newlyweds pay their respects. If she cannot show her dignity and suppress the queen, who is a terminally ill waste, how can she let the newlyweds understand that she is the future mistress of the harem? Thinking of this, concubine Lu sat down slowly on the chair, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and smiled. "Are these the new sisters who entered the palace? Get up. Cunning Palace is always dead and filled with an unpleasant smell of medicine. Today, there are so many fresh and healthy new faces. The queen should be very happy to see them, right?" Concubine Lu deliberately emphasized the word health. After all, everyone knew that the queen was seriously ill and didn't have much time left. What she hated most was that others would talk about her illness. I didn't expect concubine Lu to be so bold. The newlyweds were trembling with fear. It seems that the rumors are true, she really doesn't take the queen seriously. Jiang Wanning gritted her teeth and her face instantly turned gloomy. She had always known the purpose of her family sending her to the palace. She was going to be the queen in the future, and how could a mere imperial concubine dare to be so presumptuous? My eldest sister is so useless. However, she kept in mind the instructions of the Duke of Jinghua, and even though she was unhappy, she did not lose her temper at this time. A hint of gloom flashed across Queen Jiang's eyes, but she quickly returned to her gentle look. Not only me, I'm afraid that the Imperial concubine will also be very happy to see so many new people accompanying His Majesty. Concubine Lu was the most jealous and snorted coldly when she heard this. Next, Queen Jiang spoke to everyone with a motherly demeanor, making concubine Lu even more petty. Seeing the expressions of gratitude and reverence in the eyes of the newcomers, Shen Zhinian lowered his head to cover up the flash of ridicule in his eyes. If she hadn't had the memory of her previous life, she would have thought that Queen Jiang was a very good empress. Although concubine Lu has a bad temper, she is only obviously bad, not as deep as Empress Jiang. The jade concubine suddenly shook her handkerchief and said with a half-smile, I heard that the daughter of a member of the criminal department, Wai Lang, is of humble origin, but she is pretty. Moreover, because of her father's meritorious service, His Majesty gave him the qualification to participate in the draft. Why don't you stand up and show us? Shen Zhinian's eyes narrowed slightly. This is for her. Her expression remained unchanged, and she stepped forward and bowed. Concubine Ro, I agree. I have met the jade concubine, and I wish you good luck and peace. Chapter 14 The Arrogant Jiang. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Zhinian. Especially those young masters who have just entered the palace can't hide the look of jealousy in their eyes. They are all newcomers. Why did Ro agree to be noticed by His Majesty? They all have good backgrounds, but in this regard, they are not as good as the daughter of a 6th-grade official family. Of course they are not convinced. It's no wonder that the concubines didn't like Shen Zhinian. They were all charming types. Before Shen Zhinian entered the palace, her style was unmatched by anyone in the harem. It can be seen that the first time she saw Shen Zhinian, jade concubine felt ashamed of herself. Because compared to the natural charm of the other party, there is still a trace of purity in the charm, but her charm is made a bit gaudy. How can the jade concubine tolerate this? Putting everyone's jealousy into her eyes, the corners of jade concubine's lips curved slightly, and she exclaimed, Ro Xing is indeed a natural beauty. Even a woman in this palace feels her bones are going numb when she looks at it. No wonder your Majesty has a special regard for you. How could Shen Zhinian not understand that concubine Jade was deliberately trying to bring hatred to her? She lowered her head and pretended to be cautious. Concubine is just a low-class promise. If it weren't for the Emperor's favor, she wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the draft. How can she compare with the beauties in the palace? The words of the jade concubine made me really panic. When everyone saw that Shen Zhinian was humble and dressed simply, the hostility in their eyes finally subsided. Of course, the main reason is that she just agreed and couldn't make any waves. Empress Dowager Lu had previously told concubine Lu that rowing could be her chess piece, but she disagreed. What concubine Lu values most is the position of queen, so naturally she disdains to waste time on Shen Zhinian. In her opinion, a concubine without a family background, no matter how charming she is at best a plaything that is not worthy of being shown on the stage. Her eyes moved, and her smile fell on Jiang Wanning. Speaking of being favored by His Majesty, among all the sisters in the palace, who is as blessed as concubine Jiang? Not only is she the Empress's biological sister, but she was also given the title of concubine right after entering the palace. She will definitely be the apple of His Majesty's eye in the future. We old people in the palace are probably going to become yesterday's news. At the end, concubine Lu's tone was filled with an uncontrollable coldness. In an instant, Jiang Wanning became the target of public criticism. Not to mention the newcomers, even the high-ranking concubines regarded her as an enemy in their hearts. After all, they had been serving His Majesty since the Qiandi mansion. In terms of seniority, aren't they much more experienced than Jiang Wanning, a yellow-haired girl? Who would be willing to be inferior to her one day? Jiang Wanning's family background gave her enough confidence. Facing concubine Lu's provocation, she was not afraid, but raised her chin proudly. Since the Imperial concubine knows that I am the Empress's biological sister, you should understand that since His Majesty loves the Empress as his legal wife, he will naturally love her as well and value me as well. What this means is that no matter how favored concubine Lu is, she is still just a concubine in front of Queen Jiang. Concubine Lu's face instantly darkened. Even Queen Jiang in the palace would not dare to treat her like this. Jiang Wanning is a mere nobleman, but he is really capable. The smiles on the other concubines' faces also froze slightly. Because not only concubine Lu, they are also just concubines. Jiang Wanning's words mocked everyone. The newcomers were trembling with fear, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Shen Zhinian looked like he was watching a good show. This noble Jiang was so brave. Queen Jiang did not feel happy, but sighed secretly. As soon as Wan Ning entered the palace, she offended all the concubines in the palace. Even with her as the queen's backing, she would be unable to defend herself against open and covert attacks. After all, her city was a little shallow. If Jiang Wanning wasn't the only legitimate daughter who was of the right age, the Duke of Jingguo's mansion would not have sent her into the palace. Queen Jiang waved her hand tiredly and said, "It's time for me to take my medicine. Everyone, please go away." Everyone immediately stood up and saluted. "Please take care of yourself, Queen. I will take my leave." As soon as I walked out of Cunning Palace, 2 new palace maids gathered together and whispered, "It seems that the rumors are true. The Queen's health is really not good." "You saw it too?" After just a few moments of talking, the Queen couldn't hide the fatigue on her face anymore. So, the reason why the Duke of Jingguo sent concubine Jiang to the harem was really... Before the man could finish his words, Jiang Wanning stepped forward angrily and shouted, "How dare you! How dare you talk nonsense about the Queen and me?" Although what they said were true, Jiang Wanning also wanted to save her face and naturally would not allow anyone to openly state the purpose of her entering the palace. The 2 maids were not as good as Jiang Wanning in terms of position and family background. They were caught red-handed and said in panic, "I didn't mean it. I just said something wrong. I hope Lady Jiang will forgive me." Jiang Wanning said coldly, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't take the Queen seriously. Kneel here for 4 hours." The 2 maids were both noble ladies from official families, with extremely delicate skin. If they had knelt on the rough stone road for 4 hours, wouldn't their knees have been crippled? She immediately said with a pale face, "I really know that I was wrong. I beg Lady Jiang to forgive my mistakes." Jiang Wanning had just entered the palace and was intent on using the 2 to establish her authority, so how could she let them go? "You don't want me to accept my punishment. Do you want me to report this to the Queen and let her punish you?" The 2 Changs turned pale in an instant. They dared not resist anymore and knelt down obediently. Jiang Wanning snorted coldly and left with the palace people satisfied. This scene fell into concubine Lu's eyes, and her face was full of disdain. "I thought that the person sent by the Duke of Jingguo's mansion to replace the Queen was a very important person. How dare such a fool who can't survive in the harem for more than 3 months compete with me for the position of Queen?" Xiao Weizi, the eunuch in charge beside her, laughed and said, "Lady Jiang is just relying on the fact that she is the Queen's sister to bully others. Without the Queen's support, she is nothing." Previously, concubine Lu had heard from Empress Dowager Lu that the Duke of Jingguo's mansion was going to take advantage of this selection to send a legitimate daughter back to the palace, and concubine Lu was worried for a while. After all, looking at the entire great show, in terms of family background, only the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jingguo's mansion can compete with her. Seeing Jiang Wanning's behavior, concubine Lu was completely relieved. She held the hand of her personal maid Suizhu, turned around and asked, "Who are those 2 maids?" Suizhu said respectfully, "My lady, the one in yellow is the daughter of the Minister of Rites, Li Changzai. The one in blue is the sister of the junior official of the Honglu Temple, Zhou Changzai." Concubine Lu said nonchalantly, "Send the Imperial physician to check on them later, and send something from the storehouse to comfort them, and tell them that I know they were wrong today." Chapter 15 Seizing Lu Rian's first opportunity after entering the palace. Suizhu understood that concubine Lu wanted to use these 2 people to trip up concubine Jiang. Yes. Naturally, what happened outside Cunning Palace could not be hidden from the Queen's eyes and ears. Fang Hua, the head nanny, frowned and said worriedly, "Empress, concubine Jiang is indeed a little too arrogant. If this continues, she will definitely suffer a great loss. Why don't you keep her here and give her some advice?" Queen Jiang took off her gorgeous phoenix robe, removed her heavy jewelry, and changed into the ordinary clothes she wore in her palace. She looked even more emaciated. Especially today when the whole palace was present to see the emperor, and seeing so many newlyweds who were like flower buds, it made her look even more like she was about to die. At this moment, she was lying on the beauty couch, coughing several times in a row, and her face looked a little pale. I can protect Wan Ning temporarily, but I can't protect her forever. Why not let her experience the dangers of the harem while she still has some strength to sharpen her brain? No matter what happens, I will be there to protect her. Lest in the future, my body will completely collapse, and she will be tricked again, and she will really be unable to save herself. Of course, Queen Jiang still had a hint of ulterior selfishness in her heart. Even if they know that the most important thing for a noble woman is the honor and disgrace of the family, how many people can really have no grudges when faced with the people sent by the family to replace them? For the sake of the glory of the Jinghua Palace, she will do her best to ensure that after her death, Wan Ning can ascend to the position of queen. But before that, Queen Jiang didn't want to see Jiang Wanning's life going too smoothly. Sister Ro. Lu Ruyan stopped Shen Zhinian with a smile. I live in the right hall of Jingyang Palace, and I am on the same road as my sister's Zhongsui Palace. Why don't we go back together? Shen Zhinian is a few months older than Lu Ruyan, but the harem is based on position, so Lu Ruyan can naturally call her sister. She probably guessed Lu Ruyan's purpose and said with a smile, Okay. On the day of the palace election, it was Shen Zhinian who stopped Zhao Yunyi from drinking the cup of tea, and he escaped. These days, Lu Ruyan never knew if Shen Zhinian had discovered something. But during the half-month period when she returned home, the selected showgirls could not go out at will, and Lu Ruyan could only write letters to test Zhao Yunyi. Zhao Yunyi was a straight-tempered person who couldn't hide things, and originally wanted to scold Lu Ruyan severely in the letter. But Mrs. Zhao said that doing this would expose Shen Zhinian. After Lu Ruyan entered the palace, it would inevitably be a stumbling block for Shen Zhinian. Therefore, Zhao Yunyi pretended that nothing happened and replied to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was a cautious person. Even after several trials, she found nothing unusual, and she did not completely let down her guard. Sister Zhao and I have been friends for many years. On the day of the palace election, I hit it off with Sister Ro. I thought the three of us would live together for a long time. I didn't expect that Sister Zhao lost the election. It's such a pity. Sister Ro, there are no outsiders here. I will tell you something from the bottom of my heart today. The harem is treacherous, and survival is not easy. You and I are old acquaintances, and we entered the palace together. From now on, we must help and support each other in this deep palace. When he said these words, Lu Ruyan held Shen Zhinian's hand, with a very sincere look on his weak face. If it's not just acting, who can't? Shen Zhinian nodded heavily and smiled very innocently. Sister Lu, I just made a small promise, and all the concubines in the harem can come and step on me. Especially today in Cunning Palace, I was raped by the jade concubine for no reason. To be honest with you, sister, I was really scared at the time. Awesome. Now with Sister Lu's words, my sister knows that she has someone to rely on in the palace, and she can finally rest assured. Seeing Shen Zhinian's innocent look, her affectionate eyes were full of trust in herself. Lu Ruyan finally came to the conclusion that what happened on the day of the palace election was just a coincidence. However, women in the harem are best at disguising. Lu Ruyan did not let down her guard, but she still looked like a sister. You're welcome, Sister Ro. From now on, we will take care of each other. Shen Zhinian smiled and nodded. Zhongshui Palace has arrived. I have an audience with the whole palace today. I think Sister Lu is also tired, so I won't keep her here. If I have time in the future, I will visit Qingyun Pavilion as a guest. Lu Ruyan gently let go of her hand. Definitely. After visiting Lan Yuexian and seeing Sun Changzai, Shen Zhinian returned to Tingyuj. She sent Xiao Mingzi and Xiu Yue to work, and took Hanlian into the inner room. Fu Rui came in and reported. Little master, in the morning, according to your instructions, my servant specifically gave Chen Hua a chance to take advantage of the situation. But she has been working honestly in the yard and has not stepped into the inner room. Shen Zhinian nodded. Keep staring at them. I will continue to conduct similar tests. If they really have a problem, sooner or later they will reveal their flaws. Yes. Han Lian and Fu both knew what happened on the day of the palace election. There were no outsiders here. She finally couldn't help but said, My lord, Lu Chongzai is very scheming and vicious, so you have to be careful. Why do you still pretend to be like her? What does sisterly love look like? Shen Zhinian smiled and shook his head. Silly Hanlian, we are weak in the harem. It is precisely because Lu Ruyan hides deep enough and uses ruthless means that she is a good knife when used. Anyway, now she is in the light and we are in the dark. It is not certain who will use whom in the end. And, if you don't do a good job as a sister, how can I, your little master, find a chance to catch Lu Ruyan's mistakes? Hanlian nodded. That's it. Shen Zhinian suddenly remembered something and ordered. You quietly go to the Imperial garden to guard it. If you see a man dressed as an Imperial physician wandering there, come back and notify me immediately. Remember, don't alert anyone. Going to the Imperial garden to guard is also to guard His Majesty. Why should I guard an Imperial physician? Although Hanli was puzzled, she didn't ask any more questions. Slave, I obey. Sure enough, in the evening, she came back to report that the target person had appeared. Shen Zhinian stood up immediately. Good Hanlian, you have worked hard. Please stay in Qingyun Pavilion to rest. Fu Rui, follow me to the royal garden. On the way, Fu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Little master, are you going to? Shen Zhinian smiled mysteriously. Of course it was to grab Lu Ruyan's first opportunity after entering the palace. And that person will become her biggest helper in the harem in the future. In her previous life, although Shen Zhinian married into the Lu family, she still stayed in the Shen family. So she knew most of the contents of the letters Shen Nanqiao sent back. There was an Imperial physician named Tang Luochuan in the Imperial hospital. Although he was young, his medical skills were very good. When he first entered the palace, he was often ostracized by his colleagues and bullied a lot because he had no identity or background. Unfortunately, misfortunes never come singly. His hometown was flooded, and his parents and sister were missing. Chapter 16: Conquering the Imperial Physician of the Tang Dynasty. Tang Luochuan was worried because of this, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was so anxious that he could only wander around the Imperial garden every day, hoping to get help from noble people. Just a few days later, he met Lu Ruyan, who went to the Imperial garden to enjoy flowers. After hearing about Tang Luochuan's experience, Lu Ruyan felt deep sympathy, immediately came to help, and wrote a letter to send to his confidants. With the help of the Yangzhou prefect, Tang Luochuan's family was quickly found. Although his father had unfortunately died, at least his mother and sister survived. Regardless of whether Lu Ruyan had good intentions or wanted to recruit Tang Luochuan for her own use, the final result was the same. After that incident, Tang Luochuan regarded Lu Ruyan as his real master, and was willing to risk his life for her. Tang Luochuan's medical skills were already extraordinary. With Lu Ruyan as his backer, his path to promotion in the Imperial hospital became particularly smooth, and he was able to do more for her. A virtuous cycle has been formed since then. In the harem, if there is a trusted Imperial physician, it is like having an extra arm. It can be said that Lu Ruyan's final ascension to the position of virtuous concubine was inseparable from Tang Luochuan's help. At that time, Shen Nanqiao was filled with regret in his letter, saying that it would have been better if he could have gone to the royal garden earlier and helped Tang Luochuan. If she grabs this big helper, she won't be left alone in the harem. And this life. Shen Zhinian raised the corners of his lips. Sorry, she's going to have her beard cut off. Not long after, a master and a servant arrived at the Imperial garden. It was dinner time now, and there was no one else in the royal garden. There was only a man dressed as an Imperial physician, pacing back and forth, looking anxious and confused. Fu Rui followed Shen Zhinian and said with a smile, My lord, you had your dinner early today and happened to come to the Imperial garden to eat. I heard that the most precious flowers in the capital are planted in the Imperial garden of the palace. Shen Zhinian strolled around the courtyard, holding a round fan in his hand and shaking it slowly. Really? Then I'm going to appreciate it. Suddenly, Fu Rui stopped and looked forward with a frown. Who are you? Why didn't you come forward and salute when you saw Ro agreeing? Tang Luochuan came back from his daze, lowered his head and leaned over. Tang Luochuan, the Imperial physician of Weiqin Imperial Hospital, has met little Master Ro. Shen Zhinian's voice was soft, with a light smile, and he looked like he could talk easily. The Imperial doctor is from the 5th grade, but I promised to be only the 7th grade. According to the grade, the Tang Imperial doctor does not need to salute me. Get up quickly. Having said that, no Imperial doctor would be stupid enough to argue with the Emperor's woman about her rank. Tang Luochuan said respectfully, "Thank you, little Master Ro." Shen Zhinian's gaze no longer lingered on Tang Luochuan. "Fuchsia, the flowers in front are blooming well. Let's go over and have a look." Taking the initiative to ask the other party what difficulties they have encountered and whether they need help will inevitably appear deliberate. Tang Luochuan is a smart man. What Shen Zhinian wants is his absolute loyalty, so he will naturally not plant hidden dangers from the beginning. Letting Tang Luochuan come to beg her is the safest way, and you can also take the initiative in your own hands. Tang Luochuan looked down at the direction Shen Zhinian left, his young and handsome face full of confusion. He has tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships in the palace, and naturally knows that these high-ranking people are not easy to talk to. Especially the young master of the harem, even if his status is not high, as long as he gets the emperor's favor, he can raise his chin to the sky. How could people like them care about the life or death of an insignificant imperial physician and their family members? If he rashly asked for help and was ridiculed, it would be a small matter. But if he was punished, his parents and sister would really have no hope of survival. So in the past few days, even though Tang Luochuan met many distinguished people and passed through the imperial garden, he did not rashly state his purpose. But, as time goes by, the longer we delay, the worse the situation will be for my parents and sister. The imperial hospital was well informed, and he knew that this Ro had agreed. Her father was only a minor official of the 6th rank, but she had already impressed His Majesty on the day of the selection. It was said that she had a very simple personality. From the few conversations just now, Tang Luochuan also realized that the rumors were true, and Ro De-ing was indeed easy to get along with. Maybe this is his last hope. Tang Luochuan took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, stepped forward a few steps and said, "My Lady Ro, please stay. I have something to ask of you." The corners of Shen Zhinian's lips curved into a cunning curve, and the fish took the bait. When she turned around, there was a bit of surprise and curiosity in her charming big eyes. Fu Rui stood in front of Shen Zhinian and looked at Tang Luochuan warily. "Master Tang is an imperial doctor, so he should go to the imperial hospital if something happens. Why did he ask for help from our little master? You don't want to cause any harm, do you?" Tang Luochuan knelt on the ground, with tears in his eyes, and said with cupped hands, "My dear master! There are many doctors in the imperial hospital, and the ministers are soft-spoken. Even if they have difficulties, they can't talk inside. I was really desperate, so I asked the little master." Shen Zhinian stopped waving the fan and looked at Tang Luochuan with a bit of sympathy. They say that there is gold under the man's knees. The Tang imperial doctor must have encountered great difficulties before he knelt down to beg me. A small promise. Fu Rui, don't be rude. Tang Tai, please get up first and talk to me if you have anything to say. Wherever I can help, I will definitely help. Since entering the palace, Tang Luochuan has encountered only rejection and cold looks. This is the first time he has experienced warmth in the palace. Ro promised to be so kind, even if she couldn't help him, he would still remember this kindness in his heart. "Thank you, little Master Ro. The Yangtze River has burst its banks, and Wei Chen's hometown of Jingzhou has been hit by floods recently. His parents and younger sister are missing. Wei Chen works as an errand in the Imperial Hospital and cannot leave the capital for a long time unless ordered by the Emperor. Wei Chen has repeatedly wanted to send people to Jingzhou to find the whereabouts of his family, but he has no background, no connections, and cannot afford the sky-high price. No one wants to be here. At this time, go to that dangerous place. Please, little Master Ro, be merciful and ask someone to help find Wei Chen's family. From now on, Wei Chen will work hard for little Master Ro until he dies." Having said this, Tang Luochuan bowed down again and kowtowed heavily to Shen Zhinian. It was one thing to see Shen Nanqiao write about this in a letter in his previous life. After personal experience, Shen Zhinian deeply understood why Tang Luochuan was so loyal to Lu Ruyan. After all, for Tang Luochuan, Lu Ruyan was the only light when he was desperate. Shen Zhinian's eyes were reddish, and he was very moved, and said, "My family members all suffered from natural disasters, and their life and death are uncertain. I feel heartbroken when I hear this. I can't imagine how worried the Tang dynasty doctor must be when he encountered all this. I am also a person with a family, and I can understand this feeling. Don't worry, Imperial Dr. Tang, I will prepare a book for my father and ask him to send a team of people to Jingzhou to find your parents and sister. Chapter 17. The first newcomer to sleep with. Tang Luochuan's eyes were full of surprise and he couldn't believe that Shen Zhinian really agreed. At this moment, the way he looked at her was like looking at the goddess of salvation. Young Master Ro's great kindness will be unforgettable by all the little ministers. Shen Zhinian sighed. Dr. Tang, there is no need to thank me. I believe that no one can stand idly by when they hear such heart-wrenching news. Without further ado, I'll listen to Yuji's letter to father right now. Tang Luochuan looked at her slender back and couldn't recover for a long time. Little Master Ro is so simple and kind, how can she understand that most of the people in the White House are ruthless, flattering others and suppressing others? Because of this, her pure kindness is so valuable. Qingyun Pavilion. Shen Zhinian wrote a letter and gave it to Fu Rui, asking her to quietly find someone to deliver it out of the palace and deliver it to Father Shen. Although the two of them were very curious as to how Shen Zhinian knew what happened at Tang Luochuan's house and sent Han Huan to wait in the Imperial garden, they were wise and did not ask any more questions. Han Lian sighed. The Imperial doctor of the Tang dynasty had great luck when he met my little master. My little master, you are really kind-hearted. Shen Zhinian smiled meaningfully. A truly pure and kind person will not survive long in this cannibal palace. She asked herself that she was not a good person, and everything she did was done from the perspective of profit. In a sense, she and Tang Luochuan each got what they needed. The sky is getting dark, and starting tonight, the newlyweds will go to bed one after another. Everyone is looking forward to who will be the first lucky person to be favored by the emperor. Almost all the new concubines who entered the palace were waiting nervously at this moment. Seeing Han Lian standing at the door, looking eagerly awaiting her arrival, Shen Zhinian shook his head helplessly. No need to wait, go to bed early. Your Majesty will definitely turn to Mr. Jang's brand tonight. Seeing how calm she was, Han Lian asked in a low voice. My lord, aren't you disappointed? After all the women in the harem want is His Majesty's favor. Shen Zhinian smiled and said nothing. There are so many women in the harem, no one is special. If she would be disappointed every time the emperor turned over someone else's sign, wouldn't he be mad at herself to death? And from the beginning, she entered the palace not for the emperor's trivial love, but for a luxurious life and lofty status. But to climb up, grace is essential. After Jiang Wanning, she must be the first person to sleep with her in the true sense. Shen Zhinian has such confidence. Because to the emperor, all newcomers are the same, it just depends on who he has an impression on. Shen Zhinian started planning this on the day of the palace election. As expected, it didn't take long for the news that the emperor had turned over Jiang Gairen's brand to spread throughout the harem. Shen Zhinian slept peacefully here, but others had sleepless nights there. Everyone understood that the emperor would give concubine Jiang this honor, whether for the sake of the Duke of Jingguo's mansion or for the sake of Queen Zhang's face. But the truth is that they still held a glimmer of hope. Now, this expectation has been completely dashed. The hall on the right side of Qingyun Palace is Elan Pavilion. After taking a bath, Lu Ruyan was wearing a white middle-length dress and watering the potted plants on the table with her slender hands. Xuanmei and Xunyo have been her maids since childhood, and are also the people Lu Ruyan trusts the most in the palace. My lady, just let this little thing do it for me. Everyone in the palace knows that whoever is the first to be favored by His Majesty will become the best among the newcomers. But the card His Majesty turned over tonight was that of concubine Jiang. My lord, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Lu Ruyan put down the kettle, her beautiful and delicate face still showing a calm expression. Everyone in the palace knows that concubine Jiang only won by virtue of her family background and status, which doesn't count. Who among the newcomers truly wins the emperor's heart will be revealed tomorrow night. Sun Mei breathed a sigh of relief. My lady is right, it was I who was anxious. You are so beautiful, you will definitely be the first one among the newcomers to sleep with me in the true sense. Lu Ruyan was not blindly confident. Don't forget the one from Qingyun Pavilion. Your Majesty must have a deeper impression of her than me. Sun Yu frowned. Being the next person to sleep with you will give you an advantage over the next one. If Ro agrees that she can't serve His Majesty tomorrow night, then no one among the newcomers will be able to compete with you. Hearing the chill in her words, Lu Ruiyan frowned slightly. This is the Deep Palace. It's not like outside before. You can't act rashly. If something goes wrong with Roi, I will be the next one to sleep with you, and everyone's eyes will be on me. Instead of that, I should keep calm and wait for the right opportunity. Xiunyo and Xiunmei lowered their heads at the same time. I will teach you. Yongshu Palace. Concubine Lu sat in front of the bronze mirror, looking at the precious beauty in the mirror. The arrogance and domineering look on this beautiful face faded away, and there were tears in her eyes. Xiao Weizi, each of the newcomers today is about 15 or 16 years old. Compared to them, am I old? Xiao Weizi said quickly. Of course not. Your Majesty is only 22 years old, in the prime of her life. How can those vulgar women compare to your Majesty? Concubine Lu murmured. Even if the eldest daughter of Duke Dingguo's mansion doesn't enter the palace to become the queen, she will definitely marry into a prince's family as the principal wife, and there will be no concubine. But I really fell in love with your Majesty at first sight, so I disregarded my status and dignity, and even though I became the laughingstock of the capital, I asked my aunt to let me marry him as a concubine. I have always thought that when the sick queen dies, I will be able to sit on the throne and become your Majesty's legal wife, washing away the shame of being inferior to others for all these years. But the first person His Majesty favored was actually that bitch Jiang Wanning. Queen Jiang has been suppressing me for so many years, isn't it enough? Now here comes another concubine Jiang. She is aiming for the position of empress. Do I have to continue being a concubine after being a concubine for so many years and finally outlasting the empress? Xiao Weizi knew that Imperial concubine Lu loved the emperor deeply, and hated the empress for taking the position of the queen, so he immediately advised. Please calm down, Imperial concubine. Lady Jiang is nothing but an arrogant fool. If she wasn't from the Duke of Jingguo's mansion, she wouldn't even be qualified to talk to the empress. Your Majesty picked her name first, but it was only for the sake of the Duke of Jingguo's mansion and the queen's face. In terms of being the queen, how can she be as qualified as you, the queen? Concubine Lu's face lightened up, and a sharp cold light flashed in her eyes. You are right, I must not lose to Jiang Wanning. How are the two people who were punished by Jiang Wanning during the day? Suizhu on the side said respectfully. Li Changzai and Zhou Changzai were quite resentful of concubine Jiang in their words, thinking that she was too arrogant because of her family background. The two were very grateful for the kindness of the queen and said that they were willing to die for her. Chapter 18 Xiaomingzi is a gossiper. Concubine Lu snorted coldly. They don't have any foundation in the palace, so they naturally want to lean against the big tree to enjoy the shade. I hope these two are smart. You order to go down. The next day, Jiang Guiran was promoted to Jiang concubine due to her meritorious service and was given the title of head of Chuxiu Palace. With Shen Zhinian's current status, except for the day of the palace audience and after sleeping, there is no need to go to Cunning Palace to pay respects. She sat on the beauty's couch and listened to Han Li's gossip with great interest. Although it is a consistent rule for concubines below the rank to be promoted to the first level after sleeping with them for the first time, there are still many people in the harem who are jealous of Jiang concubine. Especially the jade concubine. I heard that the sound of porcelain in the palace never stopped. There were also several palace people who were punished for no reason. Shen Zhinian smiled. The jade concubine has been serving His Majesty in the dormitory, and it took her so many years to be promoted to the concubine position. A newcomer who has just entered the palace is on an equal footing with her after serving in bed, so she is naturally not happy. This is the benefit brought by a top-notch family background. Not to mention the concubines in the palace, even Shen Zhinian was a little envious of Jiang Wanning. However, one cannot decide one's origin, but one can change where one goes in the future. Shen Zhinian believes that no matter how her fate changes in her past life or this life, she will be able to reach a high position step by step. Han Li sighed. We are both concubines, but the snow concubine doesn't have as big a reaction as the jade concubine. I heard from people in the palace that she has always had a cold temperament. She doesn't get close to any concubine, and she has never felt sorry for anyone. Shen Zhinian lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. Either snow concubine is really cold-tempered and wise in protecting herself, Or she is dormant in the dark, waiting for opportunities to seek greater benefits for herself? Fu Ruo asked curiously. Little master, what kind of snow concubine do you think she is? Shen Zhinian remembered that in her previous life, the women around the emperor were like flowers, some bloomed and some withered. The only exception was Snow Concubine. She did not have the holy favor of Patian, but she was never forgotten by the emperor. No matter what kind of person she is, Concubine Shui is a rare smart person in the palace. As long as the other party doesn't come to murder her, Shen Zhinian will not take the initiative to provoke him. Han Lian nodded and continued. My young master, you don't know that when Jiang Bin went to Cunning Palace to pay her respects to the queen today, she was extremely arrogant and did not take other people into consideration at all. This is not a mockery of her age. It's too big to mock someone who can't even see His Majesty's face. I heard that many concubines' faces turned green, but they still chose to be patient. Shen Zhinian didn't find it strange. Jiang Bin has a proud family background, has the support of the queen in the harem, and is favored by the saint, so she naturally has the capital to be arrogant. But, if the sky is crazy, it will rain, and if people are crazy, there will be disaster. With Jiang Waning's temper, she will fall into trouble sooner or later. What was concubine Lu's reaction? She has such a bad temper, will she tolerate Jiang Waning being arrogant in front of her? Han Li shook his head. I heard that the Imperial concubine did not move. Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. It seems that this is already brewing. Come down, everyone in Qingyun Pavilion must be careful these days to avoid anything happening to us. Fu Rui responded yes immediately. After listening to the gossip, Shen Zhinian looked at Han Lian. Why didn't I know that you were so well informed before? Where did you hear these things? Han Li covered her mouth and smiled. Little master, I have just entered the palace just like you. No matter how talented I am, I can't find out the news in the palace in such detail. All of this is Xiao Mingzi's credit. Oh? A little interest rose in Shen Zhinian's eyes. Send Xiao Mingzi to come in. Soon, Xiao Mingzi lowered his head and walked into the inner room. I would like to say hello to my little master. May you be lucky. Get up. I heard from Han Lian that all the news in the palace today came from you. In the harem, the most important thing is to be well informed. You have done a good job in this matter, so you should be rewarded. Han Lian immediately handed over a purse. Xiao Mingzi didn't answer and said in panic. Serving the master is the duty of a slave. I don't dare to take credit. Shen Zhinian's voice had a touch of majesty. I said it on the first day I entered the palace. Qingyun Pavilion cannot tolerate half-hearted slaves, but it will not treat any meritorious minister badly. Since you have done something useful, you should be rewarded. With this example, whether it is Xiao Mingzi or others, they will work harder in the future. Slave, thank you for the reward, little master. Finally got the opportunity to catch the little master's eye. Of course he had to seize it. Xiao Mingzi took the purse and said with a thick smile on his face. To be honest with you, my master, I entered the palace at the age of 5. I don't have any other skills except that I have some old friends in the palace. The young master is laughing. It's not that the slave is bragging. The slave is among the palace people, but he has a nickname of inquiry. As long as it is not a top secret, there is nothing in the harem that the slave cannot find out. There are almost no palace people who dare to brag in front of their master. Since Xiao Mingzi dares to say this, it shows that he has some real ability. Shen Zhinian said. In that case, from now on you will be Tingyu's ears and eyes outside. As long as you do things for me well, I will not treat you badly. She had already checked out the details of the 3 people assigned to Qingyun Pavilion, and they seemed to have no problems. But that being said, Shen Zhinian will never trust anyone easily. Xiao Mingzi immediately knelt down and kowtowed heavily. This slave is willing to work hard for my master even if he dies. It was night in a blink of an eye. Jiang Wanning tasted a series of benefits brought by the holy favor, and she couldn't help but have more ambitions. Even if she can't monopolize the emperor, she still has to stand out and be ahead of the other newcomers. Therefore, Jiang Wanning personally cooked a bowl of chicken soup and took the time to deliver it to the Yangxin Palace. When everyone in the palace heard the news, they felt that given her family background and His Majesty's love for her, Jiang Wanning would definitely be able to continue serving His Majesty tonight. Many people hate her, and the newcomers are even more resentful. The more Jiang Wanning dominates His Majesty, the longer they will get His Majesty's favor. There are so many women in the harem. If this continues, Your Majesty may one day forget them. But no one could do anything to Jiang Wanning, so they could only grit their teeth secretly. After hearing the news from Xiaomingzi, Shen Zhinian remained calm. She took off her clothes, lay on the beauty couch, and let Han Lian and Fuyu massage her body with gardenia essential oil. Although beauty alone in the harem will not go far, we have to admit that beauty is the ticket for all women to compete for favor. In order to reach that position below one person and above 10,000 people, of course she has to work hard. Chapter 19 Shen Zhinian sleeps with him. Feeling Han Lian's distraction, Shen Zhinian chuckled and said, "Silly girl, don't worry, His Majesty will not favor Jiang concubine again tonight, don't mess up your position." Fu Ruo asked curiously, "Little master, how do you know?" Han Lian came back to her senses and looked proud. "Of course it's because our little master is so beautiful. How could he lose to Jiang Bin? Maybe Your Majesty is obsessed with my little master, and he will definitely turn the little master's name tonight." Shen Zhinian shook his head and laughed. "Your little master, I am not that conceited." If she felt that she was different in the emperor's heart as soon as she came up, she would be close to death. The reason why Shen Zhinian is so sure is because Nagong Xuanyu is different from the previous emperors of the great Zhou dynasty. He is an extremely ambitious emperor who cannot tolerate the loss of power. This can be seen from the fact that in his previous life, he first cleaned up the Jinghua Palace, and then targeted the Dinghua Palace. Although the time is not yet ripe and he needs to give face to the Jinghua Palace, he cannot allow the Jiang family to have another queen, and naturally he will not allow Jiang Wanning to grow in the harem. The fact was just as Shen Zhinian had guessed. The Hall of Nourishing Heart. Nagong Xuanyu was well aware of the tactics used in the harem. Looking at the chicken soup brought in by the eunuch, how could he not understand what Jiang Wanning was planning? Queen Jiang is seriously ill, and concubine Lu is extremely powerful in the harem. He needs to support the people of the Jinghua mansion and compete with the Dinghua mansion to maintain the balance. But this does not mean that Nagong Xuanyu will let others influence his thoughts. He didn't like restless women. Jiang Wanning took advantage of her favor and became spoiled, which made the emperor's eyes flash with impatience. "There are so many imperial chefs in the palace. Do I still need my concubines to worry about my diet? Let her go back." "Yes." Li Changde, the eunuch in charge of the imperial court, knew that the emperor's temper was always unpredictable. He had seen too many concubines who were favored today and lost themselves in love, but tomorrow they angered the emperor for a small matter and were completely despised. Of course, there are many examples of women who have fallen out of favor and caught the emperor's eye again. A truly smart palace maid would never offend someone completely. When facing Jiang Wanning, Li Changde's attitude was still polite. "Madam Jiang, His Majesty is still reviewing memorials and cannot spare the time to enjoy your kindness. Please go back first." Jiang Wanning bit her lip. A hint of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but she didn't dare to act recklessly in the Yanqing Palace, so she could only leave angrily. Then, she coldly ordered the maid beside her. "Pay attention to me, whose card His Majesty has turned over tonight." She needs to know that the reason why His Majesty doesn't see her is because he has been bewitched by some little bitch. "I obey your command." Several young eunuchs knelt in front of the dragon table, holding trays filled with green cards. Li Changde bowed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, it's time to turn over the cards." According to convention, the names of new people are placed in front. Nagong Xuanyu put down the memorial and looked around. He had no impression of most of these new women in the palace. The only thing I remember is that on the day of the palace selection, there was a girl who stood out from the crowd. She was naturally charming, but she had no idea of her own advantages and dressed in a very innocent way. Little did she know that the more serious her expression was, the more attractive she was. When the queen discussed with him and drafted the new bride's position, he only had an impression of her and thought that she was extremely gentle and charming. He wanted to give her the title, Mei, at the time, but he felt that this word was too explicit and he was afraid that the old-fashioned people in the previous dynasty would think that he was deceived by beauty. In the end, he decided on the word Ro. Nagong Xuanyu raised his hand and turned over the green-headed card with the words, Ro Promise, written on it. Qingyun Pavilion. The young eunuch came over with a respectful look on his face and conveyed the message. This slave wishes you, Master Ro. Congratulations, little Master Ro, your Majesty turned over your sign tonight. Please get ready quickly. The Feng Wan Chun and car will be here to pick you up and take you to the cultivation heart hall later. Shen Zhinian ordered someone to reward the young eunuch. The entire Qingyun Pavilion Palace was very excited. Congratulations, little master! Congratulations, little master! Chunhua and Qiuyue were both happy and nervous. Because the little master has a good future, they can have a better future. But Fu Rui and Hanli were brought over from home by the young master, so I won't say how much they were respected. Even Xiaomingzi fell into the eyes of the little master, but they were still treated as outsiders. You must work harder in the future to climb up. Although Shen Zhinian couldn't be 100% sure that the emperor would definitely flip her sign tonight, she was pretty sure he would. Hanlian, please dress me up. Hanlian took out the most gorgeous jewelry from Shen Zhinian's makeup with a happy face. Don't worry, little master, I will dress you up beautifully so that His Majesty will not be able to take his eyes off you when he sees you. Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, No, dress me down and don't put too much makeup on my face. First, on the day of the palace election, she left an impression on the emperor with her pure dress. On such an important day tonight, naturally we can't go the other way. Second, before going to bed, the maids must take a bath and change clothes. Although the maids who serve will help with makeup, the makeup is too thick and sticks to the face, which is not good looking after all. Hanlian didn't understand so many twists and turns. She only knew that everything should be obeyed by the little master. Yes. This news has spread throughout the harem, and I don't know how many people are jealous of Shen Zhinian, secretly or openly. Jiang concubine is the youngest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. She has a distinguished status and is ranked ahead of them. Kara promised that she was just the daughter of a 6th grade official. In the past, she was not even qualified to appear in front of them. Why on earth? Especially Jiang Wanning, after hearing the news reported by the palace maid, she shredded several square handkerchiefs. Your Majesty rejected me, and then turned around and favored a promise that was not worthy of publicity. Everyone in the palace saw my joke. It's all that bitch's fault. I remember her. Shen Zhinian knew nothing about these things, or he didn't care at all. From the moment you decide to enter the palace, competing for favor is inevitable. How can you avoid being jealous when you are favored? If the soldiers come to block it, the water will come and the earth will cover it. After finishing dressing up, Shen Zhinian got on the Fengwan Chunin car and slowly headed towards the Yangxin Hall. Sun Changzai stood at the door and watched from a distance, the envy in his eyes almost overflowing. She had only served the emperor a few times in his dormitory. After the emperor ascended the throne, he had never turned over her sign, let alone visited her in Lanweixian. Although I've been here all the time, I never know what it's like to sit in Fengwan Chunen's car. It's such a blessing that Ro agreed. Also, if she has no potential, why should I spend so much money to befriend her? At the end of the sentence, Sun Changzai's tone contained a hint of uncontrollable jealousy. Zhuge quickly consoled her. Little master, it's a good thing that Ro agrees to be favored. This way, you will have hope when your Majesty comes to Zhongsui Palace. Chapter 20 makes the Emperor curious about her. Sun Changzai nodded, his eyes gradually becoming determined. You're right. Even if all the women in the palace are jealous of Ro's agreement, I still want to wish her well. At least, that was the case until she gained the Emperor's favor and promised to step on Ro. Shen Zhinian first went to the side hall of the Yangxin Hall, where the palace servants took a bath, then changed into the gauze clothes he wore for sleeping, and then went to the bed in the main hall to wait. Compared with other concubines who felt uneasy and nervous when they went to bed for the first time, Shen Zhinian was very calm. After all, the emperor has many concubines, and her soul is not a blank slate. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian made an agreement with Lu Jianglin on the night of her wedding. She helped him rise to prominence, and he couldn't bear to be second-rate in this life. It's not that he's jealous or possessive of Lu Jianglin, Shen Zhinian just doesn't want others to enjoy the fruits of his hard work for free. After seeing her ability, Lu Jianglin agreed wholeheartedly. But as his official position grew, more and more concubines were brought into the backyard. Those concubines were like quails in front of Shen Zhinian, and she had no interest in dealing with them. Moreover, Shen Zhinian always felt that the problem was with Lu Jianglin, and that he had broken his promise. But after taking care of Lu Jianglin, she would not have a good life as a wife. After all, the Lu family has fallen. How can she still be the first-grade wife, enjoy a luxurious life with fine clothes, fine food, and hordes of slaves? Therefore, Shen Zhinian simply stopped doing nothing and kept secretly raising many young and beautiful people who were well-informed and interested in serving him. When Lu Jianglin first found out, he was naturally furious and accused Shen Zhinian of being unruly. She sneered and asked, everything he had now was obtained by her. Why can he break his promise and have a bunch of concubines? It's just not natural for her to have a male favorite? Lu Jianglin was blocked and speechless. In addition, in the officialdom, he couldn't do without Shen Zhinian's guidance, so he swallowed this sigh of relief. From then on, the two acted like a loving couple in front of others, and they each played their own way in private without interfering with each other. Recalling those things, Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh. The faces she had raised in her previous life were not only beautiful in appearance, but they were all clean when they were with her, and they were very comfortable when serving others. I wonder if the emperor would disappoint her in comparison? After Nangong Xuanyu took a bath, he walked into the inner room and saw the beauty sitting on the bed, looking distracted. In the past, the palace concubines were all nervous and frightened when they went to bed for the first time, but she was better, making him feel strange every time they met. What is my concubine thinking, so lost in thought? Although Shen Zhinian was not a concubine, he could call any woman in the harem his beloved concubine, who pleased the emperor. After coming back to her senses, Shen Zhinian could not say that she was thinking about how the emperor felt between the bed. Back to your majesty, I am wondering why you are so late and haven't come yet. When she said this, she blinked her watery eyes and looked at Nangong Xuanyu purely and innocently. But her temperament and figure are so charming, and the faintly exposed scenery in her sleeping gauze is enough to drive any man crazy. Nangong Xuanyu was not a womanizing emperor, but at this moment he felt his throat was a little tight and walked towards Shen Zhinian. Oh, my beloved, can't wait any longer? Most of the noble ladies who can enter the palace are reserved and shy. Even if they can't wait, they will not say such explicit words. No one dared to complain because he took too long to approve the memorial. Nangong Xuanyu felt that she was deliberately seducing him. Strangely, he didn't seem to hate the feeling. Shen Zhinian blinked, with a hint of innocence on his face. Then he seemed to react, his face instantly turned red, and he said angrily, Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? What I mean is that you haven't come over so late. It can be seen that there are many political affairs to deal with, so it must be very hard. I feel sorry for you, so it would be better for you to misinterpret what I meant as soon as you come. Your Majesty is so evil! By the end of the sentence, her little face was so red that she could bleed. Men like to drag girls from good families into the water and persuade them to be good. In the same way, they like pure women who fall in love with themselves on the bed. They also like charming women who keep their innocence only for themselves. It has to be said that Shen Zhinian had Nangong Xuanyu's heart firmly under his control. He has never seen such a woman. She is obviously naturally charming, but she has an ignorant and innocent look. People can't help but want to bully her and see her bloom for him. Nangong Xuanyu sat down next to Shen Zhinian and hugged her into his arms. His tone was gentle, but with the innate majesty of an emperor. No one in this world dares to say that I am bad. My beloved concubine is very courageous. If it were any other concubine, they would have been so scared that they would have knelt on the ground after hearing this. Nangong Xuanyu would also immediately lose interest and feel bored. But Shen Zhinian knew that the emperor didn't like women who were too obedient or too timid, so he dared to say this. She said angrily, It was obviously His Majesty who first misinterpreted my concubine's meaning and made fun of me, and now he's beating me up. The concubines on your left and right can't defeat you, so please ask your Majesty to punish the concubines. Feeling the warmth coming from Shen Zhinian's body, Nangong Xuanyu was already a little distraught. My beloved concubine cares so much about me, how can I be willing to punish my beloved concubine? As soon as I came in, I smelled the fragrance of gardenia. It turned out to be coming from my beloved concubine. It's mid-September now, and the flowering period of gardenias has long passed. Where does the fragrance of my beloved come from? The best things in the world are all in the palace. Even in this season, there are still gardenias in full bloom in the palace. It's just in the greenhouse in the flower room, only for high-ranking concubines to watch. It was impossible for Shen Zhinian to get in touch with a small promise. Because of this, Nangong Xuanyu's curiosity was aroused again by the woman in his arms. When a man starts to be curious about a woman again and again, it is the beginning of his fall. Therefore, Shen Zhinian specially chose this scent. She knew that the emperor could not be sincere, and of course he would not be so naive as to want Nangong Xuanyu's sincerity. But as long as he gives her enough grace, she can get what she wants, so she will naturally have to work hard. Your Majesty, when I was in my boudoir, I liked to be with flowers. I picked them when they were in full bloom and extracted the essential oil using ancient methods. The flowers will wither, but the fragrance will remain for a long time. A natural beauty, held in his arms, talking enthusiastically about things that interest her, accompanied by a delicate fragrance from time to time. What normal man can withstand this? Nangong Xuanyu's Adam's apple rolled a few times, and his eyes looking at Shen Zhinian became darker and darker. Chapter 21. Little Master Ro, Your Majesty really loves you. My beloved concubine's clever mind impresses me. It's getting late, let's take a rest early. That night, Shen Zhinian finally knew the question she was curious about at the beginning. Nangong Xuanyu is not only good at it. Pretty good. In the end, she gave up and sobbed like a kitten. Your Majesty, please spare this concubine. Little did he know that her eyes were full of tears and her charming eyes made Nangong Xuanyu blush again. Yangxin Palace broke all previous conventions and asked for water 3 times. When everything returned to calm, Shen Zhinian no longer had the strength to move a finger. She lay on Nangong Xuanyu's chest, her long black hair spread out with a seductive charm. Shen Zhinian spoke, his voice trembling with a hint of exhaustion and a hint of undetectable grievance. Your Majesty, you bullied my concubine. There was a hint of contentment in Nangong Xuanyu's deep eyes, and he was in a rare good mood. Oh? Dear concubine, please tell me, why did I bully you? Shen Zhinian's pretty face turned red instantly, and she stood up with a slight hum. Your Majesty knows well. The woman in front of her had just received in lieu, and her body was full of traces left by him. Because her skin was so white, it looked particularly shocking. Her eyes were watery, with the charm of a woman and the shyness of a girl. The charm radiating around her was even stronger than before. I'm afraid even she herself doesn't know how seductive she is. Nangong Xuanyu's gaze became a little deeper. She is a natural beauty. After the palace concubines go to bed, they are not allowed to stay overnight in the Yangxin Hall. Shen Zhinian resisted the soreness in her legs, dressed neatly, and bowed down. Your Majesty, it's time for me to retire. Nangong Xuanyu was not a soft-hearted emperor, but for some reason, looking at Shen Zhinian's delicate appearance, he felt a little unbearable in his heart, and he was tempted to let her stay. But in the end, Nangong Xuanyu still didn't speak. He could pamper the concubines in his harem, but he would never break the rules for any woman. No one is an exception. My dear concubine, you have worked hard tonight. Let's rest a little longer tomorrow. There is no need to go to pay respects to the queen. The emperor's voice was gentle. If other concubines were treated with such consideration, they would probably be moved beyond control. However, Shen Zhinian has always been cautious, and at this moment, he was already very alert in his heart. Because she knew that Nangong Xuanyu was testing her to see if she would be as arrogant as Jianwani. He doesn't like women who are too well behaved, but he also doesn't like women who are unbehaved. If she just goes to bed and forgets about everything, I'm afraid she will never be favored again. There are countless women in the harem who were favored one moment but fell out of favor the next. The power of heaven is unpredictable, and the holy heart is as deep as the abyss. This is the emperor. Shen Zhinian bowed again with a respectful attitude. Concubine knows that His Majesty is considerate of concubines, but the rules cannot be broken. If a concubine disrespects the queen just after she is favored, wouldn't she be living up to His Majesty's favor? A flash of satisfaction flashed in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes. He likes simple women, but doesn't like stupid ones. Shen Zhinian did not disappoint him. You are a sensible person. As long as you stay calm and don't think about things that don't belong to you, I will love you. Shen Zhinian sneered in his heart. A truly peaceful woman has long been forgotten by him, and cannot survive in the harem. And if she doesn't fight or grab, then why is she in the palace, waiting to be used as a stepping stone by others? The queen position is what she wishes. The king's heart is also what she wishes. It just depends on whose acting skills and methods are better in this game. Shen Zhinian covered up the ambition in his eyes, and his smile became more innocent and harmless, full of dependence on Nangong Xuanyu. I will listen to your majesty. With her appearance, she could clearly be a seductress that would charm the king's heart. Her actions and gestures were too simple. Nangong Xuanyu felt as if a feather was gently brushing against his heart. Li Changde, send Ro back and promise to go back. Not only Li Changde, but also the palace servants waiting outside were all shocked. He is the royal steward and represents His Majesty's face. There has never been a concubine in the harem who has had such an honor after sleeping with her. It seems that this rose promise has some weight in His Majesty's heart. I'm afraid the future is limitless. Slave, you obey! Li Changde felt that Shen Zhinian was not a thing in the pool, so he made a please gesture, and his attitude became more and more respectful. My young master, I will take you back. Concubine, please retire. Shen Zhinian bowed to Nangong Xuanyu, walked out of Yangxin Hall, and before getting on the Fengwanchunan car, he nodded slightly to Li Changde and said, Thank you, eunuch Li. Li Changde quickly said, Don't dare! To tell you the truth, I have served your majesty for so many years, and I have never seen your majesty care so much about any empress. Little Master Ro, your majesty really loves you. Shen Zhinian had a shy look on her face, but she didn't think so in her heart. If you really value her, why don't you let her stay in Yangxin Hall? The emperor just liked her body and thought she was quite sensible, so he was somewhat new to her. Not to mention liking, let alone love. And this sense of freshness is far from enough to make him willing to make an exception for her. Shen Zhinian would not be blinded by this superficial favor. But it doesn't matter. High-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey and have plenty of patience. She only needs to grasp this fresh feeling that Nangong Xuanyu has for her, and she can plot more. Soon, Feng Wanchunan's carriage arrived at Zhong Chui Palace. Han Lian and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw Shen Zhinian coming back, they quickly stepped forward to salute. Congratulations, little master! Good luck, little master! Shen Zhinian waved for them to get up, and then motioned to Fu Rui to pass a purse to Li Changde. Father-in-law, you have worked hard all the way. I would like to invite you to have tea with me. As the Imperial steward, there were too many people who wanted to curry favor with Li Changde, including many concubines from the harem. Accepting money means that you have a good relationship with him. Therefore, Li Changde did not accept everyone's rewards. Thinking of the difference between His Majesty's promise to this Ro, he took the purse with a smile. Thank you, little Master Ro. Your Majesty is still waiting for you, so I'll take my leave now. Shen Zhinian nodded and said, Eunuch, go slowly. After entering Qingyun Pavilion, the palace staff had already prepared hot water. Shen Zhinian took a bath under the care of Han He and Fu Rui, and was already tired and fell asleep. Seeing the bruises on her body, Han Lian almost burst into tears. My lord, your Majesty doesn't know how to pity you. Shen Zhinian closed his eyes and waved his hand. It's not serious, it's just that my skin is white and it looks scary. In fact, when she went to bed tonight, she felt that Nangong Xuanyu had been very restrained, otherwise her waist would probably be broken. Chapter 22 Jin Fengru is always there. Looking at Shen Zhinian's jade-like body, Fu Rui said with a smile, My young master is so charming and graceful, and his figure is as soft as a bone. He is a natural beauty. It is normal for him to be favored by His Majesty. Shen Zhinian was deep in thought. Although there is no man who doesn't love beauty, beauty is also a ticket to be favored. But when you use sex to do things to people, your love fades and your love fades. She must let Nangong Xuanyu take her into his heart before his novelty towards her wears off. The Hall of Nourishing Heart. Seeing that Nangong Xuanyu had not rested yet, Li Changde reported respectfully, Your Majesty, I have promised to send Ro back to Zhongcui Palace safely. Ro agree? Li Changde hurriedly slapped himself in the mouth and said with a smile, Look at how stupid this servant is. Young Master Ro has already gone to bed, and as usual it is time to be promoted to Changzai. Nangong Xuanyu suddenly remembered that Shen Zhinian was always dressed very neatly, whether it was for the palace election or for sleeping tonight. That's right. She is the daughter of a 6th grade official who was not even qualified to participate in the draft. How can she compare with those noble ladies from wealthy families? Nangong Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little more pity in his heart. Go to my private vault and pick out some jewelry that suits her status. I'll send them to Qingyun Pavilion tomorrow. The specifications and items for the promotion of Imperial concubines were all set by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Your Majesty actually wanted to open his own private storehouse for Lady Ro? Before Li Changde recovered from his shock, he heard Nangong Xuanyu pause and then said, I remember there are a few pots of blooming gardenias in the warm room of the flower room. Send them to her as well. The rich fragrance of gardenia is like a graceful poem, with a light and distant temperament, which is suitable for that young woman. The emperor has always been free to do as he pleases and is never stingy with concubines who can make him happy. I obey your command. The gardenias that bloom in this season are rare. It seems that Lady Ro means more to His Majesty than he thought. Li Changde secretly decided in his heart that he would be more respectful to little Ro in the future. Early the next morning, Li Changde entered Qingyun Pavilion with the Imperial Edict and Lu Xue's reward. Because they lived in the same palace, Sun Changzai had to come out and kneel down to greet him. The Emperor, who has been blessed by heaven, summons me. I am very pleased that you will promise the Shen family to be gentle and dignified, and to serve you well. From now on, I will be promoted to the rank of 6th rank permanent resident. I admire this. Ro is always here, take the order. Shen Zhinian took the palace servants from Qingyun Pavilion to express their gratitude. I accept the decree. Long live my emperor! Immediately, Han Lian and Fu rewarded Li Changde and all the eunuchs who sent rewards at her request. Li Changde smiled and said, Congratulations to Ro Chang. Your Majesty is keeping you in mind. Seeing that Chang Zai is dressed soberly, in addition to the promotion rules of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he also specially ordered his servants to select a few sets of head and face suits suitable for Chang Zai from the private treasury and send them over. There are also several pots of gardenias in full bloom. Each pot is a gardener in the greenhouse, and they have spent countless efforts to maintain it to extend the flowering period until now. Previously, the jade concubine wanted it, but His Majesty didn't approve it. But knowing that Ro Changzai likes the fragrance of gardenias, His Majesty ordered his servants to send them all over. I have never seen any concubine that Your Majesty takes so seriously. The people in Qingyun Pavilion were overjoyed and were really happy for the little master. Shen Zhinian's face showed just the right amount of surprise and emotion, but she felt a little sad in her heart. The emperor is rich all over the world. To him, these things are not even a drop in the bucket, but they can make his concubines grateful and show their sincerity. And if she wants to go far in the palace, the most important thing is not to fight for favor, but to guard her heart. Once you fall in love with the emperor, you will never recover. But, in her previous life, once she got married, she could only use her dowry to support the Lu family, and her day-to-day life was stretched thin. The emperor was really countless times better and more generous to her than Lu Jianlin. Sun Changzai stood in the yard watching this scene with complicated emotions. She approached Shen Zhinian just to take advantage of Shen Zhinian's favor and make the emperor notice her. But when she really saw Shen Zhinian being favored, she felt a trace of unspeakable jealousy and sourness in her heart. No matter what, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, Sun Changzai still suppressed his emotions, and after Li Changde led the people away, he squeezed out a smile and greeted him. Congratulations to Sister Ro. When I saw my sister for the first time, I knew that with my sister's appearance, I would be favored by His Majesty. With the decoration of these pots of gardenias, the whole Zhongzui Palace is fragrant. Sister Ro is so lucky! Sun Changzai and Shen Zhinian are both Changzai now, but Shen Zhinian has a title and is half a level higher than her. According to palace rules, she naturally had to change her name to Sister. Shen Zhinian said with a smile. Sister Sun, please stop teasing me. Thanks to Sister Sun for taking care of me during the past few days in the palace. Someone, please take half of these gardenias to Lan Yuexian. Sun Changzai was stunned. This is the only favor given by His Majesty. Ro Changzai is actually willing to give half of it to her? At first, she decided to use Shen Zhinian as a stepping stone because she felt that this woman was beautiful and innocent, and easy to take advantage of. But seeing Shen Zhinian showing his sincerity to her, so innocent that he was completely defenseless against her, Sun Changzai's mood became complicated again. Thank you, Sister Ro. Little did he know that Shen Zhinian just felt that flowers blooming every year, how could they be as important as real money? When she entered the palace, although the Shen family gave her 80% of their wealth, Shen's father was only a 6th-rank official, and 80% of his family's wealth was not much. In the harem, no matter whether it is for up and down management, rewards for the palace people, or if you want to add dishes to the Imperial kitchen on weekdays, you don't need to use money. Shen Zhinian is very poor now. Although gardenia flowers are fragrant, they cannot be exchanged for gold and silver for her use. It is most suitable to use them as favors. It's getting late. I should go in and get ready. I'm going to pay my respects to the Queen. I'll chat with Sister Sun another day. Sister Ro, walk slowly. Sun Changzai bowed and looked at Shen Zhinian's slender back, his eyes becoming firm again. It is impossible to survive without divine grace in the harem. So, Ro Changzai, don't blame yourself and use her as a stepping stone. At worst, Ro Chang will be in trouble in the future, and she will help if she can. There were no outsiders in Qingyun Pavilion. Hanlian, Fuyu, Xia Mingzi, Chanhua and Qiuyue all knelt on the ground and saluted Shen Zhinian respectfully. Congratulations to my little master for being promoted to permanent presence. I wish my little master a bright future and endless blessings. Shen Zhinian was in a good mood and said with a smile, I don't have much money on me right now. The palace servants in Qingyun Pavilion will reward you with a month's salary first. As long as you are loyal to the Lord, I will never treat you badly in the future. Everyone knew that when the young master said this, he did not regard them as outsiders, and immediately said respectfully, Thank you, young master. This slave/servant will definitely be loyal to the young master. Chapter 23. Jiang Wanning was fooled. After all, they all saw His Majesty's love for the young master today. Even if the little master is only here now, the future is limitless. Of course they have to perform well. Okay, everyone get up. Shen Zhinian ordered. Fu Rui, register the rewards sent by His Majesty in the register according to the old rules and put them in the warehouse. Hanli hesitated and said, My lord, these sets of headscarves are so exquisite. They were all taken from His Majesty's private treasury, and uniquely personally sent them here. There must be no problem. Today is the first time you have gone to Cunning Palace to pay your respects since you went to bed. Why don't you wear them? Treasures that can be kept in the Emperor's private treasury are naturally the best. These exquisite heads and noodles, not to mention the amazing workmanship and value, cannot be bought outside even if you have money. Only members of the royal family are eligible to use it. This is a symbol of status. Shen Zhinian's eyes swept over it, admiring it quietly. She entered the palace just to enjoy a luxurious life. Naturally, she couldn't always dress up in a sober look, but now was not the time. At least Nangong Xuanyu likes her look like this, doesn't he? Put it away. There will be many opportunities in the future. Yes. While Hanlian was dressing Shen Zhinian, Xiao Mingzi talked about the latest news. My lord, your majesty turned over your sign last night. I heard that Chuxiu Palace was very angry. Empress Jiangbin feels that your majesty did not see her because of you. With her temperament, she went to Cunning Palace to pay her respects today. It will definitely embarrass you. Hanli frowned and said, How can others control who your majesty doesn't see or favor? To put it bluntly, if Empress Jiangbin embarrasses the young master because of this, wouldn't it be unreasonable? Shen Zhinian smiled lightly. Don't you see that Lady Jiangbin has an unreasonable temper? Hanlian looked at her worriedly. Little master, what should I do? After all, even if the young master is promoted, he is only a permanent presence, 2 levels lower than Empress Jiangbin, not to mention that the other party has the support of the Empress. Shen Zhinian disagreed. Don't take her to heart. In the previous life, Jiang Wanning was a brainless person. The reason why she was able to be arrogant in the harem was because of the protection of Queen Jiang. After Empress Jiang died of illness, before the government collapsed, she didn't know who would take care of her. After finishing dressing up, Shen Zhinian glanced at the gardenia on the windowsill. Pick the one that blooms best and put it on your head for me. Fu Rui persuaded. My lord, although among the people, gardenia is the only white flower that can be worn on the head and chest without being taboo. But this is the palace after all, and the rules are strict. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to wear white flowers. Okay. Shen Zhinian smiled slyly. If not, how could we give Empress Jiang Bin a chance to have an attack? She is not afraid of Jiang Wanning, but that doesn't mean she will let the other party bully her. Fu Rui instantly understood Shen Zhinian's intention. Yes. This flower blooms big and white, which matches the little master's skin color. Shen Zhinian took Xiao Mingzi, Fu Rui and Chen Huao today, leaving Han He and Qiu Yu to stay at Tingjiuj. When she arrived at Cunning Palace, everyone was arriving one after another. The fact that Shen Zhinian was sent back to bed by Li Changde himself last night has spread throughout the harem. This is an unprecedented treatment. The concubines looked at her with unfriendly eyes, mixed with countless envy and jealousy. Especially Jiang Wanning. If looks could kill, Shen Zhinian would have been riddled with holes. She raised her hand and touched the gardenia on her head, and her smile became more innocent and harmless. If they don't mess with her, they will naturally live in peace, but if someone wants to die, she is not a soft persimmon. Soon, Empress Jiang and concubine Lu arrived, surrounded by palace officials, and everyone immediately stood up to pay their respects. See the queen is 1,000 years old. See you, the Imperial concubine. May the Imperial concubine be blessed and safe. Empress Jiang still had a generous and decent smile on her face. Sisters, there is no need to be polite, just get up. Thank you, Queen. Shen Zhinian found that Queen Jiang's complexion seemed to be worse than the last time they met. She was covered with thick makeup and her expression looked even stiffer. You are all so ill. If you take a good rest, you may be able to live longer. If you have to let the concubines come to pay your respects every day like before, isn't this a torment for yourself? Perhaps it was because the more seriously ill she became, the more she wanted to firmly hold the power of the queen in her hands. Only by accepting the worship of the concubines every day could she feel psychological comfort. Shen Zhinian was thinking secretly when he heard Empress Jiang's gentle and virtuous voice. Ro Chang served well last night and deserves a reward. From now on, you must abide by your duty, serve His Majesty, and spread the branches and leaves of the great show as soon as possible to extend the imperial heir. All the concubines who continued to be the emperor's heirs were secretly aborted by Empress Jiang. Of course Shen Zhinian would not say this out loud, so Ying bowed down and said, Concubine, please remember the queen's teachings. Concubine Lu's beautiful peach blossom eyes glanced at Shen Zhinian coldly with disdain. It's just a cheap hoof to seduce His Majesty, a plaything that cannot be put on the table. However, what concubine Lu was most wary of now was Jiang Wanning, who did not take Shen Zhinian's small presence seriously. Jiang Wanning had been holding back her anger since last night. Seeing the gardenia in Shinji's mind, she finally found an opportunity to attack her. You are always brave and you come to pay your respects to the queen. You dare to wear an unlucky white flower on your head. Are you deliberately cursing the queen? If it were anyone else, they would definitely not dare to be so presumptuous in Cunning Palace, but everyone knew that Jiang Wanning was an exception. Sure enough, Queen Jiang's face suddenly became ugly. She was seriously ill and was most taboo about these things. On weekdays, even white jewelry rarely appeared in Cunning Palace. Shen Zhinian is always here, but he has such courage. Concubine Jade also likes the fragrance of gardenias. She has been thinking about the pots of gardenias in the greenhouse for a long time. The news that Nangong Xuanyu gave them to Shen Zhinian has not yet spread in the harem. Jade Concubine thought that the gardenias on Shinji's mind were picked by her in the greenhouse privately. But this charge can wait until later. There was a coolness in the eyes of the concubine, and she said in support. Empress, Ro Chang dared to be so disrespectful to you when she was just promoted. She simply didn't take you seriously. In my opinion, I should be severely punished to serve as a warning. Follow your example. Otherwise, if others follow your example, the harem won't be in chaos. Those concubines who wanted to please Jiang Wanning spoke one after another. I also think that concubine Jiang and concubine Jade have a good talk. Ro Changzai has committed a crime of great disrespect and her position should be demoted. No, in my opinion, if she dares to seek bad luck in Cunning Palace, she should be thrown into the Cold Palace. Jiang Wanning's eyes flashed with viciousness as she listened to everyone's verbal criticism of Shen Zhinian. Chapter 24, being demoted to a nobleman. If this bitch dares to compete with her for His Majesty's favor, of course she will seize every opportunity to trample him to death. Of course, there were still many smart people who noticed that the gardenia on Shinji's mind was very fresh and had obviously just been picked. Considering the distance from the greenhouse to Qingyun Pavilion, it was obviously not possible to miss the time to say goodbye. Moreover, given Shen Zhinian's position, he could not enter the greenhouse in the royal garden. There was obviously something unknown inside, so they all remained silent. Shen Zhinian explained. Queen Qi and Empress Jiang, although the gardenia is white, it means joy, and it is regarded as a symbol of good luck and auspiciousness. I have no intention of cursing the queen. On the contrary, I feel that the queen's care for my concubines is as sincere and pure as the gardenia on my head. Concubine Lu sneered, what a smart mouth. But if someone can make Empress Jiang and Jiang Wanning unhappy, she will be happy and naturally enjoy watching the show. Snow Concubine, who had always had nothing to do with her, suddenly said, I come from Li City. In Li City, everyone from high-ranking officials to common people like gardenias. White flowers are not suitable for hairpins on the head, but gardenias do. Is an exception. A flash of surprise flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. She didn't expect that Xuebin, who had always been cold and distant, would actually speak for her. The women in the harem often went to the Imperial garden to meet the emperor by chance, and they knew a lot about common flowers. How could they not understand that what Shen Zhinian and Xuebin said was the truth? Seeing Shen Zhinian talking about the lotus flower, Jiang Wanning said reluctantly, the white flower of bad luck has been praised to the sky by Ro Changzai. It's so dark that you can call it white. But everyone here has eyes. It's not your turn to confuse right and wrong here. You openly wear white flowers and come to Cunning Palace to pay your respects to the queen. You have the intention of cursing her. You are so cruel! Having said this, Jiang Wanning rushed forward quickly, pulled off the gardenia from Shen Zhinian's hairpin, threw it to the ground and crushed it with her feet, looking at her arrogantly. Ro Chang is here, you still haven't confessed! Shen Zhinian's heart blossomed with joy. She didn't expect Jiang Wanning to be stupider than she thought, but her face looked frightened and aggrieved. Ms. Jiang Concubine, how can you say that the flowers on my concubine's hairpin are unlucky and then crush them with your feet? Jiang Wanning thought Shen Zhinian was finally scared, so she became more and more proud and crushed her again. A pure white gardenia turned into mud in an instant. Did I say that I was wrong? The white flowers you are wearing are bad luck. As lowly as you are. Only a bitch like you can see such rotten flowers. Shen Zhinian used a lot of strength to control himself from laughing, but his expression became even more frightened. But the gardenias in the concubine's palace were all given by His Majesty. My concubine loved and valued the flowers sent by your Majesty, so she specially tied them on her head to pay her respects to the queen, to express her respect for the queen. It's all my concubine's fault. I don't know that in the eyes of Empress Jiang Concubine, they are despicable and unlucky things. It was my concubine who violated Empress Jiang Concubine's taboo. I hope Empress Jiang Concubine can forgive her. The hall was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Many people had looks of horror on their faces. Especially Jiang Wanning, when she thought of what she just said and saw the flowers on the ground that she had trampled into mud, the color on her face instantly faded away, and she staggered back several steps. What? This is actually your Majesty's reward. No matter how arrogant she is scared now. Concubine Lu Guifei saw the excitement, and did not think it was a big deal, and sneered. TSK. The queen is the most fair and strict in the world. I don't know how to slander or damage the things given by the emperor. What crime should I do? Concubine Lu Guifei was particularly pleased with Shen Zhinian now that she could let these two women from the duke's mansion shoot herself in the foot. No! Jiang Wanning panicked and defended. I don't know that this flower was given by His Majesty, otherwise I wouldn't dare to give you 100 courages. Concubine Lu looked at her sarcastically. If everyone were like you and just said I don't know when they make a mistake, wouldn't the harem be in chaos? Look at my memory. I actually forgot that concubine Jiang is the queen's direct sister. It is human nature for the queen to be reluctant to ask her about her crime. I think all the concubines in the harem can understand. These words set Queen Jiang up. If she doesn't punish Jiang Wanning severely, she is blatantly showing favoritism. How will she be able to convince others in the harem in the future? Jiang Wanning was completely panicked. She glared at Shen Zhinian fiercely and was about to rush over and beat her. It's all my fault, you bitch! Why didn't you tell me earlier that this flower was rewarded by His Majesty? You deliberately wanted to harm me, right? Bitch! Go to hell! Before Jiang Wanning could get close to Shen Zhinian, she was stopped by the palace officials from Cunning Palace. Queen Jiang looked at her coldly, her eyes full of disappointment. She didn't know if what happened today was something Shen Zhinian did intentionally. But if Jiang Wanning didn't take the initiative to provoke or act stupidly, how could things develop to this point? In order to convey the decree of this palace, concubine Jiang has acted out of character and slandered and damaged the things given by the emperor. With immediate effect, she will be demoted to a noble status and be fined 3 months' salary. The Jinhua government office was not short of money, and to Jiang Wanning, 3 months' salary was nothing. But she had just become the head of the first palace and was demoted to a noble. Wouldn't the women in the harem laugh at her? Jiang Wanning really didn't understand. She just crushed a flower under her feet, so how could it have such serious consequences? The queen. Okay. Queen Jiang interrupted her impatiently. A flower that is often worn in the hairpin is indeed nothing, but it is a gift from the emperor, and concubine Lu is eyeing it covetously. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Wanning is the sister of Queen Jiang, the crime would be even greater. It was the first time that concubine Lu saw Queen Jiang looking so deflated, and she was even angry at her own sister. She just felt refreshed, and smiled while covering her mouth. The queen is indeed fair in her dealings. I admire you. Queen Jiang is worthy of being the queen. Even in this situation, she quickly regained her impeccable smile. I am the queen, in charge of the 6 palaces, so I should handle everything impartially. Your Highness has never sat in my position, so naturally you cannot understand the hard work. The implication is that as long as she, the principal wife, is alive, concubine Lu will ultimately be just a concubine. Concubine Lu's eyes flashed with sternness. No matter how hard you work, the queen must take care of your health. What about the main wife? It's not like he won't live long. She can even outlast him. Queen Jiang's chest rose and fell slightly, and her face turned ugly for a moment. She waved her hand and said, That's it for today. Everyone, please step aside. Chapter 25 Shen Zhinian thanks Xuebin. Everyone stood up and saluted. Concubine, I would like to send you to the queen. The moment they passed each other, Jiang Wanning glared at Shen Zhinian fiercely, and the resentment in her eyes almost overflowed. This bitch, wait for her. Shen Zhinian ignored her and walked out briskly. She won this round. If Jiang Wanning still wants to provoke, she will accompany her to see who can have the last laugh. After everyone left, Fanhua helped Queen Jiang to the inner room to change clothes and take medicine. My lady, do you think Ro Changzai did this on purpose? Queen Jiang's eyes were dark and unclear. She doesn't have the ability to predict the future, so how could she know that Wan Ning would use the gardenia to attack her? But I can't say for sure. There is always a shortage of women in the harem who look innocent but are actually very cunning. Fanghua asked. Then, madam, which type do you think Ro Changzai is? After talking for so long, Queen Jiang was already showing signs of fatigue. She snorted coldly and said, It doesn't matter which one. A mere concubine can't make any waves. If she can become a whetstone and make Wan Ning restrain her temper, it can be considered to have some effect. Hearing this, Fanhua understood that the queen had no plans to deal with Ro Changzai for the time being. When Jiang Guren has finished training in the harem, it will be her death. Outside Cunning Palace, Shen Zhinian caught up with Shui Concubine. Thank you so much, Concubine Shui Concubine, for saving me from the siege today. Although she could escape unscathed even without Snow Concubine, she remembered this favor. Xuebin glanced at Shen Zhinian lightly, still looking cold and pure. I just saw the gardenias, thought of my hometown, and told a few truths. Having said that, not everyone is willing to stand up and speak for her at that time. Shen Zhinian smiled and said, Since the Empress likes it, I will order some pots of gardenias to be sent to Yanxi Palace after I return. Snow concubine looked at her indifferently. I never form cliques with anyone in the harem. You don't need to show your kindness to me, let alone show your courtesy. Although Shui Bin's words were not pleasant to hear, Shen Zhinian felt that she was much easier to get along with than those people who talked sweetly but were secretive. At least that's what it seems on the surface. Whether you want it or not is up to the queen, but the concubine's wishes must be fulfilled. Shui Bin ignored her and turned around to leave. Shen Zhinian shook his head and walked towards Qingyun Pavilion while ordering, Fu Rui, I will go to the Imperial Hospital later to ask Imperial Dr. Tang to check my ping pulse. By the way, I moved 5 pots of gardenias and asked him to check and confirm that everything is correct, and then send it to Yanxi Palace. In case someone tampered with her at any point, she couldn't even tell. Yes. Concubine Jade looked at Shen Zhinian's back, the jealousy in her eyes almost overflowing. They were both charming types, but Shen Zhinian was younger and more charming than her. On the day of the palace audience, the first time she saw Shen Zhinian, she felt a strong sense of crisis. His Majesty knew that she liked the fragrance of gardenias, so he refused her request, but turned around and gave all the gardenias to Shen Zhinian. Doesn't this clearly tell everyone in the harem that she is not as important in His Majesty's heart as Chang Zai, who has just entered the harem? For the Jade concubine, this is a naked humiliation, and it is also a sense of crisis of falling out of favor. Seeing that her face was getting more and more ugly, the palace maid Xiongji lowered her voice and asked, Your Majesty, Ro Chang was here before Cheng Chong, so I took away the things you like. This is simply not looking down upon our Xianfu palace. Do you need to give her some color? Although Jade concubine is ruthless, she is not a brainless person, otherwise she would not be able to securely sit on the throne of the first palace. You also know that she has just been favored by His Majesty. If I take care of her, wouldn't it be very difficult for His Majesty? Just wait, there are people who want her to die more, why bother dirtying my hands? Xiongji smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. I'm afraid Jiang Bin, no, Jiang Guiran would like to peel her skin off and cramp her now. Qingyun Pavilion. Fu Rui served Shen Zhinian a cup of scented tea, but she couldn't understand her. My lord, when you were in the Shen family, you kept a low profile for more than 10 years. Why did you show off your talents so much as soon as you entered the palace? After what happened today, Mr. Jiang will definitely regard you as a thorn in his side. Although she is not something to be afraid of, behind her are the Duke of Jinghua and the Queen. Shen Zhinian took a sip unhurriedly. Because I have no one to rely on in the Shen family. If I want to live safely, I can only minimize my sense of existence. When you enter the harem, it's just the opposite. It's not terrible to offend others. What's terrible is to be forgotten by the emperor. As long as she captures Nangong Xuanyu's favor, no one will dare to do anything to her openly. Of course, the most important thing is that even if Shen Zhinian gives in, Jian Wanning believes that she has taken away her favor and will not let her go no matter what. On the contrary, it will make other people think that Shen Zhinian is a soft persimmon who can be stepped on by anyone. In this case, it is better to counterattack once and for all, and let other people who want to take action against her think carefully about themselves. As for Queen Jiang, Shen Zhinian guessed that she didn't want to see Jiang Wanning live a happy life, so Queen Jiang would not take action against her in the short term. By the time more people had murderous intentions towards her, Shen Zhinian had already grown up. Little master. Humlian strode in from the outside and handed over the letter in his hand. There is a letter from the master. Shen Zhinian was promoted to Chang Zai, and the Shen family was even more eager to surrender her. Father Shen would naturally do his best to handle the matter she told him. Shen Zhinian opened the letter and read it, raising the corners of his lips with satisfaction. Not long after, Tang Luochuan arrived. Perhaps because of the things that had been weighing on his mind, he finally found a glimmer of hope. His face looked much better than before, and his attitude was more respectful when facing Shen Zhinian. Wei Qin is always here to say hello to Ro, and is always blessed with good luck, Shen Zhinian said with a smile. Dr. Tang, you're welcome. Get up. You came just in time. I just received a reply from my father. My father said that the capital is far away from Jingzhou, and I am afraid it will be too late to send someone there. He has already sent a letter to his colleagues in Jingzhou, asking them to help find the whereabouts of your family. Tang Luochuan's body trembled, his eyes gradually turned red, and he knelt down again and gave Shen Zhinian a big salute. "Thank you so much, little Master Ro. Little Master Ro's great kindness will be unforgettable for me." Shen Zhinian's lips curled up slightly, but his smile remained simple. "This is just a simple effort. Why should Dr. Tang be so polite? Get up quickly. You really want to thank me. When I find your family, it will not be too late to thank you again." Tang Luochuan stood up and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. "No matter what the final result is, I will remember this great kindness from Master Ro." Shen Zhinian knew that she had already won over half of Tang Luochuan's loyalty. Chapter 26: The Problematic Bracelet. Today I ordered the Imperial physician of the Tang dynasty to come over. In addition to asking for Ping'an's pulse and inspecting the flowers to be sent to Yanxi Palace, I also want you to help check the things in the Tingyu Pavilion warehouse. After all, there are many people in the palace, so I'm worried that something might go wrong. Tang Luochuan immediately said, "The hearts of the harem are complicated, and the young master is kind-hearted, so he may be easily plotted by others. It is necessary to be cautious. These matters are all taken care of by the minister. Please reach out, little master, and I will take your pulse first." Shen Zhinian put his arms on the soft pillow, but he was thinking about another thing. "Please be safe" is false, but it is true that she doesn't want to get pregnant. First, because she has just entered the palace and has no foundation. She may not even be able to protect herself, let alone a child. Second, only concubines and above can personally raise the emperor's heirs. A woman without children in her harem is like a duckweed without roots. If she wants to compete for that high position, she needs an heir by her side. These truths are true, but there are strict rules for the promotion of concubines. Even if Shen Zhinian is promoted to the first level because of her fertility, she is just a nobleman. Even if she risked her life to give birth to a child, it would only be a wedding dress for someone else, and she might even be taken away by a high-ranking concubine to keep the child. What's the point? So, now is never a good time to get pregnant. Of course, the most important duty of a concubine is to serve the royal family. If people knew that she deliberately didn't want to get pregnant, what awaited Shen Zhinian would be disaster. She didn't fully trust Tang Luochuan yet, so naturally she wouldn't tell her plans directly. Seeing Shen Zhinian's lost look, Tang Luochuan thought she was worried, so he comforted her with a gentle voice. "Please rest assured, little master, my body is extremely healthy and there are no hidden dangers." In the previous life, Shen Zhinian and Lu Jianglin had been married for many years, but they never had any children. The doctor said that she was actually prone to pregnancy, and the infertile person was Lu Jianglin. Logically speaking, her physique should not change in this life, but Shen Zhinian still put on just the right amount of shyness and asked, "Excuse me, Imperial Physician Tang, I wonder if my body, is it easy to conceive?" All the concubines in the harem are eager to conceive a dragon heir. A simple and kind-hearted woman like Ro Chengzai should be rewarded with good things. The Imperial Physician of the Tang dynasty said warmly, "My young master is in good health and has a good foundation. He has a constitution that makes it very easy to get pregnant. You can rest assured. There will be good news soon." The smile on Shen Zhinian's face did not change, but his heart suddenly sank. "That's good. Hanlian, take the Tang Imperial doctor to the warehouse." Hanlian accepted the order and said, "Yes. Tang Imperial Physician, please come this way with your servant." Shen Zhinian sat on the beauty's couch and pondered. Should he gamble on Tang Luochuan's loyalty and ask him to grab a pair of contraceptive pills for him? But in his previous life, the reason why Tang Luochuan was able to become Lu Ruyan's right-hand man was because he gradually established a foothold in Taiyuan Hospital. And in this life, he is still a newcomer who has been ostracized. Even if he is loyal enough to her, there is no guarantee that what he does will not be discovered. Who knew that at this time, Han Pian and Tang Luochuan walked in from the outside holding something with ugly expressions. "Little master, I found a problem." There was a coldness in Shen Zhinian's eyes, and he immediately showed a look of fear and surprise. "What's the problem?" Tang Luochuan's tone became cooler when he thought that such a simple and kind-hearted young Master Ro was being plotted against. "Little Master Ro, this Hetian jade bracelet has been soaked in the juice of the purple eggplant flower. As long as a woman wears it, she will not be able to get pregnant," Hanlian said angrily. "Fortunately, The young master is cautious, and all the things sent by the palace have been placed in the warehouse untouched, otherwise others will definitely be tricked. Shen Zhinian lowered his head and rolled his eyes. How could such a terrible thing happen? Will it cause any harm to the body? If I wear it for a period of time and then take it off, will it affect pregnancy and childbirth? Tang Luochuan thought she was scared, so he patiently comforted her. Please rest assured, little master, Wei Qin has carefully checked that although the juice of the purple eggplant flower has a contraceptive effect, it is non-toxic. Even if you wear it accidentally, you will only wear it in the future. Stay away and you can still get pregnant without causing any harm to your body. Shen Zhinian's eyes lit up for a moment. If you want to take a nap, someone will give you a pillow. And even if someone discovers it one day, she can still take it off cleanly. Then I'll feel relieved. Next, Tang Luochuan carefully checked all the remaining items in the warehouse and found no problems. Shen Zhinian said that if there is any news about his family, someone will be sent to tell him as soon as possible. Tang Luochuan was grateful and respectfully resigned. Who gave this Hetian jade bracelet as a gift? Fu Rui is in charge of the books in the warehouse, and she has already checked them clearly. My lord, on the day when the newlyweds enter the palace, it is said that everyone has a reward from the Imperial concubine. Han Lian gritted her teeth and her eyes were red with anger. Concubine Lu is the only concubine in the harem who has a child, so she doesn't want anyone else to get pregnant. This is too overbearing. Your Majesty is the emperor, and he must have an heir to inherit the throne. Does concubine Lu intend to prevent everyone from having children for the rest of her life? Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of thought flashed in her eyes. No, this matter is not necessarily done by concubine Lu. Han Li was stunned. Little master, how do you know? Shen Zhinian said. A bracelet soaked in purple eggplant flowers is not something difficult to detect. It is too easy to be discovered. If the incident comes to light one day, how will concubine Lu defend herself? Although she is domineering, she is not that stupid. It's more like someone wants to kill several birds with one stone. If the matter is not exposed, the new concubines who enter the palace will not be pregnant, and will not threaten the status of the people behind the scenes. Even if the incident does happen, concubine Lu will be responsible for it, so she will not lose no matter what. This method is so similar to what the empress who talks sweetly and has a sharp sword can do. Han Lian said with a pale face. It's the queen. If that's the case, it's definitely not the first time she has done this. No wonder there is only one heir in the harem, the eldest princess. My lord, why don't you report this matter to His Majesty and ask him to investigate it strictly? Shen Zhinian sneered. This is just our speculation. What evidence is there? Just based on a bracelet soaked in purple eggplant flowers, you want to convict the mother of a country? Silly Han Lian, you are too naive. Besides, the current situation is not completely beneficial to us. At least Shen Zhinian didn't want to get pregnant for the time being, and it was impossible for other concubines to give birth to children and step on her head. And she was not the one who did it. Her hands were always clean. Even if the incident came out, it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she was an innocent victim. Chapter 27 New Palace Visitors. Han Lian asked tentatively. Little master, then we just pretend that we don't know anything? Shen Zhinian nodded. Stand still for now. Han Li picked up the tray and walked out. Then slave, please deal with this bracelet first. What if the young master touches it, and cannot conceive the emperor's heir? Shen Zhinian stood up, picked up the bracelet and put it on, smiling meaningfully. The Tang dynasty doctor said that this bracelet is non-toxic and only has a contraceptive effect. If you can't get pregnant, wouldn't it be just right? Han Li was shocked. My lord, why are you? Fu Rui was 1 year older than her, and had a calmer temperament. She had already understood Shen Zhinian's intentions. The young master has his own reasons for doing this. She was explaining the stakes to Han Lian when Xiaomingzi's voice suddenly sounded outside. My lord, someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs is here. Seeing Shen Zhinian coming out of the inner room, the leading eunuch immediately stepped forward and saluted with a smile. My servant is Xiao Zhaozi, the eunuch in charge of the House of Internal Affairs. I would like to pay my respects to you, Master Ro. May you be blessed. Congratulations, little Master Ro, for being promoted to permanent presence. This servant has sent people to Qingyun Pavilion. Little Master Ro, take a look. Do these people like you? If there is anyone you don't like, I will change them for you immediately. There are 3 ordinary eunuchs and 3 maids each in the palace. Qingyun still lacks 2 eunuchs and 1 maid. After hearing Xiao Zhaozi's words, the 3 people standing behind him immediately stepped forward to salute Shen Zhinian. Slave, please send your greetings to my mistress Ro. May you be blessed with good luck. Shen Zhinian has no foundation in the palace. To her, all the palace residents are the same. And after sending away this batch, there may not be spies arranged by others in the next batch. Besides, the palace staff for low-ranking concubines are all arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Xiao Zhaozi just said this politely. If Shen Zhinian is really picky, he will definitely have a reputation of being arrogant and difficult to maintain. The person who can be chosen by Eunuch Zhao is naturally smart. How can I be dissatisfied? Immediately, Shen Zhinian motioned to Fu Rui to pass a purse over. Eunuch Zhao had seen many concubines who were difficult to maintain in the harem, and he thought that with Ro's ever-present holy concubine, he would definitely have to be picky. Unexpectedly, she was not only easy to talk to, but also gave him enough face, and she was also generous. The smile on his face was a little genuine, and he calmly reminded. When Lady Jiang is demoted from the concubine position, the palace servants must also be cut off as usual. The servant also has to go to Chushu Palace to see which palace servants she can use. It's easy. If you want to stay, please leave first. Shen Zhinian understood what Eunuch Zhao meant. Eunuch walked slowly. After the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs left, Shen Zhinian's eyes fell on the 3 people who stayed behind. What are your names? The 2 young eunuchs stepped forward one after another. Master Hiru, my name is Zai Yangzi. My name is Xiao Zhouzi. Xiao Mingzi suddenly stepped forward and saluted, and said, Little Master, Xiao Zhouzi and the servant are from the same hometown, and they are familiar with each other in the palace. Now we are assigned to work under the Little Master together. It is really fate. Before Xiao Zhouzi entered the palace, the family was open. A martial artist only entered the palace due to a sudden disaster. Shen Zhinian looked at Xiao Zhouzi a few times. He didn't look as feminine as other eunuchs. He was indeed a practicing master. Having a eunuch who knows martial arts by your side will not only make you safer and more secure, but also make many things much easier. If Xiao Zhouzi is loyal to her, she will be a useful talent. However, Shen Zhinian would not trust anyone easily. He just nodded lightly and then turned his attention to the remaining palace maid. What about you? Little Master Hiru, my name is Anha. And he knelt down and kowed out to Shen Zhinian, and said anxiously, There is something that I dare not deceive my mistress. The 3 mistresses that I served before all committed crimes for various reasons and were imprisoned. In the cold palace, the servant was arranged to go back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Other palaces despise slaves as being unlucky and don't want slaves. But if I can't find a place to go, I can only go to Zinseku to wash my clothes. I beg you, my master, to be merciful and keep me as a slave. I am willing to work as an ox or a horse for my master, no matter what. Hanlian and Fuyu's expressions changed slightly. Everything in the palace is about an auspicious omen. Something happened to he and the mistress she served. Of course, she will be considered unlucky. Which palace would dare to want her? When the young master is favored, the Ministry of Internal Affairs absolutely does not have the guts to send such a person over. It is obvious that someone is deliberately trying to irritate the young master. Of course, Shen Zhinian understood this truth. Combined with Eunuch Zhao's deliberate mention of Jiang wanting before, he knew without even thinking that this was her order. There are many things that are true if you believe them, but nothing if you don't believe them. Shen Zhinian will not be disgusted by such inferior means. She looked at he casually. Just now, I didn't say no in front of Eunuch Zhao, which means I kept you all. And no one knows about your previous experiences if you don't tell them, so why bother? And his voice was very respectful. This matter is not a secret. Even if the slave doesn't tell it, the master will know it sooner or later. Instead of waiting until then to make the master angry, it is better for the slave to confess now. I just asked the master to take care of the slave. For the sake of sincerity, I allow you to stay in Qingyun Pavilion. He's smart. Shen Zhinian likes smart people. It is precisely because she has no foundation in the palace that she must take the initiative to cultivate useful people. However, whether there are any problems with these palace people still has to be verified by time. Since I have expressed my satisfaction in front of the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I will not send you back. There are already spring flowers and autumn moons in Qingyun Pavilion. From now on, you can be called Xia Feng. No, Xia Feng cowed out heavily and said excitedly. Thank you so much, Little Master Ro. Xia Feng thanks Little Master for the name. It's great, now she can get rid of the past and never be disliked by others again. She must repay Little Master Ro and thank him for taking her in. Next, Shen Zhinian beat them a few words and asked Fu Rui to reward them. With such kindness and prestige, the three of them were allowed to do some sweeping work in the yard. Entering the inner room, Shen Zhinian leaned lazily on the beauty's couch and told Xiao Mingzi to inquire about the origins of Xiao Liangzi and Xia Feng. Afterwards, she recounted her speculation before saying, Because of me, Jian Wanning was demoted from the first palace master to a noble person. It doesn't take much to think about it. She hates me very much. She must have a backup plan. Next, Qingyun Pavilion, everyone must be vigilant, and don't allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. Han He and Fu Ru's expressions became solemn. Yes. Soon, it was lunchtime. The two of them placed the meals sent from the Imperial dining room on the table and served Shen Zhinian to eat. Little Master, I noticed this morning that the meal was much richer than before. I didn't expect that lunch would be even richer. Chapter 28 Concubine Lu's Olive Branch. Fu smiled and said, The young master is always here now, and it is better to follow the example than when I promised. Shen Zhinian curled his lips and smiled. There were several exquisite delicacies on the table. If she wanted to eat them before, she had to use money to pay for the chef in the Imperial dining room, and others might not be willing to give them face. But now, this has become her daily routine. And it's not just food, but also jewelry, spices, clothes, furnishings, etc. The higher your status, the more things you use, the better. Therefore, when women in the harem compete for favor, it is not just for the emperor's favor, but also for the series of benefits that favor brings. Yongshou Palace. Suizhu respectfully asked for instructions. My lady, you previously ordered Li Changzai and Zhou Changzai to deal with Jiang Guiren, and then put the blame on the favored newcomer. But now it seems that the Queen Mother is right. Ro Changzai is a capable person. If she is taken under her command, she will be a good sword. But we still want those two to stay and act according to the original plan? A cold glint flashed in concubine Lu's peach blossom eyes. I heard that Yangxin Palace asked for water 3 times last night, and Ro Chang is such a charming bitch. If it weren't for the fact that she made Jian Wanning deflate, how can I tolerate such a vixen? Send someone to send something to Tingyij. If she recognizes her identity, I will allow her to live a little longer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Seiju responded yes immediately. My young master, the great eunuch of Yongshou Palace wants to see you. A flash of surprise flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes, and he immediately guessed the purpose of concubine Lu's people coming to her. Please come in. Yes. There was a gentle smile on Xiao Weizi's face. My slave, I say hello to you, Master Ro. May you be blessed. Even though his heart was like a mirror, Shen Zhinian still had a look of curiosity and fear on his face. You don't have to be polite, father-in-law. I wonder if the noble concubine asked you to come here. Xiao Weizi signaled to the palace attendant behind him to bring up the tray. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has made a new gold hairpin inlaid with turquoise flowers. The Imperial concubine said that my young master is so feminine and charming. This hairpin will definitely make him look more charming than a flower. She ordered my servant to bring it over and give it to my young master to wear. Sure enough, concubine Lu wanted to win her over. Shen Zhinian quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and showed just the right amount of surprise and gratitude. There are so many sisters in the harem, but the Imperial concubine misses the concubines. The concubines are really touched. Excuse me, father-in-law, please tell your concubine that when she is free, I will personally go to Yongshou Palace to thank you. Seeing that she was so knowledgeable, Xiao Weizi was very satisfied. My slave will definitely bring you what my master says. The Imperial concubine is still waiting for you, so I will go back first. After Xiao Weizi left, Both Hanlian and Furish showed worried looks on their faces. This turquoise flower-shaped gold hairpin is not only made of precious materials, but the craftsmanship is also so exquisite. It really deserves its reputation. It's just, little master, when I was at home, I heard that the Imperial concubine has a very hot temper. She suddenly showed kindness to you. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Shen Zhinian smiled lightly and said, although the Imperial concubine holds a high position, she has the eldest princess under her knees and the support of the Queen Mother. But after all, the Queen Mother is His Majesty's original wife. If the Queen strongly recommends Jian Wanning as his successor, plus the Duke of Jingguo with the government's backing, the Imperial concubine is not absolutely sure of winning. She has set her sights on the position of Queen, so her hands cannot be stained with blood. She must hope that someone can help her get rid of Jian Wanning and check and balance the other concubines. And I am the most suitable knife. Hanlian's face paled slightly. Little master, you are not in danger now. Danger? Shen Zhinian smiled contemptuously. No, this is exactly an opportunity. Fu couldn't understand. Little master, what do you mean? Shen Zhinian said. I have no foundation in the harem. If the Queen or Jian Wanning are determined to get rid of me, although I have a way to protect myself, it will take a lot of effort and may have to pay some price. If the noble concubine does it, with backup, it will be much easier to survive. Concubine Lu wants to use her as a swordsman, but she can also do the opposite and take advantage of concubine Lu. Fu Rui suddenly understood and nodded. I understand, slave. If you offend both the Queen and the Imperial concubine at the same time, there will be no way to survive in the palace. The young master will pretend to join one party for now. When the other party is defeated in a fight, the young master himself will become stronger, and he will no longer be afraid of the Imperial concubine. Shen Zhinian pinched her cheek. Smart. Go to the warehouse to pick out a few expensive gifts, and find a suitable time for us to visit Yongshou Palace. What happened in Cunning Palace today has spread throughout the harem. With Lu Rian's position, even though she was not qualified to pay respects, she still knew. Yunni frowned and said, Ro Chang is the daughter of a Jima official, and her current status is actually half a level higher than our little master. Who can be convinced? Yunni sneered. He's just an idiot. Behind concubine Jiang stands the empress. Ro Changzai caused her to lose her position as a concubine. How could she let it go? I'm afraid it won't be long before Ro Changzai doesn't even know how she died. Lu Rian shook her head and said, No, Ro Changzai is not stupid, but very smart. Because even if she humbles herself, Jian Wanning will not let her go. It is better to fight back hard, at least to deter others who want to attack her. Yunni curled her lips. They are just some clever tricks. My lady, you don't have to take Ro Changzai to heart. I think His Majesty will definitely turn over the young lady's card tonight. After all, among the newcomers, who can compare with our young lady in terms of appearance? There are many beautiful women in Jiangnan. When Lu Ruyan was still a girl, she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou. Of course, she was confident about her appearance. She also felt that the emperor would most likely pick her card tonight. But on the surface, Lu Ruyan still looked weak and humble. How can you and I guess His Majesty's thoughts? Don't talk nonsense, Yunni said with a smile. Okay, please don't talk nonsense. It's getting late, so I'll dress up my little master again. When Your Majesty turns over the little master's sign, I can look my best to see Your Majesty. There was a smile on Lu Rian's lips, but he didn't stop her. The Hall of Nourishing Heart. It's time to turn over the cards again every day. Negong Xuanyu didn't know why, but his eyes immediately fell on Shen Zhinian's green-headed card. He is not a person who cares about lust, but what comes to mind at this moment is the beauty and satisfaction of last night. There are many beauties in the harem, but Shen Zhinian is not the first in terms of beauty. But her every frown and every smile gave people a feeling of being charming to the core. She is obviously only 70% beautiful, but coupled with her naturally charming temperament, just standing there makes people feel like they are captivating. Chapter 29. The Emperor turned over Shen Zhinian's brand again. Especially after hearing that what happened today, with her status and background, could actually make the youngest daughter of Jingguo Duke's mansion feel embarrassed, Negong Xuanyu found it even more interesting and raised his hand to turn over Shen Zhinian's green-headed card. Not to mention the kneeling little eunuch, even Li Changde was very surprised. Regardless of whether it was in the dormitory or after ascending the throne, among all the women in the harem, only the imperial concubine had received such great favor when she entered the palace. It seems that he was right about the person. Ro Changzai's future is indeed limitless. Li Changde secretly thought in his heart that he should be more polite to Ro Changzai in the future. Although it is a bit against the rules to look at the same concubine signed 2 nights in a row. But in the palace, His Majesty is the biggest rule. It's not like he's tired of living, so of course he won't stop it. Li Changde quickly sent someone to listen to Yuga's edict. Qingyun Pavilion. Not only the other people in the harem, but also Shen Zhinian felt that the emperor would definitely call Lu Ruyan to sleep with him tonight. She walked to the bronze mirror and took off the jewelry on her head. Han Lian, take off my makeup and get ready for bed. Who would have thought that at this moment? Fu Ruo strode in from the outside and said in surprise, My lord, the father-in-law from the Yangxin Palace is here, saying that His Majesty has turned over your brand again tonight. Everyone was very happy and saluted hurriedly. My lord's holy family is very rare in the harem. Congratulations, my lord! Congratulations, my lord! A flash of surprise flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. She didn't expect that the emperor would favor her for 2 consecutive nights. It seemed that she had left a very good impression on the emperor. Tonight she was still dressed plainly, but she wore a sapphire hairpin on her head, which was a gift from Nangong Xuanyu. After a familiar process, Shen Zhinian got on the Fenghuanchuanan car again and headed to the Yangxin Hall. After Sun Chang's sourness was over, there was only joy and expectation left in his heart. It seems that His Majesty will come to Zhongzhe Palace soon, and then her opportunity will come. Elan Pavilion. When Lu Ruyan heard the news, her face still had a soft and weak expression, but her eyes darkened slightly. Sun Mei's face was filled with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, All the newcomers to the palace are waiting for His Majesty's favor. Concubine Jang is the Empress's sister, and she only has 1 night of favor. What kind of person is Concubine Ro? She actually occupied His Majesty's 2 nights. If it weren't for her, His Majesty would have definitely turned over the young lady's card tonight. It was she who stole the young lady's favor. Sun Yu's eyes were deep. My young lady, there is only one His Majesty, but there are so many newcomers. Ro Changzai has taken most of the favor, and there is very little left for you. Lu Ruyan quickly calmed down and said calmly, Keep calm. With such great favor, there are countless people in the harem who are jealous of Ro Changzai. There is no need for us to take action now. But you're right. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Among the newcomers, the only one who can compete with me is Ro Changzai. If she falls, Father is in the palace and has arranged some manpower for me. You can tell me secretly. As Xunyo listened, the corners of his lips gradually curved into a sinister curve. Yes, little master! Chuxiu Palace. Even if the queen still lets Jiang Wanning live in the main palace, it will not change the fact that she was demoted. She hated Shen Zhinian so much that the sound of breaking porcelain in the bedroom didn't stop tonight. Bitch! That bitch Ro Changzai has caused me so much misery, and yet His Majesty is cheating on me again. Why? I know, she is just jealous that I am the first among the newlyweds to sleep with her, so she deliberately plots against me so that she can steal His Majesty's favor. This bitch is so scheming, I want her to die. I want Ro Changzai to die. The maid Xuezhu kept trying to persuade him. My lady, calm down. The Queen Mother said that Ro Changzai is in favor. If you touch her now, it will definitely attract His Majesty's attention, and the loss will outweigh the gain. It is better to wait until His Majesty's attention is attracted by other newcomers, and then it will not be too late to deal with her. Jiang Wanning was unwilling to accept this and gritted her teeth and said, The knife didn't fall on my eldest sister, so of course she doesn't feel any pain. Don't think I don't know. My eldest sister just feels that I was sent by the family to replace her, so she is unhappy and doesn't want me to thrive in the harem. Otherwise, she is the dignified Queen Mother. If she really wants to protect me, how could a mere concubine put herself above me? My eldest sister is clearly using Ro Changzai to warn me, to let me know that if I want to live a good life in the harem, I must be humble in front of her. Xuezhu was so scared that her face turned pale and she fell to her knees with a plop. My lady, just keep these words in your heart, and don't say them out loud. Otherwise, once the queen hears them. Jian Wanning snorted coldly. That's what my elder sister thinks in her heart, and you won't let me say it. But, after all, she is the daughter of the Duke of Qingyun who was carefully nurtured. Even if her temper has become a little arrogant due to being spoiled, she is not a fool. Jian Wanning understood that if she wanted to ascend to the throne, she could not do without the support and help of Queen Jiang. Since her elder sister is already criticizing her, she will just be quiet for the time being. As long as the eldest sister is satisfied, all the women in the harem will have to bow down to her. It will be easy to kill a Ro Changzai. Shen Zhinian could imagine how many women in the harem would be jealous of her, and wish she would die if the emperor turned over her sign for 2 consecutive nights. But she's not afraid. If Shen Nanqiao was like Shen Nanqiao in his previous life, always carrying an attitude of being as pale as a chrysanthemum, and not fighting for anything, he would be in a position where everyone can be bullied. Arriving at the Yangxin Hall, Nangong Xuanyu, who was wearing a bright yellow coat after taking a bath, strode in without waiting long tonight. He is extremely tall, with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. His facial features are three-dimensional, his aura is fierce, and he carries the majesty of an emperor that cannot be offended. In all his past and present lives, Shen Zhinian has never seen a more handsome man than Nangong Xuanyu. Even without the blessing of the emperor's status, with his immortal-like appearance, he is probably the dream girl of many women. No wonder there are so many concubines in the harem who love him to death. But that doesn't include her. All she longs for is status and power. Concubine, please see your majesty. Shen Zhinian stood up and bowed down, her voice as melodious as an oriole's cry, revealing a section of her snow-white and slender neck. Nangong Xuanyu's eyes fell on it, his eyes darkened, he took her hand and walked to the bedside to sit down. I heard that you single-handedly caused concubine Jiang to be demoted to noble lady Jiang today. My beloved concubine is so courageous that even the queen's sister dared to offend her. The emperor's voice was smiling, and he seemed to be in a good mood. First, he didn't want to see the Jiang family grow bigger, and he was quite satisfied with the result. Chapter 30. What's the difference between a man's promise and a dog's barking? The second reason is that all women in the harem are the same to the emperor. Whoever makes him feel happy will be given more favor by him. Based on his experience in his previous life, Shen Zhinian knew that Nangong Xuanyu had to go through a brutal battle for the right to inherit the throne before ascending to the throne of God. There were many times when I was young that I was almost killed by the concubines in the harem. Therefore, what he really likes deep down in his heart is a woman with a pure mind and a pure temperament. A smart and capable concubine may be appreciated and favored by Nangong Xuanyu, but she will never be given his sincerity. And with Shen Zhinian's family background, if he wants to ascend to that position, he must become the person Nangong Xuanyu really puts in his heart. These thoughts flashed through Shen Zhinian's mind, and her eyes instantly turned red, with a hint of imperceptible grievance and uneasy guilt in her heart. Your Majesty, do you know? No one has ever been as kind to me as you are. I just said that I like the scent of gardenias, and you sent someone to deliver all the gardenias in the greenhouse to my palace. I am really touched, so touched. To others, it is just an ordinary flower, but in my heart, the gardenia sent by your Majesty is worth a fortune. So this morning when I went to Cunning Palace to pay my respects, I specially pinned it on my head. But Lady Jiang not only belittled your Majesty's intentions, she also crushed them into mud. At that moment, I was really sad and angry. But when I saw that concubine Jiang was demoted by the queen, I felt that this punishment was too severe for her, and I felt a little bit reluctant. Your Majesty, on the one hand, I think that I should not sympathize with the person who ruined your heart. On the other hand, I feel that it is really pitiful that Jiang Guiran was punished for a flower. I am really conflicted, and I don't know what to do. All right. The girl's eyes were as clear as crystal, with a hint of uneasiness. The look in his eyes could not conceal the emotion and admiration. Not only women, men also like to hear sweet words. Especially when the gifts you give out are so cherished by others, even an emperor will feel happy. Nangong Xuanyu only felt that his heart seemed to be touched by something. He held Shen Zhinian in his arms and softened his tone. Jiang Guiran acted arrogantly and brought it upon himself. What does it have to do with you? You don't have to feel guilty about her. Shen Zhinian's voice trembled slightly. Concubines and concubines all obey your majesty. Nagong Xuanyu smelled the fragrance of gardenia on her body, and a flash of inquiry flashed in his dark and deep eyes. He grew up in a deep palace and saw countless women who looked innocent and harmless, but were actually cruel and cruel. Nagong Xuanyu understood that it was not easy for a woman to survive in the deep palace, and it was normal for her to have means. But he can love such a woman, but she will never be able to enter his heart. So, is this Ro Changzai who makes him taste the marrow really pure and kind, or is he just as good at pretending as those vulgar things? The Emperor's fingers entwined a strand of Shen Zhinian's hair, and his voice was gentle, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. There is one thing I don't understand. Since my beloved concubine likes and values the gardenias I sent so much, why did she give most of them to others? Shen Zhinian knew how deep the Emperor's thoughts were. How could he believe her just because of her few words? If she wants to seek the Emperor's heart, her disguise in front of him must be perfect until he completely believes her. She looked up at Nagong Xuanyu, her charming eyes shining brightly, without any hint of guilt. It is precisely because I like your majesty that I understand the pain of lovesickness. Sun Changzai, who lives with me in Zhongce Palace, has not seen your majesty for a long time. Therefore, I divided the gardenias rewarded by your majesty. Give half of it to her, so that she can comfort her lovesickness. As for the snow concubine, I was targeted by everyone in the cunning palace and was really scared. Only the snow concubine spoke to me. The concubine was grateful for this relief and was willing to share his majesty's thoughts with her. Your majesty won't be angry with my concubine for this, right? At this point, Shen Zhinian's expression became cautious again. It was as if she really fell in love with Nagong Xuanyu, and one look from him could dominate her emotions. Nagong Xuanyu's expression was unpredictable. Concubines in the harem usually fight to the death for favor. Is there really such a kind person who would sympathize with an unfavored concubine? Nagong Xuanyu didn't believe it, but felt it was false, and looked at Shen Zhinian with a lighter gaze. Is her kindness and simplicity really just an act? Oh, there are so many concubines in the palace who are not favored. If my beloved concubine sympathizes with every one of them, can I be sympathetic? Shen Zhinian lowered his head, bit his lip and shook his head. No. The concubine gave half of the gardenias to Sun Changzai, not just because she sympathized with her for not being favored. But. Nagong Xuanyu looked at her. But what? Shen Zhinian's voice was a little sad. Because I understand that there are more women in the harem, and there are more unloved concubines. So, I don't know if I will be forgotten by His Majesty one day. I expressed my kindness to Sun Changzai, and I also thought that if the day comes, I hope someone can give me something related to His Majesty. Even if I can't see the beauty of the sky, I can still use His Majesty's heart to relieve my pain. The pain of lovesickness. Nagong Xuanyu's heart was shocked, and he realized that he had misunderstood her. Seeing the worried and uneasy little woman in love in front of him, he actually felt a little distressed. How come? Nagong Xuanyu hugged Shen Zhinian into his arms again and patted her back gently. I like your kindness, simplicity, and sincerity. As long as you can maintain your original intention in this deep palace like a dye vat, I will always like you. Shen Zhinian's face was pressed against Nagong Xuanyu's chest, with a sarcastic look on his face. He also knew that the harem was a big dying vat. How could a truly innocent woman survive? And what's the difference between a man's promise and a dog's barking? I'm afraid the Emperor has told countless women about similar words, and whoever believes them will be stupid, but she doesn't believe them anyway. Shen Zhinian's tone was full of emotion. I also like your majesty, I believe you. No woman has ever given Nagong Xuanyu this kind of feeling. He held her soft body, and his throat gradually became tight. The red yuan tent is warm and the room is full of spring light. An hour later, Shen Zhinian lay in Nagong Xuanyu's arms, his whole body sore. The Emperor hugged the woman in his arms, looking down at her with a little smile in his eyes. This woman's cheeks are flushed, as if a beauty is drunk, which is alluring. Chapter 31 Priceless Reward. She was naturally charming, but now her eyes were filled with spring, and she was simply adorable. Nagong Xuanyu was a little emotional when he saw it, and ordered, Li Changde, come to my warehouse and bring me Lu Nongxia. Li Changde was surprised. Lu Nongxiao is the royal wine. Only the emperor can enjoy it. Your Majesty, is he going to grant you the everlasting presence of Ro? No concubine has ever been so favored and so blessed. Yes. Not long after, Lu Nongxiao and some snacks were placed on the 8 immortals' table. Shen Zhinian also dressed up and sat over. Shen Zhinian could not drink the royal wine specially reserved for emperors, and he didn't know what Nangong Xuanyu wanted to do with her this time. She looked at the emperor with a smile. Your Majesty, won't you drink? Nangong Xuanyu stood up and sat over. Then I will drink some with you. It was obvious that this man wanted to play something new, but he refused to admit it. Shen Zhinian said, haha, twice in his heart, but said, Thank you for the wine, Your Majesty. I will fill it with Your Majesty. When drinking, she always maintained the demeanor of an official woman, very elegant. Nangong Xuanyu's eyes unknowingly fell on Shen Zhinian from the wine glass. After a few glasses of wine, her face became even more flushed, and she smiled. There was also a faint aroma of wine. Sure enough, her appearance after drinking was even more attractive. Although Lu Nongxia's drinking power is not strong, she is a woman after all, and her drinking capacity cannot be that great. Nangong Xuanyu was afraid that she would drink too much, so he reached for the wine bottle. However, Shen Zhinian hid and looked at Nangong Xuanyu with a smile. Your Majesty has so much royal wine in his private treasury, this pot belongs to my concubine. Nangong Xuanyu stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek. Why, are you afraid that I will steal it from you? You are a heartless little thing. Shen Zhinian had a flattering smile on his face. Everything I own was given by Your Majesty. How could you have such an idea? Your Majesty, I will fill you up with more concubines. Li Changde was about to remind that His Majesty would have to attend the morning court tomorrow. But seeing the smile in the Emperor's eyes, he still swallowed the words that came to his lips. That's all, it's rare for His Majesty to be so elegant. Li Changde bowed his head and retreated quietly, so as not to disturb His Majesty and Ro Chang's time together. The bright candlelight illuminated the hall as bright as day. The woman was wearing a light gauze dress, and her outfit was extremely simple. Her long black hair was only held up by a hairpin, hanging down like a waterfall, adding a bit of charm. The hairpin shone brightly under the candlelight, making it very conspicuous. Nangong Xuanyu's gaze lingered on it for a moment. This sapphire hairpin on the head perfectly complements the complexion of my beloved concubine. Shen Zhinian raised his hand and touched the hairpin. His movements were full of charm, with a bit of shyness on his face, and he said gratefully, Your Majesty gave this to my concubine, and I like it very much. Thank you, Your Majesty. When receiving a gift, you must show that you like it very much and praise it highly. In this way, the other party will have a sense of accomplishment, and be motivated to give her more gifts. Even if Nangong Xuanyu is an emperor, the principles of training men are the same. Sure enough, listening to Shen Zhinian's praise and seeing her moved expression, the smile on Nangong Xuanyu's lips deepened, and a feeling of satisfaction inexplicably arose in his heart. Next, Shen Zhinian and Nangong Xuanyu were drinking and chatting. At first, Nangong Xuanyu just felt that this little girl suited his liking. When he gets along with her, his mood always relaxes unconsciously. Even though he was an emperor, he felt exhausted inside as he watched the intrigues in the court, and the intrigues of the women in the harem every day. It's not easy to find a place where you feel relaxed. Even if she is the daughter of a 6th-grade official and doesn't have much knowledge, it doesn't matter. However, who knew that Shen Zhinian would actually read poetry and books? Although she has a pure and kind nature, she has her own unique opinions on any matter. Even the Emperor Nangong Xuanyu was impressed by some of his thoughts and perceptions. Although he doesn't care whether the woman has more knowledge or less, after all, the concubine does not need to take the Imperial examination. But a generation of emperors like talented women after all. No matter how many women there are in the harem, there is only one Ro Chang who can not only let him know the taste of his food in the bed, but also talk about poetry with him, and make him feel extremely relaxed. Moreover, she does not have a proud family background, so her only reliance is on him. Even if he favors her again, she will not threaten the imperial power. At the end, Nangong Xuanyu looked at Shen Zhinian with a touch of real tenderness. I am lucky to have my beloved concubine. Shen Zhinian nestled against Nangong Xuanyu's chest and exhaled like an orchid. It is my honor to meet His Majesty in this life. What a blessing! Everything was planned step by her walking on the tip of a knife. She must not only ensure that the talents she displays can arouse Nangong Xuanyu's interest, but also must always be vigilant to avoid revealing her talents too much, making him suspicious and jealous. He was the only one enjoying it, and she was exhausted. But sensing Nangong Xuanyu's change in attitude towards her, Shen Zhinian felt that everything was worth it. She deliberately showed a different side in front of the emperor today because women must always retain a sense of mystery in order to keep men interested. No, in the past, the concubines were reluctant to leave after they had gone to bed. But when she arrived at Shen Zhinian's place, when she resigned, the person who still had lingering feelings turned out to be Nangong Xuanyu. This was the first time that the aloof emperor had such feelings for a woman. His eyes were dark, and in the end he didn't ask her to stay. He just asked Li Changde to send Shen Zhinian back after drinking. Even if this little girl interests him a little, he will not be deceived by her beauty, and will not make exceptions for anyone. Concubine, please leave! Shen Zhinian was not discouraged. When he turned around, the corners of his lips curved slightly. The meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. She had managed to leave an impression on the emperor, making him take a keen interest in her. Then the next step is to make him prefer her unconsciously. Shen Zhinian believed that sooner or later, Nangong Xuanyu would take the initiative to make an exception for her. And that day won't be too far away. Nangong Xuanyu never hesitates to reward the women he loves. He had been thinking about what kind of treasure would be suitable for Shen Zhinian. When Li Changde returned, Nangong Xuanyu ordered, I remember that in my private treasury, there is a Pariba pigeon egg ring that was paid tribute by Sima. Find it out and send it to Tinyu Pavilion. Li Changde's face was full of shock. This is a priceless treasure. Back then, the Sima area paid tribute to the great Zhou dynasty, and many concubines fought for it. Your Majesty didn't let go, but he actually wanted to give it to Ro Changzai. Nangong Xuanyu glanced at him lightly. Why, I can't use you anymore. Li Changde was sweating from behind. I don't dare! I'll do it now! Chapter 32 Shen Zhinian is very satisfied with this gift from the emperor. The lower-ranking concubines only need to pay their respects to the queen after they have gone to bed for the first time. You can sleep more tomorrow to relieve your body's aches and pains. The next day, Shen Zhinian didn't get up until the sun was high. Seeing the expressions of amazement on Hanlian and Fura's faces, she asked curiously, What's going on? My lord, you're awake! Hanlian strode over carrying a tray. Early this morning, the father-in-law of Yangshin Hall sent over a reward from His Majesty. At first I was confused as to why he behaved so low-key, but after seeing the thing, I understood. Your Majesty has rewarded me with such a treasure. If I don't keep a low profile, the concubines in the harem won't tear me apart. Hanlian and Furui had never seen many treasures in their lives, so it was normal for them to feel amazed. But even the father-in-law of Yangshin Hall has put a lot of thought into it, which shows that it is really a rare thing. Shen Zhinian's interest was completely aroused, and he opened the box. The next second, her beautiful eyes were filled with unabashed astonishment. In the exquisite mother-of-pearl box lies a gemstone ring the size of a pigeon egg. It is like a clear lake as a whole, with a very translucent aqua blue light and neon fire color, giving people a strong visual impact. The unique neon blue light is like the rippling blue waves in the ocean, embedded on the wall of the ring, full of light. Wow! Even though they had already seen it during the acceptance inspection, Hanlian and Fuyu once again showed expressions of wonder. Little master, I have never seen such a beautiful gemstone before, and the ring is even more beautiful than words can describe. The gems on this ring seem different from those worn by other ladies? Shen Zhinian had seen this kind of gem from a foreign businessman in his previous life, but no matter the color, clarity, or cut, it was far inferior to the one gifted by the emperor. This is the blue Pariba produced in the Sima area. It should be a tribute, so naturally it is not easily seen. Hanlian and Yurong said, My lord, your majesty loves you so much. Not only has he given you his unique favor, but he has also given you such a tribute. And when the father-in-law from Yangshin Hall came over, he said that his majesty had specifically told you that there was no need to wake you up to thank you and to let you sleep more. Your Majesty is so kind to my little master! Shen Zhinian put the ring on her slender middle finger and admired its bright light in the sun, with a satisfied arc on her lips. What woman doesn't like sparkling and beautiful jewelry? Her mood is very beautiful. All sweet words are false, only real rewards are real. She was very satisfied with this gift from the Emperor. It was true that she praised him so much last night about his feelings for her. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but think of this time in her previous life, when she married into the Liu family, and in order to maintain the livelihood of the whole family, she even pawned the only gold hairpin she had, let alone wore a priceless ring. She really had to thank Shen Nanqiao for robbing her of her marriage as soon as she was reborn, otherwise how would she get this incredible wealth? I just don't know how Shen Nanqiao is doing in the Liu family now. Does she have any regrets? Fu Rui, please send someone to inquire about my sister's current life in the Liu family. Although Fu Rui didn't know why the young master suddenly mentioned the eldest lady, she still said respectfully, "Yes." Shen Zhinian took off the ring on his hand and asked Fu Rui to put it away. After washing, I sat down in front of the dressing table. Hanli asked in confusion, "My lord, that ring is so beautiful and it was a gift from His Majesty. Why don't you wear it anymore?" Shen Zhinian chuckled and said, "You also understand that if the concubines in the harem know about this, they will be so jealous that they want to tear me apart. Since His Majesty asked someone to send it here in a low-key manner, I naturally can't live up to his hard work. It's fine to wear it in the bedroom, but it's not suitable to wear it out to show off. At least, not until she has a high status." Fu Ru nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty is the Emperor, and he always does things as he pleases, but this time he has considered the situation of my little master, which shows that he really takes my little master into consideration." Shen Zhinian also understood this truth and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there were so many women in the harem. They knew that loving the Emperor would result in their bodies being shattered, but they still chose to fly into the flames. Because the 9-5 master, who is as handsome as an immortal, has given me unprecedented favor. How many women can withstand it? Even if Shen Zhinian is sober, his heart is still a little moved. But she was moved, she would always guard her heart, and she would never fall in love with that aloof emperor. Hanlian dressed up Shen Zhinian and talked about what Xiao Mingzi had found out. "My lord, when the concubines went to pay their respects to the queen today, even though you were not here, you were still the focus of Cunning Palace. It is said that only the Imperial concubine has been favored by His Majesty for 2 consecutive days in the dormitory. No one in the harem has ever been so favored. Many people are itching to hate you when they mention you." They were happy for their little mistress, but they were also worried that she would be too favored and would be hated by others and would encounter unreasonable disasters. Shen Zhinian smiled lightly. "Now that you have entered the palace, you have to compete for favors based on your own abilities. I don't know about the others, but I'm afraid Lu Ruyan really hates me. After all, everyone in the palace thinks that she will be the next one to be favored, but I blocked the way." Fu Rui heard what she meant. "Little master, what do you mean?" "Lu Ruyan is very deep in the city and her methods are ruthless. I guess she won't just let it go. Send someone to keep an eye on Elan Pavilion secretly and pay attention to what's going on there." "Yes." Shen Zhinian looked at the beauty in the bronze mirror and said, "I'm going to the Yongshou Palace in the afternoon to pay homage to the Imperial concubine. Dress me up nicely." Concubine Lu is extremely jealous, and she is in the prime of favor. I am afraid that even if the other party wants to win her over, he will not be able to control his jealousy, and will definitely give her a blow. If she dresses up in a dazzling way, won't she be hitting concubine Lu's gun? My slave understands. Sure enough, when Shen Zhinian arrived at the Yongshou Palace in the afternoon, Suizhu said with an apologetic look, "Little Master Ro, the Imperial concubine is the assistant in charge of the 6th palace. She has been very tired recently. The Empress has not woken up from her nap, so as a slave, she cannot disturb her. I hope my dear please forgive me." Shen Zhinian had already been mentally prepared. "It doesn't matter. The Imperial concubine is working hard, so I won't wake her up. I'll just wait. Thank you for your understanding, Little Master Ro." Suizhu's attitude was very polite, but she had no intention of letting Shen Zhinian go in and wait while drinking tea. Instead, she left her outside. It is now mid-September, the weather is getting cooler, and there is a cold wind blowing from time to time. standing outside in thin palace clothes is not pleasant. If you get cold, which is even worse, wouldn't it mean that you won't even be able to see His Majesty? Han Lian was a little anxious. Didn't concubine Lu deliberately tease the young master? Shen Zhinian looked calm. Because... Chapter 33 Obtaining the Reward from Concubine Lu. If concubine Lu wanted to punish her, she would definitely take this opportunity to beat her hard. But the purpose of the other party is to win over each other. If it is left out for too long, it will not be a win-over, but a feud. Therefore, no matter how jealous concubine Lu was, she could only swallow her breath and comfort Shen Zhinian. No, Suizhu was inside trying to persuade her. My dear, the Queen Mother's right. Now is the time to employ people. Since we want to win over Ro Changzai, we can't embarrass her. Concubine Lu's eyes were filled with jealousy. Didn't you hear that everyone in the palace is saying that Ro's ever-present love is comparable to that of me? Isn't it going to be long before she climbs over me? Empress, you are the legitimate daughter of Duke Dinghua, with a distinguished status. Your Majesty is only interested in Ro Changzai for a while. Our real opponents are Jiang Gui and the Empress. You must not act on your temporary arrogance. Under Tseju's dissuasion, concubine Lu finally suppressed her displeasure. Okay, let her in. Yes. When Shen Zhinian entered the inner hall, he saw concubine Lu lying lazily on the beauty couch. Her temperament was noble and extremely beautiful. Concubine, please give my regards to the noble concubine. May your concubine be blessed with good luck. The Empress admired the concubine's golden hairpin inlaid with turquoise flowers. She liked it very much and came here today to express her gratitude. Lu Guifei listened to Tseju's words and did not continue to threaten Shen Zhinian. Get up and give me a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty the concubine. Although he knew in his heart that the most important thing was to be in the rear position, supporting useful people to deal with the Jingui government was the main business at the moment. But thinking that the emperor loved Shen Zhinian as much as he did to her back then, concubine Lu couldn't help but be jealous. Especially looking at Shen Zhinian's face, which was several years younger than hers, concubine Lu felt even more unhappy, with a hint of coolness in her tone. I heard that Your Majesty is very fond of Ro Changzai, so I turned over the sign of Ro Changzai for 2 nights in a row. This great favor happened when I first entered the dormitory. Ro Changzai is such a blessing. Suizhu sighed secretly, but he also understood his mother-in-law's temperament, and her persuasion was useless. Before coming to Yongshou Palace, Shen Zhinian had already thought of a countermeasure, and did not panic at all when faced with this proposition. Your Majesty's words are so embarrassing to me. How can I compare with Your Majesty in her beauty? In fact, in those 2 nights, the one Your Majesty and I talked about the most was the Imperial concubine. Oh? Concubine Lu's curiosity was aroused, and she looked at her. What did Your Majesty tell you? Shen Zhinian said respectfully. Your Majesty praises the Empress for her unparalleled beauty. No woman in the harem can match the beauty of the Empress, let alone the concubines. His Majesty also said that when he and the Empress met for the first time, the Empress was dressed in green and looked like a fairy coming out of the forest. That scene was deeply imprinted in his heart, and he will never forget it in his life. Not only men, but women also like to hear nice words. Of course she wants to make concubine Lu happy. No matter what happened, concubine Lu would never go to the emperor to find out what they said when she was sleeping. Shen Zhinian need not worry at all, the lie will be exposed. Concubine Lu originally thought that Shen Zhinian was fooling her, but when she and the emperor met for the first time, she wore a green fairy skirt. Only her confidants knew about it, and Shen Zhinian had no way of knowing. In other words, what this woman said is true. His Majesty favors the new concubines who enter the palace just because of the rules left by his ancestors. In His Majesty's heart, they are all playthings, and she is the only true love. Concubine Lu's expression changed from gloomy to clear, and she looked much more pleased with Shen Zhinian, even showing a hint of superior pity. You are a smart person, and I like smart people who know the current affairs. I just don't know if Ro Changzai knows the current affairs? Shen Zhinian stood up and saluted, showing a somewhat uneasy look. To be honest, my family background is not as good as that of the noble ladies in the palace. After entering the palace, I just wanted to live a stable life. But unexpectedly, I offended noble Jang to death. She is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, and the biological sister of the empress. Although I feel a bit of divine favor, I also understand that it is just a mirror, and I feel really scared. Thanks to the Imperial concubine for not giving up and being willing to express her kindness to me. I am really touched and very grateful to the Imperial concubine. Concubine Lu was very satisfied with her answer. Regardless of whether Shen Zhinian's demotion of Jiang Wanning was deliberate or unintentional, it proved that she was quite capable. Moreover, she has no family background, and she has completely offended the people of the Jingguo Palace. The only way to survive is to seek refuge in the Dinghua Palace. No one is more suitable than Shen Zhinian to be the knife in her hand to attack the Jingguo Palace. The smile on Lu Guifei's face was a bit real. Ro Changzai is so sweet, I just can't see it. There are people in the palace who use their power to bully others. From now on, if Jiang Guiran and his gang give you any grievances, you can come to Yongshou Palace. The palace makes the decision for you. This means to indulge her, and even add fuel to the flames, and let her fight with the people of the Jingguo Palace. Shen Zhinian pretended not to understand that concubine Lu just wanted to use her, and her eyes were full of gratitude. Concubine, you are really the kindest woman in the harem. With concubine Lu under your protection, I will feel at ease. A flash of sarcasm flashed in concubine Lu's peach blossom eyes. After all, she is a newcomer who has just entered the palace. She is so innocent that she is so stupid. If others show a little kindness, she will shed tears of gratitude. But she can feel confident using such a knife. Okay, I'm tired. You can go back first. Concubine, please leave. Concubine Lu was born in Duke Dinghua's palace, and her family was rich. Since she wanted to win over people's hearts, she couldn't be stingy with her actions. Shen Zhinian left with a lot of rewards. Just looking at these rare treasures, Shen Zhinian felt that those nice words just now were worth it. After all, if you talk a lot, you will get real benefits, so why not? Han Lian asked. My young master, with the protection of the Imperial concubine, do you not have to worry about the open and secret attacks in the palace in the future? Shen Zhinian shook his head and smiled. Silly girl, you are too naive. In the eyes of superiors, if the knife is no longer useful, just replace it, but no one will deliberately protect a knife. Ah? Han Lian couldn't understand. Then why did you come to Yongshou Palace today? Shen Zhinian said. From beginning to end, I have only one purpose. As long as concubine Lu and the concubines who are attached to her will not take action against me for a long time to come, we will not have to face the attack from the Jingguo Palace and the Dinghua Palace. Han Lian nodded thoughtfully. That's it. After returning to Tingyu Pavilion, it was soon dinner time. Chapter 34. Someone gives snacks to the emperor. Shen Zhinian clearly felt that the types of dishes were much richer than before, and even the specifications and grades far exceeded the usual portions. This is? Fu Rui explained with a smile. My lord, you don't know that the people in the Imperial dining room are very polite to us in Tingyu Pavilion now. When we went over to pick up dinner, before we even opened our mouths, the Imperial chef deliberately asked the young master if there was anything he wanted to eat. These extra dishes are all the people in the royal kitchen showing respect to the young master. The people in the palace flatter others and suppress others, this has always been the case. Now that she was favored, they would naturally rush to fawn over her, and Shen Zhinian didn't find it strange. When she was almost done eating, she put down her chopsticks and said, Give the remaining dishes to the palace servants below. When the master of the palace eats, there are waiters serving the dishes. There are many sea cucumbers, abalones, shark's fins, birds' nests, etc., which may only be picked up by 1 or 2 chopsticks, or there are too many dishes and they are completely untouched. The food for the palace people is mediocre, so they don't have the chance to eat such delicacies. Of course, they are overjoyed. Thank you, little master, for the food. In the evening, Shen Zhinian took a group of palace people to take a walk in the Imperial garden to eat. Beauty and figure are assets to compete for favor, so she naturally has to manage her figure well and not get too fat. Who would have thought that they would meet a concubine on the wrong road? The other party had a higher status than her. Now that they had met, Shen Zhinian couldn't pretend that he hadn't seen her. He folded his hands on his waist and made a standard blessing ceremony. I have seen the jade concubine. She is very lucky. Install! The jade concubine looked at Shen Zhinian coldly, and saw that the other person's face was like a peach blossom, and his eyes were full of spring water. He was so nourished at the first sight, and the jealousy in her eyes almost burst out. She originally thought that Shen Zhinian and she were both charming types, but he was younger and more beautiful than her, so he would definitely take away her favor. Sure enough, as soon as this charming lady came to bed, he occupied His Majesty for 2 nights. His Majesty even gave Shen Zhinian the gardenia that she couldn't ask for. If this continues, will His Majesty still see her in his eyes in the future? In particular, Shen Zhinian calmly resolved her many difficulties, which made the concubine even more breathless. She originally thought that Jiang Wanning hated Shen Zhinian and would definitely take action against this woman, so she didn't have to dirty her hands. Who would have thought that Jiang Wanning would actually lose her breath under Queen Zhang's beating? Smelling the faint fragrance of gardenia on Shen Zhinian's body, the concubine really couldn't bear it anymore. After catching her eye contact, Qiongji stepped forward and scolded. "Little Master Bold Row, you are only here all the time. The jade concubine is the head of the first palace. When you see her, you can't kneel down and bow down to her?" Shen Zhinian did not learn the palace rules in vain from Aunt Xiao. She stood up and said without being humble or arrogant, "Jade concubine, the palace rules say that the lower-ranking concubines only need to kneel down to the higher-ranking concubines during New Year's Day worship. It's a great gift. If you meet someone, just give them the one for gift, so there's no problem with the concubine's etiquette." Qiongji didn't expect that Shen Zhinian was so familiar with the palace rules, and was choked to the point of speechlessness. Jade concubine's face became more and more gloomy. "Ro Chang thinks that after being favored by His Majesty for 2 nights, you can no longer take me seriously?" Shen Zhinian met her eyes without fear. "What the concubine said made me very frightened. The concubine was just talking about the matter. Dare I ask the Empress, where did the concubine say something wrong?" Of course, the jade concubine knew that Shen Zhinian was right, but she was a concubine. If she lost her place in front of a Chang's eye, how would she be able to gain a foothold in the harem in the future? "Be bold. If you are disrespectful to your superiors and make disobedient remarks, I will punish you by kneeling here for 2 hours as a warning to others. Qiongji, you are here to watch. She is not allowed to leave before the time is up." Qiongji said yes respectfully, and looked at Shen Zhinian coldly. "Ro Chang is here, didn't you hear what the Empress said? Kneel down quickly." In order to survive and get a better life, Shen Zhinian has always been able to bend and stretch. If she is not favored and faced with the punishment of the concubine, she will naturally endure it and take advantage of it. But now everyone in the palace knew that the emperor was new to her, and she was a well-deserved beloved concubine. Why did she have to endure the difficulties and harassment from the concubine? Back to the jade concubine. "I promised to make snacks for His Majesty today. Your Majesty is still waiting. I forgive you for not wasting your time, so I will leave now." Shen Zhinian gave a virtual blessing and turned around to leave. You! Jade concubine pointed at her back and almost exploded with anger. "How dare a little Chang Zai not take me seriously?" Qiongji was also so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Who allowed Ro to be favored by Jing? She used making snacks for His Majesty as an excuse. If the Empress forced her to stay and delayed His Majesty's meal, who could bear this responsibility? Not only Han Lian, but also Xiao Mingzi and the others were dumbfounded. Xiao Feng patted his chest. "My little master, I just saw that the jade concubine was not a good person. I was almost scared to death. I didn't expect that the little master was so powerful and could escape from the master's hand." Shen Zhinian smiled and said nothing. If it were Chang Zai who was not favored, he would not dare to say no, even if he was pinched and crushed by the concubines. All she relied on was the emperor's favor. In the harem, if there is no strong family background or backing, the emperor's favor is everything. Therefore, if the women in the palace want to avoid being stepped on by others, they have to fight hard for favor. This truth is both realistic and sad. Hanli was a little worried. "Little master, you have repeatedly failed the concubine. Will she take revenge on you?" Shen Zhinian said calmly. "Jade concubine has long regarded me as a strong enemy in her heart. Even if I lie down and act like a child today, she will not let me go. Why should I be punished by her? Anyway, it is not bad to offend her. This time or twice." Hanli covered her mouth and smiled. I understand, slave. This means that debts are too heavy to bear. But we don't make snacks in the palace. Shen Zhinian curled his lips and smiled. I have it now. After returning to Qingyun Pavilion, she asked Fu to go to the Imperial dining room to get a plate of milfei pastry and bring it to the Yangshin Hall. Anyway, there were so many concubines bringing food to the emperor every day, so the emperor didn't notice her. She just showed it to the concubines. The Hall of Nourishing Heart. Jingzhou is located in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. Floods have been frequent since ancient times, but it has not been this serious for many years. Nangong Xuanyu sat behind the imperial desk to deal with the matter urgently. Apart from a bowl of walnut and black rice porridge for breakfast, he had not eaten anything all day long. Li Changde was very worried about the dragon body, but he went in and tried to persuade him several times, but was kicked out and could only worry at the door. At this time, a young eunuch came over with a food box. Eunuch, the 1,000-layer puff pastry in here is. Li Changde was used to the ways the concubines in the palace used to compete for favor, and he was already getting a little impatient. His Majesty has said that he does not want to eat anything and that no one is allowed to come in and disturb him. The lady's gifts can be sent over next time. Please do not cause trouble at this time. Chapter 35 breaks the harem record. The young eunuch thought he had done something wrong, and quickly lowered his head and said, Yes. I will go back to the maid of Qingyun Pavilion now. Etc. Li Changde's eyes lit up and he stopped him. Did Ro Changzai send these snacks? Yes. Ro Changzai's personal maid is still outside waiting for my reply. Li Changde stretched out his hand and said, Take out the 1,000-layer puff pastry and give it to our family. The little eunuch was confused. Didn't you say that your Majesty will not allow anyone to come in and disturb you? Li Changde took the milfei cake and hummed. What do you know? Is Ro Changzai the same as others? This is His Majesty's new favorite. Whether it succeeds or not, he will always give it a try. If something went wrong with the dragon's body, wouldn't he be entirely to blame for his death? Seeing Li Changde's figure, Nangong Xuanyu frowned impatiently. Didn't I say, I'm not hungry now, don't come in and disturb me again, you turned a deaf ear to what I said? Li Changde hurriedly bent down to apologize. Your Majesty, please calm down. It was Ro Changzai who personally sent someone to bring some snacks. Do you want to use some? Nangong Xuanyu's eyebrows softened a little, and he suddenly thought of Shen Zhinian's drinking last night. Forget it. That girl has a gentle and innocent character. If he doesn't appreciate her feelings, she will be sad if she knows it. Show it up. Yes. He didn't feel it when he was busy with government affairs, but when he relaxed and tasted the crispy 1,000-layer puff pastry, Nangong Xuanyu actually felt a little hungry. Serve the food. I obey your command. Li Changde finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be Ro Changzai again. After dinner, the eunuch from the Jingshai Fang came up with a tray as usual and said, Your Majesty, please turn over the cards. After dealing with government affairs in an expedited manner for a day, Nangong Xuanyu felt a little tired. He had no interest in favoring his concubines and just wanted to relax. Glancing at the empty plate with snacks next to him, the emperor couldn't help but sigh. When he stayed with that little girl, his mood would always become lighter unconsciously. Qingyun Pavilion. The young eunuch in the courtroom quickly advised. Your Majesty, the new concubine who has entered the palace is still waiting for you to turn over your sign. You have favored Ro Chang for 2 nights in a row, and tonight Ro Chang is here again. This is against the rules. Nangong Xuanyu said nothing, and his whole body was filled with the majesty of the emperor, which made people sweat. Li Changde quickly scolded. Your Majesty is the biggest rule in the palace. You dog slave who has no eyesight, get out of here! The little eunuch was so frightened that his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he quickly bent down and retreated. Qingyun Pavilion. Seeing that Han Lian was still looking forward to it, Shen Zhinian shook his head and smiled. The Imperial concubine is the most favored one in the 6 palaces, but the highest record is that she was only favored for 2 consecutive nights, not to mention that there are so many new people waiting behind her. Your Majesty will never turn over my card again tonight, so go to bed early. But who knows? Nangong Xuanyu did not turn over her card tonight, but he will come to Qingyun Pavilion in person. When the palace people received the news from the eunuch in the Yangshin Palace, they couldn't believe it. After they realized what was happening, they were all filled with ecstasy. Being favored by His Majesty for 3 consecutive nights, I broke the record of the harem. What a great favor! After the emperor ascended the throne, he had never stepped into the gate of Zhongsui Palace. Everyone was busy preparing to welcome him. When Lan Weixin heard the news, Sun Changzai burst into tears of joy. I have waited for so long, and finally I have the chance to see Tianyan. Quick! Pearl, take out my most gorgeous jewelry and most beautiful clothes, and dress me up. She is self-aware that His Majesty is here tonight because of Ro Chang's presence, and is unlikely to favor her. Moreover, Ro Chang still had value, and she was not prepared to turn against him at this time. Sun Changzai just wanted to leave an impression on the emperor tonight. Maybe the next time the emperor comes to visit Ro Chang, she will be able to cut off her beard. Pearl was also very happy. The little master finally got the hope. Yes. In the left hall, Hanli also took out Shen Zhinian's dowry. My lord, your majesty should be here soon. My servant will dress you up. Shen Zhinian smiled lightly. No, don't wear any jewelry. The more plain the better. Ah? Hanli asked puzzledly. My lord, why? You said that you have to change your clothes frequently to maintain the freshness in His Majesty's heart. But these 2 times when you went to bed, you were dressed very pure, and you want to be the same today? ? Have you forgotten that I was already going to sleep? The more I wash away the stain, the more I can see how much of a surprise His Majesty's sudden arrival has brought to me. And Shen Zhinian glanced at the hall on the right and smiled mysteriously. There will be people dressing up tonight, so I won't join in the fun. The emperor came to see her, but Sun Changzai dressed up to take the spotlight, which would only displease the emperor and make him pity her even more. Sun Changyi wanted to use her as a stepping stone, but he didn't know if he could bear the consequences of being backlashed. Of course, Shen Zhinian would not be the bad guy on the surface. She wanted Sun Changzai to be used by her, and she was still grateful to her. Hanli wanted to think about whether the young master would be upstaged by Sun Changzai. But thinking that Sun Changzai's appearance was completely incomparable with the young master, she silently swallowed the words on her lips. Not long after, the holy driver arrived. Everyone in the palace saluted respectfully. Concubine, please see your majesty. Slave/slave, please see your majesty. Long live your majesty. Nagong Xuanyu's eyes immediately fell on Shen Zhinian. The woman's dress was different from the previous 2 meetings. She was wearing a moon-white dress, no makeup on her face, but the color was like morning glow reflecting snow. Her long jet-black hair fell down, and there was not a single pearl on her head. She had obviously taken off her makeup and was getting ready to sleep. Such a natural and uncarved appearance, bathed in the moonlight, looks like a cool concubine and fairy. Nagong Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and he personally stepped forward to help Shen Zhinian up. My beloved, there is no need to be polite. Sun Changzai could no longer remember how long it had been since he had seen His Majesty. She never knew that His Majesty had such a gentle side. A bit of jealousy arose uncontrollably in her heart, and she longed for His Majesty to see her, so she took the initiative to step forward and said, Concubine Lan Weixin and Sun Chang are here to pay your respects to your Majesty. Nagong Xuanyu didn't even remember that there was such a person in the palace. He grew up in a deep palace. When he saw Sun Changzai dressing up so ostentatiously and taking the initiative to talk to him, he naturally understood that she wanted to invite her favor. The emperor is passionate and ruthless, and his preferences are sometimes very simple. Sun Changzai is a rare beauty. He will be amazed when he sees her. Even if you don't favor her tonight, you will still feel like your eyes are brightening, and you will remember her in your heart. It's a pity that Sun Changzai's appearance can only be regarded as delicate, and it is really inconspicuous in the harem with so many beauties. Nagong Xuanyu's heart was filled with displeasure at being disturbed. Chapter 36 Shen Zhinian's sense of crisis. I came to Zhongsui Palace to see Ro Chang. Why are you coming so eagerly? Sun Changzai did not expect that after she had waited so long to see His Majesty would have such an attitude towards her. Concubine, concubine. She was sad and scared and didn't know what to do. In the end, it was Shen Zhinian who came to the rescue with a gentle voice. Your Majesty, sister's son probably hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you too much. Don't be so cruel to her. Sun Changzai obviously wanted to share her favor, but she didn't notice anything and foolishly spoke for him. Nangong Xuanyu really didn't know whether to call her stupid or too naive. For Shen Zhinian's sake, Nangong Xuanyu's tone softened a bit. It's getting late, you should rest early. Sun Chang felt warm in his heart, and said movedly, Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Looking at the two people's backs as they entered Qingyun Pavilion, her mood became complicated again. Unexpectedly, she only wanted to step on Changzai, but in the end, the person who spoke for her and made His Majesty soften his attitude toward her was actually Changzai. Sun Changzai seemed to understand why His Majesty loved Changzai so much. What man wouldn't like a woman with such outstanding temperament and simplicity? Even though I was a little jealous of Chang being favored at first, now I can no longer hate her. Qingyun Pavilion. Nangong Xuanyu took Shen Zhinian's hand and entered the inner room, and the palace people withdrew knowingly. There were several pots of gardenias in full bloom on the windowsill, and a faint fragrance floated in the bedroom. The woman has charming eyes and a pure smile. Nangong Xuanyu suddenly relaxed after being tense all day due to political affairs. He took Shen Zhinian and sat down by the bed, and asked with a smile, Can't my beloved concubine see that Sun Changzai wants to share your favor? Why do you still need to speak for her? There was a hint of sympathy in Shen Zhinian's eyes, and a hint of regret. We are both women, and I can understand that it is not easy for women in the harem to survive, so why bother making things difficult for each other? If His Majesty is really attracted by Sun Changzai, it can only prove that I am not charming enough. As long as your Majesty is happy, even if I am disappointed, I will still be happy for your Majesty. What Shen Zhinian said was half true and half false. It is indeed not easy for a woman in the harem to survive, but who has it easy in life? She is not a living bodhisattva. If she wants to be a master and not be stepped on by others, she can only fight and rob. The outcome depends on everyone's ability. What man doesn't like a woman who is gentle, kind, considerate, and always considers herself? Nangong Xuanyu hugged Shen Zhinian into his arms and said softly, My beloved concubine loves me so much, how can I be willing to let my beloved concubine lose her? Shen Zhinian's face was stained with red clouds, and she said coquettishly, Your Majesty. Originally, Nangong Xuanyu just felt that it was very relaxing to get along with her, and thought of Qingyun to relax his mood. But looking at this little woman's charming face and eyes, his throat suddenly became tight and his eyes became dark. I'm tired. Shen Zhinian stood up and said, Concubine, I have someone take care of His Majesty to take a bath. But Nangong Xuanyu held her hand, his eyes getting darker and darker. Those palace people are clumsy. How can they be as meticulous as my beloved concubine? Shen Zhinian understood that the emperor wanted to play something new, but he still had to pretend to be serious. Naturally, she couldn't disappoint him. Her charming face was so red that she could bleed. Your Majesty is so evil. As everyone knows, Nangong Xuanyu fell in love with her pure and charming appearance, and deliberately teased. Oh? My beloved, tell me, what's wrong with me? How can I say this, concubine? Your Majesty is so bad, huh? Concubine is ignoring you. Shen Zhinian knew that he just refused to welcome her, turned around and walked to the bathroom shyly. The smile in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes became even greater, and he followed with a smile. An hour later, Shen Zhinian's hair and pajamas were soaked, and she lay limply on the edge of the tub, without even the strength to move a finger. She really didn't know why the emperor's physical strength was so good, and why he was so capable of tormenting people. Nangong Xuanyu looked satisfied and pinched her cheek. The water is cold. Get up. My beloved, don't catch a cold. Shen Zhinian was running out of energy, so he called Han He and Fu Rui to come in and wait. After wringing their hair and changing into clean clothes, the two returned to the bedroom and lay down on the soft big bed. Shen Zhinian nestled in the emperor's arms, looking like a clinging bird, but she was thinking in her heart. Proper pampering can help her get what she wants. But the unprecedented favor will make her a living target in the harem. Shen Zhinian could already imagine what kind of uproar the emperor had caused in the harem by favoring her for 3 nights in a row. If she continues, even if she pretends to seek refuge with concubine Lu will never be able to tolerate her given her level of jealousy. Moreover, all the ministers in the court have daughters in the palace. She has exclusive favor. How could they let her go? I'm afraid it won't be long before the accusations against her will fly to the imperial court like snowflakes, saying that she is a charming concubine who seduces the lord. She has no family background, and the emperor's favor is even more unreliable. When the time comes, the only thing waiting for her is death. Shen Zhinian covered up the cold light in his eyes and spoke softly. Before entering the palace, I thought that my appearance as a willow tree might not catch His Majesty's eyes. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so kind to me and give me the gift of love. Unprecedented favor. I was really moved and frightened at the same time. I wonder if Your Majesty can agree to my concubine's small request? There are so many women in the harem that their appetites have been raised by being favored. Relying on their favor, they either want to advance their own status, or they want him to promote their father and brother to the rank of nobility. Nagong Xuanyu originally thought that this simple and kind-hearted woman was an exception, but he did not expect that she was just like those vulgar people. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether he felt more disappointed or regretful. The king's heart is unfathomable. Nagong Xuanyu's eyes dimmed a bit, but his tone did not change at all. He raised Shen Zhinian's chin and asked dotingly, "Oh? What does my beloved concubine want?" Most of the concubines who were favored in the past were deceived by the emperor's doting attitude. Once they show their greedy attitude, they will soon lose their sacred heart. Nagong Xuanyu felt that Shen Zhinian would be the same. But who knows? Shen Zhinian stood up from his arms, with a hint of reluctance in her tone, but still said firmly, "I would like to beg Your Majesty, and I will bear all the rain and dew." A look of surprise flashed across Nagong Xuanyu's eyes, and there was no emotion in his voice. "The other concubines are trying their best to keep me here, but my beloved concubine wants to push me to someone else." Chapter 37: Shen Nanqiao's Current Life. If Shen Zhinian said no, it would appear that the request just now was hypocritical. If she said yes, it would mean that she did not have an emperor in her heart. If you don't answer this question well, it's a lost proposition. But Shen Zhinian's persona in front of the emperor was pure and kind. So, she bit her lip gently and lowered her head. From Nagong Xuanyu's point of view, her whole body looked thin and fragile, which filled her with a sense of fragmentation. "I want to please Your Majesty, but I don't want to say something against my will and make myself feel uncomfortable. So I will tell you the truth. If I have offended you, I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. I love Your Majesty deeply. If Your Majesty favors other concubines, I will naturally feel uncomfortable. But I understand that Your Majesty does not belong to me alone, but to all the sisters in the harem. It is really pitiful for the concubines who cannot be favored by His Majesty. There are so many newcomers who have not seen His Majesty since entering the palace. Therefore, I cannot and do not have the heart to monopolize His Majesty all the time and make them wait day after day. The Emperor is also a human being, and as a human being he has selfish desires and cannot help but make comparisons. As a woman he also doted on. Nagong Xuanyu couldn't help but think that every time he showed more favor to other concubines, concubine Lu would start to act like a spoiled brat. It can be said to be cute once or twice, but if it happens more times, he will feel impatient. Ro is always there but is so considerate, aware of the general situation, and considers other concubines. In the harem, only the queen has such a broad mind. Although Nagong Xuanyu lamented her beauty, the emperor was suspicious by nature, and he was not sure whether this beauty was fake. He held Shen Zhinian in his arms and probed calmly. "My beloved concubine is so kind, so naturally I can't let you down for your hard work. I heard that you visited concubine Lu in the palace during the day?" Of course, Shen Zhinian couldn't say that in order to survive in the cracks, she pretended to take refuge with concubine Lu Guifei, but pretended to be innocent. "Yes, the imperial concubine is a very nice person. She doesn't mind my humble status, and even gave her a valuable gold hairpin. I am grateful for the imperial concubine's kindness, so I went over to express my gratitude." Nagong Xuanyu had always known that concubine Lu Guifei had a fiery temper, but she was the one who really doted on her, so he always turned a blind eye to it. I am afraid that Ro Chang is the only one in the entire harem who would find Lu Guifei easy to get along with. This woman didn't realize that concubine Lu was deliberately trying to win over her. That's all. It's rare for a harem to have such pure thoughts, so let her continue to be cute and silly. Now that she and Jang have become enemies, it would be good if the concubine is willing to protect her. Have a good night's sleep. The next day, Xuanyu got up to go to court. Shen Zhinian was about to get up to serve him, but he stopped him. My dear concubine, you have worked hard these days. Just let the palace servants serve you. You can sleep a little longer. Seeing the emperor's love for their little master, both Han He and Fu Ru lowered their heads with a slight smile on their faces. His Majesty. Xuanyu's words were so suggestive. There were so many palace people in the inner room that Shen Zhinian's face turned red. Seeing the blush on her face, Xuanyu was in a good mood. Before leaving, he specifically told her, "Have a good rest, my beloved. I will come see you when I have time." The palace people saluted in unison. Slaves/servants, I send you your Majesty's greetings. The emperor's figure disappeared, and both Han He and Fu Ru breathed a sigh of relief. Although His Majesty dotes on the young master and always looks kind and cheerful in Qingyun Pavilion, the emperor's pressure is not something that ordinary people can bear. Soon, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs brought Lu Shui's reward to Qingyun Pavilion. Everyone's faces were almost bursting with laughter, and baskets of good luck words were thrown out like they were free of charge. After all, although Mistress Ro is only here all the time, she is actually a beloved concubine, so of course they have to fawn over her. Shen Zhinian understands that although many palace people have low status, they can play an unexpected role at critical moments. The way to govern your subordinates is to never be stingy. She waved her sleeve and gave him a very generous reward. Whether it was the eunuch who brought the reward or the palace servants from Qingyun Pavilion, their faces were all beaming with joy. You don't need to think about it to know that after being favored by the emperor for 3 nights in a row, Shen Zhinian is now completely at the forefront of the storm. There are countless people in the harem who hate her. She knew that she was hated by people now, and her body was really sore, so she just stayed in Qingyun Pavilion and didn't go out. Anyway, it was the emperor's will to let her rest well, and no one else could fault her. And the emperor listened to her words last night. If Shen Zhinian guessed correctly, everyone's attention would soon be diverted, and she didn't want to be a target. The former dynasty and the harem are closely related, and there are never secrets in the palace. The story of Shen Zhinian's sudden leap from a 6th-rank official's daughter to a beloved concubine had spread throughout the government and the public. Lu family. Shen Nanqiao was filled with disbelief and felt that something must have gone wrong. In her previous life, not only did she not gain favor from His Majesty after entering the palace, she also aroused the dissatisfaction of many people because of her unmatched moral character, and was targeted every day. How could Shen Zhinian, a lowly concubine, avoid all pitfalls and fall into the eyes of the emperor? However, Shen Nanqiao has always had a noble temperament. Even if he was jealous in his heart, he would not show it on his face. Instead, he would show a look of disdain. A daughter of the Shen family should be as light as a chrysanthemum, and should not fight over her. My sister has been registered in my mother's name, but she fights with others in the palace. It is really shameful and brings shame to my mother and me. Lu Jiangling's younger sister, Lu Jiangwei, is only 11 years old this year, but children from poor families are sensible early. She and Ro in the palace have always been together, and now they are also related. Ro Chang is favored, and the Lu family may be able to benefit from it in the future, and her marriage will be brought to a higher level. Therefore, seeing Shen Nanqiao slandering Shen Zhinian, Lu Jiangwei couldn't stand it. Sister-in-law, Ro Changzai has become His Majesty's favorite concubine. It is only good for us and the Shen family. What you said is really bad. It gives people the feeling that if they can't eat the grapes, they say the grapes are sour. What Shen Nanqiao hates the most is when someone says that she is not as good as Shen Zhinian. She immediately said coldly, "What do you know? I don't bother to fight for a man with a bunch of women." The opportunity for Shen Zhinian to enter the palace was given to her by herself. If she wanted to enter the palace, what would happen to Shen Zhinian? Is she jealous of Shen Zhinian? This is a big joke. Lu Jiangwei has been spoiled by Mother Lu and Lu Jianglin since she was a child. How can she give Shen Nanqiao face? She curled her lips disdainfully. Then you just don't want to see your own sister being good. She is either stupid or bad. Shen Nanqiao grew up in the Shen family and was loved by thousands of people. When did anyone dare to talk to her like this? Her face turned cold. You still know that I am your sister-in-law. With you turning your elbows outward, how can I help you? Do you want to belittle your sister-in-law? Apologize to me immediately. Chapter 38. The husband has the talent to unravel the yuan. Lu Jiangwei immediately howled at the top of her lungs. Mom! My sister-in-law is bullying me! Whoa! Mother Lu, who heard the sound, ran out of the house quickly. She didn't even ask the reason for the incident. She just scolded Shen Nanqiao and said, Your sister is still a child. If you have something to say, you can't say it properly. Why are you bullying her? Shen Nanqiao was holding back her anger, but she couldn't let go of her noble attitude to explain. She just pouted and said, You say this to me, and I can't defend myself. Lu's mother and Lu Jianglin had always been dependent on each other. She didn't like the relationship between her and her son, so she forced an outsider in and always disliked Shen Nanqiao. But thinking that the Lu family now had to rely on Shen Nanqiao's dowry to support her, she still suppressed her displeasure and softened her tone. Forget it, we are all a family. Why bother getting upset over a trivial matter? Just bring out some jewelry and apologize to your sister, and this matter will be settled. Although the Shen family brought most of their wealth to Shen Zhinian, the Zhou family felt sorry for their daughter and secretly subsidized Shen Nanqiao's dowry. No matter what, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Lu Jiangwei, a young lady from an ordinary family, had never seen Shen Nanqiao's jewelry before, and she was extremely coveted. Hearing Mother Lu's words, her eyes instantly lit up. Yes! I want that set of ruby turbans! Sister-in-law, please take it out to me quickly, or I won't be as knowledgeable as you. The ruby tiara was the most precious item in Shen Nanqiao's dowry, and she was usually reluctant to wear it. No! In the past few days since I got married, my sister has taken away a lot of jewelry from me. My mother specially found someone to add jewelry to me, and I can't give it to you. Lu Jiangyue's face turned ugly for a moment. Isn't it just a pretense? How can you be so stingy? Sister-in-law, you always say that you treat me as your own sister, but it turns out you are just fooling me. Shen Nanqiao breathed out in her chest. When did you ask for my clothes and jewelry and I didn't give them to you? Just because I refused you this time, you wiped out all the good things I did to you. Mother Lu clapped her thighs and wailed. Oh! Official ladies look down on people. Even your sister likes you, but you have so many excuses. Our Lu family is poor and cannot afford to live up to other people's standards. You should return all the things your sister-in-law gave you before, lest she think that our Lu family owes her everything. Shen Nanqiao is the direct daughter of the Shen family. She has never dealt with such a common man. Faced with Lu Jiangwei and Lu's mother's nonsense and confusing right and wrong, she really can't argue this time. She has always been self-righteous and aloof, but when things happen like this, even if she felt unhappy, she could only endure the pain and said, Sister, mother-in-law, you have misunderstood me. Money is just an external thing, and I have always disdained it. Since my sister likes that set of ruby turbans, I will send it to her later. Lu Jiangwei suddenly burst into tears and smiled. Sister-in-law, I know that you are the daughter of an official family. You have a noble character, and don't disdain the smell of copper. Leave all those mundane things to me to help you deal with it. Shen Nanqiao was almost stunned to death, but she had established her own aloof persona. Lu Jiangwei puts her on such a high pedestal. If she refutes, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Therefore, no matter how angry she was, she could only knock out her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. My sister is right. In this way, Lu Jiangwei once again took away a set of jewelry from Shen Nanqiao. Looking at his increasingly empty dowry box, Shen Nanqiao fell into deep confusion for the first time. I heard that Shen Zhinian was extremely favored in the palace and was given generous rewards every day. A single piece would be worth as much as her whole box of dowry. Shen Zhinian enjoyed the glory and wealth in the palace, but she married into the Lu family and endured hardships. She also had to deal with her difficult mother-in-law and greedy sister-in-law. Did she really get this marriage right? Madam, what are you thinking about? Lu Jianglin came back from the academy and asked with a smile. Shen Nanqiao felt a lot of grievances in her heart, and told him everything that happened today. She originally thought that her husband would be able to understand her difficulties and make decisions for her. In this way, the mother-in-law and sister-in-law will definitely restrain themselves, and her life will be much easier. But who knows? Lu Jianglin just smiled disapprovingly. Madam, in my husband's heart, You have always been as noble as the bright moon. How can you be contaminated by some yellow and white things? Besides, you are still young, so as your sister-in-law, you should give her a little more grace. We are all a family, so why worry so much? Living a good life in harmony is the most important thing. His attitude towards Yunni made Shen Nanqiao even more angry. Seeing her unkind expression, Lu Jianlin quickly took her hand and began to draw the cake. Okay, madam, I know that you have worked hard to run this family. Don't worry, when my husband passes the provincial examination next year, you will definitely live a good life. Then don't talk about a set of ruby head masks. Even if it is 10 sets, my husband will buy it for you. Shen Nanqiao then remembered that in his previous life, Lu Jianglin won 3 yuan in a row, starting from the provincial examination. Right. Shen Zhinian's momentary pride and her momentary predicament were nothing. The person who laughs to the end is the real winner. She will definitely become the first-grade lady, and steal all the glory that belongs to Shen Zhinian. If your husband has the talent to unravel the yuan, he will surely win the title. Shen Nanqiao held Lu Jianglin's hand tightly, her eyes full of trust in him. Lu Jianglin's knowledge was only average in the academy, let alone compared with the candidates across the country. Unexpectedly, his wife had more confidence in him than his mother, and actually thought that he could win the first place in the provincial examination. I will definitely live up to my wife's expectations. I'm going back to study first. I'll leave my wife to think of a solution for next month's repairs and household expenses. Thinking of the days when she would become the first-grade wife, Shen Nanqiao gritted her teeth and endured. Don't worry, husband, leave all these matters to me, you can just study in peace. At worst, she will continue to sell off her jewelry. Qingyun Pavilion. Shen Zhinian was wearing a brocade skirt that was more expensive than gold and a peribe ring the size of a pigeon egg. She was lying on a beauty couch covered with mink fur. She almost couldn't bear it when she listened to Fu Rui vividly describe what happened to the Lu family recently. Just laugh out loud. Mother Lu and Lu Jianghua are still as disgusting and difficult as they were in the last life. But in this life, it is Shen Nanqiao's turn to enjoy such blessing. Han Lian asked curiously. The eldest lady is not a person who likes to endure hardship, but she insists on changing the relationship with the young master and marrying into the Lu family. Is it possible that Mr. Lu can really win Jie Yuan in next year's provincial examination? Chapter 39 Shen Zhinian counterattacks Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, what is she trying to do? Shen Zhinian sneered. Jie Yuan? Ha! In her previous life, she spent nearly a year and countless energy running for Lu Jianglin before she established a good relationship with the family members of the examiners and won the exam questions for him. In this life, Shen Nanqiao just waits slowly. It was night in a blink of an eye. The emperor no longer favored one person, but turned over Lu Ruyan's sign, and the newlyweds breathed a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty doesn't favor anyone alone, and they wait slowly, it will be their turn soon. There were countless people in the harem, ready to watch Shen Zhinian's jokes. After all, the feeling of falling from a height is never pleasant. Maybe she is listening to Yuga crying under the quilt right now. In fact, Shen Zhinian's emotions were calm and he was leaning on the small table by the window and reading calmly. Han Lian asked tentatively, My little master, aren't you sad? Just taking the role for a moment made her feel sick to death, let alone the young master who was the person involved. Shen Zhinian felt confused. Why should I be sad? She has never regarded the emperor as her lover or husband. In her eyes, the emperor is just a tool for her to climb up. Who would be sad or jealous over a thing? Just like a man in the officialdom, if he wants to be promoted, he will inevitably be fawned over by his superiors. The same is true for women trapped in back houses and deep palaces. At least in Shen Zhinian's view, there is no difference between the emperor and the peak. The next day, Lu Ruyan was promoted to a noble person after staying in bed. The emperor praised her gentle temperament and gave her the title, Yuan, and the rewards were sent to Ilan Pavilion like a stream of rewards. Everyone in the palace knows that His Majesty rarely grants titles to anyone. The first time Lu Ruyan went to bed, she received the same treatment as Shen Zhinian. Everyone in the harem was speculating that she might be able to break Shen Zhinian's record of sleeping with him for 3 consecutive days, and become the new favorite concubine. For a time, Lu Ruyan was the most popular in the harem. When I went to Cunning Palace to pay my respects, Many people gave me a lot of weird treatment. But she calmly resolved the issue. She was so smooth that no one could be offended. Even though everyone was waiting to see Shen Zhinian's joke, her mood was still very stable. After all, Shen Zhinian understood from the beginning that the emperor could not favor only one person. Without Lu Ruyan, there would be others. Moreover, in the last life, in the later stages, Lu Ruyan could compete with concubine Lu for the post, so how could she not be favored? Shen Zhinian guessed that if she had not replaced Shen Nanqiao in the palace in this life and diverted the emperor's attention, Lu Ruyan's favor would have been even greater than now. However, her hostile relationship with Lu Ruyan was doomed from the beginning. It would be extremely detrimental to her if Lu Ruyan was really allowed to climb into the position of beloved concubine. But now Lu Ruyan's favor has attracted the firepower of the harem, and the concubines will not regard her as a public enemy. For Shen Zhinian, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Therefore, she did not plan to take action against Lu Ruyan for the time being. But it's hard to stand up to enemies on a narrow road. Shen Zhinian didn't expect that he would meet Lu Ruyan by chance when he went out for a walk. She has the highest status among the newcomers, and her father is the prefect of Yangzhou, so her family background is well off. Many low-ranking concubines felt that Lu Ruyan's future was limitless. Unlike Shen Zhinian, the favor she received was just pie in the sky, and they all gathered around Lu Ruyan to fawn over her. She was praised by the stars and looked so noble. Naturally, Shen Zhinian would not let others catch her mistakes in the open, and gave a standard blessing ceremony in accordance with the palace regulations. "I have met Mr. Wan." The eyes of these low-ranking concubines fell on Shen Zhinian, and they all became playful. "Oh, isn't this Ro Changzai who has been sleeping with me for 3 nights in a row? Why didn't His Majesty continue to go to your palace last night? This flower has never been red. Some people are afraid that it will fall out of favor." Faced with their ridicule, before Shen Zhinian could speak, Lu Ruyan frowned and said, "Okay, we are all sisters, how can we be so mean?" She personally stepped forward and helped Shen Zhinian up, with a weak and pitiful posture, with a bit of guilt and uneasiness in her eyes. "Sister Ro, I really didn't mean to rob you of your majesty. Please don't be angry with me, let alone get angry with me because of this, okay?" Lu Ruyan's words are of a very high level. She is a noble person, Shen Zhinian is just a constant presence. But because she had gained the emperor's favor, she was so frightened that she humbled herself in front of Shen Zhinian. If word spreads, Shen Zhinian will definitely get a reputation of being arrogant and domineering. Moreover, Empress Jang was the emperor's main wife. If the concubine was favored by the emperor, she would be competing with Shen Zhinian. Then what would the main concubine be? When the time comes, Queen Jiang will be the first to be unable to tolerate her. Shen Zhinian's eyes turned cold, revealing a look of surprise. Sister Wan's words are so unreasonable. All the women in the palace belong to His Majesty. It is His Majesty's freedom and right to favor whomever he wants. If His Majesty favors a certain concubine, she will be considered to be competing with the previous one for someone else. Then won't all the women in the harem be guilty? With just a few words, Lu Ruyan was put on the spot. If she wasn't careful, she would offend all the concubines in the palace. Even the low-ranking concubines who followed Lu Ruyan had changed the way they looked at her. After all, they curry favor with Lu Ruyan in the hope that they could get some of the emperor's favor from her one day. According to Lu Ruyan, if His Majesty favored them one day, wouldn't they also become criminals who snatched people from Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan clenched her hands slightly under her sleeves, but her expression did not change at all. "That's not what I meant, Sister Ro, please don't misunderstand." Everyone thought that Lu Ruyan's family background was so much better than that of Shen Zhinian, and her status was one level higher than hers, so she would definitely be able to suppress Shen Zhinian. Unexpectedly, the reality was completely different from what they imagined. At this time, a eunuch suddenly ran over in a hurry. After saluting, he hurriedly said, "My Lord Wan, the Queen ordered you to go to Chuxiu Palace immediately." Only Jiang Wanning lives in Chuxiu Palace now, and Lu Ruyan really can't think of any interaction between herself and her. "May I ask my father-in-law, why did the Queen call me there?" The eunuch's attitude was very distant. "Master Wan will naturally find out when he arrives at Chuxiu Palace." Seeing that he was not getting enough, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to suppress her doubts and follow him. It's fun to watch, so of course you can't miss it. Best of all, no matter what is going on, you can get first-hand information on the scene. Shen Zhinian and the remaining concubines followed behind. Chuxiu Palace. Jiang Wanning was already in a bad mood because of being demoted, and scolded the palace people every day. When she woke up early in the morning, she saw the frightened expression on the palace maid's face. She felt very unlucky and kicked her away. Chapter 40. Jiang Wanning is disfigured. If you don't want to serve me, I can give you a favor and ask you to go to Zinzheku and show yourself like this to who? The little palace maid knelt on the ground and began to tremble when she spoke. Slave, slave, I don't dare, it's my mistress, you. Xuezhu also saw Jiang Wanning's strange behavior and said in horror, My lord, your face. A bad premonition arose in Jiang Wanning's heart, and she quickly ran to the bronze mirror. I saw the bright beauty inside. Her face was covered with dense rashes. Ah! She covered her face and let out a shrill scream. Imperial physician! Go and get the Imperial physician! After a period of confusion, the Imperial physician was finally invited to Chuxiu Palace. After examining Jiang Wanning, his heart suddenly sank. Seeing the doctor's expression, Jiang Wanning quickly asked, What happened to my face? How can I get it back? The Imperial physician sighed and said, Lady Jiang, your face must have been scarred by contact with snowweed. Although it can be used as medicine, it is very toxic to the skin. Even if it is treated properly, it is very likely to leave scars. If a concubine in the harem has her face ruined, her favor in this life will be over. Jiang Wanning is the youngest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. She grew up with everyone's love and care. She lives a better life than some unfavored princesses and has an extremely arrogant personality. She entered the palace aiming for the position of the mother of the country. How could she accept such an outcome? She immediately turned Chuxiu Palace upside down. With such a big thing happening, Queen Jiang naturally had to take care of it personally. She dragged her sick body and came over with the queen's ceremonial guard. After all, she was unhappy. It was one thing for her to want to punish Jiang Wanning, but she would never allow anyone to ruin the future of the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. Even the emperor was alarmed and went to Chuxiu Palace. Jiang Wanning's eyes were filled with resentment, and she almost fainted from crying. Eldest sister, your majesty, who wants to harm me? You must help me. Woo! Nagong Xuanyu didn't like her arrogant temper in the first place. At this moment, her face was covered with red rashes, and she looked even uglier when she cried. A hint of disgust appeared in his eyes. However, now is not the time to attack the Duke of Jinghua mansion. We have to do a good job on the surface. Nagong Xuanyu comforted him. Don't worry, I will definitely do justice for you. Don't cry. He didn't mind seeing a beautiful woman crying, but Jiang Wanning looked really ugly when she cried. Jiang Wanning thought the emperor was concerned about her, and a little warmth rose in her heart. She sniffed and said, Yes. As long as His Majesty doesn't despise her, she still has a future. Why did snow grass appear in concubine Zhang's palace? Someone, investigate thoroughly. Queen Jiang drank some medicine before she went out and forced herself to stay awake. She looked pretty good at the moment. After giving the order, she turned her head to look at the Imperial physician. I order you to heal concubine Zhang's face no matter what method you use. The direct line of the Jinghua mansion no longer had any women of the right age to be sent to the palace. Although there were suitable women in the side branches, they were still a level apart. For the honor of the family, she had to keep Jiang Wanning no matter what. Almost all the doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau were called over and immediately responded respectfully. Yes. With the Emperor and Empress both here, the people below naturally worked hard and quickly took out all the suspicious items from the inner room. After the Imperial doctors took turns to verify, they finally determined what the problem was. Your Majesty, Queen, we have discovered the ingredient of snowwort in this box of rouge. Jiang Wanning's expression suddenly darkened, and she kicked a palace maid kneeling beside her. Bitch! You have always been in charge of my rouge, how come there was snowweed in it? Tell me, did someone instruct you to murder me? The maid's name was Tower. Her face was filled with fear. She kept kowtowing. My lady, please understand. I don't have it. Even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to murder you. Queen Jiang looked at Tower coldly and said, Come here, drag her to the Ministry of Punishment for interrogation. Tower panicked and kept begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please understand. I really didn't do that. I really don't know what's going on. Oh, I remember now. The day before yesterday, I brought Yenji back and met Honger, the maid from Elan Pavilion. Honger and I had done something together before, so I stopped and said a few words to her. Queen Jiang raised her hand lightly, and the eunuch who was dragging Tower stopped immediately. Everyone in the palace knows that concubine Yuan of Elan Pavilion is the emperor's new favorite. Queen Jiang looked at Nangong Xuanyu. Your Majesty, look! Jiang Wanning's eyes were filled with hatred, and she gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, you said that you would definitely make the decision for me. What? Nangong Xuanyu's eyes were dark, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Bring concubine Yuan and Honger here. Yes. Not long after, Lu Rian, Shen Zhinian and their group arrived in a mighty procession. Seeing that the emperor and the empress were here, Lu Rian's heart skipped a beat, and she inexplicably had a bad premonition, but she still maintained calm. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Although I don't know how Jiang Wanning's face turned into this, at first glance, this incident was directed at Lu Rian. Shen Zhinian stood quietly in the crowd watching the show. Jiang Wanning hated the murderer so much, especially when she saw Lu Rian's soft and weak look, she became even more angry and rushed over. You are such a vicious woman, you actually dare to harm me, really you don't know whether to live or die, let's see if I don't scratch your face. There was no room for impudence in front of the emperor. Before Jiang Wanning could get close to Lu Rian, she was stopped by the palace staff. Jiang Guiran, we haven't determined the truth yet. How can you be so arrogant and arrogant? Jiang Wanning was scolded by the emperor, and her heart was full of grievances, but she did not dare to make any more mistakes. She could only say with tears, Your Majesty, only the maids of Elan Pavilion have been close to the box of rouge. It was not ordered by Lord Wan, but it could also be who? Nangong Xuanyu looked at Lu Rian and said, Lady Wan, someone put snowweed in Lady Zhang's rouge, causing a large area of red rash on her face. Someone testified that on the day when I brought Yenji back from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I met Honger from your palace. Do you have anything to explain? Lu Rian still had that weak demeanor, and her voice was gentle, which made me feel pity for her. Your Majesty, we are sisters in the palace. Seeing concubine Zhang's face become like this, I really feel sympathy, but this matter really has nothing to do with me. At this time, Honger was also brought over. After kneeling on the ground and paying her respects, she hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, Queen, I only spoke a few words to Tower that day. I definitely did not poison concubine Zhang's rouge. I hope Your Majesty and Queen will understand. Chapter 41, Deprived of Title and Demoted to Concubine. Xuezhu is Jiang Wanning's most trusted confidant. She just went with him to Elan Pavilion to get someone. She strode in from outside with a bag in her hand, and sneered after performing the ceremony. How dare you, Honger? There are witnesses and evidences, and you still dare to quibble. This bag of snow grass was found in your room. What else do you have to say? Without the order of His Majesty or the Empress, the residence of the Imperial concubines could not be searched at will. But Honger was just a maid. Anyway, she was a member of the Jiang family, and the Empress would protect her, so she executed first and reported later. When they met Queen Zhang's eye contact, the Imperial doctors immediately stepped forward to check. Your Majesty, Queen, this is indeed filled with snowweed, the same ingredient as the one in concubine Zhang's rouge. Perhaps knowing that she could no longer hide it, Honger knelt in front of Lu Rian in panic, tugged at her skirt and begged. My lady, you said that although concubine Jiang is not favored now, she is the queen's biological sister and will rise again sooner or later. So we must take precautions and cut off her chance of winning favor now. I am following your orders, you must save me. Lu Rian's heart sank to the bottom. Although she didn't know who was framing her, her character was far better than that of an ordinary person. She quickly regained her composure and looked at Nangong Xuanyu tenderly. Your Majesty, my family is far away in Yangzhou, and I have no support in the palace, but concubine Jiang has the Duke of Jinghua Mansion and the Queen behind her. No matter how stupid I am, I will never harm her so blatantly. Isn't this courting death? Your Majesty, please believe me. Jiang Wanning didn't care about that and said angrily. Maybe you just think that you should seek danger before you can be rich and powerful. All the evidence points to you, And you still dare to quibble? Lu Ruyan ignored her and knelt at Nangong Xuanyu's feet in a weak manner. Her tearful look was heartbreaking. Your Majesty, even if I wanted to harm someone, I should have asked my trusted aides to do it. Why would I just randomly order a maid? Someone must have framed me. Your Majesty, please investigate. The Emperor looked at her with eyes that were completely devoid of the tenderness he had last night. I only believe in evidence. The evidence is solid that concubine Yuan murdered a concubine in the palace. Her crime is unforgivable. From today on, you will be stripped of your title, demoted to a concubine, and confined to your home for 6 months. Not to mention the palace concubine who was demoted 2 levels in a row and was favored again. If she could not see the emperor for half a year, she would be forgotten in the sky. Lu Ruyan offended Jiang Wanning to death again. In this situation, there is basically no way to survive in the harem. She fell to the ground, her weak and pitiful face full of tears, and her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ruyan had long heard that the emperor was ruthless, but which teenage girl would not fall for a moment when faced with the emperor's tenderness and pampering? When His Majesty called her to bed last night, he was so gentle and praised her for being gentle and charming. I felt pity for her, so I deliberately gave her a title and gave her supreme favor. Before that, Lu Ruyan really thought that the emperor was so sincere to her. But at this moment, she truly understood the words. The emperor is ruthless. Shen Zhinian took Lu Ruyan's look into his eyes and shook his head secretly. After all, not everyone is like her, with 2 lifetimes of experience. In this life, Lu Ruyan had not yet become the powerful and influential consort empress. Even if she was very cunning, she could not avoid being blinded by the emperor's favor. The palace concubine who had just been fawning over Lu Ruyan was now sighing with regret. Nangong Xuanyu's gaze did not linger on Lu Ruyan, and he said without a trace of emotion. Tower, the maid of Chuxiu Palace, failed to serve her master well, and was sent to the Zinzeku. Honger, the maid of Ilan Pavilion, was beaten to death. Before the 2 palace maids could even open their mouths to beg for mercy, they were gagged and dragged away. A farce ended here. As the Emperor and Queen Jiang left, the crowd also dispersed one after another. Queen Jiang had been in charge of the harem for many years, so she could naturally see that this matter was far from as simple as it seemed. However, she just went out for a while and she lost all strength. She had to rely on expensive medicine to keep herself from fainting. She doesn't have much time left, and she has to find a way to heal Jiang Wanning's face and ensure that the next queen will come from the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion. Queen Jiang really didn't have the energy to delve into the details of this matter. The only thing to be thankful for is that with Lu Ruyan's beauty and delicate temperament, she is definitely not an ordinary person. If she is allowed to grow up, she will definitely become a serious concern for Wan Ning. It would be better to take this opportunity to strangle her in the cradle. What happened in Chuxiu Palace spread throughout the harem like the wind. Some people sighed, some sympathized, and some gloated. But more people are concerned. Lu Ruyan's favor is like a flash in the pan. Who knows who among the newcomers will be favored next? The high-ranking concubines are speculating, is it possible for Jiang Wanning's face to be cured? If not, will the Jingguo government send people to the palace again? When the queen dies, who will take the throne? Qingyun Pavilion. Hanlian and Fuyu, one on the left and one on the right, were waiting beside Shen Zhinian. My slave, I never thought that Lu promised to be so courageous that he would even dare to murder Mr. Jiang. If Jiang Gairen's face cannot be cured, I am afraid that not only will the Jingguo Palace not let Lu Yao go, but the Lu family in Yangzhou will also suffer. Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, Jiang Wanning has no family background and is not favored by His Majesty. Why did Lu Ruyan spend so much effort to harm her? To say the least, even without Jiang Wanning, with Lu Ruyan's current favor and status, she wouldn't be able to take the back seat. She would not be so impulsive or stupid. This time she was framed. Fu Rui took a deep breath. The person behind the scenes not only broke Jiang Gairen's hope, but also broke Lu's promised wings and got rid of a potential favorite concubine. This plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is really high. My lord, who do you think did this? Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It's very simple, whoever benefits the most is the most suspect. Everyone knows that Duke Dingwe and Zhengguo are sworn enemies. Han Lian lowered her voice. My lord, you mean the Imperial concubine? Shen Zhinian said in a deep voice. This game should be announced from the day the newcomers meet. Ruining the successor candidates sent in by the Jinghua Palace, and then putting the blame on the most favored newcomer. But she is still sitting on the Daio Yutai, reaping the benefits. If I hadn't pretended to take refuge in concubine Lu, the blame would have fallen on me today. While Fu Rui was rejoicing, she couldn't help but lament the dangers of being in the palace. I thought that although the imperial concubine was domineering, she was not a very powerful person. Unexpectedly. Chapter 42 The Reason Why I Want to Be My Favorite Concubine. Shen Zhinian twitched the corners of his lips sarcastically. If you don't have brains in the harem and just rely on your strong family background, you are like a noble Jang at best. How can you become the most favored concubine in the sixth palace? Han Li asked in confusion. My lord, since you can see it, it is unlikely that Lu promised to do this. Don't the queen and your majesty know about it? Shen Zhinian expressed his guess. The queen must have noticed the clues, but her physical condition does not allow her to delve deeper, so she can only stop here. As for your majesty, the emperor is already suspicious. He believes in the evidence on the surface more than Lu Ruiyan's explanation. Of course, if His Majesty is determined to investigate, even if it takes some effort, he can eventually find out the truth. But Lu Ruiyan is not that important in his heart. To put it simply, if a woman in the harem can make His Majesty happy, he will not hesitate to favor her. But once a concubine causes trouble, whether it is her fault or not, as long as the emperor is upset, he will feel displeased. Too lazy to bother with it. This is why everyone is thinking hard and wants to be a favorite concubine. Because the emperor doesn't pay enough attention to you, even if you are wrong, no one will bother to find out the truth for you. Both Han Lian and Furi's faces were a little pale. They had only heard that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, but after experiencing it themselves, they understood that every step the mistress takes in the harem, he walks on the tip of a knife. Shen Zhinian saw the worries of the two people and said with a smile, There will never be pie in the sky. If you want to be a master, these bloodless fights are inevitable. I have already been mentally prepared. Han Li nodded firmly. In any case, the one in Elan Pavilion was demoted to agree, and the young master also lost a competitor. That's not necessarily the case. Shen Zhinian understood that Lu Ruiyan could become a good concubine in her previous life, and she was by no means an ordinary person. Even if it hits rock bottom today, it will come back sooner or later. She didn't think about adding insult to injury and took this opportunity to kill Lu Ruiyan completely. But she had just entered the palace and had no foundation in the harem. If she acted rashly, she would be easily caught, and the gain would outweigh the loss. After some weighing, Shen Zhinian chose to stand still for the time being and wait for the opportunity. Yongshou Palace. Concubine Lu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. A smile bloomed on her face as bright as peony, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Tell those two Chongzai that I am very satisfied with what they have done. I will ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to put their green cards on the first tray. But I have a scandal ahead of me. If they dare to flatter your majesty after being favored, I will certainly not take it lightly. Concubine Lu Guifei has always understood that the emperor will have many women. Even if he does not favor Li Chengzai and Zhou Chengzai, he will favor others. Instead of doing this, it is better to give a little sweetness to the concubines who work for her, so that they will be more committed. But on the other hand, she really loved the emperor, and she would not be happy if any woman was favored. Seiju said respectfully, Please rest assured, my majesty, it is their blessing to be able to do things for your majesty. Li Chengzai and Zhou Chengzai will never dare to do anything that would displease your majesty. Concubine Lu thought of Shen Zhinian and snorted coldly. That one from Tingyu Pavilion is just a fox. If it weren't for Jiang Wanning's incompetence, there are still many concubines who are attached to Queen Jiang, and I would have dealt with her long ago. Seiju coaxed. Zhou Chengzai is just a knife in the hands of the empress. If it is not useful, just break it. Why should the empress lower her status and vent her anger? Concubine Lu's frown finally relaxed. You are right, it depends on whether she listens or not. Elan Pavilion. Lu Ruiyan was demoted from a noble lady to a concubine, and she also offended the Duke of Jinggua's mansion. In the eyes of many people, she was no different from an abandoned concubine in the cold palace. After the number of palace servants was reduced, a eunuch and 2 palace maids who were supposed to stay to serve her also found excuses to leave. In a blink of an eye, the only people left in Ilan Pavilion were Xuanmei and Xunyo, whom she brought from home. Sunmei angrily cursed. These ungrateful servants, when the young lady was in favor, they kept fawning on her. Now that the young lady has fallen from power, they have all bribed the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and run away. Lu Ruyan sat in front of the window and looked at the closed palace door. Human relationships have always been like this. It's good for them to leave, otherwise it will be a disaster for unfaithful palace people to stay. Honga will learn from the past. A cold light flashed in Xunyo's eyes. That cheap maid Honga, being killed with a stick is really an advantage to her. My young master, who do you think instigated her to poison Jiang Gairen's rouge and then bite yours? Xuanmei guessed. Could it be Ro Chengzai? After all, the young master had friction with her during the draft, and then stole her favor. If there is anyone in the palace who hates the young master, it is most likely she is the one. Lu Ruyan also suspected Shen Zhinian, but after some thinking, Shen Zhinian was dismissed by her. It shouldn't be her. The person standing behind Jiang Gairen is the queen. Shen Zhinian is not that capable. Besides, in the harem, there is no need to make enemies with anyone. As long as you are favored by His Majesty, you will be regarded as a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh by countless people. Anyone could be the one to harm me. Xuanmei asked worriedly. My lady, what should we do now? Lady Jiang will definitely not let you go. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Lu Ruyan suddenly held Xuanmei and Xuanyo's hands. If you want to turn things around, you must clear me of suspicion. Although His Majesty has banned me from leaving, he did not say that you are not allowed to enter or leave. As long as I can find evidence that Honga was instructed by someone, I can leave. Xuanmei, Xunyo, now the only two people I can trust and rely on in the palace are you two. Both of them had a determined look in their eyes. Please rest assured, my lord. Even if we risk our lives, we will definitely find evidence for you. The emperor was busy with political affairs and did not turn over the cards every day. He spent the next 20 days doting on all the new concubines who entered the palace. Excluding Shen Zhinian and Lu Ruyan, the remaining 8 newcomers have all been promoted by 1 level as usual. A few of them were quite favored, but none of them surpassed Shen Zhinian's record of sleeping with them. In addition to favoring the newlyweds and going to the queen's palace on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, the emperor often went to bed with concubine Lu the most at other times. Even if there are so many beauties in the harem, no one can shake her position as the favorite of the 6th palace. Counting the days, Shen Zhinian had not seen the emperor for a whole month. Although those palace officials who flattered her and disdained her would not treat her harshly so quickly, Shen Zhinian clearly felt that the various treatments in Qingyun Pavilion were far worse than before. Chapter 43 completely conquers Tang Luojuan. During lunch, Hanlian couldn't help but complain. My lord, you see, the meals delivered from the Imperial dining room are getting worse day by day. Those snobbery people think that you haven't seen His Majesty for too long, so they start to perfunctory tingiuge. Shen Zhinian said softly. They just felt that I was no longer favored, so they stopped trying to please and flatter me. But the various treatments in Qingyun Pavilion were still the same as Changzai's, but there was no extra filial piety. In that case, there's no need to worry about it. Hanlian sighed. My lord, the people in the palace are all human beings. No one will do anything that offends people all at once. They are testing them step by step. If your Majesty doesn't come to see you, it won't be long before Qingyun Pavilion won't even be here. Of course Shen Zhinian understood this. Don't worry, that won't happen one day. Hanlian asked in surprise. My lord, do you have an idea? Shen Zhinian didn't say anything, and Fu Ru strode in from outside. My lord, the master has sent a letter. She took it and read it. The letter said that Father Shen's colleagues in Jingzhou had finally found Tang Luochuan's relatives. In his previous life, the people Lu Ruyan asked his father to send out only found his mother and sister. His father had been killed. Shen Zhinian came to help in this life a few days earlier than in her previous life, and Tang Luochuan's father was still alive. After reading the letter, Shen Zhinian's lips curled up slightly. Send someone to the Imperial hospital and tell him that I am unwell and ask Imperial physician Tang to check my ping pulse. Fu Rui said yes, and went to do it immediately. Not long after, Tang Luochuan hurried to Qingyun Pavilion, with a bit of concern in his eyebrows. Wei Qin, please send your regards to little Master Ro. Excuse me, little Master Ro, what's wrong with you? Shen Zhinian said with a smile. I don't feel any discomfort. I asked you to come here because my father's colleagues in Jingzhou found the whereabouts of your family. Tang Luochuan froze on the spot, and it took him a long time to react. He asked in disbelief. Really? Shen Zhinian directly handed over another letter in his hand. This is a letter home from your father. Read it yourself. Tang Luochuan took it tremblingly and opened it excitedly. Although Master Ro had promised to help him find his family these days, there were so many victims missing in Jingzhou that he did not dare to have high hopes, fearing that what awaited him would be an even more disappointing result. No one knows how he is suffering in his heart. The moment he saw his father's handwriting, Tang Luochuan couldn't hold himself any longer, and his eyes ached with soreness. The letter from home said that his father, mother and sister were all separated by the flood. The magistrate of Jingzhou, on the instructions of his colleagues, sent people to look for them day and night. When my mother and sister were found, they had been soaking in cold water for too long and had a high fever all day. It was also my benefactor who asked the county magistrate to call a doctor for them, who used the best medicine to bring them back from the brink of death. My father's situation was even more dangerous. He was washed to the edge of a cliff by the flood, and he held on to a tree on the edge of the cliff tightly to avoid falling. Just as he was rescued, the tree collapsed. It is conceivable that if the rescue had been delayed a little longer, he would have died. The benefactor who was far away in the capital was their family's adoptive parents. After reading the letter from home, Tang Luochuan's eyes were red and he was deeply moved. The look he looked at Shen Zhinian was unprecedentedly loyal, and he knelt down heavily. Boom! 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 After kowtowing vigorously 3 times, Tang Luochuan said solemnly, If it hadn't been for little Master Ro's rescue, I'm afraid all of Wei Chen's family members would have passed away. My little master's great kindness will be unforgettable by me. From now on I am willing to serve my little master faithfully, even if I die. With the memories of his previous life, Shen Zhinian knew that Tang Luochuan was a die-hard loyal person with a strong commitment. From this moment on, she completely conquered him. It's a dangerous situation deep in the palace. It would be an honor for me to have the Tang Imperial doctor help me. When Shen Zhinian said this, he suddenly smiled meaningfully and changed the subject. I just don't know how far the Imperial physician Tang is willing to go for me. Even if I ask you to kill people, set fires, or do things that go against your conscience, you will go. Do it? A flash of astonishment flashed in Tang Luochuan's eyes. In his impression, little Master Ro was pure and kind, but her current appearance made him feel a little strange. Of course Shen Zhinian knew what Tang Luochuan was thinking. Things had not been settled before. She wanted to gain his trust, so she had to pretend. But if Tang Luochuan can be used for her own purposes, she can't hide many things from him. She can't pretend for the rest of her life. From the previous life, Tang Luochuan did countless shady and dark things for Lu Rian. It can be seen that he actually has no obvious concept of good and evil, and is only absolutely loyal to the person he wants to be loyal to. Therefore, Shen Zhinian wanted him to see her true face bit by bit, but still charged into battle for her. The two just stared at each other. While Tang Luochuan was stunned, infinite distress suddenly surged in his heart. The Deep Palace is really a cannibalistic place. Even the simple and kind-hearted little Master Ro was forced to do this. It was his lack of ability that caused her to suffer so much that she had to grow spikes to protect herself. From now on, he will definitely protect her. Tang Luochuan's eyes gradually became firmer, and he spoke every word, like an oath. When Wei Chen fell into despair and had no way to turn to for help, it was little Master Ro who extended a helping hand. The life of Wei Chen's family belongs to little Master Ro. Saved. So, Wei Chen is willing to do anything for little Master Ro, even if he kills people and sets fires, even if he violates his conscience, he will not hesitate. The results of this obedience test made Shen Zhinian very satisfied. She burst out laughing and said softly, I was just joking with Dr. Tang. Why are you so serious? Tang Luochuan's eyes remained firm. But Wei Chen is serious about what he said. Shen Zhinian gently raised the corners of his lips and talked about another matter that concerned the entire harem. It has been a month since Jiang Gairen's face was stained with snow grass, which caused damage to his appearance. I heard that it has been a month. During this period, the Queen Mother ordered the entire hospital to constantly think of solutions, but the results were still unsatisfactory. According to the doctor of Tang Dynasty, is it possible for Jiang Gairen's face to recover? Shen Zhinian had always known that Tang Luochuan's medical skills were astonishing, even as good as those of the hospital. It's just that if you want to get ahead in Taiyuan Hospital, you should pay attention not only to medical skills, but also to family background and family background. He had no backing, so he was naturally overwhelmed by those imperial doctors who were good at maneuvering. Tang Luochuan took out a box of ointment from the medicine box. Master Hiru, I'll tell you the truth. After these days of research, Weiqin came up with a way to fight poison with poison. If Jiang Guiren is given the ointment developed by Weiqin is 90% sure that her face can be cured. Chapter 44 The Restless Servant. It's just that this box of ointment is made with poison as the medicine. I am a low-key person and dare not act easily, so I haven't told anyone else about this yet. All the imperial doctors in the palace were at a loss what to do about Jiang Waning's face, but Tang Luochuan was the only one who figured out a way. Shen Zhinian had to sigh. He really saw the right person. It's just Jiang Waning is an enemy rather than a friend. She was finally cut off from someone's favor. How could Shen Zhinian allow her to have a chance to get back up? She looked at Tang Luochuan and sighed. The medical skills of Imperial physician Tang are indeed superb. But after I entered the palace, concubine Jiang hated me for stealing her favor and attacked me again and again. If her face is restored and she has the support of the Duke of Jinghua Mansion, I will not be able to defeat her. The development of the ointment was a natural desire of doctors to challenge difficult problems. Tang Luochuan did not hand it over after the success. In addition to the fact that the matter was of great importance, he also had this consideration. He placed the ointment on the table in front of him, and said in a slightly cold tone, Anyone who has troubled the young master should have disappeared from the harem. Please rest assured, my lord. No one will know about this. After Tang Luochuan left, Fujiu sighed. Now because of concubine Zhang's face, the empress and the Duke of Jinghua are almost going crazy. If Dr. Tang offers this ointment, he will not only receive a generous reward, but also have an unlimited future. But because concubine Jiang made the young lady sad, Imperial Dr. Tang directly cut off her hopes. He is really loyal to the young lady. Shen Zhinian played with the small box in his hand, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. If I hadn't taken a fancy to Tang Tai's ability and loyalty, I wouldn't have put so much thought into it. As long as Tang Luochuan helps her with his heart, she can make him reach a higher level than after he was loyal to Lu Ruyan in his previous life. Han Lian asked curiously, Little master, what are you going to do next? Shen Zhinian lay lazily on the beauty's couch. You have to do a complete show. Since I called Tang Tai to ask for Ping'an's pulse, you can follow his prescription and go to the Tai hospital to get me a tonic to recuperate my body. In the afternoon, let's go see the Imperial concubine. After entering the palace for so long, Fu Rui could vaguely understand some things. My lord, are you planning to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Shen Zhinian smiled and said, Not bad. Once the sword is no longer useful to the superior, it is broken. If Shen Zhinian wants not to be regarded as an abandoned son by concubine Lu, she must show her usefulness. And this box of ointment is her certificate of surrender. Secondly, without it, Jiang Waning's face would never get better. Thirdly, even if the people in the Jinghua Palace knew that the real person who did the murder was not Lu Ruyan, the obvious murderer was her. Jiang Waning's face had lost all hope of recovery, and she would never let Lu Ruyan have an easy time. Yongshu Palace. In Lu Guifei's view, useless people have no need to live in the world. Among the newcomers who entered the palace this time, she accepted 3 people as chess pieces. Shen Zhinian was the only one who kept going high and low. Except for using the gardenias gifted by the emperor to demote Jiang Waning, he never did anything useful. Now that the newlyweds are blooming, Shen Zhinian can't even see his majesty, let alone deal with the concubines who are attached to Queen Jiang. What is such a useless person still doing? It's better to be a stepping stone for other chess pieces. Concubine Lu had a faint murderous intention when she heard the palace servant respectfully report. Your Majesty, Ro Chang from Tingyu Pavilion is asking for an audience. She casually raised her eyelids and said with a lazy attitude, Let her come in. Yes. Stepping into the gate of Yongshou Palace again, Shen Zhinian gave a blessing salute. Concubine, please give my regards to the Imperial concubine. May the Empress be blessed and safe. Concubine Lu looked at her coldly. Ro Chang is here. You should understand that you and Gui and Jiang formed a quarrel as soon as you entered the palace. Without my protection, you would have been dealt with by her. I allow you to surrender. I'm not waiting to see you eating dry food. These words are not unpleasant to hear, but Shen Zhinian has long developed the temperament of being unfazed by favors and humiliations. The concubine did not dare to live up to the expectations of the imperial concubine, so she got the medicine that could cure Jiang Gairen's face and quickly sent it to the empress. From then on, Jiang Gairen's lifeline was completely in the hands of the empress. Concubine Lu regained her energy, stood up and looked at her. Is this true? I don't dare to deceive you, so I have brought the ointment. If it is right or wrong, I will find out with a trustworthy doctor. Suizhu took the ointment and handed it to Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu knew that since Shen Zhinian dared to say this, she was absolutely sure. The Duke Xingguo's government has tried its best to find such an important medicine. How did you get it? Back to the queen, sometimes folk remedies can cure some difficult and complicated diseases. Jiang Gairen is of noble birth, and the people the Duke of Xinguo has found for her are all famous doctors, so naturally they look down on unfashionable folk remedies. Concubine Lu is in a good mood. Just as Shen Zhinian said, with this box of ointment she could hold Jiang Wanning and even the 7 inches of the Xinguo palace. She put away her murderous intention towards Shen Zhinian and said with a smile, Ro Chang is here. I really saw you right. You did a good job in this matter. In the end, Shen Zhinian left Yongshou Palace with a generous reward. The favors in the palace are managed from top to bottom, and money is spent like water. The Shen family didn't have much money anymore. Chang Zai had very few members, and Shen Zhinian hadn't seen the emperor for so long, so he was really starting to be stretched thin. With this reward, everyone in Qingyun Pavilion will be able to live a very comfortable life in the next period of time. Of course, this is not Shen Zhinian's ultimate goal. Concubine Lu treated her like a swordsman. Couldn't she treat him in the same way as he treated her? The more fiercely Concubine Lu and Empress Jiang fight, the more she can fish in the troubled waters and reap the benefits. The bureau has been laid out, and the next step is to wait quietly for the acceptance results. There are too many women in the harem. Except for the beloved concubine who can often stay in bed, the other concubines usually may not see the emperor for more than half a year. Compared with the previous Xingqiong, today's Qingyun Pavilion seems particularly deserted. Although Shen Zhinian had money in her hands and was living a pretty good life, the people below saw that she was no longer favored, and many of them began to feel restless. For example, Chunhua, if she wants to please the nun in this palace today, and the eunuch in charge of that palace tomorrow, she doesn't know what she wants to do. Han Lian and Furu reported the matter to Shen Zhinian, but she was not angry and felt very good about it. Because many concubines suffered disaster because there were traitors in their own palaces. If you discover Chunhua's restless thoughts in advance, you can take precautions. Lest Chunhua take advantage of others and do something unfavorable to her one day, she would be caught off guard. Chapter 45 Shen Zhinian finds a way to regain his favor. You pretend not to notice for now and let her continue jumping around. I want to know if there are any other restless people in Qingyun who just take this opportunity to deal with them all at once. Shen Zhinian is full of confidence in the future. Since some people in the palace are short-sighted, she must avoid future troubles. The anger in Han Lian's heart gradually subsided. It turns out that the little master knows that everything is under your control. Shen Zhinian smiled and said nothing. She was very calm here, but Sun Changzai opposite was so anxious that he even came to the door in person, openly and secretly encouraging Shen Zhinian to compete for favor. After all, she had had sweet dreams before. His Majesty had come to Zhongzui Palace many times, so maybe she could also benefit from it. Unexpectedly, Ro Changzai died after being pampered by His Majesty for 3 consecutive days. Shen Zhinian calmly blocked Sun Changzai back. After all, if you want to go far in the harem, it is very important to be able to remain calm. In this way, the treatment in Qingyun Pavilion was getting worse day by day, and those restless palace residents gradually showed their true colors. In addition to Chunhua, Xiao Liangzi couldn't help but have his thoughts moved. because those who worked for the concubine were all making a lot of money. Qingyun Pavilion became so deserted, and his wallet became increasingly empty. Manhwa and Ziliangzi both started to make friends everywhere, hoping to gain some benefits from it. You can't blame them for this. His Majesty really liked the young lady before, and even turned over the young lady's card for 3 consecutive nights. They also thought they were following a powerful lady, and many days they walked in the palace with their heads held high, enjoying the flattery of others. He even thought that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to accept money from people below him just like the favorites around the concubine. But Manhwa and Xiaoliangzi didn't expect that the young lady was so disappointing that Her Majesty's attention was snatched away by other concubines so quickly. Xia Feng and the others were not in a hurry, saying that the little master would come back sooner or later, but the two of them disagreed. They have been serving in the palace for so long. How many young masters can recover after falling out of favor? After all, once she falls out of favor, she won't even be able to see His Majesty in person. How can she remind His Majesty of her? They might as well think about how to make money in other ways as soon as possible. As long as the temptation is big enough, it's not impossible to let them do something to frame the little master. Finally, seeing that the time was almost up, Shen Zhinian directly asked Fu Rui to tell eunuch Zhao of the Ministry of Internal Affairs about Manhwa and Xiaoliangzi's restless behavior during this period. There are indeed many people in the palace who are trying to get things done, but that is also in private. If their behavior is discovered by the master, there will definitely be no good fruit to eat. Although Shen Zhinian's favor is not as good as before, he is still a serious young master. The matter came to his attention, and eunuch Zhao could not ignore it, so he asked Shen Zhinian to expel people from Qingyun Pavilion in accordance with the palace rules. Although Manhwa and Ziliangzi were not loyal to Shen Zhinian, they only wanted to find ways to make money everywhere and never thought of leaving Qingyun. After all, which palace would dare to want a palace servant who was kicked out by his master? They were labeled as unfaithful, and their future lives in the palace would be very difficult. The two of them immediately knelt in front of Shen Zhinian and cried bitterly. Slave, I really know my mistake. Please don't drive us away. Seeing Manhwa and Ziliangzi showing their loyalty, Shen Zhinian's eyes were full of sarcasm. When she discovered her restless thoughts, they said they didn't want to leave Qingyun. What if she hadn't noticed? If someone is willing to bribe the two of them, they will stab her in the back immediately. Shen Zhinian would not dare to continue using such a person. I don't want to hear their noise anymore. Please trouble eunuch Zhao to take them back. Eunuch Zhao said yes, and returned to the Ministry of Internal Affairs with Manhwa and Ziliangzi as if they were mourning for their heirs. Seeing what happened between the two of them, Xia Feng shook his head in his heart. With the young master's intelligence and appearance, how could he fall out of favor like this? The little master has great fortune, she just needs to be loyal. With 2 palace people missing and the Ministry of Internal Affairs not sending new people over yet, Qingyun Pavilion seemed even more deserted. Hanli said angrily. My lord, no matter what, you are always here with a title. But there are not as many palace servants in Qingyun Pavilion as there are ordinary people. Shen Zhinian lay leisurely on the rocking chair. It doesn't matter. Disposing of the disloyal slaves means clearing up the cause of the trouble. Otherwise, Yilan Pavilion will learn from the past. If it weren't for Honger's biting, how could Lu Ruyan end up like that? Han Lian nodded and said, The young master is right. Our Qingyun Pavilion should be clean now. Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, No. The 4 people who stayed behind may be really loyal. It may also be that the master behind them gave them some orders in private, so they are still dormant. Han Lian and Fuhrer's hearts were raised again. Young master should be cautious. I will continue to keep an eye on them. But, little master, do you really not want to find a way to meet His Majesty and win favor for yourself? Shen Zhinian had been silent for so long, so he naturally had his own considerations. The emperor favored her for 3 consecutive nights, breaking the harem record and pushing her to the forefront. If she didn't retreat bravely, she might end up worse than Lu Ruyan. But now, all the newcomers who entered the palace have been favored by the emperor, and some of them are quite favored. If she keeps a low profile, she will really be forgotten by the emperor. When the time was almost up, Shen Zhinian asked Han Lian to call Xiaomingzi in and personally ordered, Xiaomingzi, go and find out where His Majesty will be passing by recently. She wanted to create an elaborate encounter to arouse the emperor's interest again. Xiaomingzi said respectfully. Yes. I will do it now. 2 days later, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes and brows. My young master, I have heard clearly that your majesty will be in the Imperial study room every day to discuss matters with the ministers of the previous dynasty, and then return to Yangxin Hall in the evening. Rest. Just wait on the necessary road and you will meet His Majesty. Han Lian asked worriedly. But there are several roads back to the Yangxin Palace from the Imperial study room. How do we know which one your majesty will take? Xiaomingzi smiled and said, I have heard from you that your majesty usually walks to the right side of the East Sixth Palace, passes through the Sunjing Gate and the Yuhua Gate, and returns to the Yangxin Palace. I think today is no exception. It is not easy to know the whereabouts of the emperor, but Xiaomingzi is really capable of finding out so clearly. For more than a month, because of his presence, Shen Zhinian knew many things in the harem, and thus avoided several crises. Shen Zhinian gave Xiaomingzi a generous reward and then asked Han Pian to dress her up. Han Li was eager to give it a try. Don't worry, little master, I will definitely use my housekeeping skills to keep it so that your majesty can't take his eyes off it. Chapter 46 The Jade Concubine is Punished. No. Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, We dressed up so conspicuously to meet His Majesty by chance. Didn't we tell him clearly that we had a premeditated plan? Spying on His Majesty's whereabouts is not a small crime. If it falls into the eyes of interested people, it can easily become a handle for us. Put me into that moon-white palace outfit, and then put on lighter makeup. It's best to look lovely and pitiful. Sometimes, weakness is a woman's best weapon, and that's what emperors do. Yes. Needless to say, Han Lian's craftsmanship was not to mention. Half an hour later, the beauty in the bronze mirror was a little less charming and a little more delicate than usual. Paired with a moon-white skirt, it looks like a pure gardenia, filling the feeling of brokenness. Fu Rui was full of praise. My dear master, you are so beautiful. I feel pity for this look. The servants are very surprised when they see it. Your Majesty will definitely not be able to resist it. Shen Zhinian curled her lips and smiled, and finally covered some of her lip color with powder, making her look more fragile. It's almost time, let's go. I hope we have better luck and can successfully meet His Majesty. Otherwise, wouldn't all the hard work she put into it be in vain? Walking to the right of East Sixth Palace, you have to pass Jingyang Palace, Yonghe Palace, and Yanxi Palace. Shen Zhinian was unlucky to meet the Jade Concubine who was about to return to Xianfu Palace after visiting the Yanxi Palace to see the Snow Concubine. The Jade Concubine didn't have much favor, but she had served the emperor since she was in the palace, and she was old enough to get a concubine. After Shen Zhinian, who was more charming than her, entered the palace, she was forgotten by the emperor. Seeing that there were so many newcomers like flowers in the harem, the Jade Concubine felt even more in danger, so she thought of finding an alliance with the Snow Concubine. Who knew that Schwebin still had a cold attitude and rejected her unceremoniously. After coming out of the Yanxi Palace, the concubine was already suffocating with anger. When she saw Shen Zhinian and thought about the favor she had taken away from her, she became even more angry. Shen Zhinian's eyes darkened slightly, he stopped, and made a standard blessing ceremony. I have seen the Jade Concubine, I wish you good luck and peace. The Jade Concubine covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled contemptuously. Hey, isn't this Ro-chan here? I heard that you haven't seen His Majesty for more than a month. Doesn't it feel good to fall out of favor? I really don't know what's the use of you dressing up like a vixen now. Shen Zhinian's attitude was still neither humble nor arrogant. Your Majesty's words are serious. Your Majesty's concubines cannot be seen in the harem, and it's not just his concubines. I don't dare to make unreasonable opinions about which concubine your Majesty wants to favor. Isn't this sarcasm? The Jade Concubine can't see the Emperor. Jade Concubine still remembered the grudges from the last time, and the old and new grudges were combined. Her eyes turned cold, and she said sternly, Bold and Ro are always there. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? This time, are you in a hurry to go back and make snacks for His Majesty? Then kneel down before me and reflect on it. Shen Zhinian met her eyes without fear. Even if the Empress is a concubine, you can't punish people for no reason, right? Jade Concubine sneered. For no reason? If I say you are wrong, you are wrong. This bitch has fallen out of favor and fallen into her hands. She will definitely settle the score with Shen Zhinian. How could your majesty? Before Shen Zhinian could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard on the face and staggered. The force was so strong that she even tasted blood in her mouth. Fu Rou exclaimed and rushed to Shen Zhinian's side. My lord! The concubine looked at her condescendingly. Bitch! Who do you think you are? It would be as easy for me to crush you to death now as to kill an ant. Kneel down for me! Shen Zhinian's heart was filled with raging anger, and he was about to do something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a bright yellow figure from the corner of his eye. She immediately changed her strategy, put away the angry look on her face, put on an aggrieved and frightened posture, knelt at the feet of the jade concubine, and said sadly, Although I don't know where I offended the jade concubine, but as long as the queen can calm down her anger, I am willing to let the queen punish me. Please don't be angry. The jade concubine turned her back and did not see the Imperial Guard of Honor coming from a distance. Shen Zhinian used to be so arrogant in front of her, but now that he has fallen out of favor, why not let her trample on him? The feeling that was blocked in jade concubine's heart finally dissipated a little, and her attitude became more and more domineering. You are a bitch, you know the truth. Remember this for me. You are nothing in front of me. If you see me in the future, you'd better take a detour, otherwise I will beat you once I see you. Negong Xuanyu heard all their conversation, and his face was as gloomy as water. Jade concubine is so majestic. Why didn't I know? When did I have such a powerful person in my harem? The faces of jade concubine and the palace servant behind her turned pale in an instant, and they hurriedly said, I have seen your majesty. Your majesty, please listen to my concubine's explanation. Negong Xuanyu didn't look at her, but passed by her coldly, and gently helped Shen Zhinian up. Shen Zhinian was slightly startled. His beautiful eyes were filled with complex colors such as sadness, longing, and surprise. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Your Majesty, it's really you. The little girl in front of her was charming yet frail, with a pair of charming eyes that could make people's hearts melt. One side of her beautiful cheeks was swollen, making her look so helpless. Negong Xuanyu was angry and distressed, and said warmly, Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will make the decision for you. Like a wronged child, Shen Zhinian finally found someone to rely on. She buried her face in the emperor's chest and cried, Wow! I thought I would never see your majesty again. The cry is sad, sad to hear, and shed tears to the listener. The emperor's heart suddenly ached, and he patted Shen Zhinian's back gently like he was coaxing a child. It's my fault, I'm here. Jade concubine was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. She has served his majesty for so many years and has never seen him treat a woman so tenderly. Even the most favored concubine of the 6th palace has never been treated like this. Why is Ro Chang here, this bitch? Negong Xuanyu looked at the jade concubine coldly. The jade concubine is arrogant and domineering, has no regard for palace rules, and beats the concubines wantonly. From now on, she will be grounded and fined for half a year, and she will copy the palace rules 10 times a day. She was a high-ranking concubine, but she was fined and grounded because of Chang Zai. Let alone half a year later, will His Majesty still remember her? There will no longer be a place for her in the harem. The jade concubine fell to the ground. Your Majesty, it was Ro Chang who relied on your favor and ignored me many times in the past. When I met her today, I couldn't help it. Your Majesty, please listen to my concubine's explanation. Chapter 47: The reason why the Emperor ignored Shen Zhinian. However, Negong Xuanyu didn't even spare her a glance, picked up Shen Zhinian and strode away. Invite the Imperial Doctor to Qingyun Pavilion. The little eunuch said yes, and ran quickly to do it. Jade concubine looked at their backs, with overwhelming hatred bursting out of her eyes. Why? She is a dignified concubine and has been serving His Majesty since she was in the palace. Why can't she be compared to Chang Zai, who just entered the palace? Little did he know that the anger in Shen Zhinian's heart did not disappear completely because the concubine was punished. The bans, fines, and copying of palace rules are all just insignificant punishments. The concubine still sits firmly on the throne of the first palace and enjoys all the glory. She, Shen Zhinian, has always taken revenge. If the concubine dared to slap her, she would never let it go so easily. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Shen Zhinian stared at the concubine. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. When the palace servants in Qingyun Pavilion saw the emperor coming back with Shen Zhinian in his arms, they were all shocked and knelt on the ground with joy. Slave to see your majesty! Long live your majesty! Nangong Xuanyu held Shen Zhinian in his arms, walked past her without looking away, entered the inner room, and gently placed her on the bed. Looking at Shen Zhinian's pear-shaped face, he sighed secretly. For more than a month, Nangong Xuanyu deliberately avoided seeing Shen Zhinian, not because he didn't like her, but because he was too fascinated by her. As an emperor, he can pamper a woman, but he can never be tempted by any woman, let alone indulge in her. Nangong Xuanyu didn't believe that he would be deceived by a little girl, and originally planned to wait until his thoughts about Shen Zhinian had faded before he summoned her. But when he actually saw her, he discovered that it was him who had been tortured all along, and that he really knew her taste. Soon, the Imperial doctor arrived and saluted respectfully. "I have seen your majesty! I have seen Ro Changzai!" Nangong Xuanyu said in a deep voice. "No need to be polite, just take a look at Ro Changzai's injury." "Yes." The Imperial doctor did not dare to touch Shen Zhinian and checked with his eyes. "Your majesty, Ro Changzai's face is fine. It's just that her skin is too fair, which makes it look scary. Apply ice for a quarter of an hour first, and then apply it every day. This bottle of ointment will cure you in 3 days." Fu Rui had already brought an ice pack over and put it on Shen Zhinian's face distressfully. Nangong Xuanyu's face was terrifyingly dark. "Ro Changzai's face is swollen like this, and you still think it's okay?" The Imperial doctor said in fear. "I dare not deceive your majesty. It's really because Ro Changzai's skin is too fair and the person who did it is so powerful that it looks scary." Nangong Xuanyu's eyes were still gloomy. He took the ice pack from Fu Rui's hand and applied it to Shen Zhinian's face himself, very gently. The Imperial physician looked at this scene with a flash of shock in his eyes. After so many years of working in the palace, this was the first time he saw His Majesty treat a concubine so tenderly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be moved and filled with joy, and would take out their true heart and give it to the emperor. Shen Zhinian had a look of emotion on his face, but he was not moved at all in his heart, only sneered and sarcastic. No matter how gentle the emperor was to her, it could not change the fact that the punishment he gave to his concubine was neither painful nor itchy. Shen Zhinian knew very well that the families of high-ranking palace concubines all held important positions in the court, and could not be easily touched. The emperor's partial love for her was not enough to punish the concubine severely for her. Precisely because she is sober enough, she is better able to guard her heart, and will never indulge in the emperor's false favor and end up in an eternal fate. She will avenge this revenge herself. The Imperial doctor and the attendants withdrew at some point, leaving only Nangong Xuanyu and Shen Zhinian in the inner room. Seeing that the time was almost up, he put down the ice pack and applied ointment to Shen Zhinian. As soon as the emperor's hand touched Shen Zhinian's face, she gasped in pain. There was a hint of distress in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes. "Is it still painful?" Shen Zhinian secretly took a breath, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and looked at Nangong Xuanyu with a moved face. "Your Majesty is so kind to my concubine, no matter how much suffering I suffer, it will be worth it. As long as I can see your Majesty, I am willing to do whatever I want." If it were any other concubine, they would have complained to him in the hope of getting more sympathy from him. But Ro Changzai had obviously suffered great injustice, but she did not say a bad word about the concubine, and there was no trace of resentment in her eyes, only admiration for him. Her heart was as pure as glass, so simple, so stupid, it made him feel heartbroken. If he hadn't protected her, wouldn't she have been bullied to death in the palace? Nangong Xuanyu's eyes were gentle, and he applied the medicine to Shen Zhinian even more gently. After it was over, he finished cleaning his hands and sat by the window, gently hugging her into his arms. "I haven't come to see you for so long, my beloved, can you blame me?" Shen Zhinian's hands were wrapped around Nangong Xuanyu's lean waist, and the uninjured side of his face was pressed against his chest, showing off the posture of a little woman. Her voice was gentle, with deep admiration and attachment. "Your Majesty is my beloved man. No matter what your Majesty does, I will never blame you. I don't ask for your Majesty's favor. I just hope that your Majesty will like me for a long time." I don't expect to be with your majesty day and night. I just hope that I can be with your majesty for a long time. At first, he was attracted to Shen Zhinian just because of her temperament and her taste in bed. After getting along with her, he found that her talents were not inferior to those of noble ladies from aristocratic families, which gave him a great surprise. Nangong Xuanyu didn't expect that she would be so considerate. Even though she had been ignored by him for so long, she still loved him and waited for him without regrets. How could he not like such a woman? I promise you that I will be with you forever. The emperor had made similar promises to so many women, I'm afraid he couldn't even remember them, right? Shen Zhinian was disapproving, but there was a look of surprise on his face. Really? Your Majesty doesn't lie to concubines? You have no joke. Could it be that his majestic emperor was still confused by a little girl? It doesn't hurt to just give her more love. Seeing the tenderness in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes, the corners of Shen Zhinian's lips curled up with an invisible arc. Therefore, after entering the palace, you not only have to compete for favor, but you also have to compete quietly. She wanted to make the emperor feel that she was really a pure, flawless, and uncontested gardenia. Han Li's respectful voice sounded outside the curtain. Your Majesty, little master, you can have your meal now. After dealing with political affairs for a day, Nangong Xuanyu was indeed hungry. Moreover, when he gets along with this woman, he always feels very relaxed and his appetite becomes better. He held Shen Zhinian's hand and walked outside. Let's eat first. Chapter 48 I will issue a decree tomorrow to make you a noble person. The emperor was dining in Qingyun Pavilion. Today's dinner was naturally countless times richer than before. Shen Zhinian had a good appetite and ate more than the previous few days. She eats very slowly, in small bites, and looks very elegant. The way you carefully taste the delicious food can always make people move. Nangong Xuanyu also unknowingly used one more bowl of rice than usual. Li Changde was very moved when he saw it. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne and has not yet firmly established himself on the throne, so he is extremely diligent in political affairs and often spends all his time criticizing and reviewing mistakes. Those who were serving him looked distressed and worried. If His Majesty could have such a good appetite every day, he wouldn't have to worry about the dragon body. It seems that even for this reason, he will persuade Your Majesty to favor Xingro more often in the future. After dinner, Shen Zhinian and Nangong Xuanyu sat on chairs by the window and played chess. There were many concubines in the harem who were excellent at chess, but no one was his opponent. Nangong Xuanyu originally thought that Shen Zhinian's father was only a 6th-rank official, and her chess, calligraphy and painting skills would definitely not be as good as those of a noble daughter carefully cultivated by a big family. He was ready to let her go, lest this little woman lose too much and affect her mood. However, as time passed by bit, Nangong Xuanyu's expression gradually changed from casual to serious. On the chessboard, the black and white stones were fighting fiercely, and they were evenly matched. Shen Zhinian, who was holding the black piece, still had a calm expression on his face. After placing the black piece, he playfully winked at Nangong Xuanyu. Your Majesty! Nangong Xuanyu's interest was completely aroused. He picked up a white stone and dropped it after thinking about it. The two of them were going back and forth like this. From the very fast speed at the beginning, to each subsequent move, they had to go through a very long period of thinking. The sky gradually darkened, and I don't know how much time passed. As Shen Zhinian dropped the last piece, the white pieces on the chessboard were surrounded by black pieces and had no way to go. She smiled charmingly. Your Majesty, you lose. When Nangong Xuanyu meets his opponent in chess, he has not felt this hearty feeling for a long time. The most important thing is, every time he thinks he understands the little woman in front of him well, she will give him a new surprise. I didn't know before that my beloved concubine is so good at chess. Could it be bad? In his previous life, one of Lu Jianglin's superiors was a chess fanatic, and his biggest wish was to meet his opponent in chess. In order to please him, Shen Zhinian spent a lot of energy collecting original copies, studied them in depth, and then crushed them up and told them to Lu Jianglin. Lu Jianglin was deeply appreciated by the superior, and under his recommendation, he was promoted exceptionally. In the past, when I was bored in my boudoir, I would play chess to pass the time. Your Majesty, when you praise me like this, I will feel embarrassed. The emperor's eyes looked at her with a touch of appreciation in his tenderness. My beloved, do you know that although my chess skills cannot be said to be the best, there are not many people in the world who dare to surpass me? Women are taught from an early age that their husbands should come first in everything and should not be competitive. If other concubines heard this, they would definitely be terrified and kneel down to apologize. However, Shen Zhinian understood that everyone has a competitive spirit, and emperors are no exception. If she wants Nangong Xuanyu to focus more on her, she must arouse his desire to conquer. Others don't dare to surpass your majesty, because your majesty is the emperor, and they respect you and fear you. But I love your majesty deeply and don't want to lie in front of your majesty. I just want you to see the truest version of me. When Shen Zhinian said these words, she looked at the emperor with a pair of charming eyes, which made people's hearts melt. Nangong Xuanyu couldn't bear it at all and sighed secretly. This simple little woman showed her sincerity in front of him without any defense. Although he is an emperor and will not fall in love with any woman, he can give her more favor and satisfy her infatuation. And she was right. As the emperor, everyone was afraid of him, but they didn't know that it was cold at high places. It's not bad to have someone who is willing to treat him sincerely, and never pretend to be himself in front of him. What's more, this woman is still his favorite. I like my concubine's temperament. As long as my concubine can keep it up, I will always love you. Of course. Before taking the throne, Shen Zhinian would always pretend to be like the emperor, so that he would willingly give her everything she wanted. At this moment, Shen Zhinian looked down at the chessboard and sighed. Concubine, why don't you want to keep your original intention? It's only after you entered the palace that you realize that you are like a chess piece on the chessboard, and you can't help yourself with many things. Obviously, I am already very cautious, but because I am favored, I am still regarded as a thorn in others' side and a thorn in their flesh. I really just want to live in a quiet corner, and I will be satisfied if I can see His Majesty once in a while. But the concubine is afraid. These open and hidden arrows in the palace are hard to guard against. In order to protect herself, the concubine will one day become something she doesn't even recognize. Blindly ensuring that you will never forget your original intention will only appear false. Such false and true words will be more convincing and arouse the emperor's pity. Nangong Xuanyu grew up in the deep palace, and had seen many originally innocent women gradually become unrecognizable in this big dye vat. He understood that Shen Zhinian's worries were reasonable, but he finally met a woman who was so in line with his heart, and he didn't want her to be ruined by others. That kind of thing will never happen again during the day. I will protect you, I promise. My dear, you can trust me. Tomorrow I will issue a decree to make you a noble person. At least the higher her status is, the more she has to think twice when others want to embarrass her. After Shen Zhinian was pleasantly surprised, he quickly calmed down and did not get carried away by the joy. She entered the palace just for the position of queen, so naturally she had to find ways to advance. However, the ritual system of the Great Zhou dynasty was strict, and there were strict regulations for the promotion of concubines. Except after the first bedtime, festival celebrations, the birth of an emperor's heir, or when the emperor was dying, promotions were not allowed for any reason. She doesn't meet any of the conditions now. If she is made an exceptional person, she doesn't know how much gossip she will cause. Not only the harem, but also the former dynasty will also have opinions. Since entering the palace, she has taken every step to avoid being targeted by everyone. If he suddenly rose in rank, it would be really eye-catching. Thinking of this, Shen Zhinian looked at the emperor with a moved face. Although I serve your majesty out of my heart, not for honor and status. But no one has ever been so kind to my concubines like your majesty. If your majesty does this again, the concubines are about to cry. But I forgive my concubine for not obeying my orders. Chapter 49 The Emperor sends palace servants to Shen Zhinian. Nangong Xuanyu really felt sorry for Shen Zhinian and felt that she was too sensible, so he blurted out those words. But he is a person who attaches great importance to rules and propriety, and he immediately felt that this move was inappropriate. But there is no reason to take back what the emperor said. Hearing that Shen Zhinian refused to be promoted, Nangong Xuanyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Why? Shen Zhinian said with a smile. If your majesty really breaks the rules and makes my concubine a noble person, everyone in the palace will definitely say that your majesty is unfair. It is my honor that your majesty loves my concubine, but my concubine cannot make things difficult for your majesty. Sometimes, the emperor's favor is much more important than the official position. The most important thing is that she has finally managed to reduce the hatred in her body. If she is promoted to the title for no reason, won't she become a living target in the harem like Shen Nanqiao in her previous life? Nagong Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt more and more that Shen Zhinian was sensible, and his eyes on her became softer. My beloved concubine is like a treasure. The more we get along with you, the more I can discover the shining points in you. It's a pity that her background is too low, otherwise such a valuable character would be worthy of the concubine position. But it doesn't matter, the emperor never cares about other people's family backgrounds, because in the world, which family he wants to promote is just a matter of words. Even for this little girl's sensibility, he was willing to praise the Shen family. Shen Zhinian didn't know Nangong Xuanyu's plan, and his cheeks turned slightly red. Your Majesty, I will be embarrassed by your praise. The emperor smiled gently, looked at the chessboard and said eagerly, My beloved concubine, let's play another game. He is a majestic emperor, and cannot really lose to a concubine. A hint of playfulness flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. Okay. In the following chess game, the two of them lost and won, but overall, Shen Zhinian had the upper hand. She grasped the rhythm very well, not letting the emperor lose too many times and causing him to feel unhappy. She also used her slightly better chess skills to constantly arouse the emperor's desire to conquer. Just like this, one game after another, the sky turned brighter before I knew it. It wasn't until Li Changde came in to remind him that it was time to go to court that Nangong Xuanyu realized belatedly that when he arrived at Qingyun Pavilion, he did nothing but simply played chess with Shen Zhinian all night. This was the first time something like this had happened. While Nangong Xuanyu felt it was novel, his eyes looking at Shen Zhinian became even brighter. My beloved concubine's chess skills are so good. I will come back to you for advice some other time. This is exactly Shen Zhinian's purpose. After all, there are so many women in the harem, so she must have her own special features to remain attractive to the emperor. Shen Zhinian yawned, with a hint of exhaustion on his face. I may not have had such a pleasant talk for a long time. I look forward to your Majesty's arrival. Seeing her look like this, Nangong Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. I forgot the time for a while and kept you up all night. You have a good rest during the day, and I will come over in the evening to have dinner with you. Hearing that the emperor said that he would come to see the little master today, Han He and Fu Rui both showed joy in their eyes. Shen Zhinian said expectantly, That concubine is waiting for your Majesty. When he came here yesterday, Nangong Xuanyu directly carried Shen Zhinian into the inner room, and only then did he realize something was wrong. I remember that in Chang's position, in addition to the maid I brought in, there were 3 eunuchs and 3 palace maids waiting on me. Why is Qingyun Pavilion so deserted? Because of the timely application of ice and the application of the hospital's best ointment, the swelling on Shen Zhinian's face has subsided, but that half of it still looks a little red. At this moment, a hint of helplessness appeared on this beautiful face. Your Majesty, it's okay. I just happen to like to be clean. Nangong Xuanyu knew that she had always been simple and kind-hearted and could not bear to embarrass others. He immediately set his sights on Hanlian. Say. Hanlian bent down and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I haven't been able to see you for a long time, and there are rumors in the palace that I have fallen out of favor. So there is a eunuch and a palace maid in Qingyun who are looking for good fortune outside. The young master did not dare to use such restless palace servants, so he asked eunuch Zhao from the Internal Affairs Office to take them back. Nangong Xuanyu held Shen Zhinian's hand and said distressfully, I have been neglecting you these days. I will now instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send several groups of palace servants over, so that you can choose the one you like. Shen Zhinian could not guarantee that there were no nails from others in the palace servants sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now that she is back in favor, she must be more cautious. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. Of course, Shen Zhinian still had a look of helplessness on his face, sighing. The tide ebbs and flows, flowers bloom and fall, no one can control it. When you are proud, there will naturally be no shortage of attentive people around you, but if one day, Qingyun becomes deserted again, I still cannot guarantee their loyalty. In this case, it is better to maintain the status quo. Nangong Xuanyu herself was not sure that Shen Zhinian would not be ignored again in the future, and her worries were justified. After thinking for a while, he said, Aunt Xiao, who went to Shen's mansion to teach you the palace rules, since you two are so compatible, let her come to Yuga to serve you in the future. I will ask Li Changde to call you from Yanxin Palace. A little eunuch is coming. The nuns who had served the Empress Dowager and the eunuchs who walked in front of the Emperor came to Qingyun Pavilion to serve her. This was a great honor. From now on, even if high-ranking concubines see her, they will have to be polite. Although Aunt Xiao and the little eunuch were actually the Emperor's people, some of the activities in Yu Pavilion might reach the Emperor's ears. But with them here, the safety factor of Qingyun Pavilion will skyrocket. There is also an extra bond between Shen Zhinian and the Emperor, so he will not fall out of favor easily. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Shen Zhinian immediately thanked him with a moved face. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is so kind to me, I don't even know how to repay you. Nangong Xuanyu patted the back of her hand. You take good care of yourself, which is the greatest reward for me. Okay, I'm going to court. I'll come back to see you later. Shen Zhinian bowed and said, Concubine, I send you to Your Majesty. As soon as Nangong Xuanyu left, the palace servants from the Ministry of Internal Affairs came over with flowing rewards, which was dazzling. You don't need to think about it to know that in the following days, Tingyuj will resume the flowers blooming and the fire cooking oil. After Eunuch Zhao heard about it, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ro Chang had asked him to deal with it before, and he did not deal with the restless palace servants in Qingyun Pavilion. Otherwise, if Ro Changzai regains his favor, how can he enjoy his good fruits? Therefore, the situation in the harem has always been changing rapidly. Who knows, one day, a certain palace concubine will reappear. Chapter 50. Give me a child. But he didn't handle that matter very well either. Early in the morning, Eunuch Zhao rushed to Qingyun Pavilion to plead guilty. I have been so busy these days that I forgot to send a new palace servant to Ro Changzai. I really deserve to die for my crime. Please pray to Ro Changzai. Forgive me. As Eunuch Zhao spoke, he slapped his mouth hard. Of course, Shen Zhinian knew that people in the palace were used to flattering others and suppressing others. Eunuch Zhao was just scared when he saw her regaining his favor, so he hurried over to apologize. If she was like before and couldn't even see the Emperor's face, the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs wouldn't take her seriously. However, if the water is clear, there will be no fish. This has always been the rule in the palace, and Shen Zhinian does not intend to delve into it. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is busy, so it is understandable that my father-in-law forgot about it for a while. Why is this happening? Anyway, Your Majesty has arranged a new palace attendant for me. Father-in-law, please get up quickly. Seeing that Ro Changzai did not ask him about his crime based on his divine favor, Eunuch Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Ro Changzai, for your magnanimity. My young master is so kind, no wonder His Majesty favors you. Chunhua and Zai Liangzi were lucky enough to be assigned to Qingyun Pavilion before, but they didn't know how to cherish their blessings. They are really ignorant. In the harem, ignorant slaves will not live well. These words assured Shen Zhinian that Chunhua and Zhao Liangzi would not have a good life. Shen Zhinian was too lazy to make excuses with Eunuch Zhao anymore, so he waved the man away. Not long after, Aunt Xiao and a young eunuch arrived at Qingyun Pavilion. Old slave, I would like to pay my respects to my little master Ro. I wish you good luck. One of them had served the Empress Dowager, and the other had served in front of the Imperial court, and both were assigned to her by the Emperor himself. Naturally, Shen Zhinian could not treat the two of them as ordinary palace people. What's more, Aunt Xiao was her mentor before entering the palace, so there was a sense of friendship. Shen Zhinian stood up and stepped forward, personally helping the two of them up. No need to be polite. She looked at the little eunuch and asked with a smile. What's your name? Master Hiru, my slave's name is Yuan Mao. Shen Zhinian nodded. From now on, Tingyuj will be under your care. Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao hurriedly bent down and said, The young master has broken this old slave. Your Majesty has ordered us to enter Qingyun Pavilion. From now on, we will be young Master Ro's people, and we must do our best to serve young master. If young master has any assignments in the future, just let us know. After not sleeping all night, Shen Zhinian was really sleepy now. As usual, she rewarded Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao to let them familiarize themselves with the affairs of Qingyun Pavilion, and then she went back to the inner room to rest. As for how much turmoil her resurgence and the favor His Majesty had given her had caused in the harem, Shen Zhinian didn't want to worry about it at all now. Anyway, if there is any trouble, Xiao Mingzi will report it to her. I don't know if it was because he was too tired, but Shen Zhinian slept particularly deeply this night. When I woke up, it was already dark. Her throat was a little dry, so she called out, "Han, water." Soon someone came in with a glass of water, and Shen Zhinian took a sip and smelled the ambergris on the person's body. But she pretended not to notice anything, looked in the direction of the door and sighed, her voice filled with infinite nostalgia, like a girl looking forward to meeting her lover. And because he couldn't see his sweetheart, he seemed lost and sad. "It's so late, His Majesty will definitely not come. I don't know if His Majesty, who is busy with political affairs, had a good meal today." Nagong Xuanyu was slightly startled. The other concubines only cared about being favored by him, but her first reaction when she saw him was not that he had broken the appointment, but that she was worried that he had not eaten well. He is an emperor, so he doesn't need to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Only those who truly love him to the core will worry about such trivial matters. Nagong Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder, during the more than a month when he deliberately ignored her, was she worried about his health every day? For a moment, his heart felt soft and apologetic. He put down the teacup and hugged Shen Zhinian into his arms. "Jun Wu, I said I would come to see you tonight, so I will definitely come. Concubine, you don't believe me." Seeing Shen Zhinian wake up, Han Lian lit the lamp and left. "Your Majesty, are you really here?" Hearing Nagong Xuanyu's familiar voice and seeing his handsome and majestic face, Shen Zhinian's eyes showed just the right amount of surprise. "I don't believe you, I just thought it was so late. How long have you been waiting in Qingyun? It's true that Han Lian and Furui didn't wake up my concubine and just let you wait like this," Nagong Xuanyu said warmly. "I told you to sleep a little longer and told them not to wake you up. Are you hungry? Get up and have a meal." Shen Zhinian blushed and said, washed up under Han He and Fu Rui's service, finished dressing and walked outside. Today's dinner was still very rich, far exceeding the usual portion. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh. If the emperor had come to her place for meals more often, she might have become more mellow. "What are you thinking about, my dear concubine? She's so lost in thought." Shen Zhinian still had that delicate look on her face and said angrily, "I'm thinking that if I eat so much every day, my palace clothes will be a size too big." Nagong Xuanyu felt that women were really magical. Her waist was so thin that it could be broken with one hand, and her stature was so slender that she was actually afraid of gaining weight. Of course, in this big place, this little woman's capital is very proud, and he can't hold his hand at all. "So what? My beloved concubine is so skinny, she should have gained more muscle. Otherwise, if others see her, they will think that my harem treats the concubines harshly." Shen Zhinian smiled shyly and rolled his eyes in his mind. "Men always like to say that you are not fat. It's okay, eat more and gain some fat. But if a woman really gains weight, I'm afraid they will be the first to dislike her. So, just listen to this." After the dinner was over and the two of them had taken a bath, the palace people retreated wisely under the leadership of Aunt Xiao. Having not touched Shen Zhinian for more than a month, Nagong Xuanyu really missed her very much. It was incredible that he didn't think about this at all last night, and played chess with her all night. Between the beds, the gauze sways and shadows appear. The emperor pinched Shen Zhinian's waist, his eyes were scarlet. He felt that she might really be the reincarnation of a fairy. How could a woman be so charming that people would want to die on her? When he was in love, Nagong Xuanyu murmured in Shen Zhinian's ear, "My beloved concubine, give me a child. Whether it's a prince or a princess, I will love you." Shen Zhinian's fair and slender arms were clinging to the emperor's neck. Her eyes were blurred and charming, but her mind was very clear. She must become pregnant before becoming a noble, so that she can be promoted to the head of the first palace based on her merits in giving birth to the emperor's heir, and be qualified to raise the child herself. The concubine cannot be promoted for no reason. Next month's Wansho festival is her best time. "Your Majesty, I would like to..." Our child will definitely be as outstanding as you. This night is still very long. Chapter 51 Father Shen is promoted. The next day. After sending Nan Gong Xuanyu off to court, Han Lian and Fu Rui surrounded Shen Zhinian with smiles. My lord, your majesty was here before, and the servants didn't take the opportunity to tell you the good news. The master has been promoted. Shen Zhinian asked in surprise. Seriously? Ever since she was a child, she had been a transparent person in the Shen family, and she did not have a deep father-daughter relationship with Shen's father. But the family has always been prosperous and devastated. If she wants to reach that position, she cannot do without the help of her family. Similarly, if the Shen family wants to go further, it cannot do without Shen Zhinian's favor in the harem. Therefore, even though the relationship between father and daughter was weak, when she entered the palace, Father Shen still devoted all the efforts of the Shen family to giving her a lot of affection. Han Li said excitedly. It's absolutely true. The master has been promoted from the 6th rank of the criminal department, Walang, to the 5th rank of Guanglu Temple Shaoqing. Although the official position has only been promoted by 1 rank, the most important thing in the capital is high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Many people may not be able to be promoted by half a rank even if they stay in their positions for a lifetime. No wonder most of the official families who have daughters want to send their daughters to the palace to be their favorite concubines. Officials of the 5th rank and below wear green robes, and officials of the 5th rank and above wear red robes. The master has finally realized this dream. My lord, your majesty's promotion of the Shen family must be for your sake. Han Li was filled with joy and a hint of doubt. But why didn't his majesty tell you the good news in person? There was no need for the emperor to tell this matter. Shen Zhinian would also know about it. If he took the initiative to speak out, it would make people think that he was deceived by beauty and promoted the Shen family, which would be detrimental to the emperor's image as a wise and powerful emperor. Shen Zhinian said sternly. Your majesty promoted my father to an official because he took a fancy to my father's talents and has nothing to do with me. In this case, don't say it again in the future. Han Lian and Fu Rui also reacted and nodded seriously. Yes. Aunt Xiao had a bit of relief in her eyes. There is no shortage of smart women in the harem, but there are very few who are as transparent as Little Master Ro. Based on her experience, Little Master Ro can go very far in the harem. However, some words cannot be said openly, but private gratitude cannot be avoided. Shen Zhinian decided to embroider a purse for the emperor herself. There are no secrets in the harem. After the news spread, many palace people came to curry favor with Ro Changzai, eager to get close to her. Even some low-ranking concubines came to give gifts to Shen Zhinian, hoping to establish a good relationship with her and gain the emperor's favor. Shen Zhinian did not come forward and asked Aunt Xiao to block them all. She used to serve in front of the emperor, and no one dared to complain, so it was perfect for her to do this. Sun Changzai, who was in the left hall, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although in the beginning, she approached Ro Changzai just to share the other's favor. But after spending these days together, she really felt that Ro Changzai was a rare kind person in the harem, and she hoped that Ro Changzai would be well. Hall of Mental Cultivation. Just as Nangong Xuanyu finished reviewing the memorial, Li Changde came in, bending over and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Lu from Ilan Pavilion said that concubine Jang was wrongly accused of disfigurement, and the real culprit behind the incident is someone else, and she has found evidence. After saying this, he presented the evidence in his hand. After Nangong Xuanyu finished reading, his eyes darkened. Although the most important thing for the emperor was government affairs, he was too lazy to spend too much energy on the harem. But Lu Rian had laid out the evidence, so he naturally couldn't just ignore it. What's more, this matter involves the Duke Xingguo's mansion. Go to Ilan Pavilion. Call all the relevant personnel over. Li Changde replied, yes, and did it immediately. After more than a month, the closed door of Ilan Pavilion was finally opened. Lu Ruyan was born with a delicate figure, and after being confined for so long, she had lost a lot of weight and looked even more fragile, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. She was wearing a moon-white dress today and had no makeup on her face, which made her look even more pitiful. Seeing the emperor's procession, she bowed gracefully, her voice sad and plaintive. Your Majesty, your concubine pays respects to you. Even in the harem filled with beauties, Lu Ruyan's beauty was still one of the best. Moreover, her temperament of being weak and unable to take care of herself was unique among the concubines in the palace. However, when Nangong Xuanyu's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan, there was not much warmth in them. He just said lightly, "Get up." The emperor was suspicious. Even if he had seen the evidence, he did not believe Lu Ruyan until the truth was finalized. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Not long after, the relevant personnel arrived, followed by many concubines who were watching the excitement, including Shen Zhinian. Although Queen Zhang's body is still very weak, if anyone dares to murder Jiang Wanning or slap the Duke of Zhen's house in the face, she will naturally attend. After this period of treatment at Taiyuan Hospital, Jiang Wanning's face has improved a lot, but it is still covered with light red spots, which need to be covered with extremely thick makeup. When the weather is hot, the powder will melt and smear on the face, which looks very unappetizing. Ever since Li Guiran received the news that she was asked to come to Yilan Pavilion, she felt great fear in her heart. She didn't know if what she had done had been exposed. At this moment, she used a lot of effort to maintain her apparent calmness. "Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty!" Nangong Xuanyu's majestic voice sounded. "Everyone get up!" "Thank you, Your Majesty!" Queen Zhang's eyes fell on Concubine Li with a bit of scrutiny. Concubine Li was already sweating profusely, and her hands were clenched into fists under her sleeves. "Calm down. Things might not be what she thought." She couldn't lose her composure. Jiang Wanning didn't think too much. From the moment she stepped into Yilan Pavilion, she stared at Lu Ruyan. Her face was ruined, but Lu Ruyan was still as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Seeing her weak posture, Jiang Wanning wished she could tear her into pieces. What made her even more angry was that in the past month or so, she had tried to kill Lu Ruyan secretly several times, but this bitch had avoided her every time. How could Lu Ruyan, who was so capable, be so harmless and yet like to put on airs? "You bitch, the evidence of murdering me is conclusive. What tricks do you want to play today?" Lu Ruyan was thin, with a trace of tears on her face. She looked miserable and helpless, which made Jiang Wanning even more aggressive. "Jiang Guiran, I want to know more than you do who murdered you and put the blame on me. Fortunately, the Emperor paid off his hard work and finally let me discover the clues. Your face was not caused by concubines." Shen Zhinian stood in the crowd and watched this scene coldly. She also wanted to know, what kind of backup plan did Lu Ruyan have? Jiang Wanning's breathing stagnated, her eyes full of disgust. "With all the evidence, who else could it be if not you?" Lu Ruyan bowed to Nangong Xuanyu, her voice filled with infinite grievance. "Your Majesty, please allow me to report that the maid Honger who accused me was actually a spy arranged by Li Guiran to enter Yilan Pavilion. Honger and Li Guiran's personal maid Tao Xiang are distant relatives. They had been interacting privately before Li Guiran entered the palace." Chapter 52. Lady Li was banished to the cold palace. Honger's mother was seriously ill and needed a lot of money for treatment. Tao Xiang promised her that if she put snowweed in concubine Zhang's rouge and said it was the concubine who ordered it, she would give her money to treat her mother. From the beginning to the end, concubine Li was trying to kill two birds with one stone. "I beg Your Majesty and the Queen to understand this." Lu Ruyan knew, of course, that a small nobleman could not do such a thorough job, and there must be someone behind him. But that was not something she could handle right now. The most important thing for her is to expose concubine Li and clear herself of suspicion. Jiang Wanning was a little confused. Could it be that she really had chosen the wrong enemy? Concubine Li knelt on the ground in fear. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. All this was fabricated by Luing to get away with it. Lu promised, concubine Jiang and I have no grudges in the past or in the present. Why would I take such a big risk to murder her?" Lu Ruyan's voice was gentle and clear. "Because on the day when the whole palace came to the audience, you and concubine Zhou were punished by concubine Jiang to kneel together, so you hold a grudge against her." She suspected that concubine Zhou was also involved in this matter, but she had no evidence, so she did not plan to involve concubine Zhou for the time being. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but tisk in her heart. Lu Ruyan was indeed the future virtuous concubine, and she was indeed not that easy to fall. Jiang Wanning then belatedly remembered that when she came out of Cunning Palace that day, she heard Tu Changzai chewing her tongue, so she used her status to put pressure on them and made them kneel for several hours. One of them seems to be this woman. After she stayed in bed, she became a noble person from Changzai Jin. In an instant, Jiang Wanning's sharp eyes as sharp as a knife fell on Li Guiran. Bitch, are you really the one who harmed me? Tears welled up in Li Guiran's eyes and he shook his head repeatedly. Concubine, no! Tao Xiang and Hong are indeed distant relatives, but she has never instigated Honger to do those things. I don't know why Lu promised to pour such dirty water on me. Please tell me, Your Majesty. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Fortunately, their Lu family had a concubine during the previous emperor's time. Although she was not very favored, she had accumulated some connections in the palace. If it weren't for those connections and the people her father left for her outside the palace, she really wouldn't have been able to find out the truth. See for yourself! A hint of impatience flashed in Nangong Xuanyu's eyes, and he directly threw the evidence at Li Guiran. It clearly stated when Honger's mother became seriously ill, when the family suddenly had a large sum of money for medical treatment, and when Taoxiang came into contact with Honger and gave her the snow grass. You still dare to quibble? Do you want me to order Taoxiang to be dragged to the Ministry of Punishment and tortured severely? Taoxiang was so frightened that her face turned pale and she collapsed to the ground. I don't want to go to the Ministry of Punishment. My lady, please save me! Save me! The moment she saw the evidence, Concubine Li knew that she was finished. In fact, all of this was instigated by Concubine Lu. Otherwise, with her family background, even if she was bullied by Concubine Jiang, she would not have the courage to retaliate. But Concubine Li couldn't say it. Because if she took the blame, only she would die. If she gave Concubine Lu away, the entire Li family would face a devastating disaster. Perhaps Concubine Lu would help the Li family because of her loyalty. Finally, Li Guiran bowed deeply, her face full of tears. I have nothing to say, I plead guilty. It's you! Jiang Wanning was extremely angry and stepped forward and kicked her hard. You bitch, you are really good at hiding. You dare to ruin my face, I will make you live a life worse than death. Nangong Xuanyu scolded. Enough! Although Jiang Wanning was a victim, her arrogance and domineering attitude always made him very displeased. His Majesty. When facing Nangong Xuanyu, Jiang Wanning changed her expression again. She pursed her lips and looked at him with tears in her eyes. You must make the decision for me. If it was Jiang Wanning in the past, she would be cute and lovely with this expression. But now her face was covered with thick powder, and some places were mottled and caked, which was really a bit irritating to the eyes. Nangong Xuanyu didn't even look at her. He stepped forward and helped Lu Ruyan, whose face was still covered with tears, up. You have been wrong these days. Preach my will and restore Wan Guiran's status and title. I will reward you generously. When she first entered the palace, Lu Ruyan was still immersed in the emperor's tenderness, but after this incident, her heart had become extremely hardened. Even if she could find out something, how could the emperor not find out about it? I just think she's not that important, and don't bother to worry about her. She will never be fooled by this false gentleness again. Thank you, Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty believes in me, I will not feel wrong. After all, Lu Ruyan was not like Shen Zhinian in 2 lifetimes. Even though he tried hard to hide the dissatisfaction and grievances in his heart, some emotions were still exposed. For the emperor, it was always women who flattered him. Even if they were wrong, no one dared to show dissatisfaction in front of him. Naturally, he would not condescend to coax women. Noticing Lu Ruyan's negative emotions, Nangong Xuanyu let her go. His eyes fell on Li Guiran, and his tone was icy cold. Li Guiran plotted to murder the imperial concubine and framed others. Your crime is even more serious. From today on, you will be demoted to a commoner and banished to the cold palace. The palace maid Taoxiang should be beaten to death. An hour ago, she was the most favored newcomer in the harem, enjoying great glory. An hour later, she became an abandoned woman in the cold palace. Li Guiran looked at the emperor with resentment, her eyes filled with infinite emotions. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! She wanted to ask the emperor, was the favor he had shown her before all fake? Is it possible that there is not even a place for her in His Majesty's heart? Unfortunately, the eunuch had already gagged her and Taoxiang and dragged them out, so she would never have the chance to ask these questions. At this moment, Li Gekai deeply realized that the emperor was ruthless. The emperor is ruthless. The matter was over, and Nangong strode away. Concubine, I respectfully send you off to your majesty. Queen Jang applied powder, but she still couldn't hide her pale face. Looking at Lu Rian's eyes, there was a hint of guilt in her loving eyes. Mr. Wan, I have always known that you are a weak and kind-hearted woman, and you are incapable of doing such evil things. But all the previous evidence points to you. For the sake of the peace of the harem, I have to let your majesty deal with you. The women in the harem are all my sisters. Seeing that you have been wronged, I am really heartbroken. I will definitely compensate you well. Shen Zhinian sighed in his heart. It was not easy for Empress Jiang to pretend to be gentle all day long, trying to maintain a virtuous and generous image despite her heart being like a snake. Lu Rian bowed and said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. You are in charge of the harem, and there are many things to do. You are not in good health, so it is inevitable that you will be careless. I understand, and I will not blame you, nor feel wronged. Chapter 53 Concubine Lu's Conspiracy. Queen Jiang was satisfied with Lu Rian's ability to understand the current situation, and a smile appeared on her pale face. Although she knew that the murderer was not Lu Rian, Jiang Wanning still disliked her and said coldly, Don't think that you can be above me just because you have restored your title and position. If you don't behave yourself, you will suffer in the future. Wan Ning, don't be so arrogant. Although Queen Jiang was scolding her, she still looked at Jiang Wanning with a gentle look. After all, this was her only relative in the palace. Lu Rian never took Jiang Wanning seriously. She was just a fool. If she hadn't been born into a good family and hadn't been protected by the queen in the harem, with her unrestrained temper, she would probably have died without even knowing how she died. Over the past month, Lu Rian has figured out that the harem is full of twists and turns, and the only way to go further is to form cliques and factions and rely on a big tree. After everyone left, she knelt down in front of Queen Jiang, her delicate face full of pitiful expression. I am like a floating duckweed in the harem, and I am in constant fear every day. Your Majesty is dignified and virtuous, and you are the mother of the country. I feel an endless desire to be close to you. From now on, I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. I beg you to have mercy on me. After she finished speaking, Lu Rian bowed deeply. A hint of disgust flashed across Jiang Wanning's eyes. She was about to say something, but Queen Jiang spoke before her. You are a sensible person. On the day when the whole palace came to the audience, I felt that I had a good relationship with you. Since you have this intention, I will naturally not let you down. Get up. The corners of Lu Rian's lips curled up slightly. Thank you, Queen. Jiang Wanning looked down on Lu Rian, but she didn't dare to refute Queen Jiang's decision, so she could only roll her eyes at her. Queen Jiang's health was getting worse and worse. By now, her face showed signs of deep fatigue. She said a few words to comfort Lu Rian, then left in her phoenix sedan chair. Lu Rian bowed respectfully. I respectfully send off Her Majesty the Queen. Given Jiang Wanning's status, she was not even qualified to ride in a sedan chair and could only walk beside the phoenix sedan chair. After leaving Qingyun Palace, she curled her lips in disdain. Eldest sister, Lu Rian's father is only a fourth-rank official. Since when did our Qingyun mansion look down on such a low-ranking official? Why did you accept her surrender? The physical weakness and the stupidity of her younger sister made Queen Jiang feel extremely tired. She has doubted this more than once. Wan Ning's personality has been spoiled since she was a child. Was it right or wrong for her family to send her to the palace? However, the matter was done, and Queen Jiang could only endure the discomfort and explain. Although the Lu family cannot be compared with our Qingyun mansion, Yangzhou is a wealthy place and can provide a lot of help to Lu Rian. From the fact that she was able to turn the tide this time, we can tell that with her looks and skills, she is definitely not an ordinary person. I don't know how long I can hold on, so I will naturally find more allies for you. When you see Lu Rian in the future, don't treat her with that attitude. If you use this girl well, she will definitely become a good knife in your hand. I will pave the way for you in the future. You don't have to worry about her backlash. If that day really comes, the other concubines who are loyal to the Duke of Jingguo's mansion will join forces to get rid of her. After talking for such a long time, Queen Jiang could no longer hold on and lay on the phoenix sedan chair, her face becoming paler and paler. Jiang Wanning's eyes were red. eldest sister. Although she had always understood that her purpose in entering the palace was to take over her elder sister's position, they were sisters after all, and she felt bad watching her elder sister's life slip away day by day. Queen Jiang said with difficulty, "You must remember my words." Jiang Wanning nodded heavily. "Eldest sister, I remember it. But Lu Ruyan's misfortune was related to me after all. In the past month, I have tried to kill her several times. I don't believe she doesn't hate me in her heart. Can we really trust such a person to come to us?" Queen Jiang's body could no longer hold on, and she closed her eyes tiredly. Manhwa said respectfully, "My lady in the harem, you can use others as pawns, but you cannot trust anyone easily. So, it doesn't matter whether concubine Yuan is trustworthy or not, as long as she can do things for you. Anyway, she can't escape the control of the queen anyway." Jiang Wanning nodded, not quite understanding. What happened in Elan Pavilion has spread in the harem like the wind. Everyone thought that Lu Ruyan had hit rock bottom and would be killed by Jiang Wanning. Unexpectedly, she not only avoided the open and secret attacks, but also successfully cleared her name and made a comeback. After this incident, everyone knew that this seemingly weak and frail concubine Yuan was actually not a simple person. When she first entered the harem, Lu Ruyan originally planned to hide her incompetence and quietly watch others fight to the death. It was not her intention to suddenly expose her abilities, but there was nothing she could do about it. She will just have to be more careful from now on. Yongshou Palace. There was a glimmer of gloom in concubine Lu's eyes. Concubine Li was her pawn. She handled Jiang Wanning's disfigurement very well, but she didn't expect it to end like this. However, looking at the entire harem, the only people who were truly considered rivals by concubine Lu were those from the Duke of Jingguo's mansion. There was little hope of curing Jiang Wanning's face, so she found a way to completely remove it, so it didn't matter if she broke a chess piece. Concubine Lu Beifei played with the box of ointments sent by Shen Zhinian, and her eyes gradually became fierce. "Isn't there a hidden chess game that our Dinghua Palace buried many years ago in the Taiyuan Hospital and has gained the Queen's trust? Put this box, take the ointment, and let him use it on Jiang Wanning. After all, I can't bear to see such a beauty like a flower disfigured like this." Of course, there is nothing wrong with ointments, but if used together with drugs that conflict with each other, it can be fatal. Suizhu instantly understood what Lu Guifei had not said, and asked in confusion, "My lady, Jiang Gairen's face is ruined, and the favor in this life has come to an end. Why are you still bothering to take her life?" Concubine Lu smiled coldly. "Just because your face is ruined does not mean that there is no possibility of cure. What I want is to be foolproof. Moreover, Jiang Wanning is the last hope of the direct lineage of the Duke of Jinghua. If she dies, the blow to the Queen can be imagined. She also has a top-notch family background. Why has the sick young lady of the Queen been weighing on me for so many years? Maybe this great gift from me can speed up her journey to the paradise, and make way for me as soon as possible." Suizhu responded, "Yes. But Ro Changzai took out the ointment, but do you want to pin the crime on her? If you kill Jiang Gairen, she will definitely die." Chapter 54 Shen Zhinian's Plan. Concubine Lu's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, her eyes cold and deep. She hates any woman who robs His Majesty from her. However, after being immersed in the deep palace for so many years, she is no longer the impulsive girl she used to be. Li Gairen was broken, which further highlighted that Shen Zhinian was a good knife. Although Empress Jiang is seriously ill, her influence in the harem is not small, and she also needs to win over useful concubines. Moreover, His Majesty's novelty towards Shen Zhinian hasn't passed yet, so he put this blame on her head. If His Majesty investigates further, he might find out about the Yongshou Palace, and then the gains outweigh the losses. After some weighing, concubine Lu raised her eyelids. "She is still useful, let's keep it for now." "Yes." Qingyun Pavilion. Although Shen Zhinian had already guessed that with Lu Ruyan's appearance and methods, sooner or later she would make a comeback, her eyes still darkened. "Our people have been paying attention to the movements in Elan Pavilion, but they still haven't discovered that Lu Ruyan has done so many things secretly. This is the benefit of the family having a palace concubine. The Lu family's hidden connections in the palace are far from us. Comparable." Hanli said apologetically. "Little master, slaves are useless." Shen Zhinian shook his head. This is the advantage the Lu family brings to Lu Ruyan, it is not your fault. But this incident also made me understand that there is no time to delay in cultivating useful people in the harem. You should also pay attention to it. Han He and Fu Ru responded yes, respectfully. Not long after, Xiao Mingzi came over to ask for an audience. After bowing, he vividly told Shen Zhinian what had just happened in Ling Palace. Jiang Guiran is not a good-tempered master. His future was ruined by Li Gei. Li Shuren, of course he will not let it go. She. Concubine Li was thrown into the cold palace, and Guiran Jiang took people in and scratched her face, and then ordered people to strangle concubine Li to death. Han Lian was so scared that she covered her mouth. Oh my God! Your Majesty just sent Li Shuren into the cold palace and did not order his death. Aren't you afraid that your Majesty will blame you for doing this? Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, It was Li Shu who did the evil first, and Jiang Guiran is the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. Even if His Majesty knew about it, he would not pursue it. If Lu Ruyan does not clear herself of the suspicion, she will end up with the same fate as Li Shuren. The harem has always been like this. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. For the next period of time, everything seemed calm in the harem. The emperor followed through on everything and did not favor any one concubine too much. Shen Zhinian promoted Aunt Xiao to be the head of Tingyu Pavilion. Under her management, various affairs of Tingyu Pavilion became more and more orderly. Han Lian and Furue followed Aunt Xiao, learned a lot, and became much calmer in a short period of time. With Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao here, Tingyu escaped many open and secret arrows. Although Shen Zhinian didn't take those simple methods to heart, she didn't allow anyone to provoke her, so she retaliated quietly and went back. After going back and forth, the lower-ranking concubines who were jealous of Shen Zhinian seemed to know that she was not someone to be trifled with, and they all became more at ease. These things naturally reached Nan Gongshuanyu's ears. He was originally a little worried that this little girl would suffer a big loss in the harem because she was so pure and kind. Suddenly, I discovered that when she was pushed into a hurry, she would show off her sharp claws like a wild cat. Nan Gongshuanyu was surprised, but also a little relieved. Because although he likes pure and kind women, he also hates stupid ones. If you are bullied to the point of being bullied, you will only tolerate it without knowing how to fight back, which will inevitably make people feel useless. Of course, the most important thing is that Shen Zhinian knows that with Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao here, although Tingyu is much safer, some of the things she does cannot be hidden from the emperor. So when she retaliated, she didn't use extreme methods, she just defended her dignity. Otherwise, if the emperor discovers that she is actually a black-hearted lotus, wouldn't it be worth the loss? Xiao Mingzi has been paying close attention to the movements in the harem. On this day, while Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao were away, he reported a piece of news to Shen Zhinian. My lord, someone from Tai Hospital has developed a drug that can treat Jiang Gui's face. Ointment. It is said that after this period of treatment, the red spots on her face have faded a lot, and she is expected to be cured. In order to regain his favor, Mr. Jiang wanted to give His Majesty a surprise, so he kept the matter a secret. It was not easy for me to hear the news. Shen Zhinian immediately cheered up. Do you know who the Imperial physician is? Xiao Mingzi shook his head. This is beyond the scope of my slave's ability. Shen Zhinian ordered. Send someone to find the Tang dynasty doctor to get me a safe pulse. Whether it was concubine Lu Gui who finally took action, or someone else from Taiyuan Hospital developed a method to treat Jiang Waning's face, please ask Tang Luochuan to find out. Fu Rui said yes, and went to do it immediately. Not long after, Tang Luochuan arrived. Wei Chen, I would like to say hello to my little Master Ro. I wish you good luck. Tang Imperial Physician, there is no need to be polite. After Shen Zhinian offered her a seat, she asked straight to the point. I heard that Jiang Waning's face has recovered somewhat. Do you know the inside story? Tang Luochuan said respectfully. Wei Chen has been secretly investigating this matter these days. We just got the results and wanted to report to the young master. The person who made Jiang Guiran's face improve was an imperial doctor named Li Hui. Over the years, he was deeply trusted by the queen. However, Wei Chen discovered that the ointment he used for Jiang Guiran was actually an ointment developed by Wei Chen. Hearing this, Shen Zhinian understood everything. It seems that concubine Lu is going to take action against Jiang Waning. Li Hui may appear to be Queen Zhang's man, but in fact he may be taking orders from concubine Lu. I understand. I know these things well. Just pretend that you haven't discovered anything and just continue to do your job as usual. Tang Luochuan didn't ask why the ointment he gave to Shen Zhinian appeared in Li Hui's hands. He looked at her with a worried look. What's wrong, little master? Is Wei Chen able to take care of your worries? Shen Zhinian thought for a while. How much of that ointment do you have? Tang Luochuan took out a bottle from the medicine box. This is the only bottle left. Shen Zhinian asked Fu Rui to take it over and warned. If my guess is correct, something big is going to happen in the harem. For the sake of safety, you should stop studying it after you go back, and find a way to destroy all traces. This was the first time that Tang Luochuan saw her looking so serious, and solemnly said, Yes. The young master must also protect himself. After he left, Shen Zhinian called Xiao Zhouzian and asked Fu Rui to hand over the things. You can find a way to put this bottle of ointment in Xianfu Palace. She had long said that she would definitely avenge the concubine's slap. Of course, the more reason is that she and Jade Concubine have already become enemies. If she has a golden opportunity to get rid of this powerful enemy, of course she cannot let it pass. Chapter 55 Jiang Wanning died suddenly. Little Zhouzi knew that the little master was going to reuse him, and he immediately took the ointment overjoyed. Yes. Please rest assured, young master. Although there are many guards in Xianfu Palace, with the skill of the slave, I guarantee that this matter can be done without anyone noticing. Before Xiao Zhouzi entered the palace, his family was indeed a martial artist. Shen Zhinian had already seen his martial arts, which were more powerful than those of ordinary guards. If it hadn't been for the huge changes in the family, I probably wouldn't have been reduced to being a eunuch. Moreover, during this period of time, Shen Zhinian had asked Father Shen to find out all his details, and there was indeed no problem. Xiao Zhouzi's remaining family members were also taken to the capital to be taken care of by the Shen family. Otherwise, Shen Zhinian wouldn't trust someone he didn't trust to do such an important thing. Her fingers were tapping on the table intermittently, and her voice was lazy, but with a touch of majesty. You can handle this matter quietly. I don't want Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao to know about it. Do you understand? Xiao Zhouzi nodded repeatedly and said solemnly, I know the importance of this. If Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao know about it, it means His Majesty knows about it. When the time comes, let alone these slaves, even the little master will be in trouble. 2 days later, Xiao Zhouzi came to report that the task had been successfully completed. Shen Zhinian was very satisfied and gave him a generous reward in private. The stage has been set up, and now it's time for the show to begin. The red spots on Jiang Wanning's face are getting lighter day by day, and now they can't be seen even if they only apply a thin layer of powder. She is in a good mood every day, imagining the days when she will amaze His Majesty and be crowned the 6th palace after she recovers. The atmosphere in Chuxiu Palace has become much more relaxed recently. When Queen Jiang received the report, she was relieved. Her condition had improved a lot, and she rewarded Li Hui with many good things. However, who knew, just when everything was going in the right direction, Jiang Wanning died suddenly. Her personal maid Xuezhu was the first to discover it, and she was almost scared to death. This incident quickly caused an uproar in the harem. Not to mention Queen Jiang, even the emperor rushed over immediately after being alarmed. After all, Jiang Wanning is the youngest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua and is deeply loved at home. This matter is of no trivial matter. Although Nagong Xuanyu knew that the open and secret struggles among the concubines in the palace were inevitable, he always turned a blind eye. But he would never allow anyone in the harem to dare to blatantly kill people. Almost all the famous concubines in the palace rushed to Chuxiu Palace. Even the confined Yupin was invited over. Shen Zhinian stood in the crowd, with the same expression on his face as the others, shocked with a bit of panic and fear. Even though there are so many beauties with different styles next to her, her unique temperament is still very conspicuous, and can be noticed at a glance. Nagong Xuanyu's eyes stayed on Shen Zhinian for a moment. This woman has always been timid and has never done anything evil since entering the palace. Every time she fought back, it was because someone had bullied her so hard that she couldn't help but take action, and the methods she used were weak. Seeing such a scene, you should be scared, right? A bit of pity arose in his heart, but in front of everyone, he showed his favor towards her, which actually harmed her. and the most important thing now is to find out the cause of Jiang Wanning's death. Nagong Xuanyu looked at Shui Zhu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with a hint of majesty in his voice, "Tell me, what is going on?" Queen Jiang's health was already poor, and after suffering such a blow, her thin cheeks turned pale without a trace of blood, and she leaned back in the chair as if she would faint at any moment. Concubine Lu took her appearance into her eyes, and a hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of her lips, not forgetting to stab her. "Yes, Xuezhu, you have to explain it carefully. Concubine Jiang is the queen's biological sister. She died in such an unclear way. How sad the queen must be. This sick woman is clinging to the throne of Queen half-dead. It is time for her to give way to the throne long ago." Queen Jiang's face became paler and paler, but she still maintained the dignity of a queen and did not show any inappropriate expression, which would have made Concubine Lu laugh at her. Xuezhu's eyes were swollen from crying. "This morning, I called to wake up my lady as usual, but she didn't respond. I was worried, so I lifted the curtain and took a look. I found that my lady had stopped breathing and her body was cold." Several Imperial doctors came out from the inner room and announced the results of their investigation. "Your Majesty and the Queen, Concubine Jiang died of poisoning." As soon as these words were spoken, Chuxiu Palace suddenly became agitated, and everyone's faces were filled with fear. "Oh my God! In broad daylight, someone actually dared to poison a concubine, and succeeded. If we don't find the murderer, won't everyone in the harem be in danger? Who on earth is so cruel to do such a cruel thing to Concubine Jiang?" Concubine Lu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and a perfect look of shock appeared on her beautiful face. "Your Majesty, you must investigate this matter thoroughly, otherwise the people in the Imperial harem will be in a panic." Queen Jiang's sharp gaze fell on Concubine Lu. The mansion of Duke Dinghua and the mansion of Duke Xinghua have always been mortal enemies. Apart from Concubine Lu, who else in the harem has such great ability to kill Wan Ning under her nose? However, Queen Jiang had no evidence, so she could not pin the crime on Concubine Lu without reason. She looked at the Imperial physician and asked in a deep voice, "Why was Concubine Jiang poisoned? What kind of poison did she die of?" "Your Highness, after our inspection, the rash on Lady Jiang's face has improved a lot. It should be because she has been using drugs to treat poison with poison during this period." Yuping asked curiously, "Could it be that the medicine poisoned Concubine Jiang to death? Then she really lost more than she gained. Not only did she not get her face healed, she also lost her life." "Why don't I know about this?" Queen Jiang explained. "Your Majesty, Wan Ning wanted to give you a surprise after her face was completely healed, so she didn't let anyone spread the news." Then, her icy gaze fell on Li Hui. "Didn't you say that the medicine can cure the poison of snowweed and will never harm Concubine Jiang's body?" Li Hui knelt down with a plop. "Your Majesty and the Queen, please understand that what I said is absolutely true. I have tried it on palace maids before and there were no problems. Queen, you also know this." At this time, the judge of the Imperial Hospital, after checking the medicine Jiang Wanning had recently used, frowned deeply and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, the ointment developed by Imperial Dr. Li can indeed treat Concubine Jiang's face. But someone added a kind of snow cypress to the medicine that Concubine Jiang took internally. The effects of the snow cypress and the ointment mixed together and produced toxins in Concubine Jiang's body. The accumulation of toxins led to Concubine Jiang's death from poisoning." Chapter 56 Search of the Harem. Queen Jiang's face darkened. "Why is there snow cypress in the medicine that Concubine Jiang drank?" Nagong Xuanyu said in a deep voice. "Check." The people below immediately took action, causing a huge commotion. Countless people were implicated and dragged into the Ministry of Punishment for severe torture. Concubine Lu watched the farce quietly, covering her lips with a handkerchief, with a hint of contempt at the corners of her lips. Whatever she was going to do, she would naturally clean up her mess thoroughly. How could she possibly let the sick queen catch her? The final result was that the pharmacist who was responsible for prescribing medicine for Jiang Wanning in the Imperial Hospital mistook snow cypress for another herb in the prescription. Because the two herbs looked exactly the same, it was difficult to distinguish them without careful observation, which led to this tragedy. However, anyone who could enter the Imperial Hospital, even if he was just a junior pharmacist, was very proficient in pharmacology. If he made a mistake once, it could be said to be carelessness, but how could he make mistakes so many times in a row? This was clearly intentional murder. But even after using all kinds of torture, the drug addict still insisted that it was his own carelessness. A thorough investigation of his origins and background, as well as who he had contact with, did not reveal any problems. Jian Wanning's death did seem to be an accident. In the end, this massive investigation came to a standstill when the drug addict died from torture. Concubine Lu had a look of regret on her beautiful face, and her peach blossom eyes looked at Queen Jian with sympathy. Queen, it's all because of the people below who didn't do their job carefully, which led to concubine Zhang's death at such a young age. Seeing this, I am also very heartbroken. We will definitely punish those involved this time to comfort the spirit of concubine Jiang. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. Although concubine Lu was saying words of comfort, Queen Jiang could clearly see the gloating look on her bright and charming face. Queen Jiang was so angry that her chest kept heaving, and a fishy and sweet taste surged in her throat. She used a lot of strength to suppress the bloody smell. Concubine Lu is definitely responsible for Wan Ning's death. If she only dealt with a few people from the Imperial Hospital and the servants in Chuxiu Palace, it would be too hasty. How could she be worthy of Wan Ning? Concubine Lu will definitely become even more arrogant in the future. The people in Duke Dinghua's mansion don't know how they will laugh at them. Once something is done, it will definitely leave traces. Queen Jiang didn't believe that concubine Lu's methods were really so strict. Queen Jiang turned pale, and she stood up and knelt in front of Nangong Xuanyu, looking at him in grief, crying with blood on her face. Your Majesty, when I married you, Wan Ning was only a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. She has been following me and calling me eldest sister since she was a child. Before I got married, I loved this little sister the most, and my father treated Wan Ning like the apple of his eye. If he knew that Wan Ning died in an unclear manner, I don't know how sad he would be. I don't believe that a little pharmacist from the Imperial Hospital could kill Wan Ning. There must be someone behind this. No matter how careful the person behind the scenes is, it is inevitable that there will be clues left. I beg your Majesty to search the harem and find the real culprit who killed Wan Ning. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the concubines in the harem changed. Although Jian Wanning's death had nothing to do with them, who would not have something shameful in the palace if they wanted to survive? If they were found out, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Concubine Lu said with a sullen face. I know that concubine Zhang's death has made Her Majesty very sad, but the concubines are all His Majesty's women. How can it be allowed that the guards can go in and out of the bedroom? Searching the palace en masse will not only hurt us, but also Your Majesty's reputation. Everyone quickly echoed. Your Highness, what the Imperial concubine said makes sense. Your Highness, please think twice. Noble Lady Jiang has passed away. We are very sad, but please, Queen, please be patient and give us some dignity. Queen Jiang certainly knew that this move was tantamount to offending all the concubines in the palace. But Wan Ning was dead, and the hope of the Zhenguigong mansion's direct lineage was completely shattered. She couldn't care less. As long as we can find evidence, we can drag concubine Lu into the water. I beg your Majesty to help us return Wan Ning and give justice to the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion. Looking at Queen Jiang's pale face and shaky body, Nangong Xuanyu felt a little compassion and personally stepped forward to help her up. Why are you doing this, Queen? Get up and talk. Under normal circumstances, Queen Jiang could have investigated slowly, but she didn't have that much energy. She had to catch the murderer off guard before the murderer had time to clean up his mess. Otherwise, once the murderer destroyed the evidence, Wan Ning's death would have been in vain. Queen Jiang's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was ashen as if she was about to die. I only want to seek justice for my younger sister in the last moments of my life. I beg your Majesty to grant me this. If your Majesty does not agree, I will not get up. Ever since Queen Jiang fell ill, Nangong Xuanyu had only sat there every time he went to Cunning Palace. When he touched her body, he suddenly realized that the queen was so thin that only bones were left. In the Emperor's impression, the queen has always been dignified and graceful, always maintaining the demeanor of a mother of the country. This is the first time he has seen her lose her composure in front of others. The imperial physician said that even if the queen takes good care of herself, she will only live for a year or two. Nangong Xuanyu's heart finally softened. Pass on my order, search the 6 palaces. Bring all the things related to the death of concubine Jang to Chushio Palace. The Imperial commander said yes, and immediately took action with his guards. Although the concubines were unhappy, they dared not say anything since His Majesty's words were solemn. Concubine Lu snorted coldly, still with disdain in her eyes. Their Dingwa palace never fights an unprepared battle. Even if the queen makes such a big fuss, it is impossible to find any substantive evidence. Instead, all the concubines in the palace became resentful towards her. TSK. This sick woman is indeed getting more and more confused as she gets sicker. Let's see how she ends up in the end. Everything developed according to Shen Zhinian's guess. She hid in the crowd and looked at the concubine with a stern look in her eyes. But, if she guessed correctly, one more person should suffer today. When gods fight, it has nothing to do with her. She just needs to hide in the dark and quietly watch the snipe and clam fight. The concubines sat in their own seats according to their rank, with different expressions on their faces. After the initial anger, Jade concubine's mood calmed down. If they only searched the Xianfu palace, it would definitely be a humiliation to her. But now all the concubines in the palace have to have their residences searched by the guards. Everyone is treated the same, so no one needs to laugh at anyone else. Fortunately, she was the head of a palace and did not need to fight for survival like the lower-ranking concubines. Xianfu Palace was relatively clean. No matter how this matter is connected, it has nothing to do with her. Chapter 57. 2 suspects found. Who knew that after some of the guards who searched the palace came back, they looked at concubine Yu meaningfully, paid their respects to Nangong Xuanyu, and presented the things they had found. Your Majesty, we found a bottle of ointment buried in the soil under a big tree in Xianfu Palace. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on concubine Yu. Yupin's heart skipped a beat. Before she could figure out what was going on, she had a bad feeling in her heart. When they met Nangong Xuanyu's eye contact, the Imperial doctors hurried forward to check. Yupin tightly grasped the armrests of the chair and comforted herself in her heart that this matter might not be related to Jiang Wanning's death. Perhaps some ignorant palace maid had hidden something in private. However, the doctor's next words completely shattered her hopes. Your Majesty, the ingredients of this bottle of ointment are exactly the same as the medicine that Dr. Li used to treat concubine Jiang's face. Li Hui is a trusted imperial physician of Queen Jiang. Although he does not seem to be involved in the murder of Jiang Wanning, he is her attending imperial physician after all. Jiang Wanning died of poisoning, and he was primarily responsible, and had already been dragged to the Ministry of Punishment. Queen Jiang looked at concubine Yu sharply, with a bit of scrutiny in her eyes. Ever since her health deteriorated, the concubines below began to become restless. Could it be that she guessed wrongly, and the real culprit behind the scenes was not concubine Lu, but concubine Yu, who had set her sights on the position of empress, so she attacked Wan Ning? But her plan has already begun. But it doesn't matter. At worst, we can get rid of concubine Yu and concubine Lu together. Concubine Yu was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly stood up and knelt on the ground to explain. Your Majesty, Queen, I really don't know what's going on. I have no grudge against concubine Jiang, and there is no reason for me to murder her. I beg your Majesty and the Queen to understand. Nangong Xuanyu's eyes were dark. The ointment was secretly developed by Li Hui. After concubine Jiang used it, her face gradually recovered. Even I didn't know about it. Tell me, if this matter has nothing to do with you, why do you have the same ointment in your palace? The jade concubine said quickly. Someone must have framed me. Please make the decision for me. Nangong Xuanyu snorted coldly. Everyone who has done evil says that he was wrong. I have heard this kind of thing too many times. I only believe in evidence. The jade concubine's current posture is completely different from the arrogant look she had when he slapped her. Shen Zhinian withdrew his gaze and covered up the cold light in his eyes. The ointment was offered by Shen Zhinian. When concubine Lu saw this scene, she naturally knew what was going on and looked at Shen Zhinian calmly. She disliked every woman in the harem, so it would be a good thing to get rid of the concubine. Jade concubine suspected many people, but she never thought of Shinji. After all, how could a little Chang Zai have such ability? Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I really don't know why this bottle of ointment appeared in Xianfu Palace. Just as she was hurriedly explaining herself, the remaining guards came back. They first glanced at concubine Lu, looking increasingly embarrassed. Your Majesty, your subordinates, your subordinates. Concubine Lu was the legitimate daughter of Duke Dingwe, and the most favored of the 6 palaces, so they couldn't afford to offend her. But due to their duty, they didn't have the courage to hide it. Just tell me what you found out. Why are you hesitating? Yes, your Majesty, the guard said. We followed your orders and searched the 6 palaces thoroughly. We didn't find anything related to the death of concubine Jiang anywhere else except. Only in the Yongshou palace of concubine Guifei did we find the snow cypress. Of course, they also found some things in other palaces that were not convenient for people to see. But those items have nothing to do with this matter. The guards are not willing to offend the palace concubine, so naturally they will not openly say that this is the way to survive in the palace. What did you say? Concubine Lu's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and she said sternly, There is absolutely no way that my Yongshou palace has such a thing. How many of you have the brains to dare to trap me? Not to mention her people, they have already dealt with all kinds of evidence. From the beginning to the end, no one from the Yongshou palace was involved. How could there be Shuaibei in her palace? The commander of the guards hurriedly bent down and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. If you give me all the courage, your subordinates will not dare to frame your Majesty. I will just discuss the matter. Shen Zhinian found that he had guessed correctly again. Queen Jiang aroused the emperor's sympathy, causing him to order a search of all 6 palaces. The purpose was not to find evidence, but to fabricate evidence. Regardless of whether concubine Lu did this or not, it is enough as long as there is evidence pointing to her. Even though she was terminally ill, had experienced the pain of losing her sister, and the blow of the shattered hopes of her legitimate lineage, she was still able to come up with a way to deal with the enemy in such a short time. She was worthy of being the queen. If her health was better, concubine Lu would not be her match even with the support of Empress Dowager Lu. Yuping thought she was finished, but she didn't expect that concubine Lu also found evidence in the palace, and it was more powerful than hers. Could it be that concubine Lu killed concubine Jiang and then framed her, wanting to make her a scapegoat? Although Yuping thought so, she didn't dare say it out loud because she couldn't afford to offend Duke Dingguo's mansion. My lady. Empress Jiang covered her chest and looked distressed. I know that as the daughter of the Duke's mansion, you have hated me for being on top of you for many years. In these years, no matter how you don't take me seriously, I have never cared about you. No matter how much resentment you have, even if you come against me, why would you attack Wan Ning? She has just grown hair, and she is still the same age. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh. The queen was really powerful. She exposed concubine Lu's arrogance and domineering behavior in front of the emperor in just a few words. It also made everyone believe that concubine Lu was the murderer. Concubine Lu was not stupid, so she naturally understood the key. If I really harmed Gurin Jiang, how could I leave such obvious evidence in Yongshou Palace, waiting for others to discover it? Could it be that the queen cannot tolerate this concubine and wants to use Jiang Gairen's death to throw dirty water on me? Immediately, she changed her domineering look and looked at the emperor lovingly, her voice filled with infinite grievance. Your Majesty, you know that although I am a little more arrogant because of your pampering, I will never do anything harmful to human life. A hint of helplessness flashed across the emperor's eyes. I will investigate this matter. The concubine was so shocked that she fell to the ground. A similar thing happened to her, and His Majesty didn't even show her mercy, saying he only believed in evidence. Concubine Lu was more suspected than she was, but His Majesty's attitude was so gentle, and he said he would get to the bottom of the matter. It turns out that this is the difference between being favored and not being favored. Chapter 58 Shen Zhinian's Ability. Even Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh that concubine Lu was the most favored in the 6th palace. This statement was indeed true. Queen Jiang felt weak for a while, and was supported by Fanghua before she could barely stand. A trace of haze flashed in her eyes, but she returned to her sad expression in an instant. Your Majesty, the evidence that the guards found in Yongshou Palace is right here. I know that you favor the Imperial concubine, but my sister is so innocent. Nangong Xuanyu naturally understood that although Jiang Wanning was only a noble lady, she was the most beloved daughter of the Duke of Jingwe, and this matter also involved concubine Lu. If not handled properly, the Duke Xinghua mansion and the Duke Dinghua mansion will surely cause unrest in both the court and the harem. Moreover, in front of everyone and facing solid evidence, he could not be too biased towards concubine Lu. The emperor looked at concubine Lu. His tone was emotionless. My beloved concubine, do you have any evidence to prove that this matter has nothing to do with the people in Yongshou Palace? Concubine Lu's silver teeth were almost broken. She didn't expect Queen Jiang to be so insidious and caught her off guard. Xuebai was found in Yongshou Palace, and no matter what she said, she couldn't defend herself. The only solution now is to put all the blame on concubine Yu. Tell me, did you kill concubine Jiang, and somehow let someone release Xuebai into my palace? Concubine Yu was so scared that she kept shaking her head. I didn't do that. My lady, this matter has nothing to do with me. She also wanted to say that it was the imperial concubine who harmed concubine Jiang and used her as a scapegoat. Concubine Lu asked sternly, if it wasn't you, why would there be ointment in your palace? I think you discovered that using ointment and cypress together can poison people to death, so you used this method to harm concubine Jiang. Compared to concubine Yu, Empress Jiang certainly wanted to get rid of concubine Lu more. The Yongshou Palace is full of concubine Lu's people, like an iron barrel. Concubine Yu is just a concubine, how can she have such ability? The evidence is out in the open, so please stop accusing others. Then, she knelt on the ground with Feng Hua's support, and looked at Nangong Xuanyu in grief. I beg your majesty to severely punish the murderer, return Wan Ning, and give justice to the Jinghua mansion. The concubines who were attached to the Jinghua mansion stood up one after another and added insult to injury. Today it is concubine Jiang, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we don't know who it will be. If the murderer is not severely punished, we concubines in the harem are really afraid. The imperial concubines' methods are too cruel. I beg your majesty to enforce the law impartially and correct the palace rules. Before concubine Lu could speak, those who had surrendered to her seized the opportunity to charge forward for her. What nonsense! The imperial concubine has a noble status and noble character. How could she do such an evil thing? Someone must have framed her. You are so eager to throw dirty water on the imperial concubine. Could it be that the real culprit is among you? Seeing the palace concubines quarreling and speculating on each other, the emperor sat on the throne. His face became more and more gloomy, exuding the majesty of the emperor, which made people shudder. Among the high-ranking concubines, only concubine Liang and concubine Shui did not express their opinions. The former did not take the opportunity to step on either side. There was a touch of sadness on his dignified and beautiful face, as if he was regretting the loss of a young life. The latter still had the same cold attitude. He didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but there was a bit of impatience in his brows, disgusted with the intrigues in the palace. Shen Zhinian lowered his eyes and analyzed calmly. If concubine Lu loses in this round, Empress Jiang will be the dominant one in the harem, which is not conducive to her fishing in troubled waters. Moreover, her purpose was to take revenge on the concubine. The crime fell on concubine Lu, and her plan failed. Thinking of this, Shen Zhinian took a step forward. Your Majesty, the Queen, and the concubine have a way to check whether this matter was done by the imperial concubine. Nangong Xuanyu knew that this woman had always been smart, but he didn't want her to be involved in the turmoil in the harem. But before he could speak, concubine Lu quickly asked, What can I do? Concubine Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief that Shen Zhinian was hers, but then she felt a little incredible. She actually felt for a moment that Shen Zhinian's appearance reassured her more than his majesty, which was really ridiculous. Back to the imperial concubine, if people who have been in contact with snow cypress are exposed to the juice of charlotte, their skin will turn blue. And the longer the contact time, the darker the blue color will be. The guards found the snow cypress in the Yongshou Palace and put it in a tray. If it had been in the Yongshou Palace, then the guards had been in contact with it for about the same amount of time, and the colors on their hands should be the same. On the other hand, if someone took advantage of the palace search and put Xiaobei into the Yongshou Palace, then Xiaobei would have been on him a long time ago, and he must have been in touch longer than other guards. Just a comparison. Whoever's hands are obviously darker than others is the murderer who framed you. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian was a concubine, so the Shen family would naturally not make every effort to train her. After marrying Lu Jianglin, in order to control her life and help him get promoted, she spent most of her day reading. I happened to see this record in an ancient book. Concubine Lu was overjoyed and looked at Shen Zhinian with a much gentler look. Come here, get the juice of Xiaoluko quickly. Queen Zhang's hands under her sleeves tightened slightly. Among the guards, one person's face began to turn pale. Summer grass is a very common weed in the palace. Soon someone pounded out its juice and brought it up, which was evenly smeared on the hands of every guard who entered the Yungshou palace. Everyone stared at them motionless. Even the emperor's interest was piqued. One of the palace concubines whispered, "The color has changed. The hands of these guards have really turned blue." The guards who had come into contact with summer grass had different shades of blue on their hands, but the difference was not that big. Only one person's hand was so blue that it was almost black. Concubine Lu picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it on his head. "Tell me! Who instructed you to frame me?" The moment he was exposed, the guard knew he was doomed. He gritted his teeth and said, "No one ordered me to do this. I accidentally bumped into the Imperial concubine during a patrol and was punished by her. So I held a grudge and deliberately took revenge." Concubine Lu sneered. "Do you think I will believe it?" "Your Majesty, there must be someone behind this guard. Why not drag him to the Ministry of Punishment and torture him severely?" However, before she could finish her words, the guard drew the sword from his waist and slashed her neck. The Imperial doctor hurriedly went up to check, and after a while he said, "Your Majesty, your concubine, this person is dead." Concubine Lu understood that no matter how deep the investigation was, nothing could be found, but she still looked at the Emperor with red eyes, looking like she had been greatly wronged. "Your Majesty, I don't know who I have offended. I almost jumped into the Yellow River and I can't clean it up. You have to make the decision for me." The Emperor looked at Shen Zhinian blankly. Chapter 59. The concubine was thrown into the cold palace and sentenced to death. Even the judges of Taiyuan Hospital didn't know that she, a concubine in the harem, had such knowledge. Some people are born with stunning looks, but their heads are empty, which makes people feel boring after getting along with them for a long time, while some people are like mysterious treasures. The more you get to know them, the more people can discover their shining points. This woman is undoubtedly the latter. Unknowingly, Shen Zhinian's position in Nangong Xuanyu's heart rose to another level. However, the Emperor always showed his emotions and anger, and he only looked away for a moment and looked at the corpse on the ground. Check. Yes. This guard was a secret chess piece buried in the palace by the Duke of Jin. He had already arranged all the escape routes. In the end, he only found a few indifferent people and could not get involved with Queen Jiang at all. Concubine Lu's face darkened, and it wasn't until the Emperor offered words of comfort that she put away the angry look on her face. However, this incident reminded Concubine Lu that someone must be responsible for Jiang Wanning's death. Otherwise, the Jingui government will remain uncompromising, and there is no telling what trouble it will secretly create for her. After receiving instructions from her eyes, an inconspicuous palace man outside the door quietly left. Everyone's eyes fell on Concubine Yu. The palace concubines who were nearby couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if she were some kind of monster. Since the Imperial concubine is innocent, the murderer can only be her. There was no trace of blood on Yupin's charming face. She kept defending herself. "Your Majesty, Queen, please believe me. I really didn't harm concubine Jiang. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am innocent." However, the ointment, which was still kept secret, was found in her palace. No one would believe her if she said that this matter had nothing to do with her. Queen Jiang looked at Concubine Yu with an increasingly cold gaze. At this time, a palace servant from the Ministry of Punishment came to report quickly. "Your Majesty, Queen, after severe torture, the Imperial physician Li Hui admitted that he accidentally left a bottle of ointment near the Xianfu Palace. Concubine Jiang died because of it, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to say it before. This is equivalent to confirming the truth." "Oh my God! It turned out that Concubine Yu found the ointment, and guessed that it was for Concubine Jiang's face treatment, so she set up this plan. Maybe the guard who slandered Concubine Gui just now was also arranged by her. This vicious plan not only successfully eliminated Concubine Jiang, but also almost dragged down Concubine Gui. I really didn't know that Concubine Yu was so cunning." Fortunately, Ro Changzai is smart and saw through her plot. Otherwise, if I stayed in the harem with someone like her, I would be afraid that she would harm me one day. Seeing the discussions of the palace concubines and their frightened eyes, Yuping really felt like she had no way to defend herself. It's not me. It's really not me. Your Majesty, please believe me. Your Majesty. The Emperor has always disliked women with scorpion-hearted hearts. The last time the concubine slapped Shen Zhinian for no reason, he was very dissatisfied. Now that she has done such a vicious thing, she has exhausted all her previous affection. All the evidence pointed to her. The Emperor was too lazy to listen to her sophistry anymore and said coldly, "The evidence is conclusive that the jade concubine murdered the palace concubine. The crime is unpardonable. Immediately throw her into the cold palace and give her death." The jade concubine has been serving the Emperor since she was in the palace. If she killed an ordinary nobleman, she would be demoted to the lowest rank and would be fine. Even if he is thrown into the cold palace, he can still save his life. However, Jiang Wanning is Empress Jang's biological sister and the most favored daughter of the Duke of Jin. If the crime of killing her falls on her, there is no way that the concubine will survive. Your Majesty! I am really unjust! You can't be so heartless to me! Your Majesty! When the concubine was dragged out, her face was full of horror and tears kept pouring out. She had been grounded for so long, and finally saw His Majesty. She thought that when Jiang Wanning's matter was over, she would find a chance to intercede with His Majesty so that His Majesty would spare her punishment. When she gets His Majesty's favor, she must find an opportunity to kill Shen Zhinian to see if that bitch still dares to be rampant in front of her. But who can tell her why she just sat here and watched the excitement for a while, then turned into a murderer and lost her life because of it? Who is it? Who is harming her? Seeing the jade concubine crying and begging for mercy, Shen Zhinian's eyes were not moved at all. She said that she is very stingy and always takes revenge. Moreover, the concubine had murderous intentions towards her. If she didn't kill him, he would kill her when he found the opportunity. When being dragged past Shen Zhinian, she encountered her cold eyes, and a thunder suddenly flashed through jade concubine's mind. It's this bitch. She understood that this bitch must have known that she had murderous intentions, so he acted preemptively, and put the blame for Jiang Gairen's death on her. Unfortunately, the concubine's quibbling voice was too loud. The two young eunuchs responsible for carrying out the matter saw the disgust in the Emperor's eyes and wisely blocked her mouth with a handkerchief. Jade concubine could only stare at Shen Zhinian from a distance and kept sobbing. In order to appease the Jingui government, the Emperor decreed that Jiang Wanning be posthumously named concubine Jiang and be buried in the concubine's mausoleum with the concubine's ceremony. The Emperor killed the murderer and gave such a great favor. Empress Jiang was completely speechless and could only swallow her heart full of pain. On behalf of Wanning and the Duke of Jingui, thank you for your kindness. No one was envious, and even concubine Lu, who was the most jealous, only had disdain in her eyes. When everyone is dead, no matter how great the favor is, it is only for the world to see. What's the use? In this round with the queen, she won completely. When concubine Lu looked at Shen Zhinian, her eyes became much gentler. She has never liked the women in the harem, because they are all trying to steal His Majesty's hooves from her. But if Ro was not here today, she wouldn't be able to wash herself out even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Queen Jiang and the Duke of Jingui will definitely stick to this matter and cause her great trouble. Concubine Lu understands that rewards and punishments must be clear for those in power, so that more people will be willing to fight for her. Moreover, Shen Zhinian is hers, and as her status in the harem increases, her power will also grow. The most important thing is, it can disgust the queen. Thinking of this, concubine Lu said delicately, Your Majesty, today's incident can come to light, and Ro Chang is indispensable. She has restored my concubine's innocence and maintained the peace of the harem. She deserves a heavy reward. Nagong Xuanyu was also very satisfied with Shen Zhinian and asked warmly, What the noble concubine said makes sense. Ro Chang is here, is there any reward you want? This is Shen Zhinian's purpose of fueling the situation behind the scenes. The more fiercely concubine Lu and Empress Jiang fight, the more she can muddy the water and benefit the fishermen. But on the outside, she looked humble and frightened. Your Majesty, my concubine, I just told you what I know. I don't dare to take credit, let alone ask for rewards. Chapter 60 Jin Feng Ro Noble. Shen Zhinian's submissive attitude made concubine Lu more and more satisfied, and she didn't mind giving her a thumbs up. Your Majesty, Ro Changzai is so smart, gentle and humble. In my opinion, Changzai's position is a bit unfair to her, so why not give her become a nobleman? There was a haze in Queen Zhang's eyes. If it weren't for Shen Zhinian, she would have left the Imperial concubine with nothing to eat this time. The Imperial concubine deliberately promoted Shen Zhinian, not just to spite her. However, in just a moment, Empress Jang returned to her usual graceful and loving appearance. Although her voice was weak, it was a fair tone. I understand that kindness is always helpful to the noble concubine, and the noble concubine wants to be promoted to her position. Excusable. But the palace rules are strict, and concubines are not allowed to be promoted without reason. The noble concubine must not be willful. Otherwise, she will worry about inequality instead of being few. I am afraid that all the concubines in the palace will feel resentful. The implication is that concubine Lu ignored the palace rules in order to win over people for her own benefit. What the queen said makes no sense. Concubine Lu Gui looked at her in surprise. If Ro was not always here, the real culprit who killed Jiang Gui, concubine Jiang, would be at large. By then, she would be under the 9 springs, and I'm afraid she would not be at peace. It stands to reason that Ro Changzai is also a benefactor to the Duke of Jinghua and the Queen. Is it true that concubine Jiang's justice is not important in the Queen's heart? Why can't this be considered a great achievement? Ro Changzai was promoted due to merit, which is reasonable and more in line with palace regulations. Shen Zhinian always lowered his head meekly, but a sense of surprise arose in his heart. She originally thought she would have to wait until Wansho Festival to find a reasonable opportunity for promotion, but she didn't expect concubine Lu to hand the ladder to her so quickly. Of course, whether it can succeed in the end depends on the emperor's wishes. However, Shen Zhinian felt that the matter was already certain. The expression on Queen Zhang's face was stagnant, and she could barely maintain her dignified smile. Because concubine Lu's words made it impossible for her to refute. Before she could speak, the emperor said, "What the noble concubine said is absolutely true. Ro Changzai has made great contributions in helping to solve the case, and has maintained the harmony of the harem and the stability of the people. He deserves a heavy reward. From now on, he will be promoted to a nobleman and retain his title." He had long felt that this woman was after his heart, and wanted to raise her status. However, she was considerate, gentle and sensible, and did not want to embarrass him, so she refused the exceptional promotion. Now that he has a legitimate reason, he naturally doesn't mind giving her more love. "Concubine, thank you for your kindness." "Thank you, Your Majesty the concubine, for your appreciation." Shen Zhinian knelt down to thank him, with a slight curve on his lips. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on her. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were resentful, but no one dared to say anything. After all, Shen Zhinian really made a contribution this time, and it was His Majesty who spoke so eloquently. Lu Ruyan stood in the crowd, still holding a weak Lu Fufeng posture, but her hands under her sleeves were slightly clenched. The newcomers who entered the palace this time had a better family background than her, but their temperament was not as gentle as hers. Those who had a gentler temperament than her were not as beautiful as her. Lu Ruyan thought that she would be the best among the newcomers and be favored by Ichi Jiuechen. I didn't expect that Shen Zhinian, whose family background was completely inferior to hers, would become her equal so quickly. If this continues, will he step on her head soon? Lu Ruyan can allow others to be favored, but Shen Zhinian cannot. Because she always felt that Shen Zhinian knew about her attack on Zhao Yunggui on the day of the draft. The two were sworn friends, and Shen Zhinian must have remembered Zhao Yungui's hatred in his heart. If she was allowed to climb to a high position, how could he live a good life in the future? Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually became darker. The murder of Jiang Wanning was completely over, and the sky was getting dark. The emperor held Shen Zhinian's hand and left Chuxiu Palace. There were so many women in the harem, but only with her could he feel relaxed. "Concubine, I respectfully send you off to Your Majesty." Queen Zhang's health was not good, so she was holding on with just one breath. When her breath was released, her body staggered and she almost fainted. "Queen!" Manhwa quickly supported her. She was experienced in handling such matters, and ordered in an orderly manner. "Send the Queen's Phoenix sedan chair over, return to Cunning Palace, and bring the Imperial physician along." Whether the concubines were sincere or not, their faces were full of concern. "Please take care of yourself, Queen!" Only Imperial concubine Lu looked more and more proud, and said slowly, "The Duke of Jingwa just lost his young daughter. The Queen must take good care of herself and not let the Duke of Jingwa be sad again." This was already considered a curse, but concubine Lu's family background was not inferior to Queen Zhang's, and she had the support of Queen Mother Lu. She had always had a hot temper in the palace, and Manhwa dared not speak out. It was like gods fighting, and the other palace concubines were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Queen Jiang forced her eyelids open, looked at concubine Lu and said, "Concubine, you praised the newcomer today. Have you heard that the old people only laugh when the newcomers do? Who has ever heard the old people cry? I am not in good health and cannot serve His Majesty. Naturally, I hope that the sisters in the harem can serve His Majesty on my behalf. But the Imperial concubine is different from me. If the new person she raised takes away her favor, she has to be more open-minded." Concubine Lu used the way of promoting a noble person to punish her, so she treated him in his own way. As expected, concubine Lu's peach blossom eyes narrowed, and a flash of jealousy flashed in her eyes when she thought of the emperor leading Shen Zhinian away. But the outcome will be unhappy. Rogurin is her chess piece, and he can still be found in her palm. She can't be fooled by this sick woman like the queen. Speaking of the fact that I only see the new ones smiling, but not the old ones crying. I have not been able to stay with His Majesty as long as the queen. It means that the queen is a thing of the past. Seeing Empress Zhang's frozen expression, concubine Lu gave a provocative smile, bowed perfunctorily, and turned to leave. Qingyun Pavilion. The young master was made a nobleman, and everyone in the palace was very happy. Especially when they saw that the emperor personally accompanied the young master back, everyone was overjoyed. After dinner and washing in the evening, Shen Zhinian and the emperor sat on the chairs by the window and played chess. She discovered that the emperor was worthy of being an emperor, and his palace and strategy were far beyond her ability. But after playing chess together for 4 or 5 times, the emperor figured out her tricks and won more and more times. In this round, Shen Zhinian lost again. She put down the chess piece in her hand and said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, you are bullying my concubine." Nangong Xuanyu was in a good mood. "I only have my beloved concubine in the harem, who can be my opponent. This is not called bullying." Playing chess with other concubines, he would only think they were stupid, unlike having such a close relationship with her. Moreover, as the number of times he defeated Shen Zhinian gradually increased, the emperor's desire to conquer as a man was gradually satisfied. Chapter 61. The first time I saw His Majesty being so attentive to a woman. "Your Majesty is wise and mighty, and this concubine is no longer your match." The emperor was in a good mood. He took Shen Zhinian's hand and walked to the bedside, sat down, and hugged her into his arms. "So what? My beloved concubine's chess skills are already the best in the harem. Your Majesty is used to making fun of concubines." All this was within Shen Zhinian's plan. The more bonds between two people, the stronger the relationship. From losing to her at the beginning, he was surprised and then aroused the desire to conquer. Then he figured out her chess-playing style and gradually became at tie with her, and finally strategized and finally defeated her. Every step can evoke the emperor's emotional fluctuations, making him unforgettable the happiness he got in the process. Shen Zhinian naturally occupied more and more positions in his heart. Although every time he faced Rugi, the emperor was unable to resist her unique temperament. But he always came from Su Mingjun and did not want to appear impatient, so he talked about another topic in a leisurely manner. "Today in Qishou Palace, I am very curious, how does my concubine know the reaction between Xuebai and Xia Leko?" Shen Zhinian leaned meekly in the emperor's arms and did not answer directly. Instead, she asked coquettishly, "Has your Majesty forgotten what my concubine's father did before?" Nangong Xuanyu then remembered that before he promoted Shen Maoxue, the other party was a member of the criminal department, Wai Lang, who was exposed to prison trials every day. It was also because of Shen Maoshue's great contribution in solving the case that the Shen family got an unusual opportunity to be drafted. He pinched Shen Zhinian's cheek and made no secret of his appreciation. Sure enough, the Shen family has a long history. The tiger father has no dog daughter. The emperor cherished talents. If Shen Maoshue was really talented, he would not mind reusing him. Your Majesty is overly complimentary. Shen Zhinian chuckled lightly, looking charming. She did not say that the knowledge was taught by Father Shen, but was imagined by the emperor himself. As for whether he can seize the opportunity and continue to climb up, it depends on Father Shen's ability. My dear concubine, you are clearing the concubine's suspicion today. Are you not afraid of offending the queen? Nagong Xuanyu's tone was still relaxed, but there was a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. Regardless of whether it is the Jinghua Palace or the Dinghua Palace, the emperor will not allow any force to threaten the imperial power. Although it was not the time to touch them yet, he did not want the woman he loved to join any family. Shen Zhinian didn't seem to hear the emperor's temptation. His big eyes were clear and innocent, and he asked puzzledly, I helped identify the real culprit who killed concubine Jang. Shouldn't the queen be happy? Why do you think that I offended her? The emperor's fingers caressed Shen Zhinian's chin, his eyes still dark. My beloved concubine has been in the palace for so long. Haven't you heard that the queen and the noble concubine have always been at odds? Playing dumb on this issue would appear false. Shen Zhinian nodded and said, I have heard of it, but I feel that the queen empress is a mother in the world. Even if she and the imperial concubine have some minor frictions on weekdays, she should take the truth of concubine Zhang's death as more important. No one would be willing to let go of the real culprit who killed his biological sister in order to defeat his opponent. Nagong Xuanyu sighed, hugged Shen Zhinian into his arms, and said no more. The queen will. In other words, in the eyes of the women in the harem, interests are always more important than family ties. They will seize every opportunity and use whatever they can to eliminate dissidents. Rogue is too simple and does not understand the complex human heart, let alone the intrigues in the harem, so she sees the problem in such a simple way. But isn't it her simple heart that he likes? He hoped that she could keep it up and not be polluted by the big vat of the harem. You're right, I was just joking with you. A flash of ridicule flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes, but his voice was still soft. Your Majesty, your jokes scared me to death. I don't care, you have to compensate me, There was a little smile in Nagong Xuanyu's eyes. But no one has ever dared to ask me for compensation. My beloved concubine is becoming more and more courageous. The concubines in the palace were walking on thin ice in front of the emperor, and old-fashioned and boring women could not get into his heart. Shen Zhinian's eyes flashed. Her charming charm was alluring. That one was also favored by His Majesty. I don't care about the concubines. Little did he know that her temperament was inherently charming, and no man in the world could resist her seductive appearance. Nagong Xuanyu's throat tightened, and a flash of fire rose in his eyes. Okay, I will make it up to my beloved concubine tonight. The spring light surges in the tent, and the room is charming. Like waves hitting the rocks, there were soft sounds. Your Majesty, please be gentle. Early the next morning, the emperor went to court with a satisfied smile. However, Shen Zhinian's legs were so weak that she could hardly straighten her waist. Li Changde rarely saw an emperor in such a good mood, and he must be a noble person. Li Changde, I remember that there is a Lingxiao Mist Dream bracelet in my private treasury? There are so many treasures in the emperor's private treasury, and those whose names he can clearly remember are certainly not ordinary ones. Li Changde bent down and said respectfully, Your Majesty, yes. Nagong Xuanyu waved his hand and ordered, Find it and send it to Tingyu Pavilion. The little girl asked him for compensation last night. He is a majestic emperor, so naturally he cannot be stingy. Li Changde's eyes were full of shock. The Lingxiao Wuming bracelet is no ordinary item. It is a special gem that Emperor Taizu obtained in a dangerous place when he went out to fight. It took the best craftsmen in the Great Zhou dynasty a whole year to carve it into a bracelet. Over the years, successive emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty were reluctant to give it away as a reward, and it has been passed down in the emperor's private treasury. Your Majesty actually wants to give it to concubine Ro? Nagong Xuanyu glanced at him. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Li Changde came back to his senses and said quickly, Yes, your majesty. I just didn't expect that you liked concubine Rose so much. I was a little shocked for a moment. Nagong Xuanyu felt a strange feeling in his heart. Who said I like her? I just think that she has a gentle personality, so I love her a little more. An emperor cannot have any weaknesses. He can pamper the concubines in the harem, but he will not fall in love with any woman. Li Changde didn't dare to refute. Yes, you don't like concubine Ro, you just dote on her. Nagong Xuanyu always felt that this was strange, and glared at Li Changde unhappily. Then, he added, keep a low profile and don't let others know about this. Otherwise, the women in the harem would want to tear her apart. Since he likes her simplicity and kindness, he will try his best to protect her. I understand. Li Changde was used to seeing His Majesty rewarding concubines, but no one had ever received such a precious reward. And it was the first time he saw His Majesty being so attentive to a woman. Chapter 62 Li Xiao Woman Bracelet. Even so, Your Majesty still says that he doesn't like concubine Ro? I'm afraid the authorities are confused, but bystanders know clearly. Li Changde silently raised his respect for Mr. Ro to several levels. Qingyun Pavilion. According to palace rules, concubines of noble rank and above must get up early every day to go to Cunning Palace to pay their respects to the queen. But Jiang Wanning's death dealt a great blow to Queen Jiang. Her health became worse and worse. Cunning Palace invited the Imperial doctor for the whole night last night. Early this morning, Cunning Palace issued a message and changed the daily greetings for the concubines to once on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. Shen Zhinian felt that the queen valued the honor of being the middle palace so much that she had to ask her concubines to pay her respects every day even though she was ill. Now that the rules have been changed, I'm afraid my physical condition is really bad. This is good news for Shen Zhinian. After all, who likes to be inferior to others and pay homage to the queen every day? After being tortured by the emperor all night last night, she felt sore all over her body and couldn't lift her spirits. She was about to go back to sleep, but she was pulled up by Han He and Fu Ru. My young master, you have been made a noble person. It is time for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send you rewards and palace officials. It will not be too late to rest after this matter has been dealt with. Shen Zhinian yawned lazily, nodded and said, Dress up for me. Yes. The young master had been with His Majesty last night, and now they had the opportunity to talk to her privately. While combing Shen Zhinian's hair, Han Lian said with a smile, This servant also listened to the rumors in the palace before and thought that the imperial concubine was difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, she was the one who proposed to make the young master a noble last night. Now it seems Your Majesty is such a good person. Shen Zhinian shook his head helplessly. You silly girl, please be careful. There are no truly good people in the palace. The noble concubine proposed to promote me. Firstly, she wanted to use me better as a pawn, and secondly, she wanted to antagonize the queen. She and I were just using each other. When Empress Jiang fell, she was completely useless, and it was time for concubine Lu to get rid of her. But when that day comes, whether Lu Guifei can touch her depends on the abilities of both parties. Han Mian woke up from a dream. So that's it. My little master, I'm stupid, please give me more advice. Otherwise, if I fall into someone else's trouble one day, it doesn't matter if I'm in trouble myself. If I offend you, I'll be damned. Shen Zhinian patted the back of her hand. It doesn't matter, just learn slowly. After all, there are many smart people in the palace, but few loyal ones. In the harem, the only people she could completely trust were Han He and Fu Rui. Although Han Lian is not as clever as Fu Rui, he is extremely loyal to her and listens to her words very much, never daring to do anything wrong. Based on these points alone, he has defeated many people. Aunt Xiao walked in and made a serious salute. Every movement was as standard as measured with a ruler. My lord, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs are here. Shen Zhinian had finished dressing up, nodded and walked out. The leading eunuch is still Eunuch Zhao, the steward of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Seeing Shen Zhinian, his face was filled with an eager smile, and he said to please, I would like to pay my respects to Mr. Ro, and congratulations on your promotion. This is a reward for your noble status, and all the decorations in the palace have been sent to you by my servant. Shen Zhinian nodded slightly and signaled Fu Rui to register everything and put it into the warehouse. There are 4 ordinary eunuchs and 4 palace maids to serve the nobles, so this time the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent another eunuch and a palace maid. Slave Catkins. Slave Little Plum. Greetings to my little master, may you be blessed. Shen Zhinian didn't know their details, but Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao had been in the harem for many years, and she was very relieved to leave people under their management. As usual, Shen Zhinian rewarded the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the palace attendants around him. Everyone in Qingyun Pavilion was beaming with joy and kept saying auspicious words. After Eunuch Zhao thanked Wanan and left with others, Shen Zhinian thought he could finally catch up on his sleep, but unexpectedly another young eunuch came over quietly. Shen Zhinian thought he was unfamiliar, but Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao recognized him. My young master, he is from the Hall of Cultivation of the Heart. This slave pays my respects to you, noble lady. May you be blessed with good luck. The young eunuch bowed respectfully and raised the mother of pearl box in his hand. Your Majesty ordered your servant to come to Qingyun Pavilion and give this to the young master. What kind of treasure is so mysterious? Shen Zhinian thought of the peribe ring that the emperor gave her last time. It was so beautiful that she couldn't put it down, and she immediately let Fu Ru take it in anticipation. After opening the box and seeing the treasure inside, Hanlian and Fuyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and exclaimed, This is so beautiful! Even Grandma Xiao, who had always been rigid, had a flash of shock in her eyes. She used to serve the Empress Dowager, so she had naturally heard of the Lingxiao Mist Dream bracelet. Your Majesty actually rewarded this treasure to Rugi? It seems that Rogairan's weight in His Majesty's heart is heavier than she imagined. Shen Zhinian carefully picked up the Lingxiao Mist Dream bracelet. Her beautiful face was full of joy, her eyes were bright, and she was admiring it intently. This bracelet is completely translucent, just like its name, and the overall color is like condensed mist. The jade tentacles are warm and moist, and the bracelet is engraved with a scene of rolling clouds and seas. It is as delicate as life and a work of art. Shen Zhinian put it on his slender Hao wrist. It looked like a ribbon dancing by a fairy in the clouds, blending into the clouds and mist. It was elegant, agile, and beautiful. It is indeed a rare treasure. It seems that the emperor took her words to heart last night, so he sent someone to compensate her. After hearing what Aunt Xiao said about the origin of the Lingxiao Mist Dream bracelet, Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh. Such a treasure could only be found in the emperor's private treasury. Outside, even the rich and powerful cannot be seen. No wonder so many noble ladies wanted to enter the palace, and it was not just for the emperor. What made Shen Zhinian even more happy was the emperor's subconscious love. It proved that she already had a certain weight in his heart. Shen Zhinian ordered Fu Fu to reward the young eunuch generously, and said with a smile, Tell your Majesty, I love this gift very much and will definitely treasure it carefully. It means that you will not wear it outside to show off, cause trouble, and betray the emperor's good intentions. The little eunuch received the reward and left with great gratitude. My lord, your Majesty is so kind to you. Not only were Han He and Fu Rui's faces full of joy, but Grandma Xiao and Yuan Bao also looked at Shen Zhinian with a bit more solemnity. Shen Zhinian raised his hand to admire the beauty of Lingxiao Wuming bracelet, with a touch of ambition flashing deep in his eyes. No matter how precious the emperor's reward was, with her current position, she could not wear it out openly. Isn't it a pity that something so beautiful is covered in dust? Therefore, she must have stronger strength and higher status. Note, quoted from the cultural relic, Lingxiao Mist Dream Bracelet, introduced by Shonghua Jibao. Chapter 63 Red flowers were found in the yard. Not long after, the rewards from Empress Jang, concubine Lu, and other high-ranking concubines were delivered to Qingyun Pavilion one after another. This is a common practice in the harem, which means that they are virtuous, generous, tolerant, and not jealous of the favor of their younger sisters. As for whether it is true or false, only they themselves know. Shen Zhinian asked Fu Rui to register these rewards and put them into the warehouse. No matter who sent it, she would not use it until it had been examined by the Imperial physician. Fu Rui was already familiar with doing these things, and with Aunt Xiao at her side to give her some pointers, she didn't make any mistakes even if there were many rewards. Less than 2 months after Shen Zhinian entered the palace, she already agreed from a young age and became a noble person of the 5th rank. She was the undisputed first among the newcomers. She was deeply favored by the saint and made many people jealous. Because of this, she acted more cautiously and beat up the palace servants in Qingyun Pavilion again to prevent them from pretending to be powerful and causing trouble outside. Everyone quickly lowered their heads and said, "Dare not," with a humble and respectful attitude. After handling these matters, Shen Zhinian had just returned to the inner room when Han Lian came to report. "My young master, Sun Chang is here to see you." She and Sun Changzai lived in Zhongsui Palace together. She had been promoted, so it was normal for Sun Changzai to come to visit her. Shen Zhinian said, "Please invite her in." "Yes." Walking into Qingyun Pavilion, Sun Chang saw a flash of envy in his eyes as he looked at the brand new furnishings inside, all of which could only be used by nobles. At the beginning, she only thought that if Shen Zhinian could be favored and His Majesty came to Zhongsui Palace more often, she might also find an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the other party's favor was far beyond her imagination. Sun Changzai became more and more determined in his thoughts, and actually knelt on the ground and saluted. "Concubine Sun Changzai, I would like to pay my respects to you, noble lady. May you be blessed." When Shen Zhinian first entered the palace, he was just a low-income person. Even when facing Changzai, who was the least favored, he had to bow politely. And now, as she moves towards a higher position step by step, more and more people will crawl at her feet. But on the surface, Shen Zhinian looked surprised. "You and I live in the same palace, why does Sister Sun need to give such a big gift?" "Han Lian, help this person up quickly." Han Lian immediately stepped forward and helped Sun Changzai to sit down on a chair. Fu Ra came over with tea. After Sun Chang saw too many promotions in the harem, he used his nostrils to look at people's concubines. Seeing that Shen Zhinian had become a noble person and his attitude towards her remained unchanged, I couldn't help but feel relieved. "Sister Xiero. When I heard that my sister was promoted to a noble person, I was very happy. I specially prepared a small gift to congratulate you. I hope that my sister won't dislike it." Pearl immediately handed over the box in her hand. Shen Zhinian motioned to Fu Rui to take it, and said with a smile, "My sister is interested, but it's too late for me to be happy, so how can I dislike it?" Sun Changzai did not mince words, looked at Shen Zhinian sincerely, and said straight to the point. "It is my blessing to live in the same palace with my sister, and it is also the fate between my sister and me. The deep palace is dangerous, and I hope that my sister will follow my lead in the future. I just ask my sister to take care of me." Having said this, Sun Changzai stood up again and knelt down towards Shen Zhinian. At first, Sun Changzai wanted to share her favor, but now he wants to completely surrender to her and be willing to be used by her. Shen Zhinian has long known that compared with other people in the harem, her biggest shortcoming is that her family background is too poor. It is urgent to cultivate usable people and our own power. Although Sun Changzai has some cleverness, compared with the women in the harem, her nature is not vicious, and she is easy to control, so she can be regarded as a good ally. Shen Zhinian stood up and walked over, personally helped Sun Changzai up, and said with a smile, "My sister is right, it is fate that we live in the same palace, and we should support each other in the deep palace. Fu Rui, take out the pair of sapphire hairpins from the warehouse and give them to Sister Sunday. This gift is much more valuable than the pair of bracelets she gave to Roger in the day they first met." Sun Changzai was overjoyed, his eyes full of excitement. "Sister Xiero! From now on, if my sister gives me orders, I will definitely die without mercy." In the next few days, the emperor did not come to Qingyun Pavilion again. He went to Lu Guifei's palace once and rested in Cunning Palace the rest of the time. Although Empress Jiang was seriously ill and unable to sleep with her, the emperor was still very concerned about her and sent a stream of supplements to Cunning Palace. Both the government and the public praised the deep love between the emperor and the empress, which was indeed a blessing to the country. I heard that concubine Lu lost her temper in the palace and smashed many precious vases. Everyone in Yongshou Palace was trembling with fear. After all, her noble birth has fostered her proud temperament. Concubine Lu Guifei never paid attention to other concubines, thinking that no matter how favored they were just playthings. Only Empress Jiang not only has a family background that is not inferior to hers, she is also the emperor's wife and the mother of a country. In Lu Guifei's heart, only Queen Jiang is her opponent. That sick woman, the empress, is clearly taking advantage of her illness to deliberately arouse His Majesty's pity. She behaves so coquettishly. She is not worthy of being the mother of the country. Why don't you die quickly? Compared to concubine Liu Beifei, who was furious, Shen Zhinian was much calmer here. She didn't love the emperor, so she wouldn't break the jealousy and be filled with anger just because he loved the empress. Moreover, Shen Zhinian knew that the emperor's move was not to take Empress Jiang seriously, but to balance the harem. Jiang Wanning is dead, and Queen Jiang's body is like this. If he doesn't give more dignity to Queen Jiang, concubine Liu will dominate the harem. Even if the imperial concubine is favored by the sixth palace, she is still not as important as the imperial power in the heart of the emperor. She was blinded by love and couldn't even see through such a simple truth, which was the greatest tragedy. The overwhelming power is the easiest to enchant the eyes. Shen Zhinian guessed that the Jinghua palace would never give up so easily, and would definitely send new people into the palace. But it doesn't matter, as long as the soldiers come to block it, the water will come and the earth will cover it. On this day, Xiao Zhouzi suddenly came in with a solemn look and reported, "Little master, my servant is patrolling Qingyun Pavilion as usual today and found something buried under the gardenia tree you just planted. Perhaps it rained heavily last night, and washed away the new soil above, so the villain's conspiracy was exposed in advance." The gardenias originally gifted by the emperor had fallen behind in flowering, so Shen Zhinian ordered them to be planted in the yard. "What's inside?" Aunt Xiao stepped forward to check, her expression suddenly condensed. "My lord, it's manhwa." Fu Rui was startled. "When we planted the gardenia tree, the soil was turned over, but there was no problem at that time. This means that the things were buried recently." A cold light flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. "Safflower has great medicinal value, but pregnant women cannot take it. I am not pregnant now, and it will not cause any harm to me. But unknowingly, someone hid a red flower in Qingyun Pavilion. What does the other party want to do?" Chapter 64. There is a traitor in Qingyun Pavilion. Led by Aunt Xiao, several people knelt on the ground in fear and apologized. "It was a slave who made an oversight. Please forgive me, little master." Shen Zhinian waved his hand to signal them to get up. "You can only commit a thief in 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief in 1,000 days. No matter how cautious you are, you will inevitably make some oversights. I don't blame you for this. It's a blessing to be able to discover this thing before something happens. The most important thing now is to find out the other party's purpose and who did it." Fu Rui angrily guessed. "The little master's holy love is strong. It will be a matter of time before he becomes pregnant with the emperor. I don't know how many people in the harem are jealous. Is it possible that the other party ordered people to bury the red flowers in Qingyun Pavilion in order to prevent the young master from getting pregnant? Or that he wanted to wait until the young master was pregnant to murder the emperor's heir in his belly?" Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, "No. Safflower will only cause harm to the fetus if it is taken. I am pregnant or not, so the other party does not need to spend such effort. I'm more inclined, someone in the harem is pregnant. The murderer got the news and planned to attack her, and then put the blame on me. So bury the stolen goods here in advance, so that I can't defend myself." Speaking of this, Shen Zhinian's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with admiration. Old slave also agrees with the young master's guess. Unexpectedly, the young master could be so thoughtful in his thinking at such a young age. "Oh my God!" Hanli asked worriedly. "Which concubine is pregnant? And who wants to harm the young master?" Shen Zhinian's eyes fell on the bag of red flowers. "Qingyun, under the care of Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao, has become like an iron bucket. Xiao Zhouzi's kung fu is extraordinary. He patrols the yard every day, and outside people can't get in at all. This can only mean that this matter was done by a traitor," Han Lian said angrily. "My little master is so kind to the people below, but there is still a traitor in Qingyun. Little master, who do you think it is?" Shen Zhinian shook his head. "It's been so long that I haven't noticed anything unusual about any palace person, which proves that the other person is acting very cautiously. But now that the people behind the scenes have taken action, it proves that the day to take action is not far away. During this time, the spies will definitely find a way to continue to pass on the news. You guys keep an eye on the little eunuchs and maids below to see who has been in contact with people outside recently. I want to see who is doing this kind of cheating." Several people immediately said, I will obey my little master's instructions. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Shen Zhinian asked Xiao Zhouzi to pretend that he didn't notice anything and quietly disposed of the bag of red flowers. Soon, only Han He and Lotus were left in the inner room. My young master, will Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao report this matter to your majesty? After all, someone in the harem is suspected of plotting to murder the emperor's heir. This is not a trivial matter. Shen Zhinian shook his head and said, You also said it was suspicious. All this is just my guess. Your majesty is busy with everything. Without conclusive evidence, Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao will not bother you rashly. Otherwise, how could such a careless person survive in the deep palace until now? Han Li nodded and said, I understand, slave. Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed under her eyes, which made people call Tang Luochuan over to the Taiyuan hospital on the pretext of asking for her ping impulse. I would like to express my greetings to my little master. I wish you good luck. Ever since little master Ro used the ointment he developed to get rid of concubine Jang and the jade concubine at the same time, Tang Luochuan knew her methods. But so what? They were the ones who bullied little master Ro first, so she should fight back no matter what. At this moment, there was only respect and loyalty on his face. The young master calls me here, but what are your instructions? Shen Zhinian briefly told what happened just now. After listening, Tang Luochuan's expression suddenly changed, and there was even a hint of gloom in his eyes. For such a beautiful person like little master Ro, why are there always blind people in the harem who want to harm her? My lord, although you have not directly touched the red flower, for the sake of safety, I would like to ask Wei Chen to check it for you. Shen Zhinian felt that it made sense and stretched out his hand. Then it'll be hard work. Tang Luochuan put a silk handkerchief on her wrist and began to take her pulse carefully. After a while, he retracted his finger and breathed a sigh of relief. The little master's body is very healthy and has not been affected by bad things. Han He and Fu Rui also felt relieved. Shen Zhinian asked the purpose of calling him here. Tang Imperial physician, did you find any clues in the Imperial hospital? Are there any signs of pregnancy among any of the concubines? During this period, with the help of Shen Zhinian, his beloved concubine, Tang Luochuan's life in Tai Hospital was much better, and he gradually gained a firm foothold. However, it will take some time to break into the core area. Back to the young master, Wei Chen is incompetent and has not noticed this matter. However, Wei Chen will pay close attention to it after he returns. Shen Zhinian nodded. It doesn't matter, this is just my guess. Just keep an eye out and report any news. Wei Chen obeys your orders. After Tang Luochuan left, Shen Zhinian's white and slender fingers were tapping on the table. The blue periber ring worn on the middle finger, a gem the size of a pigeon egg, shines as clear as sea water under the refraction of the sun. Han Lian and Fu Rui knew she was thinking and didn't dare to disturb her. Not long after, Shen Zhinian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Go to Lan Yuexian and invite Sun Changzai over. Yes. Soon, Sun Changzai arrived with a very respectful attitude. Concubine, please say hello to Sister Ro. I don't know if my sister asked me to come here, but what are your orders? Shen Zhinian looked at her with a smile. I need my sister to cooperate with me in a play. When His Majesty comes to Qingyun next time, my sister will seduce him away. Everyone in the palace will think that the relationship between you and me is as strong as water. Fire. Sun Changzai lived with her in Zhongsui Palace, so it was the easiest place to attack her. To ensure that everything went well, the person behind the scenes would not miss the opportunity to win over Sun Changzai. By then, she will be able to follow the clues and even use the opponent's own tactics to defeat the opponent. Sun Changzai understood that the first task given to her by concubine Ro was a test for her. Of course, she wanted to complete it beautifully, but... Sister, you also know that I am a humble concubine and it is rare for me to even see your majesty. How can I seduce him away from your palace? If she were so capable, she wouldn't be just a small concubine now. No problem. I will fully cooperate with you then. You just need to make some changes, and it may be possible to attract His Majesty's attention. Sun Changzai's eyes lit up. What changes? There are thousands of beauties in the palace, but my sister's appearance is indeed not outstanding. But I often hear my sister practicing pipa in Lan Yuexian, and every time I feel it is a treat for my ears. My sister's pipa skills are pretty good. Chapter 65. Who will be the traitor? Sun Changzai's face turned red as he remembered what happened long ago, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. In the Qian mansion, the night when I first served your majesty also said this. It's a pity that there are too many beauties in both the dormitory and the harem, and her appearance cannot be ranked at all. She only saw His Majesty a handful of times. Shen Zhinian smiled and said, Sister, why do you have to belittle yourself? You play the pipa so well. As long as you improve it a little, you will definitely attract His Majesty's attention. Sun Changzai knelt down in front of her, his attitude becoming more and more respectful. It's all up to my sister. In his previous life, Lu Jianlin had a concubine who was a popular singer at that time and played the pipa very well. She is a smart person, and she knew after entering the house that the person who really has the final say in the Lu family is Shen Zhinian, and men cannot be trusted at all. She turned around and served Shen Zhinian, playing newly composed music from time to time to relieve Shen Zhinian's boredom. The singer's songs can really move people. Even after being reborn, Shen Zhinian still remembers them deeply. Sun Changzai's pipa playing is no worse than that of the singer. As long as you use the right method, the effect will definitely be very good. Next, Shen Zhinian guided Sun Changzai to practice pipa while investigating the traitor. Although the nail has not been found yet, Sun Changzai's skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The clear, gentle, lingering and pathos sound of the pipa made even Shen Zhinian, a woman, feel her bones go numb when she listened to it. Especially since the emperor had never paid attention to Sun Changzai before, she suddenly gave him such a big surprise, which aroused his interest even more. Little master. Han Lian hesitated for a while and then said, You praise Sun Changzai like this, don't you worry that she will take away your favor? Or will she not take you seriously after being favored? Shen Zhinian curled his lips and smiled, his brows and eyes full of amorous feelings. When you enter the palace, you have to break away from the limitations of male love and female love and look at the environment you are in. Your Majesty is not my husband, but a high-ranking emperor. The harem is like a battlefield, and his favor is the trophy that the concubines are fighting for. The more allies there are, the greater the chance of victory. And even if Sun Changzai is favored, do you think your little master, I, will be stepped on by her? Shen Zhinian is always on guard against anyone. If Sun Changzai really forgets who he is, she can make the other person favored, and naturally she can make the other person fall into the quagmire again. Sun Changzai is a man who knows current affairs and will not do anything to destroy the Great Wall. Han Lian nodded, quietly took a look outside, and saw that Aunt Xiao was not there before she dared to say, Although the young master is cautious, Aunt Xiao is the manager of Qingyun after all, and many things cannot be hidden from her. Just you not afraid she will report your and Sun Changzai's plans to His Majesty? Shen Zhinian asked. What good will this do to them? Nama Xiao and Yuan Bao naturally don't dare to hide some important things from His Majesty. But they are both smart people. Since they are now working in Qingyun, they naturally know what to say and what not to say. Moreover, the Empress Dowager has passed away a long time ago, and there are so many people serving her, Yuan Bao is not the top one. In Qingyun Pavilion, they have enough power. For the sake of her own future and Shen Zhinian's methods, she believed that Nanny Xiao and Yuan Bao would completely favor her sooner or later. Seeing that Shen Zhinian was confident, Han Lian was completely relieved and said with a smile, My lord, you have been bored in the dormitory these days and haven't gone out. You must be exhausted. You are fine now, why don't I go out for a walk with you? I heard that a new batch of koi carps have been introduced to the Imperial garden. They are so beautiful. Shen Zhinian gave her an angry look. You little girl, you want to see it yourself, right? Han Li smiled sheepishly and supported Shen Zhinian. Good little master, I am indeed curious, but I also see that you are tired these days and want you to go out and relax. Shen Zhinian stood up and said, Let's go. She was indeed a little tired after being busy these past few days, and she also wanted to go out for a walk. Fu Rui brought a cloak and put it on her body. It's windy outside, so the little master may catch a cold. Shen Zhinian was very relieved that Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao were staying in Qingyun Pavilion. A large group of people walked towards the royal garden. After they left, Liu Shu suddenly asked for instructions. Eunuch Yuan Bao, my favorite incense has been used up. I have to go to the House of Internal Affairs to get a box back. Yuan Bao's eyes flashed with scrutiny. You go ahead. Yes. Liu Xiu put down her work and walked out of Qingyun Pavilion with a low eyebrow. Xiao Zhouzi immediately followed quietly. During this period, they followed the instructions of the young master and guarded Qingyun Pavilion extremely closely. They watched every palace man who went out closely to see if he would come into contact with anyone outside. Other side. Little Li Zi, who was following Shen Zhinian, suddenly held his stomach and let out an ouch and quickly apologized. I have disturbed my little master, and I really deserve death. But for some reason, my stomach suddenly hurts. The slave wants to go to the latrine. Xiao Mingzi glanced at Shen Zhinian, frowned and scolded. You are so frizzy, how can you serve me well? Why don't you get out of here? Thank you, little master. Thank you, little master. Xiao Lizi covered his stomach, bent down and ran away quickly, looking really anxious. Without Shen Zhinian opening his mouth, Xiao Mingzi said respectfully, My little master, I will keep an eye on you. Shen Zhinian nodded. Be careful and don't expose any traces to alert others. Slave understands. After the two left, only Han He and Fu Ru were left around Shen Zhinian. How many people in the palace want to serve the young master, but they are struggling to find a way. Ever since he was assigned to Qingyun Pavilion, little Li Zi is smart and very diligent. My servant originally had a good impression of him. Little master, could little Plum be a traitor? Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. You know people, you know faces, but you don't know hearts. You'll find out when Xiao Mingzi comes back to report. There were a large number of koi in the pond. As the master and servant three sprinkled food, they all swarmed over and competed for the food. Some of them are extremely fat, several times the size of other koi, and they feel like they can hardly swim in the water. They look so naive. Han Lian said curiously, Are these the newly introduced koi? They look really different. Why do people look bad when they are fat, but koi make people feel cute when they are fat? It's really unfair. There was a chuckle from the side, and when Shen Zhinian and others looked over, the visitor seemed to feel a little uncomfortable and returned to his cold demeanor. Shen Zhinian hurriedly bowed and said, I have met the snow concubine. I wish you good luck and safety. Shwebin glanced at her lightly and said in a cold tone, Get up. Thank you, Empress. Shwebin no longer looked at Shen Zhinian. Her eyes fell on the koi in the pond, with a trace of nostalgia and a touch of bitterness in her eyes. The fish in the pond and the bird in the cage all appear to be well-dressed and well-fed, but in fact they are just people's playthings. Chapter 66 Gaining the Favor of Snow Concubine. Those surprisingly fat koi fish are a species unique to her hometown, Liqing. Xueping's father was a general stationed in Liqing. The rules in Liqing are not as numerous as those in the capital. She used to be a cold and flamboyant woman riding a horse and waving a whip. At that time, the emperor was still a prince. She had never seen such a handsome and majestic man, and from then on she entrusted her true heart to him. But after entering the palace, concubine Xue discovered that there were so many women there and life was filled with the intrigues that she hated the most. Although the prince doted on her, he was busy fighting for the throne and could not spare much energy for her. She was plotted against time and time again, until she lost the hard-earned child in her belly, and then she completely gave up. Fortunately, her father has military power and is her greatest support. Even after His Majesty ascended the throne, she gave up her thoughts of competing for favor and just wanted to close the door and live her own life, but she was still named the head of the first palace. Snow Concubine usually kept her emotions in check very well and acted coldly towards everyone. Today she saw something from her hometown, and that's why she sighed. The origins of high-ranking concubines are not secrets, and Shen Zhinian naturally knows about concubine Xue's family background. After Empress Jang died of illness in her previous life, the concubines in the harem fought to the death for the throne. Only concubine Xue never participated in those things and stayed alone in the harem. Shen Zhinian felt that even if he couldn't become an ally with Xue Bin, at least she would be less likely to harm him, so he couldn't help but want to win over her. Now that you have entered the pond, you should look forward and feel like a fish in the water, so that you can live up to your journey in the next world. Does your Majesty say so? Xue Bin looked at the koi in the pond and was stunned for a moment. She could not forget the free and happy days outside the palace, let alone the pain of losing her child, so she tied herself up in a cocoon, closed her heart, and was trapped in the past, with no peace every day. Rudy said that since the fish that entered the pond cannot leave, they might as well look forward. So, should she let go of her past frustrations and move forward? Shen Zhinian smiled and handed over the fish food in his hand. Mother, do you want to feed the fish together? Shwebin gave her a complicated look and reached out to take it. Although she still had a cold attitude, the alienation between her eyebrows had faded a little. Seeing the fish from her hometown happily eating the food she sprinkled, Shwebin's heart seemed to gradually calm down. Before leaving, she said coldly, "Some people keep saying that they treat you as a sister, but they may not wish you well in their hearts." It wasn't until Shui concubine and the others walked away that Han Lian asked in confusion, "My lord, what did Shui concubine mean by what she said just now?" A flash of thought flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. "She seems to be reminding me of something." In the harem, the only ones who had contact with her and called her sisters were Sun Changzai and Lu Ruyan. Sun Changzai is her ally, and the honor and disgrace are tied to her. It is impossible and has no ability to harm her. Could it be Lu Ruyan? Shen Zhinian said in a deep voice. "Immediately send someone to check after we return." After entering the palace, have any of our people come into contact with the palace people of Ilan Pavilion? Fu Ra said seriously. Yes. After this episode, Shen Zhinian no longer had the leisure to take a walk, so he walked back with Han He and Fu Rui. Unexpectedly, he met two acquaintances. Slave, please give my regards to my little master. May the little master be blessed. My little master, my slave is finally waiting for you. At first, Shen Zhinian had not seen the emperor for a long time. Qingyun Pavilion became more and more deserted, and the whole palace felt that she had fallen out of favor. When Chenhua and Ziliangzi saw that they were getting less and less oil and water, they had other ideas and started looking for money in the harem. They even felt that as long as someone could provide enough benefits, they could help frame Shen Zhinian. However, who would have known that before the two of them could betray their master, Shen Zhinian discovered what they were thinking and kicked them out of Qingyun Pavilion. In order to please Shen Zhinian, eunuch Zhao directly sent Chenhua and Ziliangzi to Zinseku, where they had to do the hardest and most tiring work every day with little food and salary. On the contrary, Shen Zhinian once again received the emperor's favor and was even promoted to a nobleman. Chenhua and Ziliangzi were so upset that they finally waited until she went out and immediately looked for her. Little master, I was really confused at that time. I just wanted to make more money, and I never thought of betraying you. In fact, I have always been loyal to you in my heart. Yes, little master. I really know that I was wrong. Please be merciful and allow me to return to you and serve you. Fu Rui's eyes were full of disgust. Han Lian almost laughed out loud. Ha! It's better to say it than to sing it. You have both sides in the palace, and you are also called loyal to the little master? The little master is kind-hearted and did not let eunuch Zhao punish you, but just let him punish you. You have done your best to take me back. What? Now that you have entered Xianzhi's library, you know you regret it? Bah! How shameless! Shen Zhinian said calmly. Okay, Han Lian. After all, this was outside, and she didn't want people to tell her that the confidants around her were sharp-tongued. Of course, Shen Zhinian was never one to take offense, so she spoke calmly after Han Li finished scolding him. Chenhua and Ziliangzi's faces turned red, and a flash of hatred flashed in their eyes, but they did not dare to show it. Little master, I really know that I was wrong. I dare not expect to return to serve you anymore. I just asked you to transfer us away from Zinseku for the sake of our past kindness. If we continue to stay there, I will really die. Please, little master, be kind. Please, little master. Shen Zhinian never thought that she was a good person. How could she help a slave who intended to betray her? However, there are eyes everywhere in the palace, and her character is always simple and kind. If she ignores Chenhua and Ziliangzi, she will definitely be criticized. Sometimes, others don't care about right or wrong. As long as they seize the opportunity, they will criticize her at all costs. A stern look flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes, but his tone was a bit unbearable. I said at the beginning that I can't tolerate restless palace people around me. But after all, it's a master-servant relationship. Since you have come before me for begging, I will not sit idly by and ignore it. I will tell eunuch Zhao from the Ministry of Internal Affairs later to ask you to leave Zinseku. But the allocation of palace people is beyond my control. I don't know where he wants to transfer you. Going anywhere is better than staying in Zinseku. Chunhua and Zai Liangzi kowtowed quickly. Thank you, little master! Thank you, little master! After sending the two of them away, Hanli curled her lips and said disdainfully, If you want me to say that people like that should be left to fend for themselves, the young master is still too kind-hearted. Shen Zhinian chuckled and walked back slowly. Why do you need to be known as cold-blooded because of two slaves? Sometimes, killing does not necessarily require blood. The people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are all talented people. In order to please Shen Zhinian, eunuch Zhao directly arranged Chunhua and Zai Liangzi to serve in Lishuan Pavilion. Chapter 67 The Traitor was found. The Shangguan nobleman who lives in Lishuan Pavilion is an old man in Xiandi. Because of his beautiful appearance, His Majesty was quite favored after he ascended the throne. But among the people in the palace, no one wanted to serve her. Because Shangguan Guiran is famous for his eccentric temper, he likes to torture the palace people on weekdays. However, her family background was good, and her father was working under the Duke of Jin. Queen Jiang turned a blind eye to this. Even if the palace servants who entered Lishuan Pavilion were tortured to death by Shangguan nobles, their deaths would be in vain. She only needs to find a random accusation to make people feel that those palace people deserve their crimes. After Chunhua and Zai Liangzi received the news, they were so frightened that they cried and begged eunuch Zhao for mercy. However, eunuch Zhao didn't even give them a spare look. After offending the most favored Roguiran, these two slaves still want to live a good life in the palace? What are you dreaming about? Even if Chunhua and Zai Liangzi hated each other, they couldn't hate Shinji's thoughts. After all, she had already said that the two of them could be fished out of Xianzhi's library, but where the Ministry of Internal Affairs would distribute them was not something she could decide. In the end, the two of them could only suffer torture in Lishuan Pavilion, missing the time when they were serving Shen Zhinian every day. Of course, this is all a story for later. Qingyun Pavilion. Xiao Zhouzi and Xiao Mingzi are both back. Shen Zhinian leaned on the soft pillow and yawned lazily. How is it? Xiao Zhouzi said respectfully. Back to my master, my servant secretly followed Lu Su as usual. She went to the House of Internal Affairs to get incense and came back. There was nothing unusual along the way, and she didn't come into contact with anyone. But it was Xiao Mingzi who discovered something. Little master, after Xiao Lizi left, he went to the latrine. The servant's skill is not as good as that of Xiao Zhouzi. He is afraid of disturbing the grass and alarming the snake, so he doesn't dare to follow too close. But after he entered, not long after, Xiao Chenzi, who was serving at Shifangzhai, also entered the latrine. My slave has confirmed that there were only two of them in the latrine at that time. Apart from that, Xiao Lizi has not met anyone else. In addition to the 6 east and west palaces, there are many palaces in the harem. If there are too many concubines and the 6 palaces in the east and west cannot be accommodated, they will live in other places. But when the emperor just ascended the throne, there were not as many concubines in the harem as there were during the late emperor's time. Logically, they should all be arranged in the 6 east and west palaces. Shen Zhinian asked doubtfully. Shifangzhai does not belong to the 6th palace of the east and west. It is located in a remote place. Which young master lives there? Anshao said. Go back to me, young master. The person who lives in Shifangzhai is Yin Yaoxing. She was His Majesty's concubine when he was in his residence. After His Majesty ascended the throne, she was demoted from Changzhai to promise, and was demoted to live in Shifangzhai because she violated the Imperial concubine. Although Shifangzhai is not a cold palace, its remote location is no different from a cold palace. Yin agreed but was not favored, so he may have been forgotten by the emperor. Under normal circumstances, it would be more difficult for her to meet the emperor than to reach heaven. Hanlian guessed. Could it be that Yin promised to let his palace servants instruct Xiao Lizi to bury the red flowers in the courtyard of Qingyun Pavilion? But there are so many beauties in the harem. Even if the mistress falls, it won't be her turn to be favored. Why is she doing this? Shen Zhinian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. No. A promise from someone who is unfavored and lives in a remote place, even if he has such courage, he doesn't have the ability. At this moment, Yuan Bao came back and said respectfully, "My young master, I have already investigated what you told me. The palace servants from Qingyun Pavilion have never had contact with people from Ilan Pavilion. However, I discovered that Xuanmei from Ilan Pavilion and Xiao Qinzi from Shifangzhai seem to have some secret relationship." A sneer flashed across Shen Zhinian's lips. "It looks like the case is almost solved. Lu Ruyan is smart. She wants to attack me, but she doesn't want to take the risk of failure. So she won over Yiningda and let her be the one to do it openly. This way, even if the matter is exposed, she will not be implicated." Yin promised that he would have a hard time as he has been out of favor for many years. Even though he knew that this matter was risky, he was unwilling to let go of this hard-won opportunity. "The two of them really hit it off," Handan said angrily. "Empress Wan looks weak and delicate, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. If the young lady hadn't been careful enough, she would have fallen into their trap. No wonder concubine Shue said that to remind you, young lady. She must have discovered something. Young lady, what should we do now?" A flash of sternness flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. "I haven't done anything to Lu Ruyan yet, but she attacked me first. In this case, I should show her some color. Otherwise, others will really want to. I think this little master is easy to bully. You first pretend that you haven't discovered anything, and secretly keep an eye on Xiao Lizi to see what else they are going to do. Then quietly collect evidence of the interactions between Ilan Pavilion and Shifangzhai. Sensitive things like safflower are out of reach of ordinary people. We sent people to investigate, and Lu Ruyan and Yin agreed to find out where they got the safflower. This time, she had to give Lu Ruyan a big gift. Follow my master's orders." It was night in a blink of an eye. The emperor walked directly into Qingyun Pavilion without anyone announcing it. Seeing the bright yellow clothes, Shen Zhinian reacted and quickly stood up and saluted. "Concubine, see your majesty. How come Han Lian and the others are waiting for you? Your majesty didn't even inform you when he came." Nagong Xuanyu helped her up. "My beloved, there is no need to be polite. I asked them not to inform you." Shen Zhinian glanced at him coquettishly. "Why is your majesty here at this time? During this period, didn't he give Empress Jiang dignity and visit Cunning Palace every day?" After receiving instructions from Shen Zhinian's eyes, Fu Rui at the door quietly retreated and went to Lan Yuexian in the right hall. Nagong Xuanyu originally didn't plan to come to Qingyun Pavilion today, but for some reason, after not seeing him for a few days, he actually thought about Ro Guiran. Moreover, he missed the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere when getting along with her. Unknowingly, he came here. Hearing Shen Zhinian's words, the emperor's tone sounded a bit dangerous. "Why, my beloved concubine doesn't welcome me?" Shen Zhinian's face turned red and she said with embarrassment. "Of course not. Your majesty came to see my concubine. It's too late for my concubine to be happy. It's just what?" Shen Zhinian's face turned even redder. "It's just, the concubine's Guishui suddenly came, and she can't serve his majesty." Looking at her charming face and fair and rosy skin, the emperor's throat became a little tight, and he asked hoarsely, "How do I remember that my beloved concubine's Guishui was not in the past few days?" The Imperial Household Office has detailed records of the concubine's childhood. If so, Li Changde should have reminded him on the way. This was of course Shen Zhinian's excuse. Otherwise, how could her plan proceed? Chapter 68. The people behind the scenes are about to take action. Shen Zhinian would definitely not admit it, so he lowered his head and said, "My concubine's Guishui is never on time. I was about to send someone to inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs when His Majesty came over." There was a bit of concern in Nagong Xuanyu's eyes. "I heard that women who are not punctual in their water will have lower abdominal pain for a few days. Does my beloved feel uncomfortable?" Shen Zhinian was stunned. In her previous life, she and Lu Jianlin had just gotten married, and they had a loving relationship. But when encountering this situation, Lu Jianlin felt disappointed and turned around to go to Tongfang. An ordinary man is like this, let alone a 95-year-old man? Shen Zhinian originally thought that the emperor would be disappointed when he came to find out that she could not sleep with him. But he was not displeased at all, he only cared about her body. "Even if I remind myself again and again, if I want to survive in the Deep Palace, the most important thing is not to love the king." At this moment, Shen Zhinian was still a little moved. She lowered her eyes to cover the emotions in her eyes. It's okay. I'm used to it, it's not that uncomfortable. Nangong Xuanyu held her hand and said warmly, Tomorrow I will ask the Taiyuan hospital to take care of your health and send you some supplements. Shen Zhinian said gratefully. Your Majesty is so kind to me, I really feel so happy. She could only remind herself over and over again how many women in the harem were immersed in the emperor's tenderness, forgetting that the king's favor was like dew, fleeting, and finally fell into an eternal fate. She must guard her heart and not follow in their footsteps. My beloved concubine really wants to repay me, so why not give birth to a child for me as soon as possible? Shen Zhinian's face turned even redder. Your Majesty. She is now a noble person. If she can give birth to an imperial heir, she can be promoted to the head of the first palace and raise the child herself. The time has indeed come for her to become pregnant. Once the immediate matter is resolved, it's time to plan carefully. At this time, a pleasant sound of pipa suddenly came from outside. The music is novel, the sound is clear and lingering, and has a strong appeal. It makes people seem to see an infatuated woman, looking forward to meeting her beloved, but unable to get her wish. The sad and affectionate sound of pipa really makes the listener sad and makes the listener cry. Even the hard-hearted emperor looked at the door with a bit of emotion on his face. Who is playing the pipa? Shen Zhinian took his reaction into his eyes and raised the corners of his lips with a slight arc. Your Majesty, this is Sun Changzai from Manhwa. In the past few days I have often heard her practicing pipa in the dormitory. This is the first time in my life that I have heard such sweet music. Your Majesty is so lucky! The emperor withdrew his gaze. This tune is indeed rare in the world, but although the song is beautiful, it is too sentimental. Shen Zhinian sympathized. There are many concubines in the harem, but not everyone is as lucky as the concubines and can see His Majesty often. Sun Changzai loves Your Majesty deeply, but he cannot get his favor. He can only express his feelings through music. It sounds like he is a poor person. No man can refuse a woman who is passionately devoted to him, not to mention that this woman also brought him an unexpected surprise. Seeing the moved expression on the emperor's face, Shen Zhinian struck a chord while the iron was hot. It's not convenient for me to sleep with my concubine. Since Your Majesty has come to Zhongce Palace, why not go and see Sun Changzai? It will also save her affection. Nangong Xuanyu pinched her cheek and asked angrily. In your eyes I am a womanizer? If you can't sleep with me, I have to go to other concubines? I just want to spend time with you tonight. Shen Zhinian didn't believe the man's lies. Of course I didn't mean this. It's just that we are both women. I understand Sun Changzai's deep affection for His Majesty and feel some sympathy for her. The sound of the pipa outside continued, like the sound of nature, lingering around for 3 days, carrying countless lingering affection. Nangong Xuanyu didn't have a deep impression of Sun Changzai. He only remembered that during the few times she served him in the dormitory, she always looked at him with shy and affectionate eyes. He had indeed forgotten her a long time ago, and he didn't know that her pipa skills were so good. What's even more rare is that Roguirin is so knowledgeable and kind, and he can't bear to let down her hard work. Nangong Xuanyu patted the back of Shen Zhinian's hand. Then I'll go to Lan Wuxian and take a look. My beloved, please rest early. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Early the next morning, the reward from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was delivered to Lan Wuxian. Even some low-ranking concubines who had not been favored for a long time came to curry favor with him. Amid the compliments from everyone, Sun Chang became extremely prosperous. Everyone in the palace knew that the emperor went to Qingyun Pavilion to see Shen Zhinian, but was seduced away by Sun Changzai. She was so beautiful after entering the palace, but Her Majesty was snatched away from her palace by Changzai, who had long since fallen out of favor. What a big joke. I don't know how many people in the harem were secretly mocking him behind his back, adding insult to injury. Especially the next day, when the two met on the palace road, Sun Changzai deliberately provoked him. Your Majesty went to my sister's palace last night. My sister won't be angry, right? Hey, my sister's pipa skills are so good that Your Majesty will never forget her. It's useless even if she's angry. Shen Zhinian was so angry that the two of them had a very unpleasant quarrel. In the end, they broke up on bad terms, which was regarded as a complete feud. 2 more days passed like this, and Sun Changzai came quietly to Qingyun Pavilion in the evening. Sister, it turns out that my sister is really good at predicting things. Ever since my pipa sound caught His Majesty's attention and I became enemies with my sister, Yin from Shifangzai agreed and started to get close to my concubines overtly and covertly. Sister, what should I do next? Shen Zhinian smiled coldly. The fish finally took the bait. There's no rush. You should stabilize the person first, befriend her, and see what she wants to do next. Yes. After being favored, Sun Changzai's life changed dramatically. Unexpectedly, she had worked hard for so long and failed, but Rugi did it easily. Sun Changzai became more and more grateful that he had made the right choice, and his eyes were full of gratitude. The concubine is in His Majesty's eyes only because of my sister's support. Whatever I do for my sister is what I should do. As long as my sister gives me orders, I will never give up. Shen Zhinian helped her up personally. Sister, you don't have to be polite. I said I will never treat my own people badly. As long as Sun Changzai is loyal to her and does things well for her, she naturally doesn't mind giving him more benefits. Time flies by like water, and in the blink of an eye, there are only 5 days left before the longevity festival. The person behind the scenes finally couldn't hold back anymore. These days, Sun Changzai followed Shen Zhinian's instructions and accepted Yin's promised overtures. The two often walked around together and looked extremely affectionate. Their relationship seemed to be better than that of biological sisters. Although Sun Changzai still didn't find out who the concubine who was pregnant in the harem was, Yin promised to show his fangs. Chapter 69, A Gift for Longevity Festival. Sister, these days I have followed your instructions. During the process of making good friends with Yin, I have shown dissatisfaction and jealousy towards you from time to time. She has indeed been fooled. She told me that I should seize the opportunity to reveal in front of others that you are very eager to conceive the emperor's heir. She also cursed secretly, hoping that the concubines who are sleeping with you will not be able to get pregnant, so that they will not fall on you and snatch you away. Hearing this, Shen Zhinian completely understood. When the pregnant concubine miscarries, Qingyun is searched for red flowers, and with Sun Changzai's testimony, she will be 100% proven guilty. Even if she is favored by then, she will not be able to escape death. What a vicious strategy, and it really fits Lu Rian's style of acting. A cold light flashed in Shen Zhinian's eyes. You did a good job. Next you will. After listening to her instructions, Sun Changzai's eyes gradually brightened. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely take care of this. Fu Rui, Xiao Mingzi and the others have almost collected the evidence. Coupled with Sun Changzai's trump card, Shen Zhinian will definitely win this round. Next, let's wait for the people behind the scenes to take action. As for the concubine who was pregnant with Liu Jia but was being used and plotted against by Lu Rian, Shen Zhinian still didn't know and was not prepared to go to great lengths to find out. She never felt that she was a good person, let alone a living bodhisattva who saved people in distress. She did not have the kindness to put herself in danger to protect irrelevant people. In previous years, Empress Jang was responsible for the Wanshou festival. This year, Empress Jang was seriously ill, so this responsibility fell on concubine Lu, with concubine Liang and concubine Shui assisting her. Snow concubine has always kept aloof from the world, and is not interested in such things as standing out. She just takes on a false reputation. Although Liang Fei is one of the 4 concubines, she is a good person and never offends anyone in the harem. In this matter, she did not compete with concubine Lu for the limelight and fully cooperated with her. On the day of Longevity Festival, everyone is celebrating. It is a great honor for the concubine to be responsible for such an important matter. Although concubine Lu was extremely busy every day, her mood was as good as ever. Not even caring about jealousy, the emperor favored which concubine more times. In comparison, low-ranking concubines like Shen Zhinian had it much easier. However, everyone in the harem, from the queen to the officials, was preparing gifts for the emperor. I hope my gift can outshine others and attract the attention of the emperor. Time passed like water, and in a blink of an eye it was the day before Longevity Festival. Your Majesty has arrived! Hearing the eunuch's communication, Shen Zhinian quickly put down the things in his hands and took the palace servants out to pick him up. When the royal chariot arrived, everyone in the palace came out to greet him. Sun Changzai knelt behind Shen Zhinian and saluted with her. Concubine, please see your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Although Sun Changzai's appearance was just that of Zaijiabiyu, her heavenly pipa sound was unmatched by anyone in the harem, and it really gave the emperor a sense of freshness. These days, she is quite favored. Get up! The emperor's eyes were gentle, and he nodded to Sun Changzai, then took Shen Zhinian's hand and walked into Tinyu Pavilion. Sun Changzai looked at the backs of the two of them, his eyes full of smiles. She has long understood that it is difficult to survive alone in the harem. As long as she and Rugi are of the same mind, the days of wealth will definitely be yet to come. Shen Zhinian looked at Nangong Xuanyu with bright eyes and asked with a smile, "Why are you here, your majesty?" Aunt Xiao and the others wisely withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the inner room. Nangong Xuanyu put his arms around Shen Zhinian's slender waist and brought him into his arms, with the dark light shining in his dark and deep eyes. "My beloved concubine's little life should be over, right? You've seduced me for so long, isn't it time to make up for me? Huh!" It was strange to say that he was obviously not an impatient person, but he couldn't resist her. No wonder Rugi is so seductive. No man can resist such charm. Shen Zhinian gave the emperor an angry look. "Your majesty is trying to inflict a crime, so why bother? I obviously didn't do anything, so why did I seduce you?" The tip of his nose smelled the faint fragrance of gardenia on her body, and the emperor's eyes darkened a bit. "You have such a beautiful face. Just standing in front of me, you are seducing me." His Majesty. There was a light blush on Shen Zhinian's charming face, and her charming voice was so tender that her bones would go numb. The emperor's Adam's apple rolled, and he took her to the bed and sat down. When he saw the things on the bed, a flash of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Shen Zhinian seemed to have just remembered, broke away from the emperor's arms, and hurriedly hid the things behind him. Little did he know that the more she behaved like this, the more curious Nangong Xuanyu became. "What secrets does my beloved concubine have that I cannot know?" Shen Zhinian's hands were still behind his back. "No, it's nothing. Your Majesty, let's take a rest early." Nangong Xuanyu chuckled lightly, hugged her whole body, and reached for the things behind her. With Shen Zhinian's skill, how could he be the emperor's opponent? Naturally, he succeeded. What she hid was a purse and a belt. There were many concubines in the harem, and they all liked to embroider things with their own hands and give them to the emperor to express their feelings. Nangong Xuanyu would receive a large amount basically every few days, and the warehouse of Yangxin Hall could hardly hold it anymore. Logically speaking, he should be used to it. But the emperor's eyes fell on the belt, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he asked in surprise, "Is this double-sided and 3 different embroidery?" Double-sided 3 different embroidery is a great test for embroidery skills. Just embroidering it is not an easy task, let alone making it so beautiful. Looking at the entire Zhou dynasty, only a few of the most famous embroiderers in Suzhou have mastered the technique of double-sided and 3 different embroidery. When princesses or noble ladies leave the palace, it would be very honorable to have an embroidery with 2 sides and 3 different embroideries as a dowry at the bottom of the box. The noble ladies will be able to straighten their backs even more in their husband's family. The emperor didn't expect that Shen Zhinian had such ability. She nodded. "Yes. Not only the belt, but also the purse. Although your Majesty promoted my father to a higher position for his own reasons, I am still grateful. So I plan to embroider a purse myself to show my gratitude. The emperor's birthday is approaching. Everything I have was given by His Majesty. I really don't know what I can give to His Majesty. I only have a modest embroidery skill that I can give you." Nangong Xuanyu opened the purse and took a look, and sure enough, it was also double-sided with 3 different embroidery. The emperor was extremely wealthy, but for the first time he felt that it was a waste to use such a good double-sided 3-dimensional embroidery to make a purse. After all, no matter how beautiful the other side was, it could not be seen because it was sewn inside. "My beloved concubine's needlework is probably not as good as that of the best embroiderer in the palace. I like these 2 gifts very much." Chapter 70 The Emperor's True Heart. Shen Zhinian smiled shyly and said angrily, "I just finished the embroidery. I originally planned to give His Majesty a surprise tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to find out." The emperor happily placed his belt and purse on the table, held Shen Zhinian's cheeks in his hands, and looked at her with burning eyes. My beloved concubine surprises me even more. There are not many people in the great Zhou dynasty who can embroider two-sided and three-dimensional embroidery. Where did my beloved concubine learn it? In his previous life, every time Shen Zhinian took Lu Jianglin to take a step forward, he would plan the next many steps. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to become a prince and become a prime minister? She speculated that if Lu Jianglin wanted to be promoted a few years later, he would be unable to do without the support of an adult in the court. That gentleman was an upright man, but he was a strict wife and obeyed his old wife's words. His wife's favorite is double-sided three-different embroidery. However, those embroiderers in Suzhou who are good at double-sided and three-dimensional embroidery are scheduled to be 5 or 6 years in the future, and it is simply too late to entrust them with the work. So Shen Zhinian spent a lot of money to invite one of the embroiderers to his home. She did not delay the other party's work, and her only request was that she be allowed to watch and learn from the sidelines, and the embroiderer agreed. Maybe it's because Shen Zhinian is really talented at female celebrities and is willing to work hard. After studying with that embroiderer for several years, her skills improved by leaps and bounds, and the pattern she embroidered became lifelike. This time, Shen Zhinian was right again. With her superb double-sided and three-different embroidery skills, she successfully became a lifelong friend with the adult's wife, and Lu Jianglin also followed suit. After coming back to his senses, Shen Zhinian naturally couldn't tell the emperor the truth. She lowered her eyes, showing just the right amount of sadness. The concubine's aunt was not favored at home, and she died early. Although the Shen family did not treat the concubine harshly, the children without a mother will have a harder time than others after all. I have understood since I was a child that if I want to live a better life in the future, I must learn more skills. My aunt is from Suzhou. Although her embroidery skills are not as good as those of the world-famous embroiderers, she does know a little bit about double-sided and three-different embroidery. I learned from my aunt when I was a child, and I have never missed practice in these years. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed, showing shame in front of His Majesty. Although Shen Zhinian was remembered as a direct descendant, what could be hidden from the emperor? It would be better to simply admit it and arouse the emperor's pity. The origins of the concubines in the harem were clearly investigated from the day they entered the palace. Nagong Xuanyu had long known that Shen Zhinian was actually a concubine. But he didn't know that her life experience was more pitiful than he imagined. At this moment, the emperor suddenly remembered himself. His biological mother was just an ordinary palace maid. In an accident, she was favored by his drunken father, and he was born. Even so, his biological mother was still not favored and died after giving birth to him. Although he was later adopted by Empress Dowager Lu, she only used him as a tool to seize power and never had any sincerity towards him. It is precisely because of similar experiences that Nangong Xuanyu can empathize. Children without mothers do have a hard time when they are young. Thinking of the woman in front of her, she had to worry about her future life at such a young age. While the daughter of the Shen family was enjoying the love of everyone, she did not dare to relax at all and practiced various survival skills in her own courtyard. The emperor's usually cold heart suddenly felt pain, and for the first time, he felt such pity for a woman. He reached out and took Shen Zhinian into his arms, lowered his head and placed his chin on her head, speaking softly. I am your lover and your support in the future. As long as I am with you, I will prevent you from being frightened, disturbing you, wandering around, and having no branches to rely on. Shen Zhinian was very clear-headed from the beginning. He only wanted glory and wealth when entering the palace, not a trace of true love. Including today's words, they were also carefully designed and calculated with Nangong Xuanyu's heart and mind. But the unattainable emperor made a solemn promise to her with such a gentle attitude. Which woman can really feel nothing? Shen Zhinian put his hands around Nangong Xuanyu's waist, buried his face in his chest, smelled the delicious ambergris scent on his body, and gave a muffled, She believed that the emperor's promise at this moment was serious, and she also believed that the emperor was somewhat sincere to her. But the truth is ever-changing. The aloof emperor doesn't need to do anything, and there will be countless beauties who will love him to death. However, Shen Zhinian had to give everything he had and work hard every step of the way to gain his favor. From the beginning, they were not equal and could not be equal. Compared with the emperor, she has no capital and cannot afford to lose. Therefore, Shen Zhinian would never risk eternal damnation to gamble on the love of an emperor. She will always guard her heart. Nagong Xuanyu's voice was filled with a hint of smile. From now on, every year on my birthday, my beloved concubine will embroider a double-sided three-dimensional embroidery for me as a gift, okay? After a brief period of sinking, Shen Zhinian's charming eyes regained consciousness, and her tone was charming and brisk. Does your majesty mean to stay with this concubine forever and grow old together? Only the queen could say that she and the emperor would grow old together, but Shen Zhinian was overstepping his bounds. But she did it on purpose. She wanted to test how much weight she had in the emperor's heart now so that she could arrange the next plan. Nagong Xuanyu's eyes darkened. He was not angry, nor did he correct Shen Zhinian's transgression. Instead, he picked her up and walked to the bathroom. I just said that as long as I am with you, I will be your support. Naturally, you will be with me for a long time. Shen Zhinian exclaimed softly and hugged Nagong Xuanyu's neck. I believe in your majesty. You are like a rock, and I am like pampas grass. The pampas grass is like silk, and the rock cannot be moved. The woman in his arms was as soft as a bone. She looked at him with an extremely carefree look, her eyes filled with unbreakable affection and trust in him. Nagong Xuanyu was getting hotter and hotter, waving his hand to signal everyone in the bathing room to get out. He put Shen Zhinian into the tub filled with warm water, took off his shirt and stepped in. Shen Zhinian thought to herself that the emperor was quite good at playing, but he had a confused and shy look on his face. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Nagong Xuanyu's big hands immersed in the water were already dishonest. It's getting late, so naturally I took a bath with my beloved concubine and went to bed. Shen Zhinian's little face was so red that it could bleed. Your Majesty, don't be a concubine. Resistance is useless. Be good, turn around and hold the bathtub with your hand. At first, Shen Zhinian could barely support his body. Later, I really had no strength at all. Your Majesty, woo-woo. I can't hold it anymore, please spare me. The emperor was in high spirits, his eyes were scarlet, and he grabbed her waist with both hands. Note, quoted from The Peacock Flies Southeast, in Han Dynasty. Chapter 71. She already has a considerable weight in the emperor's heart. Gradually, Shen Zhinian's brain became chaotic and his body became as soft as a puddle of water. She felt like a small boat in the sea, rising and falling with the waves. I don't know how much time passed, but just when Shen Zhinian felt vague, a bang suddenly sounded in his ears, followed by the sound of rushing water. The bathtub actually exploded. Fortunately, the emperor hugged her in time to prevent Shen Zhinian from falling, and then took off his clothes and put them on the two of them. Your Majesty! Little Master! The palace people waiting outside were startled when they heard such a loud noise and ran in quickly. After seeing the scene inside, what else do they not understand? But those who can stay in the palace to serve are all well trained, and there is no abnormality on their faces. They all lowered their heads and waited, never daring to look where they shouldn't. But Shen Zhinian's face was still so red that he could bleed. This time he was really not pretending. She buried her face in Nagong Xuanyu's chest, trying to reduce her sense of presence. Seeing Shen Zhinian's shy look, a smile flashed across the emperor's eyes, and he carried her back to the bedroom. After everything was cleaned up, the palace people filed out. Shen Zhinian covered his face with the quilt, and said angrily, It's all your Majesty's fault! How will I see anyone in the future? Nagong Xuanyu opened the quilt and lay down, holding Shen Zhinian in his arms. No one dares to spread the word about what happened today. What is my concubine afraid of? Shen Zhinian's face was still red. Although it won't spread, it's too embarrassing. Your Majesty, don't bully concubines like this in the future. Her voice was soft, full of charm, and really not intimidating. Thinking of the unfulfilled things, Nagong Xuanyu's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was coaxing. My beloved, do you want to take a bath in the hot spring? I will take you to a good place after the longevity festival. Really? Shen Zhinian was very excited. Not because of the hot spring thing, but because in the entire palace, only the back hall of Qianqing Palace has a hot spring. The hot spring did not originally exist. It was built by craftsmen during the late emperor's period, and a culvert was dug from outside the palace to draw the hot spring water in. According to the rules of the Zhou dynasty, The queen lived in Cunning Palace, the emperor originally lived in Qianqing Palace, and the concubines lived in the East and West Sixth Palace on both sides. But I don't know if it was because the late emperor worked too hard on people and money when he was in power. As soon as the hot spring was dug, Qianqing Palace was struck by lightning and burned down. Not long after, the late emperor also passed away, and Nangong Xuanyu succeeded to the throne. The Qianqing Palace was still under renovation, so he lived in the Yangqing Palace. In other words, no one has ever bathed in the only hot spring in the palace since it was built. The emperor wanted to take her and be the first one to use her, which proved that she already had a great importance in his heart. Of course Shen Zhinian was happy. When have I ever lied to you? Seeing the expectation in her eyes, the emperor's mood improved a little, and he tapped Shen Zhinian's nose. My beloved, don't you believe me? Of course I believe in your majesty. It's just, has Qianqing Palace been repaired? The emperor's eyes were deep. The overall renovation has not been completed, but the back hall has been completed. The craftsman reported that the soup spring can be used normally. As if fearing that Nangong Xuanyu would regret it, Shen Zhinian took the initiative to climb on his neck and said with a sweet smile, I know that your majesty treats me best. What man doesn't like to hear nice words? Emperors are no exception. He looked down at Shen Zhinian's white and rosy skin, and the fire ignited in his eyes again. Then let me see my concubine's sincerity. This night is still very long. The next day, the 13th day of the winter lunar month, is the longevity festival. Shen Zhinian didn't even know when the emperor left. When she was woken up by Aunt Xiao, she felt sore all over her body and her waist was about to break. Sleeping is indeed a physical job. Han Lian and Fu came in with warm water to help Shen Zhinian wash up. When did His Majesty leave? Why didn't anyone wake me up? A rare smile appeared on Mammy Zhao's usually prim face. Your Majesty specially told me that today is a busy day for the longevity festival, so let the young master rest a little longer. I have been serving the emperor for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen that your Majesty is so interested in any concubine. The young master's future is limitless. Whether it is Aunt Xiao or Yuan Bao, they all understand that if they want to truly gain her trust, they must be loyal to her. Unknowingly, the balance in their hearts has tilted. According to custom, on the morning of the longevity festival, the emperor, along with his queen and high-ranking concubines, would hold a banquet in the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and accept the congratulations and worship of hundreds of civil and military officials. In the evening, a family banquet is held in the Jiaotai Hall. At this time, all the concubines can attend and offer their own congratulatory gifts. Although the mistresses below the concubine rank did not need to be busy in the morning, everyone still got up early to prepare for the highlight of the evening. In particular, Shen Zhinian guessed that the person behind the scenes would probably take action today, and he couldn't help but feel excited. She is not afraid that the women in the harem will harm her, but she is afraid that they will not fight. After all, if they don't take action, how can she get a handle and trample people down? Han Li asked with a smile. My lord, which palace attire do you want to wear today? When Shen Zhinian appeared in front of the emperor before, he always wore simple and elegant clothes. He looked innocent but also revealed a hint of charm. But her appearance is actually on the voluptuous side. Previously, because she had just entered the palace and didn't want to be too limelight, she dressed in a low-key manner. In terms of the harem's purity and weakness, no one's looks and temperament can compare to Lu Ruiyan's. There is a tough battle to be fought tonight, and Shen Zhinian will naturally bring out his own strengths to compete with Lu Ruiyan. She pointed at a set of rose-red palace clothes and said with a smile, That's it. Yes. Han Lian smiled and said, The rosy red color is gorgeous, and it will definitely bring out all the advantages of my little master. When the time comes, His Majesty's eyes will definitely be opened when he sees the little master who is more delicate than flowers. Shen Zhinian gave her an angry look. You are the only one with a poor mouth. Han Li said with a smile. What I said is true. Shen Zhinian looked at the other people. Are you fully prepared? Xiao Mingzi nodded and said, Please rest assured, little master, the servants of Ilan Pavilion agreed to secretly communicate with Yin, and the evidence that she ordered her subordinates to bribe Xiao Lizi, the servants have collected all the evidence. The corners of Shen Zhinian's lips curled up with a hint of satisfaction. Looking at the charming beauty in the mirror, A fierce look flashed in his eyes. She will not be merciful to anyone who dares to scheme against her. It was afternoon in a blink of an eye. The concubines went to the Jiapai hall for the banquet one after another. For many low-ranking mistresses, this may be their only chance to see the emperor in a year. Everyone dressed up with great effort, hoping to catch the emperor's eye. If you can get the grace, your life in the harem will usher in earth-shaking changes. Chapter 72 Lu Ruiyan violated the Imperial concubine's taboo. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shen Zhinian also went out with the attendants. Concubines who live in the same palace usually go there together. But everyone in the palace knew that Shen Zhinian and Sun Chang were not getting along. The two of them didn't even bother to maintain superficial harmony, so naturally they wouldn't act together. Zhongsui Palace and Qingyun Palace are next to each other, and Shen Zhinian happened to meet Lu Ruiyan. She was wearing a light green skirt today. The thick girdle stretched her waist so thin that it seemed like it could break with just a little force. Her whole body looked as weak and slender as a willow branch. The small and fair face is lightly painted with pink and white, giving it a radiant sheen. Her slim and graceful face looks like a willow supporting the wind when she walks, just like Shizi is alive. With a stunning beauty like Lu Ruiyan in front of her, any woman in the harem who wants to take the feminine route will be set off by her as if she were imitating others. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, she had changed her style this time to a style that was more suitable for her. Otherwise, in terms of delicate temperament, she really couldn't compare to Lu Ruiyan. But the light green skirt is great. Lu Ruiyan accidentally violated concubine Lu's taboo this time, which would be more conducive to Shen Zhinian's next plan. She also saw Shen Zhinian, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She smiled and stepped forward to say hello. Sister Ro. Both of them are titled nobles, so naturally they are judged by their age. The smile on Lu Ruiyan's face was very sincere, and there was deep trust in her eyes, as if Shen Zhinian was her biological sister. Who would have thought that she would be the person behind Yin's promise? Under the gaze of everyone, Shen Zhinian certainly would not fall for the blame, and smiled and returned a courtesy. Sister Wan. Lu Ruiyan said with a smile. Sister, I think I'm going to Jiaodai Palace too, right? We happen to be on the same trip. Okay. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination. Many low-ranking concubines were already there, and when they saw Shen Zhinian and Lu Ruiyan coming in, their eyes were full of envy or jealousy. After all, looking at the entire harem now, apart from the concubine who is the most favored in the sixth palace, Giru Ro and Guiran Wan are the most favored. The two of them probably see His Majesty more times in a month than they do in a year combined. No matter what they thought in their hearts, these low-ranking concubines still stood up and saluted respectfully. Concubine, I have met Mr. Ro. I have met Mr. Wan. Shen Zhinian and Lu Ruiyan nodded slightly and walked to their seats under the guidance of the palace servants. Nowadays, there are not many high-ranking concubines in the harem, and the two of them are favored, so their positions are relatively high. Time passed by bit, and soon people were almost there, and the respectful voice of the little eunuch could be heard outside. Your Majesty has arrived! The Queen Mother has arrived! The Queen has arrived! The royal concubine has arrived! Empress Dowager Lu walked in the middle, with the Emperor and concubine Lu surrounding her on the left and right, while Empress Jiang walked to the Emperor's right-hand side. No matter what kind of undercurrents there are in the harem, it is a happy scene at the moment. Even Empress Jiang and concubine Lu were not as tit-for-tat as before, with decent smiles on their faces. Empress Dowager Lu was a smart person. She understood that the Duke Dinghua's mansion was now flourishing and prosperous, and that Imperial concubine Lu was the most favored concubine in the harem. There was even a tendency for her to suppress Empress Jiang. If she were to come to power again, the harem would truly be dominated by the Duke Dinghua's mansion, and the Emperor would never allow this to happen. So she transferred all her power to secretly support concubine Lu. On the surface, Empress Dowager Lu devoted herself to worshipping Buddha and hardly asked about the affairs of the harem, even exempting the concubines from the daily greetings. Except for the day of the selection, this was the first time that the newcomers met Queen Dowager Lu after entering the palace. Everyone stood up and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, your concubine greets you. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen Mother, Her Majesty the Empress, and Her Majesty the Imperial concubine. On the left and right sides of the dragon throne were two phoenix chairs, belonging to Empress Dowager Lu and Empress Jiang respectively. The seat below one of the phoenix chairs belonged to concubine Lu. There are many beauties in the hall, the fat and thin ones, which dazzles the eyes. However, the emperor's eyes fell on Shen Zhinian immediately. In terms of appearance, she is obviously not the best, but her outstanding temperament makes it impossible to ignore her no matter where she stands. But in just a moment, Nangong Xuanyu looked away, and after sitting down, he said with a smile, "Get back on your feet." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Concubine Lu deliberately dressed up today to be similar to the day she first met the emperor, only more gorgeous. The light green palace dress on her body, with a green aura in her beauty, made her look many years younger than her actual age. Sure enough, when he saw her for the first time in the morning, a flash of surprise and nostalgia flashed through the emperor's eyes. He kept her by his side the whole day, and even Empress Jiang was ignored. In addition, the Empress Dowager is her aunt, and this birthday festival was organized by her alone. Concubine Lu was in high spirits today and stole the limelight. The depression that Queen Jiang had been weighing on my head for some time was finally gone. However, when concubine Lu's gaze casually swept across below and finally landed on a light green figure, her face suddenly darkened. "It's that bitch from Elan Pavilion." Concubine Lu was already very dissatisfied with Lu Rian's favor, and today she even dared to wear the same color palace dress as her. Especially since Lu Rian was 5 or 6 years younger than her, she was so tender that you could pinch water out of her. Concubine Lu had given birth to a child, so no matter how well she took care of herself, she could not compare to the newcomers who had just entered the palace. Looking at Lu Rian's delicate face, concubine Lu suddenly remembered her past years. This bitch had the same last name as her, and wore the same colored clothes as her, and she looked more like her as a teenager than she did. So will His Majesty fall in love with someone else, regard Lu Rian as her substitute, and fall in love with this young face from then on? Concubine Lu has always been arrogant, but when it comes to matters related to the emperor, she becomes anxious and worried. Her eyes became more and more vicious, but she did not dare to cause trouble on the longevity festival, and she kept Lu Rian in mind. Lu Rian was so smart that the moment she saw concubine Lu was also wearing a green palace dress today, she knew she had violated a taboo in the harem. However, things had come to this point, the banquet was about to begin, and she had planned for so long and had to do it tonight, so she couldn't leave. She could only take one step at a time and see what happened. Before the banquet began, Empress Jiang stood up first, raised her wine glass, and congratulated the emperor with all the concubines in the palace. "I wish your majesty a happy birthday and long blessings. Long live my emperor!" Everyone also raised their wine glasses and followed the salute in an orderly manner. "I wish your majesty a happy birthday and long blessings, and long live my emperor!" Shen Zhinian found that Queen Jiang's face looked much better than when she paid her last respects. Chapter 73 Concubine Lu humiliates Lu Rian. However, she had memories from her previous life, and knew that there was no cure for Empress Jiang's illness, and she was just managing to maintain her health with the most precious medicinal materials in the world. In order to cheer up today and avoid being completely stolen by concubine Lu, Queen Jiang might have used strong medicine in private. This move will definitely damage Shouyuan. If she didn't have to do it, she would not do it. But all this has nothing to do with Shen Zhinian. On the contrary, the more fierce the fight between Queen Jiang and concubine Lu, the more beneficial it would be for her. On such a good day, Nangong Xuanyu and Longyan were delighted. "No need to be polite, just get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Next, the concubines competed and presented the gifts they had carefully prepared. The gifts from the high-ranking concubines were given to the emperor in the morning. They did not bother to compete with a bunch of little people for favor on such an occasion, so they all watched quietly. Except for a few top-notch ones, most of the lower-ranking concubines were not favored. Even the carefully prepared gifts were not outstanding. As everyone watched, their interest gradually waned. Concubine Lu shook her handkerchief and yawned. A flash of disdain flashed across her proud face. At this moment, Lu Rian came out of the queue and bowed his knees. It was clearly the same action, but she looked so weak when doing it, which made her look particularly pitiful. "I wish your majesty a happy birthday and a long life." Your Majesty is the richest man in the world. I really don't know what kind of gift can make your Majesty's eyes light up. Therefore, I carefully choreographed a dance, hoping to make your Majesty smile. Concubine Lu's face was gloomy for a moment. She looked at the green figure in the center of the hall, and her peach blossom eyes narrowed dangerously. Queen Jiang had a loving smile on her face. There are many beauties in Jiangnan. Concubine Wan is known as the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou. Her dancing skills will surely captivate the whole country. Today I, your Majesty, will also appreciate your beauty's dance. There was a flash of surprise in the Emperor's eyes, and he smiled and said, Accurate! As the music sounded, Lu Ruiyan's slender waist was seen, like a graceful weeping willow, swaying softly to the tune. Her arms are white and slender, like dancing butterflies, and her long black hair hangs down to her ankles, shining with a brocade-like luster as it flies. The dance is graceful, agile and light, and paired with a light green dress, it looks like a fairy who is ignorant of the world in the mountains and forests. At this moment, everyone was attracted by her beauty. Even Shen Zhinian had to admit that Lu Ruiyan could indeed bear the title of the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou. Only concubine Lu's face became increasingly gloomy, with dangerous anger flashing in her eyes. Queen Jiang looked into her eyes and showed a meaningful smile on her face. As the music suddenly became faster, Lu Ruiyan lifted her left foot and used her right foot to support her lithe body. She exerted a little force with her arms, swung out her two sleeves, and her delicate body began to spin. The more urgent the music, the faster she spun, and suddenly she tapped her toes and leaped up from the ground. As dozens of light green gauze were swung out from her sleeves, the hall seemed to be embellished with green waves. At the end of the dance, Lu Ruiyan landed gently on the ground, her clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy. There was silence in the hall, and everyone was amazed by her dancing. As the Emperor took the lead in applauding, everyone, whether sincerely or not, smiled and applauded. Good! Good! I didn't know before that my beloved concubine's dancing is so graceful. I like this gift very much. My beloved concubine is very thoughtful. Come here, give the newly made red gold pine and crane hairpin to concubine Wan. Lu Ruiyan said in surprise. Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. Of all the concubines who presented gifts, only concubine Wan received a reward from His Majesty. From the way His Majesty looked at her, it was clear that he would definitely turn over her card tonight. Many people were extremely jealous and cursed her in their hearts. Concubine Lu even felt that Lu Ruiyan had won the favor of His Majesty by imitating her appearance as a girl, and she would never tolerate such a bitch. However, the Emperor was in a good mood with Lu Ruiyan. In order to avoid displeasing him, she did not dare to make things difficult for Lu Ruiyan openly. She just covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled. Madame Wan is really something. She has such a wonderful dancing posture, but she has been hiding it all this time and only shows it now. Otherwise, in the morning when we are hosting a banquet for civil and military officials in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, I should ask your Majesty for a favor and bring Mr. Wan with me. After all, it is better to have fun alone than to have fun with everyone. The palace concubines were the Emperor's women, and dancing for the Emperor was fun, but dancing for others to see, wouldn't it mean lowering one's status? Concubine Lu's words compared Lu Ruiyan to a lowly dancer, which was extremely humiliating. Many people lowered their heads and laughed sarcastically. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Lu Ruiyan's beautiful face. She bit her teeth gently and looked at the Emperor. There was a little water in her eyes, which made me feel pity for him. Shen Zhinian picked up the teacup and took a sip, thinking that Lu Ruiyan was still too young. Even though her beauty and dancing skills caught the Emperor's eye, concubine Lu Guifei was at the forefront of his heart. Even if she really made a mistake, I'm afraid the Emperor would be reluctant to punish her, not to mention that she just verbally humiliated Lu Ruiyan. Lu Ruiyan's delusion that the Emperor would make the decision for her was tantamount to bringing humiliation upon herself. As expected, Nangong Xuanyu just tried to smooth things over. Lady Wan has worked hard dancing. Li Changda, bring the plate of lotus cake in front of me to her. Yes. Seeing that the Emperor had no intention of blaming concubine Lu and didn't even say a harsh word to her, Lu Ruiyan lowered her head, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Thank you, your Majesty. Concubine Lu snorted coldly, and her brows finally relaxed. A lowly nobleman dares to wear the same color clothes as her, without even considering his own social status. Queen Jiang actually tried to win over such a person. She is really going backwards. From beginning to end, Queen Jiang had a gentle and loving smile on her face, and she looked like a true mother of the country. Your Majesty, seeing concubine Wan's outfit today, I suddenly remembered that when concubine Noble first entered the palace, she also always liked to wear light green clothes, looking cute and lively. After years of baptism, we have become more mature, but these new sisters who have entered the palace are young and delicate. I think that concubine Wan's beauty is not inferior to that of the imperial concubine back then. This is the irony that no matter how well concubine Lu takes care of herself, she can't change the fact that she is no longer young. How can she compare to the newcomers? Her position in the emperor's heart will be replaced by others sooner or later. This is the thing that concubine Lu fears the most. Queen Jiang knows how to kill people and destroy their hearts. The emperor didn't see the anger in her eyes. He recalled Lu Ruiyan's stunning dance and said with a smile, "Noble Lady Wan is indeed good." This is equivalent to stabbing concubine Lu in the heart again. If the person opposite was not an emperor, she would have been furious. Chapter 74 Shen Zhinian steals the limelight. Since Shen Zhinian pretended to seek refuge with concubine Lu, he couldn't just watch her being bullied by Empress Jiang. Moreover, it is not good for Lu Ruiyan to be favored. She blinked her eyes, with a bit of doubt on her face, and smiled harmlessly. There has always been an unwritten rule in Beijing, which is to show respect. Generally no one will wear the same color clothes as the superior. Seeing that Sister Wan and the imperial concubine were wearing the same color, I was confused and worried just now. I didn't expect that the imperial concubine was so generous and didn't care about Sister Wan's unintentional mistake. It was my concubine's heart. After hearing these words, everyone will feel that Lu Ruiyan is too scheming and ambitious. On such a day, if you wear the same color clothes as the imperial concubine, are you deliberately imitating her and trying to replace her? Most noble ladies from aristocratic families looked down upon such unflattering behavior, and when their eyes fell on Lu Ruiyan, they couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt. Lu Ruiyan rehearsed this dance with great effort in order to show off her graceful waist like a willow branch and her delicate and charming temperament. She is most suitable to wear a light green skirt. She also didn't expect that she would wear matching clothes with concubine Lu. Shen Zhinian's words were tantamount to putting her on the fire. But after a brief panic, she calmed down and knelt on the ground softly. Sister Ro has overthinking. How can I dare to compare my concubine's beauty with that of the noble concubine? It is true that I was not careful enough today and offended the imperial concubine. I hope that the imperial concubine will forgive me. Shen Zhinian smiled innocently. Sister Wan, what are you doing? I didn't say you did it on purpose. I just lamented the generosity of the imperial concubine. Concubine Lu glanced at Shen Zhinian appreciatively, then her eyes fell on Lu Ruiyan. She smiled half-heartedly and said, "Okay, concubine Wan, please get up. You are making such a fuss because you want everyone to feel that I have no room for anyone in this palace." "Heart?" Lu Ruiyan said in fear. "I don't dare." The emperor never cared what color clothes the concubines in the harem wore, as long as they looked good. After Shen Zhinian said this, he realized that Lu Ruiyan's outfit today was indeed disrespectful to the imperial concubine. The rules in the harem were strict, and he didn't like relying on his favor, so the restless concubine looked at Lu Ruiyan with a lighter look. "Well, since Mr. Wan didn't do it on purpose and the concubine is generous and doesn't care, let's end the matter here. But light green clothes are not suitable for Wan Gui. You should not wear them again." Concubine Lu raised her lips with satisfaction. She is His Majesty's favorite woman, a little noble person. Why should you compete with her? However, Shen Zhinian was really smart, and he helped her find the place without any hesitation, and concubine Lu became more and more satisfied with her. Lu Ruiyan lowered her head and said yes, but her heart was full of unwillingness. "Does your Majesty mean that she is not as good as concubine Lu Guifei? After being so humiliated in public, how would she see anyone in the harem in the future?" She had rehearsed the dance for so long, and it was clear that she had successfully caught the emperor's eye, but with just a few words from Shen Zhinian, her hard work was ruined. Lu Ruiyan really hated her. Fortunately, today is the day of Shen Zhinian's death. Lu Ruiyan glanced at the crowd, and a chill flashed through her eyes. One of the concubines felt a little unwell, but she did not have a high status and was not favored much on weekdays, so her seat was relatively far back. In addition, on such a big day, she didn't dare to cause trouble and kept suppressing it, so no one noticed anything unusual about her. Shang Guiran also relied on Queen Jiang, and Lu Ruyan was at a disadvantage, so she naturally had to work harder. She cast her eyes on Shen Zhinian and said with a smile, "Of the sisters who have just entered the palace, your Majesty's favorite is Ro Guiran. Everyone has sent congratulatory gifts, why don't you see Ro Guiran?" Other concubines who were in a similar situation to her, in order to please Empress Jiang, attacked Shen Zhinian with soft knives like sharks seeing blood. "Yes, in order to celebrate His Majesty's birthday, all the concubines in the palace have worked hard. I wonder what good things Mr. Ro has prepared. Why don't you take them out to open everyone's eyes? Ro Gui and the palace people behind him are both empty-handed. Isn't it because they are unprepared? TSK, Mr. Ro is so indifferent to your Majesty, is he worthy of your Majesty's favor? This is not only arrogance based on favor, but also disrespectful to His Majesty." Shen Zhinian did not argue with them, but looked at the Emperor with red eyes, aggrieved. As if to say, look, if he hadn't taken the gift away in advance, how could she be the target of public criticism today? The Emperor suddenly imagined Shen Zhinian's affectionate and serious look when he embroidered his purse and belt. Ro Guiran loves him so much that she can't help herself. Who says she doesn't care about him? These women in the harem have nothing to do after eating their fill every day, so they just like to be jealous. But today is the Emperor's birthday after all, and Nan Gongshuan you didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, so he just gave Shang Guiran a cold look. "I put on the double-sided three-dimensional embroidered belt that concubine Ro embroidered for me this morning. Who said she didn't prepare a gift for me? I don't ask you to be as good at needlework as she is, but don't be like a gossiper who keeps gossiping all day long." The Emperor's pressure was too much for ordinary people to bear. Shang Guiran turned pale with fear and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. "It was I who misunderstood concubine Ro. I beg your Majesty to forgive me." The concubines who had been sneering at me just now all apologized with pale faces. "I know I was wrong." At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Zhinian. Some were shocked, some were surprised, and some were jealous. Even Queen Mother Lu, who had been sitting firmly on the high platform and watching the concubines fighting openly and secretly, also glanced at Shen Zhinian. Although being a nun is a skill that noble ladies from aristocratic families must learn, given their status, they will not be serving people in the future, and they don't need to worry about money. They usually just learn it in a symbolic way. The technique of double-sided three-different embroidery is not something ordinary people can learn. They had long seen the exquisite belt around His Majesty's waist and thought it was a new tribute sent to the palace from Suzhou. Unexpectedly, it was actually embroidered by Ro Guiran. Such a gift, comparable to a tribute, outshone most of the people present. Who dares to say that she doesn't care about His Majesty? No wonder His Majesty scolded Shangguan nobles displeasedly. Many people are also somewhat dissatisfied with Shangguan nobles. After all, if she hadn't been so meddlesome, Ro Guiran wouldn't have been in such a big spotlight. Now it's better, His Majesty must favor her even more. It's really a thing that fails to accomplish anything but fails more often than not. Lu Ruyan lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists under his sleeves. He did not let go until he felt the severe pain from his fingertips. Shen Zhinian! It's Shen Zhinian again! Obviously her gift was the most outstanding, but Shen Zhinian stole the spotlight. Chapter 75 The Emperor's heir is gone. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and looked at the crowd again. By now, Zhang Guiran really couldn't hold on any longer. She stood up with a pale face. She originally wanted to apologize to His Majesty, saying that she was not feeling well and wanted to leave first. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, she felt dizzy, her vision went dark, and she fell down. Lady Zhang! The scene was instantly in chaos. Concubine Lu frowned deeply, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She was in charge of organizing this year's One-Show festival, and she personally watched it from beginning to end to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Unexpectedly, when the banquet was almost over, concubine Zhang would do something like this. Did this bitch pretend to faint on purpose to gain your Majesty's pity? Even Empress Dowager Lu frowned. Nangong Xuanyu said in a deep voice. What happened to concubine Jang? Please ask the imperial physician to come over quickly. The concubine standing next to her suddenly exclaimed. Oh my God! Concubine Jang is bleeding so much! When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Nangong Xuanyu stood up and strode over. Be careful to move concubine Jang to the side hall. This matter concerns the heir to the throne. Queen Zhang's kind face is full of worry. Go and get the imperial physician. Regardless of whether it was true or false, Empress Dowager Lu showed some concern in her eyes and followed the emperor into the side hall. Concubine Lu was a little slow to react, with mixed feelings in her heart. How could it be? Could it be that concubine Zhang is pregnant? Since she gave birth to the eldest princess after a narrow escape from death a few years ago, she has never been pregnant again. Before this, concubine Lu could still comfort herself that although there were many women in the harem, only she and His Majesty had children. The relationship between her and His Majesty is far beyond what anyone else can compare to. If concubine Zhang got pregnant and gave birth to a prince, what would she be like? Seeing the bright red blood on the ground, concubine Lu gradually calmed down. Yes. Lady Zhang lost so much blood. Even if she was really pregnant, it was still unclear whether she could keep the baby. Side hall. Nangong Xuanyu has only one eldest princess, not even a prince. Although he is still young, he also hopes that his concubine will be able to flourish for him. He naturally attached great importance to the pregnant concubine and personally stayed by Zhang Gairen's side. Where's the imperial doctor? Why hasn't the imperial doctor come yet? Your Majesty, calm down. Someone has been sent to the Thai hospital. Seeing that the emperor cared more about Zhang Guiren than any of the concubines in the harem, many people were very jealous and wished that Zhang Guiren had really had a miscarriage. Shen Zhinian stood in the crowd, his eyes neither sad nor happy. It turns out that the pregnant person is Zhang Guiren. Tang Luochuan had been paying attention to the hospital for so long, but he still hadn't found out. Either concubine Zhang had no idea that she was pregnant, so she never took any pregnancy-preserving drugs, or she was too cunning, so everything she did left no trace. But if concubine Zhang really had such ability, she would not have been plotted against to this extent. This shows that it is the former. In the harem, only Queen Jiang could find out which concubine was pregnant before anyone else knew. It seemed that the person standing behind Lu Ruyan was her. Queen Zhang's methods were as vicious as ever. Even when she was terminally ill, she still did not forget to get rid of the royal heir. Concubine Zhang woke up slowly, but she was still very weak. She was not favored on a normal day, and she was shocked to see so many people surrounding her. Even His Majesty, the Queen, and the Queen Mother had worried looks on their faces. She moved her lips, but before she could say anything, the imperial physician finally arrived and everyone quickly made way for him. Your humble servant pays respect to His Majesty. Nangong Xuanyu interrupted him anxiously. No need to be polite. Go and see what happened to concubine Zhang. Yes. As the imperial physician took out a handkerchief and placed it on concubine Zhang's wrist to feel her pulse, everyone held their breath nervously. A quarter of an hour later, the imperial physician knelt on the ground with a plop, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Concubine Zhang has been pregnant for more than 2 months, but the child is gone. Hearing this, many palace concubines were secretly delighted, but their faces showed sorrow. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. There was a loud bang in concubine Zhang's mind and she was completely unable to react. She has a child? When did it happen? The imperial physician said, her child is no longer here? Nangong Xuanyu said angrily. How dare you? Lady Zhang only lost a little blood, how could the heir to the throne be gone? Did you, a quack doctor, misdiagnose her? However, several other imperial physicians took his pulse and came to the same conclusion. Your Majesty, concubine Zhang has had a miscarriage. I hope you will not mourn for her. After this incident, concubine Zhang's vitality has been greatly damaged. Right now, using medicine to regulate her body is the most important thing. Although this is not the first time such a thing has happened, every time the emperor loses his child, it is a deep pain for him. He closed his eyes in sorrow and waved his hand. Make sure to take good care of concubine Zhang. An imperial physician replied, yes, and immediately went downstairs to boil the medicine. Lu Ruyan hid in the crowd, looked at Queen Jiang, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Feeling the low pressure from the emperor, everyone knew that this was a sign of the coming storm. His Majesty! Concubine Jang finally came to her senses after realizing it, and she was filled with infinite sorrow. I am guilty. My menstruation has never been regular, sometimes it only comes once every few months. The imperial physician said it was caused by my lack of qi and blood. So this time, my period has not come for 2 months, and I didn't think much about it. I didn't expect that I was pregnant with the emperor's heir. It was my fault for not protecting the little prince. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Although concubine Zhang's appearance was not stunning, she was still charming. At this moment, she looked a little sick, which made me feel even more pitiful. Especially since she had just lost her child, the emperor was feeling pity for her. He held her hand and said softly, You just had a miscarriage. Don't be too sad. Don't talk nonsense. You are still young and you will have children in the future. Because of the small number of offspring, the emperor attached great importance to children. Concubine Zhang thought that she would be punished by the emperor for not taking good care of the royal heir. Unexpectedly, His Majesty was so gentle to her and said that they would have children in the future. Concubine Zhang couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears, saying in grief, Your Majesty, I didn't feel anything wrong with my body before, but I felt a little uncomfortable when I came to the banquet today. I don't think I would have a miscarriage for no reason. Who on earth harmed our little prince? Queen Jian used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from her eyes and said sadly, Your Majesty has lost his heir. I am heartbroken as well. I have ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. It's just. Zhang Guren said that he felt unwell only at the banquet. The imperial concubine is responsible for all matters related to the Wanshou festival. Chapter 76 The accusation points to Shen Zhinian. Seeing that the fire was burning on her body, concubine Lu quickly said, Your Majesty, I have checked everything at the banquet again and again. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I also want to know who killed the child in Zhang Guiren's belly? Today is the longevity festival, but his birthday has become the death date of his child. The emperor said angrily. Check it for me. Yes. No one can bear the emperor's wrath. Until the truth comes out, everyone is a suspect. The Qianqing palace was sealed off and no one was allowed to leave. Concubine Lu Guifei sat on the chair, her eyes filled with gloom. Although concubine Zhang's miscarriage had nothing to do with her, His Majesty would definitely think she was incompetent when such a big mistake occurred during the Wanshou festival, which she was in charge of. She also wanted to know who dared to make trouble on such a day. Soon, several imperial doctors said tremblingly, Your Majesty, perhaps because the amount taken was small, there was no trace left in concubine Zhang's body. But we checked the pool of blood left by concubine Zhang in the hall, and found the scent of safflower in it. Safflower has the effect of promoting blood circulation, which is a taboo for pregnant women. Even if a small amount is taken, there is a risk of miscarriage. Concubine Zhang originally just guessed that she would not have a miscarriage for no reason, and maybe someone was trying to harm her. Unexpectedly, it was really confirmed. Thinking of the lost child, she was sad and angry. Your Majesty, I have always been cautious and prudent, and I dare not make enemies with others. Who is so cruel to harm my heir? Empress Dowager Lu looked at Empress Jiang coldly. The emperor has few heirs, and every heir is of utmost importance. Now someone has murdered concubine Zhang's child right under my nose. Is this how the queen manages her harem? Queen Jiang looked pale, and she coughed several times with a handkerchief covering her mouth. She said weakly, Since I got sick, I feel that I am unable to manage the harem, and Your Majesty has granted the imperial concubine the power to assist in managing the 6 palaces. Even this Wanshou festival is organized by the imperial concubine. I am incompetent. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. What this means is that concubine Lu is now responsible for all these matters, and if Empress Dowager Lu wants to blame someone, she can blame her niece. Empress Dowager Lu choked and her eyes darkened. Concubine Lu said impatiently, Although I have the power to assist in managing the 6 palaces, the real master of the harem is, after all, the empress. Instead of shirking responsibility here, Your Majesty, Please think about how to find the murderer who murdered the heir to the throne. After being scolded by concubine Lu, Queen Jiang still looked generous. It's natural. Someone, come and check what concubine Zhan used at the banquet. Concubine Liang stood up and knelt down to apologize. Your Majesty, concubine Zhang lives in Changxiang Palace on the right side of Changchun Palace. As the head of Changchun Palace, I did not find out that concubine Zhang was pregnant in time and take good care of her. It is my fault. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Concubine Liang has a kind personality, and is recognized as a good person in the harem, so Nangong Xuanyu naturally would not blame her. She doesn't even know that Zhang Guiran is pregnant. What's your fault? Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. People were coming and going in Qianqing Palace, and Shen Zhinian kept standing in the crowd watching the show, feeling like a mirror. Concubine Lu is very powerful, and Queen Mother Lu is sitting next to her. If Queen Jiang wants to falsely accuse there is something wrong with the things at the banquet, the possibility of success is not high. Therefore, the real purpose of her and Lu Ruyan is to get rid of themselves. Sure enough, from the time Zhang Guiran entered the Qianqing Palace, the Imperial physician had checked everything she had come into contact with and found no problems. The Emperor's face became more and more gloomy, and the oppressive feeling emanating from his whole body made people shudder. I can't find anything. Why do I need you? Your Majesty, forgive me. All the Imperial doctors were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. There is another possibility that Zhang Guiran had taken a diet containing safflower before he came to Qing Palace, and the attack only happened just now. Zhang Guiran suddenly grasped the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that before coming to the Qianqing Palace for the banquet, Xiaohui in the concubine's palace said that it was windy outside. In order to avoid catching a cold, I brought a cup of hot tea to the concubine. Warm yourself up. Could there be something wrong with that cup of tea? The Emperor patted the back of her hand comfortingly. Someone, come to Shangxiang Hall to investigate this matter and bring Xiaohui here for questioning. Yes. Half an hour later, the guards and Imperial doctors who went to Shangxiang Palace came back. Your Majesty, when the subordinates arrived at Shangxiang Palace, Xiaohui had already committed suicide out of fear of crime. My subordinates found the teacup used by concubine Zhang in her room. After examination by the Imperial physician, it was confirmed that safflower was indeed present in it. Concubine Zhang was hit hard. Although Xiaohui was not a servant of me since she was a child, she was assigned to Shangxiang Palace when I entered the palace. Over the years, Xiaohui has served me very attentively, and I have also treated her well. Why does Xiaohui? Concubine Lu asked slowly. What is the origin of that Xiaohui? The guard said respectfully. Your Highness, Xiaohui was originally an ordinary maid in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and was later assigned to the Shangxiang Palace. Over the years, she has had no problems with her personal life or interpersonal relationships. In other words, the clue ends here. Lady Zhang was unwilling to accept the result. There is no problem at all. Why did Xiaohui want to harm me? There must be someone behind her. Who bribed her? Back to my lord, my subordinates did not find any money in Xiaohui's room, but they have sent people out of the palace to investigate her family. Zhang Guiran closed his eyes and tears kept flowing down. Yin promised to suddenly take a step forward and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, the Queen, I have a low status and I didn't want to cause trouble. It can be seen that Zhang Guiran is so sad, and I really can't bear it. There is one thing I don't know. I don't know whether I should talk about it. Shen Zhinian cheered up instantly. It's finally here. Nangong Xuanyu said coldly. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Empress Zhang's attitude was much gentler. Yin promises, if you know anything, just tell it. When it comes to the Emperor's heir, you can't let go of any clues. Even if you say something wrong, it doesn't matter. Yin agreed and then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Concubine and sister son of Lan Yuxian are close friends. Because of sister son, I often go to Zhongsui Palace these days. I once saw Xiao Lizi from Tinyu Pavilion sneaking around and not knowing what he was doing. What? I didn't think much about it at first, but one time I saw that Xiao Lizi and Xiaohui were interacting. Such a big thing happened today, and I really don't dare to hide it. If I make a mistake, I hope you won't blame me. Chapter 77 Searching Tinyu Pavilion. Zhang Guiran immediately gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Zhinian. Guiran, why do the people in your palace have contact with Xiao Hui who killed my child? Lu Rian said softly. Sister Zhang, Sister Ro has been doting on you since she entered the palace. There is absolutely no need to harm your child. There must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Guiran did not directly say that it was Shen Zhinian who harmed her child, but only asked the reason for Xiao Lizi and Xiao Hui's relationship. Lu Rian's words seemed to be an explanation for Shen Zhinian, but they confirmed her crime. Zhang Guiran said bitterly. It is precisely because of the great favor that Guiran does not allow anyone to give birth to an heir and take away her favor. Lord Ro, I ask myself that I have never offended you, why are you so cruel? Even though he became the target of public criticism, Shen Zhinian still remained calm. First of all, Xiao Lizi and Xiao Hui have a relationship. It is just a one-sided statement that Yin promised. We can't make a conclusion on whether it is true or false. Furthermore, which palace servant has been in the palace for a long time and doesn't know many of them? Even if Xiao Lizi really interacts with Xiao Hui, it can't be proved that it was the concubine who instigated Xiao Hui to murder the emperor's heir. Zhang Guiran gritted his teeth and said, which person who murdered the emperor's heir would admit that he had committed a capital crime? Your Majesty, you must make the decision for our children. Nagong Xuanyu was very sad to lose the emperor's heir, but he did not believe that Shen Zhinian did this. Gui has always been a simple and kind-hearted person. Even Sun Changzai offended her several times, but she didn't care. How could she have such vicious thoughts? Zhang Guiran, I understand your feelings, but Guiran is right. Even if someone from Tingyu Pavilion really has contact with Xiao Hui, it doesn't mean anything. Whenever someone tried to kill the emperor's heir, the emperor was furious and suffered numerous casualties. Everyone thought that Guiran was under suspicion and would have to shed her skin this time even if she did not die. They did not expect that the emperor would be so partial to her. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Shen Zhinian. Even she herself didn't expect Nangong Xuanyu to trust her so much, and there was a complicated look in her eyes. However, Lu Ruyan spent so much effort to set up the stage, how could it be possible for the matter to be revealed so easily? As expected, seeing Lu Ruyan's eyes telling him, Yin agreed to continue. Your Majesty, murdering the Emperor's heir is a matter of great importance. Even if there is only a trace of suspicion, we should investigate it thoroughly. Even if what the concubine saw is not enough to be used as evidence, Sun Changzai should have noticed something when he lives in the Zhongsui Palace with Mr. Ro, right? According to their previous agreement, Sun Chang should stand up at this time and expose that Shen Zhinian often cursed the concubine who was sleeping in the palace to prevent her from getting pregnant, so as to prove her crime. However, Sun Changzai seemed to have never seen such a scene. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a plop and said tremblingly, Concubine doesn't know anything. Yin promised to be stunned. Why is this different from what she explained before? A bad premonition suddenly arose in Lu Ruyan's heart, and she felt that something was out of her control. Things have reached this stage. For Yin Yao, if she can't completely pull Shen Zhinian down, she will definitely take revenge on him later. And if she can't complete the task assigned by Wan Gui, who else can help her regain the favor? Thinking of this, Yin agreed and gritted his teeth and said, Actually, I want to know whether Guiran did this. It's very simple. Just send someone to search Yuga. If this is really her doing, there will definitely be traces. There was a bit of anger on Shen Zhinian's face. Yin promised that because of your baseless speculation, he will send people to search Yuga, so where is my face? There was a layer of tears in her eyes, and she looked at Nangong Xuanyu and said, Your Majesty, I really don't know how I have offended Yin Jing, so she wants to unjustly accuse me like this. Nangong Xuanyu felt distressed and couldn't help but be a little dissatisfied with Yin promised. But in full view of the public, he couldn't be too partial to Shen Zhinian, otherwise it would harm her. Yin promised to continue. It is precisely because I have no grudges with Gui in the past and has no envy in recent times, so there is no need to accuse you unjustly. I just want to find out the truth and give justice to the Emperor's heir. Zhang Guiran glanced at her gratefully. Thank you so much for agreeing to be so considerate of my prince who died in vain. Yin Daping pressed the corner of his eyes with a handkerchief. Sister, don't be polite, I just can't stand it. There are people in the harem who have such vicious intentions. Concubine Lu Guifei looked at all this with cold eyes. When her eyes fell on Shen Zhinian, there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Gui has always been capable. Could it be possible that she really did this? Immediately, Concubine Lu denied this speculation. If Guiran wanted to take action on such a big matter, he would definitely inform her in advance. It seems that this is a frame-up that Yin promised. Concubine Lu Guifei had no intention of helping Shen Zhinian. If a chess piece does not have the ability to save itself, it has no use value and can be discarded. Lu Rian said worriedly. Sister Ro, of course I know that my sister will not do such a thing, but everything must be based on evidence. Why don't you just follow the advice Yin promised, so that you can clear your sister's name? One of the two people was a good guy, and the other was a bad guy. If Shen Zhinian hadn't figured out their plot in advance, he might have been fooled. She looked at Yin promised and asked coldly. If Qingyun didn't find anything, what crime should you be guilty of if you framed the superior? With His Majesty's love for Guiran, if she insists on not agreeing to search the palace, they really can't do anything to her. Seeing Shen Zhinian nodding, Yin promised to say quickly. If it is true that I have misunderstood Mr. Ro, I am willing to be dealt with according to the palace regulations. Anyway, the red flowers have been buried in Qingyun Pavilion, and Shen Zhinian will never deny it this time. Okay. Shen Zhinian looked at Nangong Xuanyu and said stubbornly. Then please send someone to search Yu Pavilion and clear my name. The way she seemed to be holding on even though she had obviously suffered great grievances made the emperor feel very distressed. I believe that this matter has nothing to do with Guiran, but since some people say that she is suspicious, for the sake of the stability of the harem, Li Changda, please take someone to Qingyun. Yes. Last time he searched the sixth palace, His Majesty sent only guards, but this time he only sent eunuchs. After all, eunuchs are not men. Entering the concubine's bedroom is not considered a humiliation to them. Everyone once again realized His Majesty's preference for Guiran. Although concubine Lu was a little jealous, Shen Zhinian was from her camp after all, and being favored was also good for her, so she didn't say anything. Moreover, Mrs. Yin was downgraded to a nobility, and demoted to live in Shifangzhai because she had collided with her. Concubine Lu naturally did not want to see her succeed as a villain. If Qingyun didn't find anything, she would definitely deal with Yin's promise. Chapter 78. Yin promised to become an abandoned son. Yin promised not to know at this time that he had been unintentionally resented by concubine Lu, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. This time, she will step on the bones of Lord Ro to regain His Majesty's favor. I hope Rugi won't blame her. After all, if you want to survive in the harem, it's normal for you to live and die. Zhang Guiran gritted his teeth and said nothing, wanting to know the final result. Half an hour later, Li Changda came back with his men. Your Majesty, I have led my men to carefully search the inside and outside of Qingyun Pavilion. We only need to dig 3 feet into the ground. Not to mention the red flowers. Qingyun doesn't even have anything harmful to pregnant women. How is this possible? Yin promised that his eyes were filled with astonishment. Lu Rian's heart suddenly sank. Shen Zhinian looked at Yin in surprise and said, You said before that you saw Xiao Lizi interacting with Xiao Hui, so you suspected that Zhang Guiran's miscarriage was related to me. But I've searched, and Yin's current attitude seems to be that he is sure there is something in Qingyun Pavilion? It's really puzzling. Yin promised to understand that his reaction was too great, and said in a panic. Guiran misunderstood, concubine did not. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how far-fetched her explanation is. Concubine Lu snorted coldly. With a small promise, you dare to take the throne. If the concubines are as unruly as you, won't the harem be in chaos? Yin promised to be afraid of concubine Lu Guifei, and at this moment the cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing down. No. No. Concubine. Shen Zhinian took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, I feel that Yin's behavior is very suspicious, as if he is deliberately trying to frame me. Since we have already searched Qingyun Pavilion, why not also search Shifangzhai? Nangong Xuanyu didn't like Yin's agreement, and felt that Shen Zhinian had been wrong by the search of Qingyun Pavilion, so he naturally would not refuse her proposal. Your Majesty Ro is right. Li Changda, please take someone to Shifangzhai again. Slave, you obey. Seeing now, what else does Lu Rian not understand? Their plan had been noticed by Shen Zhinian a long time ago, and they were ready to counterattack. Shifengzai would definitely find something. This woman is truly extraordinary. She deserves to be the one who ruined her plans from the day of the draft. Lu Ruyan now only hopes that she has been hiding behind the scenes and has not been noticed by Shen Zhinian. The matter will end when Yin agrees. If she wanted to escape unscathed, she could only abandon the car to save the handsome man. From now on, she can no longer have anything to do with Yin Su. Seeing the disappointment and coldness in Queen Zhang's eyes, Lu Ruyan bit her lip, feeling uneasy. Since she took refuge with the queen, she has not done anything useful. Her first action ended in failure. She was afraid that the queen would doubt her ability. But the most important thing now is to get through the current storm. Yin Ding didn't know at this time that he had become a discarded pawn, and he even felt relieved in his heart. Her Shifengzai was spotless, with nothing in it. If Yunni went to search it, he could at least prove her innocence. At that time, she would say that she misunderstood concubine Ro because she wanted to find the murderer of the heir to the throne too much. This was not a big mistake, and His Majesty would at most punish her slightly. Standing behind her are concubine Yuan and the empress. It is only a matter of time before she gains the emperor's favor. Soon, Li Changde came back, motioning to the little eunuch behind him to bring the things up, and said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty, my servants dug out a bag of red flowers under the tree in the courtyard of Shifengzai." There were a few tears in Shen Zhinian's eyes, and she said with great grievance, "Your Majesty, it turns out that it was Yin who promised to catch the thief. My concubine was almost framed by her, and became the sinner of the murder of the emperor's heir. Wow! The way her pear blossoms are covered with rain is like a charming hibiscus flower, with a bit of a pitiful attitude." The emperor was heartbroken and couldn't help but slow down his tone. "I know that you are kind-hearted and innocent. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice in this matter." Immediately he set his sights on Yin promised, with thunderous anger in his black eyes. "The evidence is conclusive, what else do you have to quibble with?" Yin promised to be completely confused. She had already bribed Xiao Lizi from Tingyu Pavilion and asked him to bury the red flowers in Tingyu Pavilion. How could the things appear in Shifengzai? "Your Majesty, I don't know what's going on. If you give me 100 courages, I won't dare to murder the emperor's heir. Please tell me." If Yin promised to be honest all the time, there might still be doubts about this matter. However, from the beginning, she was jumping up and down, trying to pin the blame on Shen Zhinian. She now says she is innocent, and no one will believe her. Zhang Guren glanced at Shen Zhinian apologetically, and said sternly to Yin Zhinian, "Thankfully, I thought you were a warm-hearted and good person before, but it turned out that you harmed my child. Yin promised, I have no grievances with you, why do you to be so vicious?" "It's not me. I really didn't." Yin promised and wanted to quibble, but Nangong Xuanyu was too lazy to listen to her excuse. Check. Yes. Perhaps because death was imminent, Yin promised to finally have an idea, pointed at Sun Changzai and said sternly, "I understand, it's you." She wanted to say that Sun Changzai had formed an alliance with Shen Zhinian a long time ago, but the two deliberately pretended to be at odds with each other to lure her into being deceived. But in this way, it would be a disguised admission that she wanted to frame Shen Zhinian. Therefore, Yin promised to just say, "I really regard you as a friend, but you took the opportunity to be a guest at Shifengzai to bury red flowers in my yard. You did all this, isn't it?" Sun Changzai said aggrievedly. Yin promised, "Are you trying to frame Roguren and want to bite me again? Do all the people living in Zhongsui Palace have a grudge against you?" Yin promised angrily, "Don't be so pretentious here. If it's not you, who else could it be?" "Enough," the emperor said in disgust. "If you continue, will you accuse all the concubines in the harem of being murderers? I don't want to hear her screaming anymore, shut her mouth for me." Immediately, a eunuch responded yes, and stepped forward to cover Yin's mouth with a handkerchief. The people under the emperor's command were naturally very efficient. All the palace servants in Shifengzai were dragged to the Ministry of Punishment and tortured. Following an unpopular promise, the palace servants were naturally not tough guys and soon told many stories. "Your Majesty, the palace maids in Shifengzai have confessed that it was Yin who bribed Xiaowei in Shangxiang Palace to put the red flower in concubine Zhang's tea. It was also Yin who confessed and found an opportunity to put the blame on concubine Ro. At this time, the guards who came out of the palace to investigate also came back. Your Majesty, Xiaohui's family is very poor. Only her old mother and brother depend on each other. Chapter 79 Shen Zhinian ruined Lu Rian's image. Xiaohui's brother is a poor bachelor, but not long ago, the family actually got a lot of money, and he even married a wife. Everything is right. Yin promised to be so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his body shaking constantly. Zhang said with tears, Your Majesty, the number of years promised is only 30 taels. How can she do these things alone? There must be someone behind Yin's promise. Please investigate thoroughly. The emperor looked at Li Changde. What else was found? The corners of Shen Zhinian's lips curved into a sly arc. The show is finally about to begin. Li Changde glanced at Lu Rian and said with embarrassment. In addition, we found out that Qinzi from Shifangzhai had contact with concubine Wan's personal maid Xuanmei. According to Qinzi's confession, the red flower was given to him by Xuanmei. Concubine Wan is the most favored concubine among all the newcomers, except concubine Ro. Li Changde didn't expect that after investigating over and over again, he finally found the person who was the emperor's favorite concubine. Lu Rian knelt softly on the ground, walked to Nangong Xuanyu on her knees, and grasped the corner of his robe pitifully. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. I really don't know what's going on, and I didn't try to murder Lady Zhang Wu. Lu Rian is the most beautiful woman in Yangzhou. She is so delicate and weak that she cannot take care of herself. No man would not like such a daughter. However, there were many women in the harem who looked weak and harmless but were actually vicious. The emperor looked at her with a certain scrutiny. Xuanmei fell to her knees with a plop and kept shouting out her injustice. There is such a scheming person as you in the harem. Concubine Lu hated Lu Rian to begin with, so she certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity. The evidence is irrefutable that the servants of Ilan Pavilion were plotting to murder the heir to the throne. I think concubine Wan should be banished to the cold palace and executed immediately. What does the queen think? Queen Jiang said compassionately. The harem has lost another child. I am more sad than anyone else. But as the queen, I must be fair. Reverend Wan, the maids in Shifangzhai said that it was your personal maid Xuanmei who instructed Yin to commit the evil. Do you have anything to say to defend yourself? Lu Rian also didn't expect that despite all their calculations, Shen Zhinian still saw the plan in advance and caught her off guard. She is a smart person and naturally understood the implication of Queen Zhang's words. Only by cutting off her tail and surviving can she get out of this incident. Xuanmei. Lu Rian's gentle eyes were full of tears, and she asked sadly. After entering the palace, I warned you again and again to be careful in the harem and not to harm others. If you make a mistake, not only will you lose your life, will also be affected by family members far away in Yangzhou. Why don't you listen? Why do you want to murder the emperor's heir in Zhang Gairen's belly? Xuanmei's body was shaken. She didn't expect that the little master she was loyal to would push her out to be a scapegoat. But what can she do? She is a child of the Lu family, and her parents and brothers all work for the Lu family. If she doesn't take this matter seriously, I'm afraid her relatives will die. Sun Mei kowtowed several times, her forehead bloodshot. Your Majesty, Queen, I discovered by accident that concubine Zhang is pregnant, and I'm afraid she will steal the favor of the young master. Once the young lady falls out of favor, we servants will have to live a hard life. That's why I had the evil idea that by getting rid of the child in Lady Zhang's belly, I could ensure that the young lady's favor would not fade. All of this was done on my own initiative. I colluded with Yining, and the young lady knew nothing about it from beginning to end. I plead guilty. The emperor's heart was filled with rage, and a storm was brewing in his eyes. Lu Rian covered her chest, as if she was about to faint from Xuanmei's anger. She said with great sorrow, You have served me for many years, but I didn't know you were so vicious. How can I face His Majesty after you did such a thing? Concubine Lu sneered. A palace maid is so capable of colluding with the Imperial concubines? You said that concubine Wan didn't instigate you to do this. Do you think everyone in the palace is a fool? Concubine Zhang's eyes were full of bloodshot, and she cried bitterly. Your Majesty, I don't believe that this matter has nothing to do with concubine Wan. I beg your Majesty to conduct a strict investigation. who knew that before she could finish her words, Yunni left a sentence. This was indeed done by me alone, and I am willing to die to atone for my crime. And then she hit her head against the pillar, and blood splattered on the spot. Many timid palace concubines screamed in fear. The imperial physician came forward to check. Your Majesty, Yunni is no longer breathing. It was a wonderful one-show festival, but there was no air, and there was blood again in the Qingyun palace. The emperor's face was so gloomy that he could drip water, and the air pressure around him became lower and lower. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground weakly, weeping secretly, looking very sad. She is the kind of beauty that has no offensive power, and she doesn't look like someone who would do anything bad. Concubine Lu said coldly, Your Majesty, according to my concubine's opinion, Yunni committed suicide in fear of crime because he was clearly trying to protect Mr. Wan. This matter is definitely related to Mr. Wan. If we don't punish her severely, how can we maintain the palace? Empress Jang frowned and said, Your concubine's words are wrong. I think Yunni feels that death is inevitable. Instead of going to the Xinxing department to endure all kinds of torture, it's better to give yourself a break now. She also admitted that she did everything without telling Wan Guiran. There is currently no evidence to prove that Wan Guiran was involved. Wouldn't it be unfair to punish Wan Guiran severely? By now, this matter has become a confrontation between Queen Jiang and concubine Lu. Shen Zhinian knew very well that Queen Jiang was right. Lu Ruyan was very cautious and never showed up in person from beginning to end. From the beginning, she had made complete plans. Even if the incident did come to light, the most they could do was trace it to Yunni. This woman's city is truly terrifying. In her previous life, Lu Ruyan could become the first of the 4 concubines. Her father was just the prefect of Yangzhou, and he could compete with concubine Lu Guifei, who came from a prominent family, for the position of queen. How could she be a simple figure? Shen Zhinian never thought that Lu Ruyan could be completely pinned to death in one go. However, the murderer was her personal maid. Even if Lu Ruyan could not be convicted of murdering the emperor's heir, she could not escape her involvement. And after this incident, a seed of doubt will be planted in everyone's heart, including the emperor. Lu Ruyan can no longer have the reputation of being a virtuous, gentle and kind person in the harem like she did in her previous life. You must know that in her previous life, her most powerful bargaining chip to compete for the post was her reputation as a virtuous person in both the government and the public. But now, everything has been ruined by Shen Zhinian. What the emperor hates most is a vicious-hearted woman. If there is a knot in his heart, he will never love Lu Ruyan like he did in his previous life. Chapter 80. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she vomited blood. These are Shen Zhinian's real goals. As expected, the astonishment brought by Lu Ruyan's stunning dance had completely disappeared from the emperor's mind. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Ruyan was filled with a hint of coldness. Although there is no evidence to prove that this matter is related to concubine Wan, it is indisputable that concubine Wan failed to discipline her subordinates, causing damage to the royal heir. From today on, her title of Wan will be revoked. Having a title in the harem means that the concubine is very much favored and valued by the emperor. The title represents the emperor's recognition of her character, appearance, or talent. Once the emperor stripped a concubine of her title, it was equivalent to no longer recognizing her image in his mind. His Majesty originally thought that she was gentle and amiable, so he named her the concubine Wan. Now that His Majesty no longer acknowledges her gentleness, isn't it just like telling everyone in the palace that he no longer believes in her? Looking at the entire harem, she is the only one who has been stripped of her title twice. After enduring such a great humiliation and looking at the mocking eyes of the crowd, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of blood in her chest, and she spat out blood and fainted. Concubine Lu covered her nose with a handkerchief in disgust. The birthday festival hasn't even come yet, how unlucky! Immediately, a eunuch came forward and carried Lu Ruyan out. From beginning to end, the emperor never looked at her. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, she was still the best among the newcomers, stunning with her dance, and on the verge of enjoying the emperor's everlasting favor? No one can predict the ups and downs of the harem. Yindeng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his body shaking constantly. There is no evidence to prove that this matter is related to Lu Ruyan. She has been stripped of her title and has fallen out of favor, let alone her, the one who did it. The emperor's voice sounded without any emotion. Yin promised to be so audacious that he plotted to murder the heir to the throne. His crime is unforgivable. He will be demoted to a commoner and given poisoned wine. The entire Yin family will be executed. All the palace servants involved in this incident will be exterminated from the 3 clans. Yin Shuren's face turned pale, and she pulled the handkerchief out of her mouth. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Just kill me, please don't implicate my family. Your Majesty. However, as Nangong Xuanyu waved her hand impatiently, someone immediately came forward to cover her mouth again and dragged her out. Commoner Yin could only look to Queen Jiang for help and sob continuously. From the beginning to the end, she did not betray the queen. I hope the queen can save her family for this reason. Queen Jiang calmly gave concubine Yin a soothing look, and she then smiled miserably and accepted her fate to die. It seemed that the corresponding murderers were punished, but concubine Zhang was not happy. Lu Rian must have been involved as well. How could she be content if she didn't kill that vicious woman and avenge her son who died unjustly? But concubine Zhang understood that without evidence, even concubine Lu could not kill Lu Rian, let alone herself. Tears rolled down her eyes and she burst into tears again. The emperor was also moved with sympathy, and said in a gentle voice, Empress Zhang gave birth to the royal heir. Although she did not give birth to him safely, she has made no contributions but has worked hard. I bestow the title of Kang on her. Kang means stability and health, representing the emperor's good wishes. Zhang, no, concubine Kang was moved and said, Thank you, your majesty, for your concern. Normally, a concubine could only be promoted if she gave birth to an heir to the throne, and the emperor only bestowed the title of concubine Kang, which was not considered excessive. Naturally, no one would stand up to oppose it and offend the emperor. Queen Jiang suppressed the fatigue in her eyes and said with good intentions, I am incompetent and have been ill for a long time. I can only trouble the imperial concubine to assist in managing the 6 palaces. But on such a great day as the emperor's birthday, these things happened. This is my dereliction of duty as the queen. I deserve death. Your majesty is magnanimous and has not punished me and the concubine, but I am truly uneasy. Your majesty, I feel that it is really hard for the imperial concubine to manage the 6 palaces alone. It is inevitable that she will be negligent, so these mistakes have occurred. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, and to ensure that pregnant concubines in the future can give birth to heirs smoothly, I suggest that you let concubine Liang and concubine Shui handle the affairs of the 6 palaces together with the imperial concubine. Both of them are old men from Qingyun. They have sufficient qualifications and high status. It is perfect to share the burden for the noble concubine. Shen Zhinian wanted to applaud Queen Jiang. She had just made Lu Rian fall out of favor and broke one of Queen Jiang's chess pieces. Queen Jiang was about to let concubine Lu take away the power of co-managing the 6th palace. The method was really clever. I can handle the affairs of the 6th palace alone. There are many people with many hands, and I am afraid it will be more likely to cause trouble. The queen is resting in peace and recuperating, and I will naturally keep the harem in peace. To the queen, concubine Lu did not call her concubine, but still called herself this palace. This shows that she is arrogant and domineering and does not take the queen seriously at all. Empress Jiang smiled magnanimously. I naturally believe in your concubine's ability. It's just what happened today that everyone can see. If there were more people to share the burden for the imperial concubine, perhaps someone would discover those dirty deeds, and the harem could have another child. At this point, Queen Jiang wiped her tears sadly, then looked at Queen Dowager Lu. What do you think, mother? Empress Dowager Lu naturally didn't want concubine Lu's power to be taken away by others, but every word Queen Jiang said made sense and could not be refuted. And it was precisely because the emperor was afraid of the Duke Dinghua's mansion and worried that the aunt and nephew would join forces to control the harem that she retreated to the Buddhist temple. If she supported concubine Lu at this time, all her previous low-key attitude would be in vain, and the emperor would definitely suppress the Duke Dinghua's mansion in other places. I also think that what the queen said makes sense. With 2 more people to share the burden for the imperial concubine can also spend more time with me. Although concubine Lu was unwilling, she understood that her aunt was much smarter than her, and since she said so, there must be a reason for it. She suppressed her unhappiness and bowed her head, saying, "I will obey the Queen Mother." Nowadays, whether in the court or the harem, the power of the Duke Xinghua Mansion and the Duke Dinghua Mansion maintain a delicate balance, checking and balancing each other, and the Emperor is quite satisfied. In this case, from now on, the Imperial concubine, the Liang concubine, and the Snow concubine will assist in managing the 6 palaces. I obey your orders and will not disappoint your Majesty, the Queen, and the Queen Mother. Whether facing Queen Jiang or concubine Lu, concubine Liang's attitude was very respectful, which was consistent with her image of a good person. Concubine Shui has a cold and aloof temperament. Just standing there, she looks like a fairy walking down from the Moon Palace. At this moment, a trace of impatience flashed across this cold face. Your Majesty, I have always liked quietness, and I am afraid that I am not qualified for the important task of assisting in the management of the 6 palaces. I hope your Majesty will withdraw your order. Everyone found it incredible. Which concubine in the harem doesn't want to have the power to assist in managing the 6 palaces? How could concubine Shui actually refuse the benefits that were delivered to her door? Chapter 81. What Your Majesty Says When He Is Affected. It's really a drought that kills people, and a flood that kills people. When Xiaoping was in the palace, she was also favored, but after that incident, there was a rift between them, and she rejected Nangong Xuanyu many times. Otherwise, with her family background, she deserved the position of concubine, so why was she still a concubine? In that matter, he was ultimately unfair to her. Over the years, the Emperor has always felt a little guilty about concubine Shui and almost never refused her requests. Then let concubine Liang assist concubine Gui. Concubine Shui bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." She doesn't care what other people think. Last time in the Imperial Garden, after hearing what Shen Zhinian said, she thought about it. After all, people have to look forward, and she doesn't want to stay stuck in the past. She is still young and has a lot of life left, and she doesn't want to live in the intrigues of the harem every day. She has long been indifferent to favors, and she doesn't want power. She just wants to live quietly. If this is the case and someone still offends her, then she is not someone to be bullied. It's getting late. The AI family is sleepy. Let's all disperse. With one less person to share power with, concubine Lu finally felt less bad. She supported Empress Dowager Lu and said, "I will send the Empress Dowager back to Xinang Palace." Everyone saluted respectfully. "Best regards, the Queen Mother." The palace rules are strict. Only the Queen is the Queen Mother's serious daughter-in-law and can be called Queen Mother, while other concubines can only be called Empress Dowager. Even Imperial concubine Lu, who was the most favored concubine in the harem, had to follow the rules in order to avoid being accused of not being strict with her subordinates. Only when there were no outsiders around would she resume using intimate terms. "And the Queen, that bitch, is dying of illness and has no energy to manage the affairs of the 6 palaces. She also wants people to share the power of the concubines. Why did you agree to her proposal just now in Xiaopai Hall?" Empress Dowager Lu sat in the main seat, her eyes gloomy. "It is precisely because the Queen is dying that Your Majesty wants to guard against the harem being controlled by the Duke Dinghua's mansion. I have been indifferent to worldly affairs for a long time, which has reduced the Emperor's fear. If I join you in suppressing the Queen today, what will the Emperor think? Even if the power to assist in managing the 6 palaces is not taken away by concubine Liang, the Emperor will suppress the Duke Dinghua's mansion in other areas. The gain is not worth the loss. Even though concubine Liang is a concubine, she is weak-willed and won't achieve anything. You don't have to take her to heart." Concubine Lu's bright and charming face was full of disapproval. "Aunt, you are too cautious. His Majesty loves me so much, even if it is for my sake, he will not do anything to the Duke Dinghua mansion. Your Majesty said this in person when he was emotional." Empress Dowager Lu had a headache. The heart of an emperor is unfathomable. How can you trust a man's promise? If she had believed the sweet words of the late emperor, she would not have been able to sit on the position of Empress Dowager. Concubine Lu quickly coaxed. Okay, I understand. Please rest assured, Aunt, I will definitely grasp Your Majesty's heart and make Your Majesty believe that Duke Dinghua's mansion is loyal." Her niece was good in every way except that she was deeply in love with the emperor. She didn't understand that rulers never had true love. Empress Dowager Lu sighed and did not continue the topic. Today's incident was obviously caused by Lu instructing Yin Shuren to get rid of concubine Kang's child and put the blame on concubine Ro. The queen might have been involved as well. But concubine Ro was able to escape unscathed, and even caused Lu to fall out of favor and be stripped of her title. This woman is no simple matter. Thinking of Lu Rian, concubine Lu's eyes were full of disgust. That Lu, she pretends to be weak and tender all day long, but she looks like a vixen, and her heart is so vicious. She was only stripped of her title, which is really a bargain for her. If there was evidence, she would have killed Lu Rian today. Empress Dowager Lu said patiently. I want to tell you that although concubine Ro is a good chess piece, she is too sharp. If she is not used properly, she may hurt herself. You should be more cautious with her. Concubine Lu's eyes flashed with disdain. A mere noble lady, how can she turn the tables? She made Lu's efforts go to waste today, and I am very happy. I like her even more. Keeping her here, besides being a check on the queen, will also be of great use. Empress Dowager Lu asked with interest. Oh? Concubine Lu touched her belly, with a bit of sadness between her eyebrows. And also knows that I was injured when I gave birth to the eldest princess. The Imperial physician said that I would never get pregnant again in this life. But without a prince by my side in the harem, what future do I have? Rogurin is so favored, it is only a matter of time before she becomes pregnant. If she can give birth to a prince, I will raise him under my knees, and the Duke Dinghua's mansion will have hope. Although she loved His Majesty very much and was unwilling to raise the son of His Majesty and another woman, she could only compromise as she could not give birth. Empress Dowager Lu naturally hoped that the next emperor would have the blood of Duke Dinghua. But His Majesty had been prepared. In order to balance the harem, he only allowed women from the Duke of Jinghua's mansion to enter the palace, and not those from the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. He even gave it a nice name, saying that it was because he loved and respected concubine Lu, so she was enough for him among the women in the Duke Dinghua's mansion. But concubine Lu believed it, and refused to let her family send a beauty to the palace to secure her favor. In this case, we have no choice but to do as concubine Lu says. If noble Ro is able to give birth to a prince, and the biological mother is still there, how can the prince get close to Duke Dinghua? He must leave the mother and keep the son. Concubine Lu was stunned. She has always been clear about rewards and punishments. She originally planned that Shen Zhinian would give birth to a prince for her, so she remembered his contribution and gave Shen Zhinian the honor and favor he deserved. Unexpectedly, my aunt actually wanted Shen Zhinian's life. And the prince's matter hasn't happened yet, let's talk about it then. Shen Zhinian didn't know at this time that while she was still planning when to get pregnant, someone was already thinking about her belly. As Shen Zhinian escaped unscathed, Commoner Ying was given poisonous wine. Xiao Lizi naturally understood that he had been exposed as a traitor long ago. Other palace officials who participated in the murder of the emperor's heir were all exterminated by the emperor's decree. Since Shen Zhinian dealt with the red flowers into New Pavilion in advance, there was no evidence that Xiao Lizi had done anything for Yin Shuren, so he fell through the cracks. But Xiao Lizi knew that his life and that of his clan members depended on Shen Zhinian's thoughts. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. Little master, I really know that I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Kamenin said that there are many people in Qingyun Palace, and your servants are not important to you. Compared with eunuch Yuanbao and the others, they have no advantage. Even if they stay in Qingyun Palace, there will be no future. If you do things for her, when she becomes a beloved concubine, let the servant be the eunuch in charge of her palace. This slave was really obsessed for a moment, so he listened to Yin Shuren's instigation. Please forgive me, my mistress, and spare my slave this time. Chapter 82 Lu Rian's Weakness. Xiao Lizi's forehead was bruised and bloody, looking shocking. Shen Zhinian sat on the chair and slowly tasted the sweet cheese that Fu Rui had just made, without any emotion in his eyes. If Xiao Zhouzi hadn't been cautious and discovered the red flowers buried by Xiao Lizi in the yard, she would have fallen into a desperate situation today. How could she be soft-hearted towards him? The reason why Shen Zhinian didn't hand the person over was because it would arouse suspicion. Since she discovered Honghua in advance, why didn't she tell her? Someone who is interested will definitely make a fuss about this matter, saying that if she had reported it in advance, the emperor's heir might have been prevented from being killed. Although the crime he wanted to accuse was a bit far-fetched, it didn't hurt Shen Zhinian in any way. But the emperor was suspicious, and if he had any doubts about her, it would be very detrimental to her future journey. Shen Zhinian was not afraid that Yin Shuren's palace servants would confess Xiao Lizi, because no one would believe their story without evidence. And she kept Little Plum for another reason. Shen Zhinian specifically asked Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao to stay, looked at them, and asked distressfully, "Do you think that I should not reveal the truth to your majesty and leave Little Plum to your majesty for disposal?" The emperor had issued an order, and Shen Zhinian asked all the tribesmen involved in the matter such questions. This means that Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao have to make a choice. Are you completely loyal to Shen Zhinian? Or should he still report important matters in Qingyun Pavilion to the emperor as before? Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao looked at each other with a wry smile in their hearts. They had known for a long time that Qingyun Pavilion had discovered Honghua, but they chose to protect themselves wisely and did not report the matter to His Majesty without figuring out the whole story. If I tell His Majesty the whole story at this time, Your Majesty will definitely doubt their loyalty and ability. Maybe they will be angry because of the disappearance of the Emperor's heir. And since they were transferred to Qingyun Pavilion, if they want to have a good future, their honor and disgrace will be tied to Rugi. Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao were both smart people and made the right choice quickly. The two people's attitude towards Shen Zhinian was much more respectful than before. It is up to the young master to decide this matter. No matter what the young master does with Little Plum, the old slave will only follow the young master's lead. Shen Zhinian put down the sweet cheese in his hand, and the corners of his lips curved with a hint of satisfaction. She understood that from this moment on, Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao had completely surrendered to her. I beg you, my master, to forgive my relatives. I beg you, my master, to have mercy. Understanding the life and death of the three clans, just in Shen Zhinian's thoughts, Xiao Lizi knocked his head harder. Okay. Shen Zhinian interrupted him impatiently. There is no room in my palace for slaves who betray my master. You must die. But if you are willing to do something for me, I can guarantee that your people will be implicated. The moment the incident happened, Xiao Lizi knew that he would not survive. I am extremely lucky to be able to save my loved ones. My slave is willing. As long as my master opens his mouth, I will go to the mountain of knives and go down to the sea of fire for my master. After receiving instructions from Shen Zhinian's eyes, Han Lian took out a paper bag and threw it to him. Whether you're poisoning your food or whatever, find a way to get this bag of stuff on Lu Rian. Then he left a suicide note, saying that the nobleman forced you to do this by threatening your family. Shen Zhinian is a very stingy person and never allows himself to be wronged. Lu Rian attacked her several times. At tonight's banquet, the Shangguan nobles used the excuse that she had not prepared a gift for the emperor and united with the concubines to attack her. After finding the opportunity, how could she not go back with revenge? The most important thing is, Lu Rian and Shangguan Guiran are all attached to Queen Jiang, and they are enemies from a standpoint. If she didn't strike first, could she wait for the noble officials to find opportunities to harm her? Xiao Lizi said decisively, I will obey my master's order and will definitely complete this last errand. After he went down, Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao had complicated expressions on their faces. Under Shen Zhinian's deliberate revelation, the two of them knew that the young master was not as innocent and kind as he appeared. But only now did they realize that she was actually a black heart lotus. But the two don't think this is a bad thing. Only concubines with scheming and means can go further in the palace. Shen Zhinian did it on purpose. After all, he pretended to be kind in front of his own people, so how could he let them do things for him? Aunt Xiao lowered her head and asked respectfully, The young master openly instigated the palace servants to murder Lu Guiran. Aren't you afraid that Lao Nu and Yuan Bao will tell this matter? Shen Zhinian smiled calmly. Mommy, there is no need to test me. Don't trust people you employ, and don't trust people you suspect. As soon as I accept your and Yuan Bao's surrender, I will treat you as my confidants. If I don't even have the courage to trust you, how can I dare to ask you to do things for me in the future? Servants are also human beings, and if you want them to serve you wholeheartedly, you have to attack their hearts. It has to be said that Shen Zhinian has a firm grip on people's hearts. Aunt Xiao and Yuan Bao lifted up their clothes and knelt on the ground. Their respectful attitudes were a little more loyal. Old slave, I will definitely live up to my little master's trust. Get up. And Xiao asked seriously. I wonder what the little master asked Xiao Lizi to find an opportunity to get on Lu Gairen's body? Any poison can always be traced back to where it came from. If you don't clean up your tail, it's very easy for someone to get caught. Once they are truly loyal, and Xiao and Yuan Bao will consider Shen Zhinian wholeheartedly. Even if she kills someone, they will hand her a knife and deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, Mama, I don't dare to use poison in the harem, it's just some ordinary pollen. Before entering the palace, Zhao Yunyi told her that Lu Ruyan's weakness was that she was allergic to hibiscus pollen. When he first entered the palace, Shen Zhinian's foundation was not stable, and he did not attack Lu Ruyan rashly. Now that the time has come, she will naturally use this card. Moreover, hibiscus flowers are very common in the palace. Even if they were checked, Shen Zhinian could not be found. Of course, the whole show must be done. Shen Zhinian wrote another letter and asked Shen's father to send someone to pretend to be a member of the Shangguan family, detain Xiao Lizi's relatives for a few days, and hand them over to Fu Rui to secretly send them out. Setting up a trap to take revenge on everyone who had harmed her, Shen Zhinian smiled like a poppy blooming in the dark night, charming and dangerous. The next day, Li Changda led people to deliver rewards to Tingyu Pavilion, saying that they were to appease Shen Zhinian, who was bitten by Commoner Yin. Lu Ruyan fell. Among the newcomers, no one could compete with Shen Zhinian. She was a well-deserved new beloved concubine, and she made many people jealous. Both Shen Zhinian himself and the palace officials from Tingjiuj remained as low-key as ever. Even if someone wanted to find fault with her, they wouldn't be able to find a chance. Perhaps because he was so sad after losing another heir, the emperor did not set foot in the harem for the next few days. Chapter 83. There is no one in the harem that the emperor truly loves. Queen Jiang was also sad and her health became even worse. The imperial doctors were in and out of Cunning Palace all day long, and the decoction inside was never exhausted. Shen Zhinian guessed that it was the Wanqiu festival. In order not to let concubine Lu steal all the limelight, Queen Jiang took strong medicine to maintain her energy for the whole day. After the effect of the medicine wore off, it suffered a backlash. In a sense, Queen Jiang is also quite pitiful. She obviously has a top-notch family background and a mother who respects the world, but due to physical reasons, she is weighed down by a noble concubine and cannot hold her head up. But who in the harem doesn't feel helpless? Shen Zhinian didn't have the leisure to pity others. Fu Rui, go to the warehouse to pick out some suitable gifts. We will go to Shangxiang Palace to visit Mr. Kong. Qingyun must hate Lu Ruyan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Shen Zhinian wants to win over allies, he will naturally not miss this great opportunity. Yes. Not long after, the master and servant arrived at Changchun Palace. After greeting the good concubine, Shen Zhinian went to the Shangxiang Hall on the right. Although they were all titled nobles, no one in the palace knew how favored Lady Ro was. The palace officials at Shangxiang Palace did not dare to neglect her and quickly invited her in after reporting her. A few days have passed since the miscarriage, and Kong Gairen's face is still extremely pale, and his whole body can be seen to have lost a lot of weight. Her bright eyes seem to have lost all color, showing a grayish look. Seeing Shen Zhinian, Kong Gairen forced a smile, stood up and apologized. On the Wanqiu festival, because of Yin Shuren's instigation, I misunderstood Ro Gairen. I had always wanted to find an opportunity to listen to Yuga's apology in person, but my body not recovered yet. I hope you will not blame me, nobleman. Shen Zhinian quickly stepped forward and held her down. Kong Gai is a few years older than me, so I will call you sister. No parent would not be nervous about their children. In that case, it is understandable that my sister would be anxious. I can understand it. The matter has passed. Sister, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Kong Gairen said gratefully. My sister is so generous, I am really ashamed. Shen Zhinian gestured to Fu Rui to hand over the supplements in her hand to the palace attendants in Shangxiang Palace. The real culprit behind the scenes is still living happily. My sister knows that she is unhappy, so she can take good care of herself so that she can look forward to a better future. Sister, did you say so? His Majesty has only a few children, and he only has one princess. If he can give birth to a prince, he will be His Majesty's eldest son, which is extremely precious. She can also be as valuable as her mother, and her future is limitless. The most important thing is that her child was murdered before she even had a chance to see the world. How could Qingyun people not hate him? When she thought of this incident, her eyes filled with tears. She grabbed Shen Zhinian's hand and asked, "Sister Ro, you also think that this matter has something to do with Lu Rian, right? But His Majesty only looks at evidence when doing things, and I can't do anything to her," Shen Zhinian said with disgust. "Lu Rian kept saying that she regarded me as her biological sister, but she instigated the Yin concubine to try to blame me for murdering the Emperor's heir. To be honest with my sister, I hate her very much. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Qingyun looked at Shen Zhinian with a closer look. "Now that she has lost her favor and her title, everyone in the harem can step on her. My sister is right. I need to take good care of myself in order to avenge my prince. If I failed to recover from this, wouldn't it be what she wanted?" Shen Zhinian smiled and said, "I wish my sister could figure it out." Qingyun patted the back of her hand. "There are very few people in the palace who are as handsome as my sister. I really like her when I see her. When I get better, my sister must have more contact with her." Women in the harem all know that in the palace of intrigues and intrigues, it is impossible to survive alone. If we can find reliable allies and join forces, life will be much easier. Shen Zhinian's goal has been achieved, and she said with a smile, "Then it's settled. I just hope that my sister won't find me annoying when the time comes." "How come?" Next, the two talked for a while. Seeing that Qingyun looked tired, Shen Zhinian stood up and said, "Sister, take a good rest. I won't disturb you for now." Qingyun said warmly, "Pick chrysanthemums and send Sister Ro out." "Yes. Mr. Ro, please come this way." After Shen Zhinian left, Saiji returned to the inner room and said worriedly, "My young master, I'm afraid Ro Gairen's kindness to you is not sincere. He just wants to unite you to deal with Lu Gairen. You can't lose your guard against her." Qingyun smiled weakly. "Of course I know. But in the harem, trust is built little by little. Why should others show their sincerity to me as soon as they come up? At least Rugi has never taken the initiative to harm anyone. She is much better than Lu Ruyan, the poisonous woman who talks sweetly and is full of swords. Rogui and I have a common enemy, so it is of course beneficial to become allies." Saiji nodded and said, "I understand, slave." These days, although the emperor has not set foot in the harem, a stream of tonics is delivered to Shangxiang Hall every day to replenish the health of Qingyun. Queen Jiang has always been virtuous in front of others. Although she is seriously ill, she never forgets to send supplements to Qingyun. Queen Mother Lu and concubine Lu Guifei also expressed their opinions. People in the palace are accustomed to following the wind. Seeing this direction, all the concubines also sent supplements to Qingyun. For a time, Shangxiang Palace became very popular. 2 days later, the emperor recovered from the pain of losing his son and visited the Qingyun people several times. Although she was still in confinement and could not sleep with her, this favor was enough to make many people jealous. As the emperor turned over concubine Lu's name and gave her the highest honor and favor as before, everyone's jealousy towards concubine Kong gradually disappeared. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or before entering the palace, the thing Shen Zhinian heard most about the royal family was that the imperial concubine was the most favored in the 6th palace. She had previously thought that concubine Lu Guifei must have a special place in the emperor's heart. But after observing for the past few months, Shen Zhinian felt that there was no one in the harem that the emperor truly loved. Although Shen Zhinian sighed a little, he didn't find it strange. How could a high-ranking emperor really be swayed by love affairs? The most important thing in his heart is always the country and the country. Fortunately, facing the emperor's favor, she remained sober from beginning to end and knew what she really wanted. At this time, Hanlian walked in and whispered, "My lord, I have a secret message from you." Shen Zhinian opened it and read it. Father Shen said in the letter that he had done what she had asked her to do without attracting anyone's attention. Shen Zhinian threw the letter into the incense burner and burned it as usual, with a satisfied arc on his lips. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 84 Concubine Kang's Counter-Espionage Plan. After a period of rest, concubine Kang was able to get out of bed. The first thing she did after she regained her strength was to go to Yilan Pavilion. Ever since Lu Ruyan fell out of favor and was stripped of her title, the palace servants who served her could not see a future and all went out to find their own way out. Xu and Mei's 3 clans were exterminated, and now the only one left in Yilan Pavilion is Xuanyo, who was brought in by Lu Ruyan from home. Seeing concubine Kong and her entourage coming towards him aggressively, a dark light flashed in Xuanyo's eyes, and he wanted to go in and inform Lu Ruyan. "Stop!" Lady Kong strode forward and asked in a cold voice. "You didn't even show respect to me when you saw me. Who taught you this rule?" Sun Yofu said. "I was blind for a moment and didn't see Lady Kong. Please forgive me. I am here to invite you." Before she could finish her words, Kaiju, receiving a signal from concubine Kong, slapped her in the face. "How dare you! How dare a mere slave girl disrespect our mistress? Kneel down now!" Xuanyo covered his face and his eyes became sinister. She was highly valued by the young lady, and had been a respectable personal maid since she was young. After entering the palace, she was also the head maid of Yilan Pavilion. Even though the young lady had fallen out of favor, she had never suffered such humiliation. Why did concubine Kong treat her like this? Sun Yu straightened her back and said stubbornly, "I am the servant of Lady Lu. Even if I have made any mistakes, it should be Lady Lu who should punish me." Concubine Kong sneered. "You mean I have no right to punish you?" She was a noble lady, and Lu Ruyan was also a noble lady. The palace rules were strict, and she had no right to punish Lu Ruyan. But dealing with a lowly maid was not an easy task. "Kaiju, slap this young master in the face." "Yes." The 2 young eunuchs held Xuanyo on the left and right. Saiju stepped forward with her arms swung wide and slapped her hard on both sides. Xuanyo's pretty face soon became swollen, and there was a sinister light in her eyes. "Stop!" Lu Ruyan, wearing a moon-white dress, ran out of the inner room with a smile on her face. "I wonder how Xuanyo offended Sister Kong? If Sister Kong tells me, I will punish her severely. Why bother Sister Kong to order someone to do it?" Concubine Kang's eyes fell on her, and a huge hatred burst out from her eyes. "Lu Ruyan, stop pretending here. I don't have a sister as vicious as you. You killed my son, I will never let this go." Lu Ruyan's eyes quickly filled with tears, and she said humbly and weakly, "Sister, your words really embarrass me. Your Majesty investigated the matter of my sister's miscarriage on the day of the Wansho festival and dealt with the relevant personnel. It was the palace maid of Yilan Pavilion who acted on her own initiative, and I was unaware of it from beginning to end. Sister, come to me and say such things. Are you questioning your Majesty's decision?" Concubine Kong choked. If there was evidence, she would never have allowed this vicious woman to survive until now. Concubine Kong sneered. "You were just cruel enough to let the personal maid you brought from home be the scapegoat, so you escaped. If His Majesty really believed in you, why would he strip you of your title? How could you fall out of favor?" Lu Ruyan's sore spot was touched, and her eyes were cold for a moment, but soon returned to her weak and harmless look. "If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. I believe that those who are innocent will be innocent." Concubine Kong sneered and cast a sarcastic look on the kneeling Xuanyo. "I heard that you and Xuanmei grew up together. You are loyal to Lu Ruyan, but in her heart, you are just 2 obedient dogs. Xuanmei took the blame for her and her entire clan was exterminated. What do you think will be your fate? Whenever you think of Xuanmei's fate, don't you feel chilled and afraid? All the palace maids in Yilan Pavilion have fled, and you are the only one who remains here. Are you really loyal to Lu Ruyan, or is it because you are her personal maid and no one would want you even if you left Yilan Pavilion? If you could find a way out, you would have left this vicious woman long ago, right?" After saying these provocative words, Concubine Kong turned around and left with a sneer, surrounded by the palace maids. How could someone who could survive in the deep palace and even conceive a royal heir be a fool? She didn't believe that after today, Lu Ruyan and Xuanyo, the master and servant, would still be able to trust each other without any barriers. When Lu Ruyan's gaze fell on Xuanyo, her eyes darkened. Of course she understood that Concubine Kong was trying to sow discord. She only has this one confidant by her side. If Xuanyo is no longer completely on the same page with her, she will have a hard time in the palace. But understanding is one thing, and being able to stop thinking about it is another. Yunni, who has been loyal to her since childhood, has basically lost all her relatives. Will Yunni really not have any other thoughts? No matter what she was thinking, Lu Ruiyan's face was full of distress. She personally helped Yunni up, gently touched her cheek, and said softly, "Lady Kong came for me. It's my useless master that has implicated you. Does it still hurt? Go in first, I'll roll the egg around for you." Sun Yu's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. "My lady, please don't say such things. As a servant, it is my duty to share the honor and disgrace with you." After entering the inner room, Lu Ruiyan treated the wound on Xiunyo's face with a look of great sorrow. "Xiunyo, you are a smart person. You should understand that concubine king's purpose is to alienate the relationship between you and me as master and servant. If you fall for it, she will succeed. Xiunmi. I can't help it. In that situation, if she didn't stand up, all of us would have died. In my heart, you are like my sisters. When she ended up like that, I was sadder than anyone else. If you want to blame it, it's Shen Zhinian who is too cunning. She set the trap and killed Xiunmei." Xiunyo lowered his head, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Little master, back in Jiangnan, when our master and servants joined forces, none of the noble girls from the aristocratic families were your opponents, and there was no way for anyone to catch them. After entering the harem, everyone can bully us. Whether it's Guiran or Guiran, since they have become mortal enemies, we must find a way to get rid of them." Xiunyo is more ruthless than Xiunmei in both heart and means, so Lu Ruiyan wants to protect her and leave dangerous matters to Xiunmei. Shen Zhinian is always favored and has powerful methods. With the current situation of Ilan Pavilion, it is not suitable to do anything to her. On the contrary, Mr. Kong, Your Majesty just saw that she had lost her child, so he felt a little pity for her, but he didn't dote on her very much. Since she can't see her own weight and dares to come to Ilan Pavilion to show off her power, don't blame me for being rude. Xiunyo's eyes were serious. "What are you going to do, little master?" Lu Ruiyan ordered. "Go." After listening, Xiunyo nodded grimly. "Yes." Chapter 85. Just know how to make me happy. What happened today has been spread in the harem. After Qingyun left, she specifically sent someone to tell the palace servants in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There are only 2 people left in Ilan Pavilion, including the master and the servant. There is no need to waste supplies. There is no need to send charcoal over in the future. It was the end of winter, and it was very cold during the day, not to mention at night. Without charcoal fire, people could freeze to death. Everyone in the palace knew that Lu Ruiyan was disliked by the emperor, and concubine Kong was a popular concubine. Those people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs who flattered the powerful and looked down on the weak would naturally not go against her wishes. Although Lu Ruiyan has taken refuge with Queen Jiang, she will not waste her time on a useless pawn. Queen Jiang will never lend a helping hand until the other party proves his or her worth. Concubine Lu and concubine Liang, who were assisting in the management of the 6 palaces, disliked Lu Ruiyan to begin with, and were lucky not to add insult to injury. Upon hearing the report, she sneered and said, "It's rare that concubine Kong knows how to save supplies for the harem, so let her be. Lian Fei is a good old person. She has always been there to help anyone who is in trouble, no matter what camp they belong to." She ordered her palace servants to quietly send some black charcoal to Ilan Pavilion. Black charcoal doesn't burn as well as silver charcoal, but it can still help Ilan Pavilion get through this difficulty. Even if Lu Guifei knew about it, she wouldn't go to trouble Liang concubine just because of a little black coal. After listening to Xiaomingzi's story, Shen Zhinian shook his head. Kong Gui still doesn't understand Lu Ruiyan. If she can't be completely suppressed to death, Lu Ruiyan will definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate. You have been keeping a close eye on Ilan Pavilion recently to see what she will do. Yes. I will definitely do the job well this time. Hanlian handed the mixed scented tea to Shen Zhinian and asked curiously, "My lord, do you think concubine Liang is a good person? Now everyone in the palace knows that Lu Guiran has fallen out of favor, so why not step on her? That's right, she is the only one who provides help in times of need." Shen Zhinian remembered that in his previous life, there was no one in the palace who had not owed favor to the good concubine. neither Lu Rian nor Lu Geifei made a move against her when they were fighting for the most fierce position. We can't make a conclusion yet. Maybe Liang Fei is really a good person, maybe she is the deepest one in the city. But as long as you are a fox, after a long time, your tail will naturally show up. My little master is right. Evening. After taking a bath, Shen Zhinian put on a velvet middle coat, lay on the soft quilt, and let out a sigh. As winter comes, the weather is getting colder and colder. Although she was favored, the silver charcoal sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs was very heavy, and the whole bedroom was warmed, and there was no choking smell like black charcoal. However, the dormitory became much drier as a result, making it not very comfortable to live in. If it is a burning earth dragon, it will not only be warmer, but also much more comfortable to live in. But in the 6 east and west houses, only the main position has the earth dragon. Shen Zhinian is now a noble person, and is only one step away from becoming the master of the first palace. But I don't know how many noble people there are in the harem, and maybe even if they survive for 7 or 8 years, they may not be able to get through this step. To be promoted to the position of concubine, she must give birth to an heir. Just as Shen Zhinian was thinking, the voices of palace people saluting respectfully came from outside. Slave/servant, please see your majesty. She was startled. She opened the quilt and wanted to get out of bed to salute, but was stopped by a big hand. It's cold outside, so there's no need to be polite. Lie back quickly, don't catch a cold. Shen Zhinian raised his head and looked at Nangong Xuanyu, with a little surprise in his eyes. Why is your majesty here at this time? During this time, when the emperor entered the harem, he either went to see Qingyun or to see Lu Geifei. Only the rewards Li Changda sent from time to time reminded her that the emperor was always thinking of her. Nangong Xuanyu didn't know why, but he hadn't seen Ro Guren for a while, and her smile always appeared in his mind from time to time. This situation has never happened before. He finished approving the memorial tonight. It was already late, and he had no intention of entering the harem. But by some strange combination of circumstances, I arrived at Qingyun Pavilion. Because she was about to fall asleep, Shen Zhinian wore a white tunic, cleansed of the brilliance, not as charming as usual, but indescribably beautiful and moving. The emperor's restless heart seemed to calm down all of a sudden. He sat down by the bed, pinched Shen Zhinian's cheek, and said with no emotion in his tone, I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. I thought my beloved concubine would miss me very much. Who would have thought that when I came to Qingyun, I found that my beloved concubine looked content and contented. It seems that I am just being sentimental. Shen Zhinian called out, Your Majesty, tenderly, took the initiative to lean into his arms, and said angrily, Your words really make this concubine even more unjust than Doi. When you didn't come, I missed you every day, and I was looking forward to when you would think of me. You don't know, when I saw you just now, I was so surprised that I didn't know what to say. God must have heard my concubine's prayers and asked His Majesty to come here. I am really happy to be with you. Nangong Xuanyu finally understood why people say that Beauty Township is the tomb of heroes. With such a beauty lying in his arms, uttering affectionate words, which man can resist her? Even if I knew it was just sweet talk, I might still be tempted to fall for it. You have such a little mouth, it's like you've been smeared with honey every day, you just know how to make me happy. If you really miss me so much, why don't you go to the Nourishing Heart Hall to send me food once? Shen Zhinian said hee twice in his heart. Sometimes men just have a bitch mentality. The more they chase someone, the less they will take it seriously and cherish it. On the contrary, women who know how to stay away from each other and are not under their control can make them scratch their heads and want to stop. Otherwise, why are there so many concubines in the harem who deliver things to the emperor every day, just to see the emperor, but he never takes them seriously and even finds them annoying? Of course, Shen Zhinian would definitely not tell her true thoughts, but instead showed distressed eyes. The concubine also planned this, but then I thought about it. There are so many things in the harem that are waiting for your majesty to deal with. If the concubine bothers your majesty again just to compete for favors, won't it make your majesty more worried? Because I love his majesty deeply, I hope that your majesty can be happy every day. I will not be the one who annoys you. I will just wait for you silently behind your back. Whenever His Majesty looks back, Qingyun will always be a place where you can relax. For me, that is enough. The emperor was used to being cold-hearted and cold-hearted. At this moment, a wave of warmth surged through his long-hardened heart. He hugged Shen Zhinian tightly in his arms and said with emotion, "All the women in the harem wish they had more favors. You are the only one who is different from them. You are so sensible, considerate, and considerate of me." Chapter 86 Nan Gongshuanyu's Promise. I am the son of heaven. For the sake of the common people, I never dare to relax for a moment. Only when I am with you can I feel this relaxed. Nian Nian, I am so lucky to have you. You love me so deeply, I will never let you down. This was the first time the emperor called her so affectionately. Shen Zhinian knew that although Nan Gongshuanyu's feelings for her had not reached the level of love, at least he liked her. She has taken another big step forward in her journey to conquer the heart. As long as I can stay with His Majesty forever, I will be content. Before coming to Qingyun, Mingming just wanted to see her. But at this moment, holding her in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance of gardenia on her body, the emperor's eyes gradually became darker. Nian Nian, it's getting late, so let's go to bed early. I'll go take a bath first. Shen Zhinian gave him an angry look. Your Majesty, you better really want to go to bed. Nan Gongshuanyu smiled heartily. Nian Nian will know later. Shen Zhinian looked at his back and wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. She would never wrong herself. She was too lazy to wait for the emperor to take a bath in such a cold weather. It was so comfortable to lie in the warm quilt. At this moment, Shen Zhinian's eyes didn't have the unswerving affection until death. Only indifference remained. Some time ago, the emperor said that after the longevity festival, he would take her to be the first person to go to Qianqing Palace to bathe in the hot springs. But half a month has passed since the longevity festival, and he has never mentioned it again. Have you forgotten? The air pressure around Shen Zhinian became lower and lower. If she forgets, she will have to remind her later. First, such a special experience would become an unforgettable memory between her and Nan Gongshuanyu, and Shen Zhinian did not want to miss this opportunity. Second, there are two reasons for everything. If the emperor gets used to not keeping his word to her, over time, he will no longer take his promise to her seriously. Men need training, and she can't let Nan Gongshuanyu make such a bad start. Hearing the footsteps, a smile appeared on Shen Zhinian's face again. His eyes were smiling and glistening. Your Majesty. Nan Gongshuanyu felt his throat tighten, his eyes darkened, and he pinched Shen Zhinian's cheek. Come in, make room for me. Shen Zhinian blushed and stepped back inside, saying coquettishly, Your Majesty is so overbearing. You took away my concubine's hot seat just when she was sleeping. Really? Then I'll keep warm for Nian Nian. Nan Gongshuanyu turned over and pressed on Shen Zhinian's body. His big hands became dishonest, causing her to scream. His Majesty. The room is filled with spring light and shadows. It wasn't until Qingyun asked for water 3 times that the movement stopped. Shen Zhinian was so tired that his legs were so weak that he didn't want to move at all. The emperor lifted the sweaty hair from her forehead, with a bit of tenderness in his eyes. Nian Nian is tired? But I still want to continue, what should I do? Shen Zhinian almost cried. Your Majesty, I really don't want it anymore. Nan Gongshuanyu nodded her nose. You asked for it too. Who asked you to seduce me? Shen Zhinian said aggrievedly. Your Majesty, you are so unreasonable. I obviously didn't do anything, so how could I just seduce you? Nan Gongshuanyu sighed and smiled without saying a word. His soft and noble person is really made of a fairy, and there is no part of her body that does not exude charm. Even just sitting there quietly with his seductive posture is enough to make a man lose control. Really tired? Shen Zhinian said dully. I really have no strength. Nan Gongshuanyu chuckled and said, I originally planned to give you a surprise. Since Nian Nian is tired, forget it and rest. Shen Zhinian quickly asked. What surprise? Didn't you just say you have no energy? Now you are energetic again? You little liar! Your Majesty, don't whet your concubine's appetite, tell me quickly. Looking at the woman who was holding his arm and swaying coquettishly, the emperor's heart suddenly softened, and there was a hint of smile in his eyes. Didn't I promise you before that I would take you to Qianqing Palace after the longevity festival? During this time, there were a lot of things happening in the palace, so it was delayed. Shen Zhinian didn't expect that Nangong Xuanyu would take the initiative to mention it before she asked. I thought your majesty had forgotten. In your mind, am I the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? No way, Jun Wuxi, of course I believe in your majesty, but I just don't want your majesty to work too hard. Seeing that your majesty always remembers his promise to me, I am really happy and touched. As a woman, you have to be sweet with your mouth and cruel with your heart. Nangong Xuanyu fulfills what he promised her, and the happier she is, the better. In this way, he will feel satisfied in his heart, and he will think about her again next time something good happens. As expected, seeing the surprise in Shen Zhinian's eyes, Nangong Xuanyu felt a burst of joy in his heart. Then you should be well prepared. Shen Zhinian nodded heavily and said considerately. It doesn't matter, state affairs are important. My concubines are waiting for your majesty. Rugi is always so sensible and appropriate in everything. Nangong Xuanyu held her in his arms and had a good night's sleep. The next day. As usual, the emperor did not let anyone wake up Shen Zhinian. When she woke up, he had already gone to court. Aunt Xiao helped Shen Zhinian wash up and sighed. I have been in the palace for so many years. When your majesty goes to court, the concubines are not allowed to get up and serve his majesty in dressing. This is the first time that I have seen your majesty like this. Feeling sorry for someone. She was told that his majesty is somewhat sincere towards the young master, and the future of the young master is limitless. She and Yanbao increasingly felt that being completely loyal to their little master was a wise choice. Shen Zhinian smiled disapprovingly. Do you think your majesty's favor is reliable? I dare not speak ill of your majesty. As Aunt Xiao said this, she glanced at Shen Zhinian in her heart, and her attitude towards her became even more respectful. After all, she has seen many concubines who forget about themselves after receiving great favors, and their fate is not good without exception. It's really rare for me to be able to stay awake despite my little master's grace. After washing, Shen Zhinian told Hanlian and Furue, find a set of clothes suitable for bathing in the hot spring in my cage. The two were very surprised. The only palace in the whole palace is the Qianqing Palace, which has a hot spring built by the late emperor. But wasn't the Qianqing Palace burned down by lightning? Your majesty didn't even live there. Shen Zhinian said with a smile. Your majesty said that the back hall has been repaired and will not affect the bathing in the hot spring. Yuanbao said flatteringly. Qianqing Palace is the residence of the emperor. Your majesty really dotes on the little master. This is how he puts the little master on the top of his heart. Shen Zhinian smiled and said nothing. Look, this is the emperor. Sometimes, he just needs to do something casually to make the people below him grateful and flattered. Chapter 87 Shen Zhinian resolves the trap. While Furue was happy, she was also a little worried. With such great favor, my little master is afraid that he will become a thorn in everyone's eyes and a thorn in their flesh. And Xiao saw it clearly. Since ancient times, which beloved concubine has not been full of jealousy and hatred? Since you want to be favored, this is inevitable. As long as Tingyu Pavilion cheers up and down, no one else can find it. The opportunity to harm the little master. Mommy is right. The next day, Queen Jang's spirit improved somewhat, and it happened to be the first day of the 12th lunar month, so Cunning Palace sent a message early, asking the concubines to come and pay their respects. Shen Zhinian chose a decent dress, put on a thick cashmere cloak, and carried Tang Posey in her arms before leading the palace maid out. Although he was dressed thickly, the biting cold winds still made his cheeks hurt. Especially Shen Zhinian's skin, which was as delicate as a peeled egg, made him feel even more uncomfortable. After looking at her for a while, her face turned red from the cold, and Hanlian felt extremely distressed. I have to go out in such a cold weather, my little master is really suffering. Shen Zhinian said. This is the empress of the mother world. Not to mention the cold weather, even if there is a violent storm and snow, all the concubines in the palace must go to her according to the rules. And she only needs to sit in Cunning, which is as warm as spring. Palace, accept everyone's worship. No wonder everyone in the harem wants to sit in that position. Shen Zhinian is no exception. She looked in the direction of Cunning Palace. A flash of ambition flashed in her eyes. Zhongcui Palace and Jingyang Palace are next to each other. When going out to say hello in the morning, Shen Zhinian will inevitably run into Lu Ruyan. On the Wanshu festival, because concubine Lu was unhappy, the emperor asked Lu Ruyan not to wear light green clothes in the future. Today she is wearing a moon-white palace dress, and her figure is as slender as a weak willow supporting the wind. The two of them knew very well that they both wanted to kill each other because of Qingyun's miscarriage, and they just had to break up in the end. When they met at this time, Lu Ruyan acted as if nothing had happened, and saluted Shen Zhinian with a smile. I have met Sister Ro. Sister Wan, there is no need to be polite. At this point, Shen Zhinian seemed to react, covered his mouth with a handkerchief, and apologized. Looking at my memory, I forgot that your majesty has already banned my sister's title with the word Wan. I hope my sister won't be blamed. The humiliation of being deprived of the title was the biggest pain in Lu Ruyan's heart. In order to maintain a pure and kind persona, Shen Zhinian did not use obvious means to embarrass Lu Ruyan. But she is not a living bodhisattva who repays evil with kindness, and of course she will not miss the opportunity to hurt her opponent. Sometimes, heart-wrenching can make the other person feel more uncomfortable than the obvious torture. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan's hands under her sleeves clenched suddenly, and her face became gloomy for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Sister, noble people tend to forget things, so naturally my sister won't take it to heart. Shen Zhinian smiled slightly and said, That's good. It's getting late. Let's go to Cunning Palace quickly, so as not to miss the time to greet the queen. Lu Ruyan looked at her back, and there was a chill in his eyes. She originally thought that with her appearance and skills, she would become the most beloved concubine among the newcomers after entering the palace. Unexpectedly, Shen Zhinian suddenly shot out of the sky and took away all the glory that belonged to her. A little impatience will mess up a big plan, and she will definitely take it all back. Soon, the group of people arrived at the entrance of Cunning Palace. Seeing Shen Zhinian, Qingyun stepped forward with a smile and said hello. Sister Ro. The weather is cold. Is it cold all the way here? Facing Mr. Kong, the smile on Shen Zhinian's face became more real. I'm wearing a cloak and carrying Mrs. Tang, so I'm not cold. Sister Kong, on the other hand, Changchun Palace is far away from Cunning Palace. My sister is still confinement. If she catches the cold, the consequences will be serious. Sister Kong, why didn't you send someone to ask for leave today? I think the queen would also be sympathetic to my sister. Qingyun looked at Cunning Palace with a respectful attitude. I want to pay my respects to the queen, don't dare to delay. After the miscarriage, His Majesty not only gave her a title, but also showed great pity to her. Because of these things, she has already suffered a lot of jealousy. If she doesn't even come to greet the queen, she will definitely be accused of being arrogant. Shen Zhinian smiled and said, If the queen knew that Sister Kong was so respectful, she would definitely feel gratified. Okay, it's windy outside and it's not the place to talk. Let's go in first. Qingyun saw Lu Ruyan behind him. His eyes were full of hatred, and he said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this Lu Ruyan from Elan Pavilion? Looking at the entire harem, there is no concubine who has been deprived by His Majesty twice in a row. Title. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to come out to meet people. I didn't expect Lu Ruyan to show off to others with a weak look all day long, but he is actually quite strong inside. These words not only revealed Lu Ruyan's scars, but also hinted to everyone that her weakness was all pretending, and she was actually very thick-skinned. Many concubines had gathered inside and outside Cunning Palace, and everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan, with some ridicule, disgust, and disdain. People in the palace are used to following the wind, so naturally no one would stand up and speak for her at this moment. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan was so favored before and finally fell from the high platform. I don't know how many people were waiting to see her joke. Lu Ruyan had never been so embarrassed. She suppressed her hatred for Qingyun in her heart, looked at Shen Zhinian, and asked pitifully, Sister Ro also thinks that it is really her fault that she was deprived of her title. This question is digging a hole for Shen Zhinian. Everyone saw that they came here together just now, and they seemed to have a good relationship. If she said yes, she would be ignoring her sisterly feelings and following everyone else into trouble. If she said no, she would be slapping Qingyun in the face and questioning the emperor's decision. No matter how Shen Zhinian answers, it will be detrimental to his reputation. However, she just sighed and said meaningfully, Sister Lu should understand that those who are clean should be clean themselves. Right or wrong, justice depends on the heart. Are you right? This means that although there is no conclusive evidence that Kong Gairen's miscarriage is related to Lu Ruyan, everyone has their own judgment in their hearts. Lu Ruyan didn't expect that Shen Zhinian would easily resolve the trap in her words. She wanted to say something more, but Kong Gairen took Shen Zhinian's arm. Sister Ro, let's go in. Many concubines had already arrived. Everyone entered the inner room, saluted according to their positions, and then sat down in their seats. Among the nobles, originally only Lu Ruyan and Shen Zhinian had titles, and their positions were the most advanced. But now, Lu Ruyan's seat has been taken by concubine Kong, and she has been relegated to the back, with a huge gap between her and Shen Zhinian. Lu Ruyan concealed the coldness in her eyes and cast a grateful look towards concubine Liang.